3 years ago, Lin Chun unexpectedly had an intimate encounter with the stunning campus beauty, Su Mingyao. One day. 3 years later, Su Mingyao approached Lin Chun, accompanied by a little girl just over 2 years old. Qian, call him daddy. At that moment, a strange voice resonated in Lin Chen's mind. Super Daddy system activated. By caring for the child, Lin Chun could swiftly enhance his various abilities. The host cooks for 1 hour, gaining 1 year of culinary experience. The host accumulates 10 hours of playing bumper cars with the child, elevating driving skills to master level. The host accumulates 20 hours of practicing martial arts with the child, advancing martial arts proficiency to grandmaster level. The narrative begins. Su Mingyao. Upon seeing the beautiful woman at the door, Lin Chun was momentarily taken aback. Memories from 3 years ago flooded his mind. During his senior year, he rented a place outside the campus, while Su Mingyao was a sophomore, renowned as the school's ice queen. One night, he noticed her looking anxious and approached her. After a heartfelt plea, she requested him to take her home. Once they arrived, Lin Chun intended to call the police. However, the blushing Su Mingyao unexpectedly began to undress. She had been drugged and prevented him from reporting it. That night was surreal. Lin Chun never imagined he would be the one to take Su Mingyao's virginity. Unfortunately, she left the next day, dropping out of school to study abroad. Qian, come here. Call him daddy. Su Mingyao gestured to the side that a timid little girl appeared shyly before Lin Chun. With her beautiful big eyes, she looked at him and asked, "Are you my daddy?" Lin Chun was in disbelief, staring at Su Mingyao in shock. Su Mingyao calmly explained, "I became pregnant with Qian that time. The doctor said my health was poor, and I might only bear this one child, so I brought Qian into the world. I originally planned to raise her alone without disturbing you. But other children have fathers, and Qian wants one too. Moreover, I have been quite busy lately. Could you take care of Qian for a while?" At that moment, the unfamiliar voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind again. Super Daddy system activated. Host, you need not doubt, the little girl before you is indeed your daughter. This system will assist you in becoming an extraordinary super dad. Lin Chun felt an overwhelming joy. Suddenly, a super adorable daughter appeared in his life, and he had awakened the Super Daddy system. This was the rhythm of stepping onto the pinnacle of life. Su Mingyao, please come in. Lin Chun urged. Su Mingyao shook her head, saying, "I won't go in. Qian is your daughter, you needn't doubt that. You may conduct a paternity test, but we have no relationship. Qian, he's your daddy. Aren't you always saying you want to find your daddy? Other children have fathers, and so does Qian." Su Mingyao knelt down and gently kissed Lin Xiaoqian. "Daddy," Lin Xiaoqian sweetly called out. That single utterance of daddy made Lin Chen's heart melt. Xiaoqian, you are truly obedient," Lin Chen replied. Somewhat flustered, Su Mingyao stood up and produced a business card, saying, "Here is my contact information. If anything important arises, do reach out. However, if it is not urgent, please refrain from calling." This suitcase contains Xiaoqian's clothes. She could be a bit particular with her eating, so do take extra care with her meals. Just take her to kindergarten. Xiaoqian, you must listen to daddy, okay? Mommy has some matters to attend to, but will come to see you again soon. Lin Xiaoqian nodded and, with a maturity beyond her years, said, "Mommy, don't be scared on your own. He'll keep daddy company because he must be very lonely all by himself." Su Mingyao reluctantly departed. Lin Chun bent down and lifted Lin Xiaoqian into his arms. Lin Xiaoqian bore a striking resemblance to him, and according to the system, there was no doubt that this adorable little girl was indeed his daughter. "Daddy, I'm so happy. Other children have daddies, and now I have one too," Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed with excitement. With one arm cradling Lin Xiaoqian, Lin Chen used the other to bring the suitcase inside, which appeared to be quite valuable. "Daddy, your place is so small." Lin Xiaoqian looked around curiously. Lin Chen's residence was a rented one-bedroom apartment. Though small, it was sufficient for him alone. With Lin Xiaoqian's presence, it felt a bit cramped. The living room was particularly limited in space, making it difficult for Lin Xiaoqian to play. "Xiaoqian, was your previous home very large?" Lin Chen inquired. Lin Xiaoqian nodded. "Yes, Mommy's house is very big, like a castle, but sometimes when Mommy is away, I feel unhappy with just the two aunts. I love Daddy and Mommy." Lin Chen kissed Lin Xiaoqian's cheek and said, "Daddy loves Xiaoqian too. I will look for a bigger place in the next few days. Due to the company's poor performance, he was laid off last month. Fortunately, he had been frugal, and the severance package provided him with a cushion of around 60 to 70,000 yuan in his bank account. Daddy, why don't you live with mommy? Lin Xiaoqian asked with a hint of confusion. Though she acted mature, such matters were beyond her comprehension. Lin Chun gently patted her little head. Xiaoqian, let me ask you something. Has mommy brought any other uncles home? Having had an intimate relationship with Su Mingyao, they now had a daughter, which naturally led to Lin Chun harboring certain feelings for her. However, if Su Mingyao had been with someone else, that would be a different story. No, she hasn't. Lin Xiaoqian shook her head. Lin Chen's eyes brightened at this revelation. It seemed there was still hope. 3 years ago, Su Mingyao was the belle of the school, and Lin Chun felt she had only grown more beautiful since then. It would indeed be delightful if he could win her heart. Xiaoqian, why don't you play by yourself for a bit? Father, please tidy up your belongings first. Lin Chun smiled as he dragged his suitcase into the bedroom. Upon opening the suitcase, Lin Chun was taken aback. Inside, there was a bag containing several bundles of cash. He glanced inside and saw a total of 60,000 yuan. Within the bag was also a note. Lin Chun, this is your living expense for the next 3 months. I know you are temporarily unemployed, so please take good care of Qian Qian. Once she starts kindergarten, you won't need to look after her anymore. Lin Chun mused to himself, considering how thoughtful Su Mingyao was, providing him with living expenses out of concern for Lin Xiaoqian. However, he had no intention of using that money. Lin Xiaoqian was his daughter, and it was his duty to care for her. He did not require financial assistance from Su Mingyao. Before long, Lin Chun had organized Lin Xiaoqian's clothes. A voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. Host has organized the suitcase system space activated. The system space is 1,000 cubic meters, capable of storing any items touched. Lin Chun was astonished. Simply organizing a suitcase had activated the system space? 1,000 cubic meters may not be particularly vast, yet it was ample. Even the interior of an ordinary villa might not encompass such a volume. Collect. With a mere thought, the bag of money was absorbed into the system space. In the next moment, the bag reappeared in his hand. Retrieving and storing items was exceedingly simple. Delightful. Lin Chun was overjoyed. Even if there were no other benefits, possessing 1,000 cubic meters of system space could yield bountiful rewards if utilized wisely. Life is truly wondrous, he mused. After 24 years of solitude, I have suddenly acquired a lovely daughter. Lin Chun murmured to himself, filled with joy yet also a sense of bewilderment. The abrupt transition to fatherhood was something he could not adapt to so swiftly. Should I tell my parents? Lin Chun pondered. After some contemplation, he decided to keep it under wraps for now. He was still somewhat dazed himself. Explaining his situation with Su Mingyao would also be complicated. It would be better to wait until he had adjusted before informing his parents. Qian Qian, what do you like to eat? Returning to the living room, Lin Chun picked up Lin Xiaoqian and inquired. Lin Xiaoqian was quite small, her form soft and adorable, making her a comfort to hold, causing an involuntary smile to grace Lin Chen's face. Daddy, I like to eat meat. And I also enjoy eggs. I don't like green vegetables, they don't taste good. Lin Xiaoqian said cutely. Lin Chen chuckled. Lil Qian, you must eat meat, but you should also eat your greens. If you only eat meat, your tummy will hurt. Did you eat the meals prepared by Annie at home? Yes. Lin Xiaoqian nodded. She leaned her little head toward Lin Chen's ear and whispered, Daddy, we'll tell you a secret. Mommy's cooking isn't very tasty, but I eat a bit more when she cooks. Lin Chun, filled with curiosity, inquired, why? Lin Xiaoqian chuckled. This way, Mommy will be home more often, and I'll get to see her more. Lin Chun was taken aback. Such words emanated from the lips of little Lin Xiaoqian, evoking a pang of tenderness within him. Xiaoqian, Mommy is quite busy, but Daddy is not. I will have ample time to spend with you. Lin Chun gently kissed Lin Xiaoqian as he spoke. Some children say, I don't have a daddy. They are mistaken. I do have a daddy, and he is the best daddy. Lin Xiaoqian beamed, her eyes transforming into crescent moons. Lin Chun asked, what about your grandparents? Su Mingyao was occupied with work, but could her parents not find the time to care for Lin Xiaoqian? It seemed that when Su Mingyao was absent, a nanny would take over. Lin Xiaoqian mumbled, Grandma is ill, and Grandpa is with her abroad for treatment. I miss them. Lin Chun quickly reassured her, Xiaoqian, your grandparents surely miss you too. They will come to see you when they have time. Lin Xiaoqian nodded in agreement. Daddy, Why don't you come to find me and mommy? Lin Chun sighed inwardly. His encounter with Su Mingyao that night had been entirely accidental, yet its repercussions were profound. Having once shared a moment with such a stunning school beauty had elevated his expectations. And yet, here he remained, still single. The matters between daddy and mommy are a bit complicated. You are still too young to understand. Play for a while, and I shall prepare dinner for you. Eat well, and when you grow up, you will understand. Lin Chun affectionately ruffled Lin Xiao Qian's hair. Lin Xiao Qian nodded. Lin Chun then made his way to the kitchen, busily preparing the meal. Typically, he would only need to cook one dish for himself, but with Lin Xiao Qian around, each meal required at least 3 dishes. He had a penchant for spicy food, so one dish would certainly include chili, while the other 2 would need to be mild enough for Lin Xiao Qian. 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. A voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. Host, your culinary skills are beginning to improve. For every hour you spend in the kitchen, you will gain a year of cooking experience. Lin Chen was filled with delight. With each hour spent cooking, he could gain a year of experience. Won't he become a master chef in no time? With 3 meals a day taking approximately 2 hours, within a month, even a 5-star chef would seem like an amateur in comparison. In 3 months, he would be a culinary deity. As time ticked by, various culinary insights flooded Lin Chen's mind, seamlessly integrating with his actions. Did I create this? As he presented 3 dishes, Lin Chun could hardly believe his own capabilities. Though he had been cooking for 2 or 3 years, it had merely been a matter of getting by. He could not truly claim that experience. The expertise he gained from this meal surpassed all his previous endeavors. Daddy, it smells amazing. Daddy, are you tired? Lin Xiaoqian approached with an adorable tone. Lin Chen smiled and replied, Daddy is not tired. Let's wash our hands before dinner, shall we? After washing their hands, Lin Chun carried Lin Xiaoqian back. He discovered a pressing issue. Without a baby dining chair, Lin Xiaoqian could not reach the table to eat. It seems I must hasten to find a new home, he thought to himself. This place was too small. The living room was merely a few dozen square meters, and there was no dining area, just a table set in the living room. There was hardly any room to accommodate a dining chair. Sit beside Daddy, and I will feed you, Lin Chun said with a smile. He offered Lin Xiaoqian a small spoonful of food. Lin Xiaoqian tasted it and joyfully exclaimed, Daddy, your cooking is much tastier than Mommy's. This is our little secret. You mustn't tell Mommy. Okay? Agreed. This will be our little secret, Lin Chun replied with a smile. Once the meal was finished, Lin Chun noticed that Lin Xiaoqian indeed did not enjoy eating vegetables. She barely touched the stir-fried greens. Yet, Lin Chun did not force her to eat. Once his culinary skills improved, he was confident she would come to enjoy them. Daddy, I feel a bit sleepy. I want to take a nap. If I fall asleep, you won't leave, right? Lin Xiaoqian looked at Lin Chun with a hint of worry. Having longed for her father, she did not wish to lose him. Of course not. Daddy will always be here with you, he assured her. Lin Chun gently placed Lin Xiaoqian on his bed. The sheets freshly changed just yesterday, so they were still clean. Daddy, kiss kiss. Lin Xiaoqian pecked Lin Chun before closing her eyes for her afternoon nap. Lin Chun gazed at Lin Xiaoqian with tenderness. His precious daughter was simply adorable in every way. System, can washing dishes enhance my culinary experience? Lin Chun entered the kitchen to tidy up the dishes. Indeed, Lin Chun chuckled, as this would accelerate his skill development. System, kudos to you. After washing the dishes, he distinctly felt his cooking skills had improved. I need to clean up. It's fine for me to be a bit messy, but for little Xiaoqian, a dirty home could lead to illness. Lin Chun swiftly set about cleaning. An hour later, Host, you have worked for an hour. Your physical condition has improved slightly. The average physical condition of a normal adult male is 60 points. The system's voice resonated in Lin Chen's mind once more. System, what is the physical condition of a top-notch boxer? Lin Chun inquired within his thoughts. Host, the physical condition of a top-notch boxer is approximately 3 times that of an ordinary adult male. Doubling your physical condition could enhance your combat power. 10-fold or more. System, what is my current physical condition? The system stated, Host, your initial physique is precisely 60 points, and it has now increased by 1 to 61 points. Each day, your maximum potential for physique enhancement is 3 points. You can improve your physique through labor or exercise. Lin Chun nodded slightly. An increase of 3 points daily is quite substantial. Within a mere month, he could augment his physique by 90 points, reaching a total of 150 points when combined with his existing 60 points. The physique of a top-tier boxer is 3 times that of an average man, approximately 180 points. Should he maximize his daily enhancement, in just over a month, his physique could surpass even that of the finest boxers. I wonder if there are any rental properties available in Ziyuan community. Lin Shun took out his phone to investigate. Ziyuan community is an upscale neighborhood nearby, featuring well-maintained gardens and recreational facilities for children. He had visited once and found it quite appealing. However, renting a property in Ziyuan community had always been beyond his imagination. So expensive. Lin Shun murmured. He discovered that the smallest rental unit in Ziyuan community spans 160 square meters, with the cheapest rent exceeding 10,000. Moreover, the more affordable units typically have mediocre renovations. Well-furnished rentals start at around 15,000. Currently residing in the bustling metropolis, where housing prices are exorbitant, the rental costs are naturally steep, yet such rates are truly burdensome for the average person. Should I consider renting here? Lin Shun pondered. If it were just him, he would undoubtedly dismiss the idea such rent exceeds his monthly earnings. However, he now had a little one to consider. Additionally, he had awakened the system that if I were to rent a unit at 15,000, the deposit and 3 months rent would total 60,000. My bank account holds only 60 to 70,000. He recalled the 60,000 left by Su Mengyao. With the system in place, repaying Su Mengyao in the future should not pose a significant issue that I have around 60 to 70,000. I won't need to touch much of Su Mengyao's money. Lin Shun contemplated carefully. Ultimately, he resolved to rent a property in Ziyuan community. With the system, renting a subpar unit might necessitate another move before long. He had to think of Lin Xiaoqian. Once they moved, Lin Xiaoqian would undoubtedly make new friends, and relocating again would require her to establish connections anew. Suddenly, Lin Xiaoqian's cries echoed from the room. Lin Shun hurried into the room, saying, "Xiaoqian, what's wrong? Daddy is here, don't be afraid. Daddy will protect you." "Daddy, when I woke up, I didn't see you. I was scared you wouldn't want Xiaoqian anymore." Lin Xiaoqian wiped her tears, looking pitiful. Lin Shun lifted her in his arms, reassuring her. "How could that be? Daddy promises he will never not want Xiaoqian. Let's make a pact. Whoever lies will be a little dog." Lin Xiaoqian and Lin Shun engaged in their pact. "Daddy, I need to pee." Lin Shun carried Lin Xiaoqian to the restroom. Lin Xiaoqian curiously asked, "Daddy, how do I urinate if mommy holds me while sitting?" Lin Shun surmised that Su Mengyao had a toilet. Here, they had a squat toilet. "Daddy will hold you while you urinate. Okay? Shoo." Lin Shun held Lin Xiaoqian as she relieved herself. He silently rejoiced that Lin Xiaoqian understood the need to call out otherwise. If she frequently wet the bed, it would create quite a hassle for him. "Xiaoqian, what did you usually do in the afternoons?" Lin Shun inquired. Lin Xiaoqian pondered for a moment and replied, "When mommy is home, she teaches me to recite ancient poems, takes me painting, and sings to me. Daddy, I will let mommy sing for you in the future. Mommy sings beautifully." Lin Shun mused inwardly that this might not be an easy task. He had only known Su Mengyao casually, having inadvertently taken her innocence and created a child. But he and Su Mengyao had no emotional foundation whatsoever. "And when mommy is not around?" Lin Xiaoqian replied gloomily, "When mommy is away, I play by myself at home. Sometimes the auntie takes me out to play, but she's not as good as mommy. I prefer mommy. I like daddy too." Lin Shun gently patted Lin Xiaoqian's head. Though the child was small, she understood many things. They can sense who truly cares for them. Su Mengyao could afford a nanny, but a good one is hard to come by. "Xiaoqian, daddy will take you to see a house. We need to find a larger place. This one is too small for the two of us." Lin Shun lifted Lin Xiaoqian into his arms. Lin Xiaoqian responded joyfully, "Great. Daddy, I want to buy lots of toys. Mommy has so many toys, but you don't have any here." "Not a problem." Lin Shun chuckled. Soon, he carried Lin Xiaoqian out of the door. "System, does holding Xiaoqian count as exercise?" Lin Shun queried in his mind. "Host, anything over 5 minutes counts." A smile spread across Lin Shun's face. The system was quite considerate. Holding Lin Xiaoqian for over 5 minutes, combined with physical labor, would surely increase his fitness by 3 points daily. "Daddy, are you tired?" "If you get tired, Xiaoqian can walk by herself." As they exited the community, Lin Xiaoqian sweetly said. Lin Shun felt a warm glow in his heart. His daughter truly was a thoughtful little darling. Daddy is not tired. Lin Chen kissed Lin Xiaoqian's cheek and smiled. The Ziyuan community was only 2 to 3 kilometers away, and since Lin Xiaoqian was light, Lin Chen walked there carrying her. Today, his fitness had only improved by 1 point. He was determined to enhance the remaining 2 points adequately. Hello, I would like to rent a house in Ziyuan community. IT needs to be well decorated and environmentally friendly. Do you have any good recommendations? Lin Chen arrived at a real estate agency outside Ziyuan community. Soon, the agent recommended several properties to Lin Chen, among which 3 caught his attention. 2 of them were spacious, while the third had poor decor, prompting Lin Chen to swiftly dismiss them. I would like to see the remaining 3 in person, Lin Chen stated. Of course, the enthusiastic agent replied, leading Lin Chen on a tour. After viewing the first 2 properties, Lin Chen was left unimpressed, primarily due to the decor not aligning with his preferences. He turned to Lin Xiaoqian, who echoed his sentiments of disapproval. Mr. Lin, the last property has quite appealing decor. However, this particular situation is somewhat unique. The homeowner entrusted us with the property, initially intending for us to facilitate its sale. Recently, the market has been sluggish, prompting a shift to rental, the agent explained as they walked. What makes it special? Lin Chen inquired. The agent elaborated. The homeowner is more inclined to sell, hence long-term rental is not feasible. If the market improves, the homeowner may opt to sell. Additionally, the house is new and has never been occupied. Given you have a child, any damage could pose certain complications, the agent added. Lin Chen replied, let's take a look. Before long, they arrived at the property. Lin Xiaoqian's eyes lit up. Daddy, I like this one. Lin Chen, holding Lin Xiaoqian, surveyed the house. The decor and view were quite impressive, and he found himself fond of it as well. Xiaoqian is very well behaved and won't cause any damage. If any damage occurs, I will, of course, compensate accordingly, he assured. What is the rent for this property? Lin Chen asked the agent. The agent responded, Mr. Lin, the price is $15,000 with no discounts available. The other 2 properties may offer some concessions. The rental terms are 1 month's deposit with 1 month's rent paid in advance, with no fixed rental period. The advantage is that the landlord covers the agent's fee. Lin Chen's eyes brightened. The landlord wishes to sell. Will there be others viewing the property? Lin Chen inquired. Yes, Mr. Lin. If potential buyers wish to see the property, we will arrange a viewing at a designated time each week, which will not exceed half an hour, the agent assured him. What do you think? Lin Chen asked Lin Xiaoqian. Do you like it, Daddy? Xiaoqian loves it here, she replied joyfully. Lin Chen continued, I would like to know the reason behind the homeowner's decision to sell. Additionally, I have a small request. The property must not be problematic. The agent explained, the homeowner's son wishes to study abroad. The expenses associated with studying are substantial, prompting the desire to sell this property. Mr. Lin, what is your request? Lin Chen stated, for 3 months, please do not bring anyone to view the property. If I find it comfortable and the price is reasonable, I will consider purchasing it. He currently had only a few tens of thousands in his account. This property was priced over $10 million. However, he possessed a system and was confident he could amass such wealth within 3 months. Without further ado, within 1,000 cubic meters of system space, adept utilization can yield a profit of several million within just 3 months. Mr. Lin, I will communicate with the landlord. The young agent swiftly made a phone call to the landlord. Mr. Lin, the landlord has agreed. Before long, Lin Chen and his companions returned to the store to finalize the contract. 30,000 yuan was transferred. He still had 30 to 40,000 yuan remaining that did not require the fund from Su Mingyao. Xiaoqian, we shall move tomorrow, Lin Chen said with a cheerful smile. Chapter 4. Su Mingyao's Fortune. Lin Chen returned to the rented house with Lin Xiaoqian. Daddy, why are we back here? Aren't we moving tomorrow? Lin Xiaoqian inquired, puzzled. Lin Chen smiled. This place has been uninhabited for quite some time. Xiaoqian, don't you see how dusty it is everywhere? I need to clean the house thoroughly. That way, we can simply move our belongings in tomorrow. Lin Xiaoqian nodded. Daddy, I'll help you. Wonderful. With your assistance, we'll surely finish cleaning in no time. Lin Chen replied cheerfully. Soon, Lin Chen rolled up his sleeves and got to work, with Lin Xiaoqian helping beside him. At merely 2 years and 2 months old, she was quite small. Her contribution was minimal, yet her presence brought immense joy. Ding. Host, your physical constitution has increased by 1. Today, your constitution has risen by 3 points, reaching the growth limit. The system's voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind an hour later. A smile spread across Lin Chen's face. Embracing Lin Xiaoqian while engaging in labor had effortlessly allowed him to reach his limit. He mused that he could likely increase his constitution by 3 points each day henceforth. Xiaoqian, we're done for today. The place is quite clean now, Lin Chen said, giving the floor a final swipe with a smile. Lin Xiaoqian gleefully exclaimed, Daddy, you're amazing. I can't wait for tomorrow. We'll be moving to our new home. I really like it here. As Lin Chen surveyed the now tidied house, he felt quite satisfied with every aspect of it. He needed to devise a plan to earn enough to purchase this residence. Otherwise, if the landlord decided to sell, Xiaoqian would surely be heartbroken at having to move again. In his heart, Lin Chen contemplated the current market situation in Magic City, where the average housing price had slightly declined to 57,000. The Ziyuan community, being a high-end area, was considerably more expensive, averaging just over 80,000. With this particular house priced at 13 million. Xiaoqian, let us head home. Daddy will prepare something delicious for you, Lin Chen said, carrying Lin Xiaoqian as they left. On the roadside, a vendor was selling books, and Lin Chen purchased a few storybooks. Daddy, can you read me a story first? Lin Xiaoqian eagerly asked upon returning home, clutching the storybooks. Of course, but first, let me start cooking, Lin Chen replied with a smile. Once the food was on the stove, Lin Chen took Lin Xiaoqian to the balcony. Although small, the balcony was a delightful feature of their home. Xiaoqian, this story is called The Ugly Duckling. Lin Chen began narrating gently while holding Lin Xiaoqian close. 5 minutes passed, and the system's voice resonated in Lin Chen's mind. Host, your fairy tale reading volume and creativity are beginning to enhance. The difficulty of both is lower than that of your physical constitution improvement. Accumulate 10 hours of storytelling, and you shall attain a high level of proficiency. Lin Chen responded inwardly, System, your statement makes it difficult for me to gauge my progress. As for the levels, from 1 to 5, level 1 is ordinary, level 2 is proficient, level 3 is a master, level 4 is a grandmaster, and level 5 is a supreme master, the highest standard worldwide. To what level can I aspire? The system indicated that mastery could be attained within 10 hours, and a level of grandmaster within 20. However, the host was reminded that higher levels were still required. Lin Chen remarked on the 6th level legendary and 7th level mythical statuses. The system, ever considerate, assured him that various skills would be categorized according to the levels specified by the host. Lin Xiaoqian looked up at Lin Chen with innocent eyes and asked, Daddy, why did you stop? Are you tired? Lin Chen smiled and replied, Daddy was thinking about something else. He resumed narrating stories, an abundance of knowledge flowing through his mind. The system was assisting in enhancing his reading volume of stories, while simultaneously accelerating his storytelling abilities. In this era, parents were quite willing to invest in their children's development if he could publish an engaging story. The financial rewards would be significant. Yet, he understood that he must first elevate his own capabilities. After spending half an hour with Lin Xiaoqian, Lin Chen gently suggested, Xiaoqian, would you like to read by yourself for a while? Daddy needs to prepare dinner, and I'll make your favorite meat. Okay. After half an hour, Lin Chen had prepared the meal. Daddy, this is so delicious. Even better than lunch. Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed after tasting it. Lin Chen served her some vegetables and said, Xiaoqian, you should eat some greens. We mustn't be picky eaters. All right, just a little bit, she replied, and indeed, she only took a tiny bite. Lin Chen smiled, noting her progress compared to lunchtime when she had refused vegetables. After dinner, Lin Chen bathed Lin Xiaoqian and dressed her in her pajamas before quickly showering himself. Emerging from the bathroom, he found Lin Xiaoqian in tears. Daddy, I miss Mommy, she said, her little face glistening with tears. Don't worry, Xiaoqian. Mommy will come to see you in a few days. She's working right now, and we shouldn't disturb her. Let us continue with the stories. Lin Chen comforted her, holding her close. He noted that Su Mingyao had not added him on WeChat, making video calls impossible. Her reluctance to connect with him suggested a degree of resistance in her heart. Lin Chen refrained from bringing it up, fearing rejection. An hour later, lulled by his stories, Lin Xiaoqian drifted off to sleep. Having a precious daughter, an awakened system, enhanced culinary skills, physical attributes, and the ability to weave fairy tales, what a perfect day it had been. Lin Chen smiled. System, if I practice other skills now, will new abilities emerge? He inquired internally. The system replied, deliberate efforts 1T yield results. The abilities will naturally manifest as you accompany your child. Lin Chen nodded slightly, finding comfort in this approach that spared him the strain of overthinking how to improve. Mingyao, what troubles you? Are you overwhelmed by so much money and unsure how to spend it? Shenqing, the close friend of Su Mingyao, inquired. Shenqing's family is quite affluent, possessing assets of 30 million. However, in comparison to the wealth held by Su Mingyao, it is rather trivial. Su Mingyao's parents established a formidable legacy for her. And when the conglomerate was handed over to her a year ago, its assets amounted to 4 or 500 billion. With the Su family holding 51% of the shares, Su Mingyao is quite capable and fortunate after her parents left for abroad. The group's assets soared to 600 billion, with 300 billion belonging to the Su family, as her parents have only her as their child. All of this will eventually be hers. I have sent Qian to Linshan, Su Mingyao stated, taking a sip of red wine. Ah? Shenqing exclaimed in surprise, gazing at Su Mingyao. She, being Su Mingyao's confidant, was aware of the events from years past. Mingyao, do you wish to be with Linshan? Su Mingyao shook her head. I have no such intentions. He and I come from entirely different worlds. We are simply not suited for one another. It is Qian who expressed the desire for a father. She is over 2 years old now and beginning to understand. She sees other children with their fathers and feels envious. When others say she has no father, it makes her quite sad. Shenqing asked, Mingyao, have you never considered marrying someone? Su Mingyao replied, it is highly probable that I cannot have more children. The likelihood of infidelity from a partner would be astronomical. Besides, I am content with Qian. Shenqing queried, Linshan is Qian's father. What do you have to worry about? He is himself, and you are yourself. The child is a shared responsibility, so what is the issue? Su Mingyao murmured, I am concerned about Qian. Can Linshan truly take good care of her? Chapter 5. Moving to a new home, new abilities. Mingyao, what is Linshan's current situation? Shenqing inquired. Su Mingyao sighed. He was laid off last month. Currently, he resides in a village within the city, renting a one-bedroom apartment that is less than 40 square meters. If it weren't for little Qian genuinely wanting to see her father, I would not wish to send her to endure hardship with Linshan. Shenqing remarked. Linshan's circumstances are far from ideal. You should provide him with some financial assistance. We cannot let Qian suffer. I have left him 60,000 yuan, which I told him is for 3 months' living expenses, Su Mingyao said softly. Do you think I have given too little? I worry that if I provide too much, Linshan might take advantage of being Qian's father and develop excessive expectations. Shenqing responded, are you concerned he might become overly clingy? 2,000 a month, with 1,000 for rent and 1,000 for sustenance, should suffice for a decent living. With this amount, I believe it is adequate. Whether he can care for Qian depends on his dedication. Su Mingyao nodded slightly. We shall observe the situation for a while, even if not for 3 months. 60,000 yuan should at least ensure they live comfortably for a month. With that, Su Mingyao rose. I won't drink anymore. I need to catch a flight to the United States tomorrow. My mother is undergoing surgery, and this one is quite significant. Shenqing replied, Auntie is blessed. She will surely be fine. Do not worry too much about Qian. After all, Linshan is her father, and he should not mistreat her. You can rest assured and spend a few days with Andy. Su Mingyao nodded in acknowledgement. Soon, she departed in a Bentley, accompanied by a female bodyguard. While the driver was also a woman, a professional bodyguard she had hired. What a pity for Mingyao. Alas, Shenqing sighed quietly. Su Mingyao hails from a distinguished family and possesses striking beauty. Had it not been for the events of 3 years ago, she would have made an excellent match. Fortunately, 3 years prior, Su Mingyao was drugged, ultimately benefiting Linshan rather than the perpetrator of that incident. Otherwise, it would have haunted her for a lifetime. If only Linshan were a bit more exceptional. In that case, it would have been quite possible for Mingyao to be with him, but he is rather ordinary. And the disparity between them is indeed vast. Shenqing murmured to herself. Su Mingyao is not only affluent but also quite accomplished. During his university years, Linshan was unremarkable, and he remained so even after graduation. His only virtue lies in his decent looks. Perhaps I will revisit in a few days. It is understandable that the initial days were not particularly good. Shenqing thought to herself. In the middle of the night, Lin Xiaoqian awoke. She gently nudged her sleeping father. Linshan, Daddy, Daddy. Xiaoqian, what is it? Linshan quickly roused himself. Daddy, I need to go potty. Good babies cannot wet the bed. Linshan hastily picked up Lin Xiaoqian and carried her to the bathroom. Just as he crouched down, Lin Xiaoqian couldn't hold it any longer. If he had delayed a moment longer, she would have wet the bed. Xiaoqian, do you wear diapers to bed at night? Linshan asked as he carried her back to bed. Lin Xiaoqian innocently replied, Daddy, I don't wear diapers. I'm 2 years old, not a 1-year-old baby. Lin Chen smiled warmly. You are such a good girl. Now, go back to sleep. When Lin Chen next awoke, daylight had arrived. Lin Xiaoqian was already awake. She did not disturb Lin Chen. Upon seeing him awake, she giggled. Daddy, I woke up first. Mommy says that good babies go to bed early and rise early. Lin Chen smiled and replied, Of course, Xiaoqian is a good baby. Lin Xiaoqian snuggled into Lin Chen's embrace. Daddy, I want to wake up and see you. And I also want to wake up and see Mommy. That would make me so happy. Lin Chen mused, for he too wished to awaken and see Su Mingyao. Xiaoqian. Mommy is quite busy. He gently stroked her little head. Lin Xiaoqian, with a hint of longing, said, Daddy, I miss Mommy. I want to call her. Lin Chen sat up and replied, Xiaoqian, you have only been with Daddy for a day. If I call her now, Mommy might think that Daddy cannot take good care of you. How about we get up for breakfast and then move to our new home? Lin Xiaoqian's eyes brightened. Okay, let us move to the new house. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, children are easy to persuade. Su Mingyao had advised him not to call unless it was important. Before long, the two of them got out of bed. Daddy, I don't have a toothbrush. Mommy said if I don't brush my teeth, the bugs will bite, Lin Xiaoqian said with a sweet, childlike voice. Lin Chen felt a bit awkward. Although there was a towel in Lin Xiaoqian's suitcase, there was no toothbrush, and he had neglected to buy one yesterday. As a first-time father, he was devoid of any experience. Xiaoqian, let Daddy carry you out to buy one. Nearby, there was a small supermarket, and Lin Chen quickly returned with a toothbrush. Xiaoqian, how about some noodles for breakfast? He inquired. Daddy, do the noodles have meat in them? Yes, they must have meat. After finishing breakfast, Lin Chen began to pack for their move. He didn't possess many belongings and was not keen on keeping some items. A well-organized suitcase and a taxi ride would suffice for the relocation. By 9 o'clock, Lin Chen arrived at their new home. With a few more purchases, they could settle in comfortably. Xiaoqian, let's visit the large supermarket. We need to buy more vegetables so I can prepare a delicious lunch for you. The Ziyuan community had commercial areas, including a supermarket, where Lin Chen and Lin Xiaoqian acquired a substantial amount of groceries. Daddy, I want to paint. I want to draw you, Mommy, and the baby, Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed joyfully, clutching the newly bought paintbrushes. All right. Lin Chen prepared paper and brushes for her. But as Lin Xiaoqian struggled with her drawing, he gently held her tiny hand to guide her. 5 minutes passed. Host, your painting skills are beginning to improve. Accumulate 10 hours, and your skills will elevate to the master level. 20 hours will elevate you to the grandmaster level. The system's voice resonated in Lin Chen's mind. A smile crept onto his lips. Teaching his daughter to paint could elevate his own skills to a master level within 10 hours. The system was indeed impressive. If this continued, he would undoubtedly become a versatile father. Numerous painting experiences surged into Lin Chen's consciousness, which he quickly absorbed with the system's assistance. Daddy, you are amazing. Will you teach me how to paint? Lin Xiaoqian gazed at him with admiration. Lin Chen kissed her cheek and replied, Of course. Besides painting, is there anything else you would like me to teach you? Lin Xiaoqian pondered, counting on her fingers. I want you to teach me painting, singing, swimming, and also, I want you to teach me how to play soccer. Yang Yang has a big soccer ball. He said he wouldn't play with me because I can't. Lin Chen chuckled inwardly. Playing soccer at just over 2 years old? However, since my daughter is interested, I must support her. I'll teach her a bit. And she might just become a star player. Xiaoqian, it's no problem for Daddy to teach you these things. But if there is something you know, will you teach Daddy too? Lin Chen smiled. Lin Xiaoqian tilted her head in thought, and after a moment, she exclaimed a few phrases in English. Daddy, I can speak a little English. Can I teach you? Sure. It's settled then. Lin Chen replied with a grin. Lin Xiaoqian earnestly declared, Daddy, keep your little hands steady, for I am about to commence my lesson. Good morning is expressed in this manner. Lin Xiaoqian instructed with remarkable poise. 5 minutes elapsed, and a voice resonated within Lin Chen's mind. Host, after 3 hours of study, you will proficiently master English. Furthermore, for every 3 hours you teach Lin Xiaoqian a foreign language, you will attain mastery in another language, with no upper limit. Chapter 6. Seeking Su Mingyao for Language Learning? Lin Chen silently applauded the system 1,000 times over. The prospect of mastering a language in merely 3 hours was astonishingly efficient. Although it paled in comparison to the brute force of the sign-in system, he naturally absorbed knowledge during the process of teaching Xiaoqian. He relished this experience. Daddy, you are not being earnest. Children who do not take things seriously do not receive little red flowers. You know, Lin Xiaoqian chimed innocently. Lin Chen snapped back to attention. You are absolutely right, Teacher Xiaoqian. I shall pay close attention. Please continue with your lesson. All right. Lin Xiaoqian resumed her teaching. Born in Huagua, she had spent some time abroad, and Su Mingyao had also imparted English lessons to her. At this moment, she was indeed teaching quite adeptly. Time ticked away. A plethora of English information flooded Lin Chen's mind. In just 3 short hours, he had absorbed far more than he had in all his previous studies. Teacher Xiaoqian, shall we continue our studies this afternoon? It's nearly noon, and I must prepare a meal for you, Lin Chen said with a smile, raising his hand. Lin Xiaoqian giggled. Daddy, class is over. You can't call me Teacher Xiaoqian anymore. I am your precious little one. Indeed, you are my precious one, Lin Chen replied, gently ruffling Lin Xiaoqian's hair, feeling warmth in his heart. Now, I shall go prepare a meal for my little treasure. You can entertain yourself with drawing for a while. And later, you can teach me again. Soon, Lin Chen busied himself in the kitchen. 5 minutes passed, and his culinary skills began to improve rapidly. System, does the first 5 minutes not count? Lin Chen inquired in his mind. The system responded, Host, only durations exceeding 5 minutes are calculated. However, the initial 5 minutes will also be included in the assessment. Understood. A fleeting interest would not suffice. Yet, the system's requirements were not particularly demanding. 5 minutes of dedication would suffice. After 30 minutes, Lin Chen had prepared a delightful meal. Daddy, it smells so delicious. I certainly want to have 2 bowls of rice. Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed, drawn by the enticing aroma. Lin Chen scooped her up, saying, Xiaoqian, let us wash our hands first. And then you can sit in your chair to enjoy your meal. You are no longer a little baby. You can eat by yourself, right? Lin Xiaoqian nodded vigorously. Before long, Lin Chen led her to wash their hands. Lin Xiaoqian gazed at the beautifully arranged dishes on the table, exclaiming, Daddy, your dishes are so lovely. They look absolutely scrumptious. You are so amazing, Daddy. Lin Chen prepared a meal for Lin Xiaoqian using baby utensils. Xiaoqian, let us make sure to eat an extra piece of greens today, he encouraged. Lin Xiaoqian grimaced, yet found the vegetables not as unpalatable as she had anticipated. This was undoubtedly a testament to Lin Chen's culinary improvements. After a 2-hour nap, Lin Xiaoqian eagerly resumed her role as a little teacher. Lin Chen had studied for only half an hour in the morning, but he dedicated an hour to learning in the afternoon. He felt that he was becoming proficient enough to converse fluently in English. System, what is your standard for proficiency? He pondered silently. The system responded, Host. The standard for proficiency is the ability to interpret simultaneously. Lin Chen remarked, what a demanding standard. It seems unlikely that even native English speakers could achieve such a level even after a lifetime of study. No wonder I feel quite accomplished after just an hour and a half of learning out of 3 hours. Xiaoqian, it's time for us to engage in some outdoor activities. Remember, we bought a football? Daddy will take you to play, Lin Chen smiled. It is important to have 1 or 2 hours of outdoor exercise each day. Great. Let us go play football, Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed joyfully. While residing in Su Mingyao's villa, the nanny would sometimes take her out to play, but rarely would she arrange for outdoor activities. After all, children from affluent families are often regarded as precious. What if they were to get hurt during outdoor activities? Don't worry, Xiaoqian. Daddy will hold you while you hold the football, Lin Chen assured her, pulling out the ball with a grin. Okay. Lin Xiaoqian squealed as she hugged the football with both hands. Soon, Lin Chen took her downstairs. The Ziyuan community was a high-end neighborhood, complete with expansive grassy areas. Xiaoqian, you kick it to Daddy, Lin Chen encouraged with a smile. Hey. Lin Xiaoqian kicked the ball with all her might, sending it rolling 2 or 3 meters away. Xiaoqian, get ready to receive the ball. Lin Chen gently kicked it back to her. 5 minutes passed swiftly, and the system's voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. Host, your football skills are beginning to improve. After 10 hours, you will reach the mastery level, and after 20 hours, the grandmaster level. A smile spread across Lin Chen's face. Having clear levels made it all too evident. With 10 hours of practice, dedicating 1 or 2 hours a day outdoors, I could be ready to play in the World Cup in about a week, he thought, feeling quite pleased. However, he had no intention of becoming a professional player. Being a devoted father to Lin Xiaoqian was more delightful. System, mastering a language takes only 3 hours, while this requires 10 hours. Which is more challenging? Lin Chen inquired in his mind. The system replied, Indeed, host, even a 3-year-old can learn a language, making it relatively easier. Half an hour passed, and Lin Xiaoqian frowned, saying, Daddy, this football is being quite stubborn. Let us buy a new one. Her small feet often missed the mark when she kicked the ball. Lin Shan smiled gently. Xiao Qian, it's not that the football is uncooperative. Rather, you need to practice more. As he spoke, he juggled the ball effortlessly, his feet maintaining control for dozens of consecutive touches without dropping it. Wow. Lin Xiaoqian gazed at her father with admiration. Dad. Yang said his father is the best, but he was mistaken. My father is the greatest. Lin Shan paused, crouching down with a smile. Xiaoqian, let us not compare ourselves to others. It is sufficient for us to focus on our own learning. Do you understand? As long as you study diligently. That is truly commendable. Lin Xiaoqian nodded, though she seemed only partially comprehending. Now, let us continue practicing our passing. Half an hour later. Lin Xiaoqian wore a weary expression. Dad, I'm so tired. Can we go home and sleep? Lin Shan chuckled. You already napped at noon. We will sleep tonight. However, if you're tired, we shall stop playing football and head home to the bookstore to buy you some books. We can bring back a multitude of storybooks. Lin Xiaoqian's eyes lit up. All right, Dad, let's go to the bookstore. The next day arrived swiftly. Lin Shan listened as Lin Xiaoqian attended another hour and a half of lessons. Host, you have now mastered English proficiently. Continuing to listen to Xiaoqian's lessons will no longer enhance your skills, the system alerted Lin Shan. After 3 hours of teaching, Lin Xiaoqian had exhausted her lessons. Teacher Xiaoqian, what you just taught has already been covered, Lin Shan said with a smile. Lin Xiaoqian's cheeks flushed slightly. Dad, I don't know anymore. Perhaps you should ask Mom to teach you English. She's very proficient. Considering learning a foreign language from Su Mingyao seemed quite appealing. Xiaoqian, you are remarkable. After you taught me, I have recalled much of the English knowledge I had forgotten. How about I teach you instead? The roles of teacher and student had shifted. Lin Xiaoqian appeared somewhat bewildered. How had her father become so impressive? Chapter 7. Mom, you should call him husband. Ding ding. Lin Shan's phone rang. The incoming number appeared somewhat unfamiliar, prompting him to hang up. However, the caller persistently redialed shortly thereafter. Hello, Lin Shan answered this time. Su Mingyao's voice resonated from the other end. Lin Shan, it's me. How is Qian doing with you? Quite well, Lin Shan responded. I'll let Xiaoqian speak with you. He mused to himself. Wasn't Su Mingyao the one who said there was no important matter to discuss, hence forbidding him from calling? Yet here she was, reaching out to Xiaoqian after such a brief period. Xiaoqian, you can draw later. Your mother is calling. Lin Shan said as he switched the phone to speaker mode for Lin Xiaoqian. With both hands cradling the phone, Lin Xiaoqian beamed. Mom, where are you? I miss you so much. On the other end, Su Mingyao felt a pang of emotion. Mom misses you too. Are you doing well with your father? Lin Xiaoqian giggled. Mom, I'm doing great. Father's cooking is delightful. He is truly remarkable, even more so than Yang's father. Mom, please come quickly. Let's all sleep together. This way, when Qian wakes up, she will see both Daddy and Mommy at the same time. Su Mingyao's cheeks flushed slightly. Although she had been intimate with Lin Shan and had a child, her memories of that night were rather hazy due to being drugged. Lin Shan silently gave Lin Xiaoqian a thumbs up. What a good daughter. Lin Shan, are you nearby? Could you please keep your distance? I'd like to have a little chat with Qian, Su Mingyao said. Lin Xiaoqian piped up in her sweet, childish voice. Mommy, other mommies call their husbands hubby. You should call him that too. Lin Shan quickly interjected. I'll just step out to the restroom. You two carry on. He soon walked away. Qian. Mommy is a bit busy and might return late. You must listen to Daddy and eat your meals properly. All right? Su Mingyao urged. She found herself chuckling at the thought. After all, Lin Xiaoqian was just over 2 years old. Would she even remember? Qian, are you happy with Daddy? If you're not, Mommy can ask Aunt Qingqing to come and take you away, Su Mingyao offered. Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed, Mommy, I don't want to leave. I like Daddy. He is the best dad in the world. Su Mingyao sighed inwardly. Indeed, blood ties are undeniable. In such a short time, Lin Xiaoqian had grown quite attached to Lin Shan. Qian, Mommy has some matters to attend to, so I might be a bit late. You must be a good girl and listen to Daddy, okay? Don't worry, Mommy. I'm a good baby, Lin Xiaoqian assured her. Yes, Qian is the best. After chatting for a while, Su Mingyao ended the call. She was not in the mood for further conversation. Her mother had just entered the operating room. Mingyao, how is Qian doing? Su Guofeng, her father, inquired. He missed Lin Xiaoqian too, but he hesitated to speak. Knowing that Lin Xiaoqian would likely want to talk to her grandmother, who was currently not in a position to do so. Qian is fine. After all, Lin Shan is her father. She is very close to him, Su Mingyao replied. Su Guofeng nodded, saying, Lin Shan is Qian's father, and you are her mother. But you both must maintain a distance. You and Lin Shan belong to different worlds. Dad, this isn't to belittle him. It's just that your social standings are too disparate. Being with him would be too much of a compromise for you. Su Mingyao nodded slightly. Dad believes you will surely find a suitable partner. Su Mingyao remained silent. The events of the past had left her with psychological scars. She had no intention of seeking another man or entering into marriage. Dad, if Mom's surgery is successful, will you both be able to return home and regain control of the company? Su Mingyao asked. Su Guofeng shook his head. Even if the surgery is successful, she will need several months to recuperate. It's not feasible to rush back home so soon. You should continue managing the company. It's quite fine this way. Eventually, the family business will be yours to oversee. Su Mingyao replied. But Dad, that is not how you initially presented it. Initially, you suggested that I manage things for 3 to 5 months, yet it has now been over a year. Do you truly wish to retire at such a young age? Before reaching 50? Su Guofeng gently coughed and replied, Father, there is little I can do. Your mother's condition is quite serious, and I must be by her side. It has been proven that you have done remarkably well. Su Mingyao furrowed her brow and remarked, However, I am exceedingly busy with the company's affairs, leaving me with little time to accompany Qian. Su Guofeng responded, Mingyao, please continue managing for another 6 months. By then, your mother should be well on her way to recovery. 6 months is acceptable. I also intend to allow Lin Shan to care for her for no longer than that. By then, Qian will be starting kindergarten, and I will need to dedicate more time to her, Su Mingyao stated. Indeed, Su Guofeng nodded in agreement. Daddy, have you and Mommy divorced? Lin Xiaoqian asked in a sweet, innocent voice. Huh? Lin Shan looked at Lin Xiaoqian and inquired, Xiaoqian, do you know what divorce means? Lin Xiaoqian nodded, I know. Yuan's parents are divorced. She said her daddy doesn't want her anymore. Lin Shan lifted Lin Xiaoqian into his arms. Xiaoqian, both Mommy and Daddy would never abandon you. We are not divorced, so do not worry, he reassured her with a kiss on her cheek. If one were to consider divorce, it would require him and Su Mingyao to first be wed. Xiaoqian, can you write your name? Would you like Daddy to teach you? Lin Shan asked. Yes. Lin Xiaoqian's attention was quickly diverted. Lin Shan prepared paper and pen and began the lesson. 5 minutes passed. Host. Your calligraphy skills are beginning to improve. Practicing for 10 hours will elevate you to the level of a master, while 20 hours will achieve the status of a grandmaster. The system's voice announced. A subtle smile graced Lin Shan's face. Indeed, teaching Lin Xiaoqian to write would enhance his own calligraphy skills. His previous handwriting had been quite ordinary, and he had never mastered brush calligraphy. Now both his hard and soft penmanship would flourish. With mastery over various styles and dynasties, he would be able to write with ease. Daddy, my name is so difficult to write. Can I be called Linny instead? Lin Xiaoqian pouted after half an hour of effort. Lin Shan kissed her cheek. Xiaoqian, that will not do. How can we give up over such a minor challenge? You are the most wonderful Xiaoqian. Do not rush. Daddy will surely teach you. Lin Xiaoqian nodded in agreement. Lin Shan continued to teach her for another half hour. For someone so young, Xiaoqian's ability to persist for an hour was commendable. Xiaoqian, what would you like to do next? Lin Xiaoqian eagerly replied, Daddy, I want to go to the amusement park. Mommy took me there, and it was so much fun. Lin Shan affectionately stroked her cheek and smiled. Then let us go to the amusement park. However, Xiaoqian, we must agree that we cannot go too often. You still need to study, right? Lin Xiaoqian nodded obediently. An hour later, they arrived at the amusement park. Daddy, I want to play on that ride. Mommy took me on that one too, hee hee. Lin Xiaoqian pointed towards the carousel in the distance. Chapter 8. The journey to earning money begins. Soon, Lin Shan and Lin Xiaoqian took their seats on the spinning carousel. Xiaoqian, hold on tight. Lin Shan reminded her, sitting beside her. Even if she couldn't grasp firmly, he could easily reach out and steady her. Daddy, you must be careful too, Lin Xiaoqian sweetly replied. As the music began to play, the carousel started to rotate. In his mind, Lin Shan inquired, System, does this count as riding a horse? The system responded, Host, even if it does count, it shouldn't last more than 5 minutes. Indeed, after 3 minutes, the ride came to a halt. Daddy, let's go play bumper cars. I've played with Mommy, and there's so much fun. Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed excitedly. Lin Shan's eyes lit up. Bumper cars were indeed vehicles. He possessed a driver's license obtained during the summer of his sophomore year, but had hardly touched the steering wheel since then. His license almost gathering dust. Boss, how many minutes is it this time? Lin Shan inquired upon reaching the bumper car area. 10 minutes, the owner replied, without hesitation. Lin Chen paid the fee. Here we go. After 5 minutes, the system's voice echoed. Host, your driving skills are beginning to improve. After 10 hours, they will reach mastery level. After 20 hours, they can achieve grandmaster level. He felt a surge of satisfaction. Driving skills were indeed quite practical. He would surely need to buy a car in the future for more convenient outings. The thought of waiting for a taxi with Lin Xiaoqian in inclement weather was quite disheartening, especially the prospect of waiting indefinitely. Time ticked by, and Lin Chen's driving skills rapidly advanced. Xiaoqian, would you like to ride again? After their first round, Lin Chen cheerfully asked Lin Xiaoqian. Yes. Daddy, I want to ride 2 more times. Lin Xiaoqian joyfully replied. Lin Chen took her for 2 additional rides, and after half an hour, his driving skills had improved significantly beyond a novice level. If they visited the amusement park more frequently, he would soon be an experienced driver, with a few more visits. He might even become a race car driver. Xiaoqian, how about shooting? If you hit the balloons, you might win those plush toys, Lin Chen suggested. Lin Xiaoqian glanced at the prizes and said, Daddy, you shoot. I want that big dog. The big dog is looking at me, hee. All right, Daddy will definitely help you win it. Lin Chen replied with a grin. Bang, bang. Lin Chen shot slowly, taking 5 minutes to finish. The system's voice sounded again. Host, your shooting skills are beginning to improve. After 10 hours, they will reach mastery level. A wealth of shooting experience flooded Lin Chen's mind. Xiaoqian, Daddy didn't win this time. But I'll keep trying. Today, I will surely get you that big dog. Lin Chen kissed Lin Xiaoqian and smiled. Okay, Father will surely succeed. Lin Xiaoqian nodded repeatedly. In the second round, Lin Chen still did not achieve success, but his shooting skills had improved significantly after 2 rounds, and he was now quite adept. In the third round, Lin Chen finally captured the big dog, much to the owner's astonishment. Initially, Lin Chen's shooting was quite poor. How had he improved so dramatically? Boss, let us leave the doll here for now. We will come back for it later, Lin Chen said with a smile as he embraced Lin Xiaoqian and departed. As time passed, Lin Chen did not acquire any additional skills. The amusement park offered games such as archery and basketball, but Lin Xiaoqian was not particularly fond of those. He primarily brought Lin Xiaoqian to enjoy herself, and acquiring skills was merely a secondary benefit. Xiaoqian, we must return home. Look at how the clouds have gathered. It may rain soon, Lin Chen said, holding Lin Xiaoqian close. Reluctantly, Lin Xiaoqian replied, Daddy, the amusement park is so much fun. Can we come here again in the future? Of course, Lin Chen replied with a smile. He still needed to enhance his driving and shooting skills. After securing the big dog they had won, Lin Chen took a taxi home. It wasn't too long before thunder rumbled and rain began to pour. Houses were too expensive to consider at the moment. Buying a car was urgent. Lin Chen pondered to himself about the need for funds. Which skill would facilitate earning money? Thus far, he had acquired numerous skills: culinary arts, fairy tale writing, painting, soccer, calligraphy, driving, shooting, and English. If he were to master painting and calligraphy, he could potentially earn a significant income, but his current proficiency was insufficient. He had little interest in cooking for others. With enhanced athletic and driving skills, he could earn quite a bit playing soccer or racing, but he was not inclined to pursue such paths. At present, the most accessible means of earning money lay in fairy tale writing and English. Lin Chen mused to himself. He could tell Lin Xiaoqian more fairy tales to improve quickly. Submitting stories online would yield rapid payment. His English had reached the level of simultaneous interpretation, enabling him to take on challenging translation jobs online. Given that many in Huagua study English, the translation field was quite competitive, yet few could attain his current level. Earning money was undoubtedly within his grasp. Daddy, I miss Mommy so much. How wonderful it would be if she were here with us, Lin Xiaoqian murmured as she nestled in Lin Chen's embrace. While at the amusement park, she had seen many children accompanied by their parents, which filled her with envy. Lin Chen comforted her, saying, Xiaoqian, when Mommy returns, we can discuss going to the amusement park together, all right? She nodded eagerly in response. Let me tell you a story, dear. Yes, please. Lin Chen had a wealth of fairy tales in his mind. Even without a book, he could narrate them to Lin Xiaoqian effortlessly. Upon returning home, after dining and bathing, Lin Xiaoqian swiftly succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, Lin Chen began his online research. This should take me just a few hours to translate, he mused. With a translation fee of 5,000 yuan, it seemed reasonable enough. He decided to give it a try. He accepted a translation task that was posted online. Such high-difficulty tasks were seldom undertaken by others. Although the remuneration was substantial, at 5,000 yuan, the level of skill required was daunting, and it could take an entire month to produce a satisfactory translation. If the translation turned out to be poorly executed, payment would be withheld. With a flurry of keystrokes, Lin Shen set to work in his study, where a computer was already available. My typing speed has certainly improved, he thought to himself, attributing this enhancement to his increased physical fitness. Estimated to take 4 hours, he concluded the translation in just over 3. After a thorough review, he found no errors. He promptly sent the completed document to the recipient's email. He had verified that the recipient had a commendable reputation. Even if he were to be cheated out of the translation fee, he had only spent a little over 3 hours on the task and could address any discrepancies later. The following day arrived swiftly. "Oh, that was quick," the supervisor of a translation company remarked with confusion. Their firm frequently undertook numerous translation tasks, yet struggled to keep up, often outsourcing some assignments online. He recalled that this particular task had been accepted just the previous evening. It couldn't possibly be subpar, could it? The supervisor soon opened the email to review the submission. As he read, astonishment flickered across his face. The translation was remarkably proficient, surpassing his own capabilities by far. Upon checking the time, he realized that the translator had completed the task in a mere 3 hours. Goodness, I must have stumbled upon a genius. The supervisor was elated. If they could establish a relationship with such a talented individual, they would be able to take on more challenging assignments, thus increasing their profits. Esteemed translator, your work is exceptional. We will process the payment immediately. Would you be open to a long-term collaboration? Here is my phone number and WeChat ID. The supervisor quickly replied to Lin Shen's email. Chapter 9. Did you conduct a paternity test? Ding. The sound of a text message alerted Lin Shen. He retrieved his phone only to find a notification from the bank. The 5,000 yuan translation fee had been deposited. That was rather efficient, he mused. If the recipient claimed that there were issues with his translation, he would have a thorough discussion with them. Xiaoqian, why don't you entertain yourself for a bit? Daddy has some matters to attend to, he said, gently patting Lin Xiaoqian's head with a smile. Okay, Daddy, you go ahead, she replied obediently. Lin Shen proceeded to his study, opened the computer, and logged into his email, where he clicked on the message from the recipient. Long-term collaboration? He pondered. He exhibited little interest in long-term collaboration, as the potential earnings were limited. Even if he earned several thousand daily, it would only amount to over 100,000 monthly. While this may seem substantial to an average person, for him, who possessed a system, earning such an amount monthly was laughable. He profited far more from transportation utilizing the system's capabilities. Nonetheless, he found short-term gains from this venture to be acceptable. The 60,000 from Su Mingyao was not included. He personally only had around 30,000 left. After relocating, he had already spent several thousand on necessities. If he were the sole spender, that 30,000 could last him quite a while. However, with Lin Xiaoqian's involvement, expenses escalated rapidly. His recent trip to the amusement park had significantly dented his finances. He paid his rent monthly, which amounted to 15,000 each month. Hello. Lin Shen swiftly added the other party on WeChat. Greetings, esteemed one. Your translations are both swift and exceptional. We frequently have urgent and high-quality tasks available here, with compensation exceeding standard rates. Would you be interested in collaborating? Came the response from Yao Bin, the manager of the translation company on the other end of the line. I am merely seeking to earn some pocket money in the short term. You may send me the tasks. If they appeal to me, I shall accept them. Lin Shen replied. Very well. Yao Bin felt a twinge of regret. Yet, he recognized that a person of stature has their own disposition, and it was unwise to impose. If the esteemed one did not accept tasks from him, he could certainly find opportunities elsewhere. Esteemed one, I have 3 assignments for you. Please review them and see if any catch your interest. Shortly thereafter, Yao Bin forwarded the 3 challenging documents to Lin Shen. These assignments were beyond their internal capabilities. Outsourcing them online posed difficulties, as low offers often went unaccepted and quality could not be guaranteed. I shall accept all 3 if you raise the price by 10%. After reviewing, Lin Shen responded. Yao Bin was taken aback. Will you be able to manage all 3? It is not a significant concern. Yao Bin quickly acquiesced to Lin Shen's request for a price increase. After the 10% raise, the total for the 3 tasks amounted to 21,000. With Lin Shen estimating he would require around 10 hours to complete them. Lin Xiaoqian would take a nap, providing him with 1 or 2 hours during midday and over 3 hours in the evening. He anticipated finishing them in 2 days. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. In that time, Lin Shen had acquired a new skill, singing. This emerged while teaching Lin Xiaoqian children's songs. Ding! A message from the bank arrived. His translation submission had been accepted, earning him 21,000, coupled with the previous 5,000. He had earned a total of 26,000 over a span of several hours. Lin Chen felt the truth of the adage, knowledge is power. Previously, his arduous work yielded only a few thousand a month. Xiaoqian, you misread that. Let me read it to you again, Lin Chen said, glancing at the message while continuing to instruct Lin Xiaoqian in English. Soon, the system's voice resonated in Lin Chen's mind. Host, your proficiency in French has reached an advanced level. A subtle smile graced Lin Chen's face. He had acquired yet another foreign language with ease. System, let us proceed with German next. Lin Chen commanded in his mind, granting himself the autonomy to choose. Very well, host. Continue to instruct Lin Xiaoqian in foreign languages, which will enhance your proficiency in German, the system responded. Knock, knock. Shenqing arrived at the residence where Lin Chen once lived. After knocking for quite some time without receiving a response, a woman descending from the upstairs inquired, Are you looking for Lin Chen, young lady? Shenqing promptly replied, Yes. Elder sister, I am here to find Lin Chen. The woman scrutinized Shenqing. You must be Lin Xiaoqian's mother, right? Xiaoqian is quite adorable. You and your partner must take responsibility. Shenqing clarified, Elder sister, you misunderstand. Xiaoqian is the daughter of my close friend. The woman, feeling somewhat embarrassed, responded, I see. Lin Chen no longer resides here. I am unaware of his new whereabouts. Thank you, elder sister. Shenqing hurriedly departed downstairs. Ding ding. Shenqing dialed Su Mingyao's number. Su Mingyao frequently traveled abroad, and Shenqing had long since activated her international calling. Shenqing, how are things? Su Mingyao asked, her tone tinged with anxiety. She was aware that Shenqing would visit Lin Chen today, concerned for Lin Xiaoqian's well-being. Mingyao, Lin Chen has moved. Didn't he inform you? Shenqing inquired. Su Mingyao replied, No, he didn't. I told him not to contact me unless it was urgent, and he hasn't called. I'll call him now and find out. Then I'll get back to you. All right. After hanging up, Su Mingyao dialed Lin Chen's number. Hello, Lin Chen answered, already recognizing the number belonged to Su Mingyao. Lin Chen, where have you moved to? A friend of mine went to see Xiaoqian and discovered you had relocated, Su Mingyao asked. Lin Chen replied, Building 5. Apartment 2001 in Ziyuan Community. You need not worry. Xiaoqian is my daughter, and I shall not neglect her. Have you done a paternity test? Su Mingyao inquired. No. Xiaoqian resembles me greatly, and I trust you would not lie about such matters. With your qualities, you could easily find numerous suitors, Lin Chen stated. You may speak to Xiaoqian now. Activating the speakerphone, Lin Chen handed the phone to Lin Xiaoqian and rose to head to the restroom. Xiaoqian, how have you been with Daddy these past few days? Do you wish to continue living with him? Su Mingyao asked. Lin Xiaoqian joyfully replied, Of course I do. Mommy, let me tell you, Daddy is amazing. He is a superhero. Oh, in what ways is Daddy amazing? Su Mingyao prompted. Lin Xiaoqian held the phone and exclaimed, Daddy is incredible. He teaches me to sing, draw, write, and tells me so many stories. He knows a plethora of tales. Mommy, when will you come back? Xiaoqian misses you so much, she added. Su Mingyao reassured her, Mommy will return in a week. Lin Xiaoqian's grandmother had undergone a successful surgery, but she was still in the hospital. After chatting with Lin Xiaoqian for a while, Su Mingyao ended the call and relayed Lin Chen's new address to Shenqing. Shenqing, once you arrive at Ziyuan Community and reach Lin Chen's place, please take several photos and send them to me later, Su Mingyao instructed. Understood. The Ziyuan Community was not far, and Shenqing quickly drove there. After registering as a visitor, she entered the community. This community is quite nice, Shenqing mused. She had checked online and found that the housing prices in Ziyuan Community were rather steep. Ding dong. Shenqing arrived at the entrance of Building 5, Room 2001, and rang the doorbell. Chapter 10, Shenqing's Astonishment. Hello, you must be Shenqing. Please come in. Lin Chen greeted with a smile, Xiaoqian. Your Aunt Qingqing has arrived. Shenqing assessed Lin Chen. Her first impression was favorable. Although his attire was ordinary, it was neat and tidy. Aunt Qingqing. Lin Xiaoqian ran over excitedly. Qian, I've missed you so much, Shenqing said, squatting down to embrace Lin Xiaoqian with a warm smile. Lin Chen. It's my first visit, so I brought some fruits, including blueberries that Qian loves. Feel free to help yourself, Shenqing offered. Thank you. Lin Chen replied, as Shenqing carried Lin Xiaoqian into the house. Her gaze swept across the spacious interior. Although it could not compare to Su Mingyao's villa, it was still quite commendable. The size was more than adequate for Lin Shan and Lin Xiaoqian. The decor of the house exuded a comfortable ambience. Aunt Qingqing. Some children say I don't have a daddy, but I do have one, and he is the best, Lin Xiaoqian declared proudly. Qingqing kissed Lin Xiaoqian and reassured her, don't listen to those children. Of course you have a father. She chose to overlook the fact that Lin Xiaoqian claimed Lin Shan was the best. The Su family had conducted an investigation previously, and Lin Shan was quite ordinary. Throughout high school and university, he was virtually invisible. His family background was also unremarkable. His parents were just simple farmers. Though they were not impoverished, they certainly were not wealthy. In comparison to the Su family, they were worlds apart. Lin Shan, may I tour the house and take some photos? Meng Yao would like to see, Qingqing inquired. Lin Shan nodded. Sure, feel free to take as many as you like. The house spanned 160 square meters, comprising 3 rooms, 1 master bedroom, 1 secondary bedroom, and a study. Qingqing diligently captured several photos in each room. Lin Shan, the rent for this house must be quite high, right? Qingqing asked. Lin Shan nodded. It's 15,000 per month. By the way, please help me return this to Su Mengyao. Xiaoqian is my daughter, and I take care of her without needing her financial support. Lin Shan opened his suitcase and retrieved a bag filled with money. Qingqing was taken aback. You don't want it? This is for you and Qian's living expenses, she said. Lin Shan replied, I can earn my own living. During the first 2 years when she took care of Xiaoqian, I didn't provide any living expenses. Now that I'm caring for her, she doesn't need to support us financially. I will ensure that Xiaoqian has everything she needs. Qingqing shook her head and said, You can give it to her yourself when the time comes. She will surely come to visit Qian in the future. Lin Shan, it's almost noon. Let me treat you and Qian to a meal. Before Lin Shan could respond, Lin Xiaoqian chimed in, Aunt Qing, I don't want to eat out. The food outside isn't as delicious as what Daddy makes. I prefer Daddy's cooking. Lin Shan smiled and said, If you don't mind, Qingqing, why not have a meal at home? You can play with Xiaoqian for a bit while I prepare the food. It will only take about 40 to 50 minutes. That would be a great help. Qingqing nodded in agreement. Qian, how about Aunt Qing tells you a story? Qingqing took Lin Xiaoqian to the balcony, where a small table was adorned with numerous storybooks. Meanwhile, Lin Shan busied himself in the kitchen. Lin Xiaoqian had been with him for 5 days, helping with the dishes, and he spent over 2 hours in the kitchen each day, with each hour translating to a year of experience. He had accumulated more than a decade's worth of culinary expertise. This experience was not the typical decade of an ordinary cook, but rather that of a top-tier chef who had taught him personally. Lin Shan's culinary skills, without exaggeration, had now surpassed those of most head chefs in 5-star hotels. After 20 minutes had passed, Qingqing sniffed the air, captivated by the delightful aroma wafting from the kitchen. As 40 minutes ticked by, Lin Shan brought out the dishes, and the enticing scent grew even more pronounced. Qingqing, Xiaoqian, it's time to eat. Lin Shan called out. Aunt Qing, let us wash our hands first. We can't eat until we do, Lin Xiaoqian said in her sweet voice. Soon, the two finished washing their hands and arrived at the dining table. Qingqing was astonished to see 5 beautifully presented dishes prepared by Lin Shan in such a short time. Aunt Qing, the dishes Daddy makes are so delicious, Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed, pointing at one of the dishes. All right, Daddy will serve you some, Lin Shan said, affectionately ruffling Lin Xiaoqian's hair. Lin Shan, your culinary skills look impressive, Qingqing praised. Lin Shan replied with a smile, it's just decent. If you find it tasty, feel free to come over with Su Mengyao for more meals. Qingqing laughed. Mengyao is my good friend. If you want me to bring her, your food must be extraordinarily delicious. With that, she picked up her chopsticks and began to eat. As the food touched her lips, Qingqing was taken aback. Lin Shan's culinary prowess was indeed comparable to that of a 5-star chef. This dish is quite good. Let me try this fish, she said, sampling a second dish. The fish tender and exquisite. After trying all 5 dishes, Qingqing was profoundly impressed. Lin Shan's culinary skills eclipsed those of Su Mengyao by a wide margin, likely reaching the standards of a 5-star hotel chef. It is worth noting that there are many chefs in 5-star hotels, and the average person rarely has the opportunity to savor the creations of a head chef. Aunt Qingqing, isn't the food that Dad made delicious? Cici loves it so much, Lin Xiaoqian said sweetly. Qingqing pondered. With Lin Shan's exceptional culinary skills, how could it possibly not be delicious? Even Lin Xiaoqian, who is notoriously picky, has become less so. The meals prepared by the nanny hired by Su Mengyao are decent, but they pale in comparison to this. Su Mengyao's own cooking, however, is best left unmentioned. Cici, your father's cooking is indeed delightful, Shenqing praised. After finishing the meal, Shenqing felt completely satisfied. Typically, she maintains her figure by eating modestly, but Lin Chen's dishes were simply too irresistible. Xiao Qian, why don't you go play over there for a bit? Shenqing suggested. Given the sumptuous meal, may I ask you a question? Lin Chen inquired with a smile. Shenqing nodded. Go ahead. Lin Chen continued. Has Su Mingyao been involved with anyone else in the past 3 years? Shenqing raised an eyebrow. If she had been with someone else, would you still consider her now, even if she doesn't have a boyfriend? Lin Chen replied with a faint smile. 3 years is a long time. It would be normal for her to have had someone else. However, in that case, I wouldn't want to intrude. He is a man of principles, with standards. Shenqing remarked. In light of this meal, I can share some insight. She hasn't been with anyone. After what happened back then, she developed a psychological barrier and is quite resistant to men. Even holding hands is a challenge for her. Even if you are Xiao Qian's father, it would likely be difficult to pursue her. Lin Chen chuckled. Thank you for the information. Today was just a trial. In the future, please bring Su Mingyao over more often. I promise you'll get to savor even more delectable dishes. His culinary skills are still on the rise. And by the next time Shenqing visits, his cooking will have reached new heights. This was just average. You're being a bit modest, Shenqing laughed. With your culinary talent, why not become a chef? It would surely be far superior to your current job. Lin Chen smiled but remained silent, as he had never been satisfied with his previous cooking skills. Chapter 11. Has the fairy tale ended? In the afternoon, Lin Xiaoqian needed a nap, and Shenqing took her leave. Beep beep. Upon exiting the neighborhood, Shenqing dialed Su Mingyao's phone. Su Mingyao was abroad, and it was quite late there. But Shenqing knew she was likely still awake. Sure enough, the call connected immediately. Shenqing, what's going on? Su Mingyao inquired hastily. Shenqing replied with a smile. Mingyao, we were worrying for nothing. Cici is probably living even better at Lin Chen's place than before. Lin Chen's rented apartment is in a high-end community, and the house is spacious and well-decorated. It's more than enough for 2 people, and you can comfortably live there too. Su Mingyao retorted playfully. Don't say things like that. Shenqing continued. In any case, Xiao Qian is living quite well, and in terms of food, she's undoubtedly eating better than we are. No way. Su Mingyao responded in disbelief. They are affluent and certainly do not lack in quality meals. Mingyao, did you not mention that your father had conducted an investigation in the past? Was he not able to discover that Lin Chen possesses extraordinary culinary skills? His culinary abilities rival those of a 5-star hotel chef. Su Mingyao, incredulous, responded, Are you speaking nonsense? If he possesses such skills, why has he not pursued a career as a chef? The remuneration for a 5-star hotel chef would surely be substantial. I cannot say, replied Shenqing. Nonetheless, the lunch I had today at his place was exquisite. All 5 dishes were exceptionally delicious, and I am quite full now. Shenqing rubbed her stomach. Su Mingyao remained skeptical. Without formal training, how could he possibly have such remarkable culinary prowess? Perhaps it is a natural talent, suggested Shenqing. Qianqian remarked that her father's cooking is the best, and I thought she was exaggerating, yet it appears to be true. Shenqing mused. At this juncture, Shenqing paused. Mingyao, the 60,000 yuan that Lin Chen did not use is still in Qianqian's suitcase. He asked me to take it to you, but I did not. You will undoubtedly visit Qianqian in the future. You may retrieve it yourself. Su Mingyao furrowed her brow. Why would he refuse it? The rent for his apartment must be considerable. The rent is 15,000 a month, Shenqing replied. Lin Chen mentioned that as Qianqian's father, it is his duty to care for her, and he does not require your financial assistance. Mingyao, perhaps Lin Chen is not as ordinary as he seems, Shenqing asserted. Sensing Lin Chen's confidence, Su Mingyao retorted, You are merely softening your stance after a single meal. Did you not take photos as requested? You did capture some. Did you not? Indeed, I did, Shenqing confirmed. I will send you the photo shortly. Soon after, Su Mingyao received the images sent by Shenqing. The living environment appeared rather pleasant. Su Mingyao exhaled in relief. It seemed Lin Chen was quite affectionate towards Lin Xiaoqian. Knowing that Lin Xiaoqian was doing well allowed her to feel at ease and stay a few more days. After all, she was both a mother and a daughter, having just emerged from a harrowing experience. Unbeknownst to them, 2 days had slipped by. Lin Chen completed 3 more translation assignments, earning over 20,000 yuan, bringing his bank balance to over 70,000 yuan. Host, your storytelling ability has reached the level of a grandmaster. The system's voice resonated in Lin Chen's mind. Within a week, he had narrated stories to Lin Xiaoqian for a total of 20 hours, 10 hours denote a master level, while 20 hours elevate one to grandmaster status, achieving a standard of the highest caliber globally. Another piece of good news. A smile graced Lin Chen's face. Just half an hour ago, while teaching Lin Xiaoqian English, the system had notified him that his proficiency in German had reached a skilled level. He now mastered English, French, and German, and could perform simultaneous interpretations in all three languages. "Daddy, your stories are so delightful," Lin Xiaoqian murmured as she lay beside Lin Chen. "Please tell me another story, will you?" "Of course," Lin Chen replied with a smile. He began to tell a new story, but halfway through, Lin Xiaoqian could no longer resist the allure of sleep and succumbed sweetly to slumber. Leaning down, he placed a gentle kiss on Lin Xiaoqian before making his way to the study. The fairy tale had reached a masterful level. It was high time to capitalize on it, Lin Chen mused. A single translation could yield several thousand, yet the earnings felt meager. Acquiring this apartment seemed a daunting task. The children's market was vast, and the demand for exquisite fairy tales was immense. Gaining recognition through publishing would undoubtedly prove far more lucrative than mere translations. Moreover, a successful tale could generate a continuous stream of income. Lin Chen decided to adopt a pseudonym for himself. With a flurry of inspiration, he swiftly completed a 1,000-word fairy tale and uploaded it to the newly registered platform, Tongxi Network. Tongxi Network is the largest fairy tale platform in the country, offering online reading, and should a story gain popularity, editors would reach out for publication. After submitting one piece, Lin Chen continued to write. He was not merely interested in selling a story or two. His ambition was to craft numerous tales, establish a reputation, and eventually publish directly. Su Xiao was an editor at Tongxi Network. Although it is the leading fairy tale platform domestically, the industry faced significant challenges, and they needed to identify quality stories to recommend in order to attract more users. With a larger user base, they could retain more talented authors. What is this nonsense? Su Xiao frowned, having encountered very few commendable pieces throughout the day. The industry was rife with mediocrity. Lin Yu, a new author, caught her attention. Su Xiao read Lin Chen's story. After finishing it once, she delved into a second reading, excitement lighting up her eyes. As a professional editor, she could discern that this was undoubtedly a top-tier work. "Editor-in-chief, I have discovered a gem," she quickly called the chief editor. She had the authority to recommend, albeit limited. Her endorsement would not hold the same weight as that of the chief editor. "Really?" Chief editor Chen Wenhan responded with delight. "Perhaps there is even more to it." "I believe this fairy tale could endure for a century," Su Xiao replied. At that moment, Chen Wenhan was at home and hurriedly opened his computer. After reading it, he shared Su Xiao's sentiments. This fairy tale held the potential for lasting legacy. "Oh," Chen Wenhan noticed that Lin Yu had updated with another piece. "Excellent, splendid." Upon finishing the second story, Chen Wenhan was even more exhilarated, feeling it surpassed the first. "Have you seen the second piece, editor-in-chief? Lin Yu is undoubtedly a master. We must arrange a recommendation before he slips away." Su Xiao called Chen Wenhan once more. Immediately, Chen Wenhan swiftly set up the best recommendation. "Only a handful of readers? This is far too few. However, the ratings are all perfect 10s. At least the feedback is promising," Lin Chen murmured. After completing the second piece, he reviewed the performance of the first. A mere dozen clicks, quite disheartening. Nevertheless, he pressed on. Lin Chen continued to write, his mind teeming with stories, each narrative spanning around 1,000 words, and he could effortlessly compose 3 tales in an hour. He aimed to compile 10 tales tonight, and once he had around 20 or 30, he could publish a collection of fairy tales. Above the celestial herbs, is it genuine? To his surprise, the chief editor had provided such a comment. Achieving the celestial herb level was commendable indeed. Chen Wenhan arranged for a recommendation, and soon many began to click on it. Each night, numerous individuals sought stories on the Tongxin website, and this moment marked a peak in site traffic. Truly, above the celestial herbs, Lin Yu was remarkable. A flawless review. No further explanation needed. Tomorrow night, he would share these 2 stories with the children. How delightful. The comments section swiftly filled with numerous messages. 3 hours elapsed. With a sigh of relief, Lin Chen completed the remaining 8 pieces in one go. Uploading them individually was cumbersome, so he decided to submit them all at once. What was happening? Upon opening the website, Lin Chen was taken aback. Both fairy tales had exceeded 50,000 clicks with thousands of comments. This was a phenomenal success. Chapter 12. Signing with Tongxi Network. It turned out they had received a recommendation on the homepage. The combined rewards for the two short stories amounted to an impressive 1,000 yuan, quite satisfactory. A smile graced Lin Chen's face. He hurriedly uploaded the other 8 pieces he had written. These fairy tales were bound to gain popularity, and soon they would yield a substantial income from daily rewards. Remarkable indeed. Qin Wenhan was filled with admiration. After offering the recommendation, he monitored the data closely in the same 3-hour span. Lin Yu's 2 short stories garnered significantly higher click rates. His endorsement had a definite impact, and he speculated that some readers had recommended it to others, attracting many. Typically, with the same recommendation slot for other stories, the click rate in 3 hours would only reach around 10 to 20,000, with 30,000 being exceptional. Yet, Lin Yu's 2 pieces had astonishingly surpassed 50,000 clicks. Ding! Qin Wenhan's phone chimed again. Chief editor, you're still awake, I presume? I was just getting into bed. Is there an issue? Qin Wenhan felt a surge of anxiety. Could it be that another website had lured Lin Yu away, prompting him to announce his departure? On the other end, Su Xiao replied excitedly. Chief editor, it seems our timely recommendation resonated with Lin Yu. He has released 8 more fairy tales. I selected one to read, and it is indeed above the celestial herbs. Qin Wenhan immediately sat upright. He rushed to his study and reopened his computer. Indeed. Lin Yu had updated with 8 new pieces. Incredible! Simply incredible! Lin Yu's caliber was undoubtedly among the world's elite. Qin Wenhan quickly read through 2 of them, finding their quality matched that of the first 2. Ding! The phone of Qin Wenhan rang. It was a call from a publisher. 3,000 for a buyout? If you have fairy tales of this caliber, I can offer 5,000 for each, and I will purchase as many as you have. Qin Wenhan hung up the phone. 3,000 for a fairy tale of such quality? What a ridiculous proposition. For a newcomer, 3,000 might seem quite appealing, but with Lin Yu's exceptional talent. Qin Wenhan firmly believed that Lin Yu could not possibly be a novice. Rather, he was undoubtedly a top-tier master. If he dared to quote such a price to Lin Yu, there was a chance Lin Yu might vanish in the night. Ding! Within 2 minutes, Qin Wenhan's phone rang again. Someone was seeking his contact information for a purchase. Old Zhang, 1,000 for a piece of extraordinary work is reasonable. But Lin Yu's creations are masterpieces that surpass even that. A century from now, even when we are long gone, these fairy tales will endure. Do you truly believe Lin Yu, with his caliber, could be a newcomer? 30,000 for a piece? I could inquire with Lin Yu, but at that price, I reckon it's improbable to secure a deal. After conversing for a while, Qin Wenhan hung up the phone. 30,000 was not an insignificant amount. Yet he understood that acquiring fairy tales of such a level at that price would prove challenging. Ding! Before long, the 3rd call came in. A night passed. Lin Chen slept soundly, while Qin Wenhan only fell asleep at 3 in the morning and was awakened by phone calls shortly after 6. Lin Xiaoqian was still asleep, and Lin Chen made his way to the study. Upon accessing the authoress backend, Lin Chen was astonished to find that the views on the first 2 pieces had nearly reached 100,000. The other 8 pieces had garnered 4 to 50,000 views each. The total amount of tips across all 10 pieces had surprisingly exceeded 10,000. Naturally, the tips were not entirely his, as the website took a 30% cut. Editor-in-Chief Qin Wenhan? Lin Chen noticed a message in the backend. The editor-in-chief of Tongxin Network wished to add him as a WeChat friend. He decided to hold off on adding the contact for now. He did not want to appear overly eager, which might make him seem like a novice. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was noon. After having her lunch and playing for a while, Lin Xiaoqian fell asleep. Only then did Lin Chen add Qin Wenhan. Throughout the morning, Qin Wenhan was distracted from his work. Lin Chen's prowess was formidable. If he failed to provide the best recommendations, Lin Chen might very well abandon him. Conversely, if he provided the finest recommendations, Lin Chen might take users with him when he left. Given the current situation, if Lin Chen decided to leave, he might even have to resign himself. Ding! The phone rang again. Qin Wenhan quickly picked it up. He added me. Finally, he added me. Qin Wenhan was elated. Lin Chen had taken a long time to add him, causing him much anxiety. Esteemed figure, I am Qin Wenhan, the editor-in-chief of Tongxin Network. The reason for my contact is that numerous publishers are eager to purchase the fairy tales you have written. Qin Wenhan swiftly sent a message to Lin Chen. What price? Lin Chen inquired with curiosity. Qin Wenhan quickly replied. The quality of the 10 fairy tales is exceptionally high, with the highest bid reaching 680,000. Lin Chen felt his heart race slightly. He had written those 10 tales in 3 to 4 hours. However, they were not his original creations, but rather provided by the system. While his skills were commendable, Producing a tale of such caliber within 3 days was already a significant achievement. Editor-in-Chief Chen, I am not inclined to sell at this moment. I have other fairy tales to publish in the future, and I am uncertain what terms Tongxin Network can offer me next, Lin Chen responded. Qin Wenhan breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Lin Chen did not disappear, everything else could be negotiated. I would also advise you against selling at this time. Your works will undoubtedly fetch a higher price in the future. Could we possibly meet? We will provide you with the best terms. Lin Chen pondered. Without signing a contract, he would certainly have concerns. Someone in his position could vanish at any moment. There is no need for a meeting. Please discuss and see what terms you can offer. If they are satisfactory, an online contract will suffice, Lin Chen replied after some contemplation. He needed to take Lin Xiaoqian along and had no time for a face-to-face meeting. Additionally, he wished to remain inconspicuous to protect his identity, as any exposure could jeopardize his parenting endeavors. Writing fairy tales was merely a means to earn some money. Ensuring Lin Xiaoqian's well-being was his utmost priority. Understood, esteemed one. Qin Wenhan promptly reported to his superior. Even as the chief editor, he could not make unilateral decisions on this matter. An hour later, Qin Wenhan sent over a document. Lin Chen opened it to review. The conditions offered by Tongxin Network were quite appealing, with full recommendations and additional promotional resources outside the platform. Furthermore, the revenue sharing from tips was a remarkable 91% in his favor. He would retain 90%, while Tongxin Network would only receive a mere 10%, which might not even cover their taxes. Editor-in-Chief Chen, the terms are acceptable. I can proceed with signing a contract with the website, Lin Chen replied after a careful review. He would only publish on Tongxin Network, retaining copyright, and any intent to publish would require the website's cooperation in promotion. We will prepare the contract immediately. My boss has stated that, to express our sincerity, we will also provide an additional 300,000 as a signing bonus. Qin Wenhan joyfully responded. For top-tier writers, a signing bonus of 300,000 was not excessive, but the added bonus after negotiating favorable terms felt truly generous. Lin Chen smiled. He suspected that they had already arranged the signing bonus beforehand, and he did not fuss over the details. The website had not skimped on this expense. Thank you. Soon. Qin Wenhan sent over the electronic contract. Lin Chen completed the signing process. Esteemed one, let us enjoy a fruitful collaboration. Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to reach out. Qin Wenhan's face radiated with joy. With a superlative talent like Lin Chen anchoring the website, rapid growth was assured, and his bonuses for the year were undoubtedly secured. Chapter 13. Taking Lin Xiaoqian to buy a car. Ding. The sound of a bank card notification echoed. The signing bonus of 300,000 soon landed in Lin Chen's account. Although this amount is subject to taxation, there is no immediate need to pay taxes. It can be settled during the annual tax reconciliation. Quite swift indeed. A faint smile graced Lin Chen's face. With the earnings from translation and the signing bonus combined, purchasing a vehicle priced around 300,000 posed no issue. In time, as his finances grow, he would be able to acquire an even better car. But a vehicle in this price range already met his needs. At the 300,000 level, safety and features are commendable. Any further investment primarily enhances prestige. What vehicle should he choose? Lin Chen pondered. If he were alone, he would opt for an electric car, as they accelerate swiftly and provide an exhilarating driving experience. However, with Lin Xiaoqian in mind, the safety of electric vehicles still requires further validation. Perhaps a Volvo would suffice. After a brief search online, Lin Chen decided on the Volvo 60. The price was reasonable, and the safety of the brand was well regarded. His aspirations for brand prestige were minimal. Furthermore, in the 300,000 category, it would merely be a practical vehicle. Acquiring one would not elevate others' opinions of him. He had no need for a car to impress. With the help of his nurturing system, he would be an invincible father to Lin Xiaoqian. Suddenly, the sound of Lin Xiaoqian's cries echoed from the master bedroom. Lin Chen hurried inside. Xiaoqian, Daddy's here. Why are you crying? He swiftly embraced Lin Xiaoqian, noticing her damp hand. With tear-filled eyes, she lamented, Daddy, I wet my pants. I'm not a good baby anymore. Lin Chen quickly reassured her. Xiaoqian, who said that? It's perfectly normal for little ones like you to have accidents. Some children even wet themselves at 5 or 6 years old. Daddy will help you change. Lin Xiaoqian looked up with a pitiful expression. Daddy, is that true? The nanny said that children who wet their pants aren't good. Lin Chen furrowed his brow in silence. Clearly, the nanny wished to avoid extra work, but it was natural for such a young child to have accidents. Xiaoqian. Of course, it's true. Your nanny might have cared for older children, and doesn't he understand? You are only a little over 2 years old, he said, kissing her gently. Soon, Lin Shan had cleaned Lin Xiaoqian and changed her clothes. Naturally, the bed linens would need washing as well. However, this posed no significant inconvenience. As the washing machine was a washer-dryer combo, he could simply toss the sheets inside for a thorough clean. Daddy, you've worked hard. Let me give you a kiss. Lin Xiaoqian planted a kiss on both of Lin Shan's cheeks. Xiaoqian, this afternoon we are going to buy a car, Lin Shan said with a smile. Lin Xiaoqian shook her head. Daddy, I don't like cars, I like dolls. Can we buy a doll instead? Lin Shan playfully pinched her little nose. I'm not talking about little cars, but big ones. We need a vehicle to get to places like amusement parks, and it can be a bit inconvenient otherwise. Taxis don't have safety seats. Father, Mother possesses 3 grand vehicles, and we can indeed drive one of Mother's magnificent cars, as she has expressed her willingness to share. Lin Xiaoqian, somewhat perplexed, pondered why Mother owns a car, let alone 3, while Father still feels the need to purchase another. Mother has 3 vehicles? She confirmed, nodding. One is quite low, another is lengthy, and the last one is very tall. I often ride in the tall one and have also been in the long one, but never in the low one. Lin Shan surmised that the low vehicle Xiaoqian referred to was a sports car, which is hardly suitable for her. Xiaoqian, Mother's choice of vehicles differs from Father's. Quickly put on your little shoes. We are about to set off, Lin Shan said with a smile. After more than half an hour, Lin Shan arrived at the dealership. Having inspected the vehicles, Lin Xiaoqian expressed her approval, prompting Lin Shan to make an immediate purchase. The car was available for immediate delivery, and with a temporary license plate printed, they could drive away. Xiaoqian, Father needs to drive in front. You must sit obediently in your safety seat, or you might encounter danger. Lin Shan gently placed Lin Xiaoqian in her safety seat. Currently, the automotive market is sluggish, leading to lower prices, and this particular high-quality safety seat was a complimentary gift from the dealership. Father, Xiaoqian is the most obedient. Lin Xiaoqian chimed sweetly. Mr. Lin, your daughter is incredibly adorable. I wish I had a daughter. My wife has blessed me with a pair of twin sons, the sales representative remarked enviously. Lin Shan chuckled. If you strive a little harder, perhaps the universe will grant you a daughter with your 3rd child. The sales representative shook his head in resignation. 2 sons have already worn me out. What would I do if another son came along? Mr. Lin, feel free to contact me anytime if you have any questions. He added. Lin Shan nodded and confidently drove away. System, will my driving like this enhance my skills? Lin Shan inquired mentally. The system replied, of course, host. Accumulate 10 hours to reach the master level, 20 hours for the grandmaster level, 40 hours for the legendary level, and 80 hours for the mythical level. Lin Shan asked, and what happens after reaching the mythical level? Driving is often necessary, and accruing 80 hours is not difficult. The system explained, host. The limits vary across different skills. The maximum limit for driving skills is 100 hours. Once you reach 100 hours, your driving ability will cease to improve. Understood. Lin Shan mused contentedly. In just 20 hours, he could attain the Grand Master level, which is the pinnacle of driving expertise on Earth. His path to mastery spans 100 hours. By the time he finishes, even the greatest drivers would pale in comparison. Father, where are we going? Lin Xiaoqian inquired from the back seat, sitting obediently. Lin Shan replied with a smile. Xiaoqian, we are heading to the supermarket. Now that we have a car, we can purchase the items that were previously inconvenient to buy. Think about what you would like to get. Lin Xiaoqian responded sweetly. Upon entering the supermarket, Lin Xiaoqian perched herself on the shopping cart, while Lin Shan pushed her forward as she curiously glanced around. Before long, Lin Shan had filled half the cart. Beep. His phone chimed. He retrieved it to find a call from his mother, Chen Mei. It was time to update the family, Lin Shan mused. Although they still rented their home, the new place would provide accommodation for his parents should they visit the bustling metropolis. With a new car at his disposal, he could take his parents and Lin Xiaoqian out for an excursion. Swiftly, Lin Shan answered the call. On the other end, Chen Mei inquired, Son, are you currently unemployed? Lin Shan raised an eyebrow. Mom, did Zhou Wei speak to you? Zhou Wei, a fellow villager and colleague in a different department, had been laid off while he remained employed. Yes, he called to inform us of your layoff. His mother just visited briefly, ostensibly to express concern, but truly to brag about her son's success, Chen Mei replied. Lin Shan shook his head internally. Such behavior was commonplace in rural areas. While many villagers were sincere, there were also those who loved to gossip. Mom, let us focus on living our own lives, he said. Chen Mei continued. Well, son, If you're out of work, do you have any money? If not, I can transfer some to you. Chapter 14. Lin Chen's parents arrive. I still have some funds. Is Dad not home? Lin Chen asked. Chen Mei responded, your father has gone to the fields. If you run out of money, don't hesitate to let us know. We have saved a bit. Mom, once Dad returns, please do a video call. I have something important to report to both of you. Lin Chen smiled. Chen Mei's eyes brightened. Son, have you found a girlfriend? I'll tell you later. Goodbye for now. Lin Chen concluded the call. In the supermarket, with people bustling around, it was rather inconvenient to talk. Lin Xiaoqian gazed at Lin Chen. Daddy, was that Grandma? How did you know? Lin Chen asked, amused. The ride said so. Daddy's mom is called Grandma. Daddy, I want to ride the carousel, she declared. All right, we will go to the carousel shortly. Lin Chen smiled, patting her little head. Back at Lin Chen's hometown, Chen Mei couldn't resist calling her husband. Dear, our son is acting mysteriously. He might have found a girlfriend. Really? Lin Hai's eye sparkled. Chen Mei added, he mentioned waiting for you to return to report something important. It must be about a girlfriend. Oh, and another matter. He was laid off last month, so he might be short on money. In the fields, Lin Hai wiped his brow, saying, I still have some money in my account. Let us gather a bit and transfer 10,000 to him later. If that is insufficient, we can withdraw from the fixed deposit. Chen Hai reminded, do return early to take a shower and dress nicely. Perhaps your son's girlfriend will be by his side. And we must not bring shame upon him. Understood, Lin Hai replied, hastily finishing the remaining tasks. Lin Chen and Lin Xiaoqian arrived home. Xiaoqian, remember to greet your grandparents when you see them, all right? Lin Chen smiled, having already shown her photos of his parents. Lin Xiaoqian nodded, her brow furrowing with concern. Daddy, what if Grandpa and Grandma don't like me? How could they not? You are so adorable, they will surely adore you. Lin Chen reassured her, embracing her and planting a couple of kisses on her cheek. Half an hour passed. Ding! A message pinged on Lin Chen's WeChat. Upon checking, he was astonished to find that his father had transferred 10,000 yuan to him. Lin Chen promptly initiated a video call to his father. The call connected swiftly, revealing his parents clad in their best attire, as if they were visiting relatives. Dad, Mom, why did you send me money? I'm fine, Lin Chen inquired. Chen Mei interjected. Son, have you found a girlfriend? Having a partner means expenses will increase. Your father and I thought we'd support you a bit. Lin Chen smiled, saying, Mom and Dad, I have a surprise for you. He gestured for Lin Xiaoqian to come over. Grandpa, Grandma, Lin Xiaoqian called out sweetly into the camera. Lin Chen's parents were momentarily taken aback. What is going on? Isn't this supposed to be a girlfriend? Why is there a little darling instead? And this little darling is calling us Grandpa and Grandma. Daddy, what if Grandpa and Grandma don't approve? Do they not like Qin Qian? Lin Xiaoqian looked at Lin Chen anxiously. Sweetheart, we like you very much. Son, what is happening? Lin Hai asked hastily. Clearing his throat, Lin Chen explained. This is Lin Xiaoqian. 3 years ago, due to an accident, her mother became pregnant with her. A week ago, her mother brought her to find me. She is your biological granddaughter. Lin Hai and Chen Mei were overwhelmed with joy, astonished to suddenly have such a delightful granddaughter. Qin Qian, I apologize for Grandma not responding sooner. When Grandma visits, I will bring you delicious treats, Chen Mei soothed. Lin Hai quickly added. And Grandpa will bring you something as well. Thank you, Grandpa and Grandma. Are you coming to see me? Lin Xiaoqian chirped. Yes, we will come tomorrow. Chen Mei replied, eager to set off immediately. Lin Chen smiled. Qian Qian, go draw for a while. Daddy will talk with Grandpa and Grandma. And I'll join you soon. Goodbye, Grandpa and Grandma. Lin Xiaoqian skipped off to the balcony to paint. Lin Hai asked, Son, have you and Qian Qian's mother registered your marriage? Lin Chen shook his head. Qian Qian's mother is Su Mingyao. Our situation is rather unique. Initially, we were merely acquaintances. Lacking intimacy, under peculiar circumstances, we formed a connection. Subsequently, she went abroad, and I remained oblivious to the fact that she had given birth to a child. Chen Mei remarked, if Su Mingyao has no one else, then you should promptly secure your marriage certificate. We will endeavor to provide a generous betrothal gift, as it is not easy for her to raise a child alone. Lin Chen responded, Mother, it is not so straightforward. Su Mingyao may not have anyone else, but I discovered online that her family's assets are conservatively estimated to exceed 10 billion. Lin Hai and Chen Mei were taken aback. 10 billion? Such a sum was an astronomical figure for them. Xiao Qian had begun to comprehend the situation. She desired her father, and since Su Mingyao had been preoccupied lately, she was sent over. Yet, I am who I am, And she is who she is, Lin Shan stated. Lin Hai and Chen Mei nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. Chen Mei said, "It is quite normal for someone to possess assets worth over $1 billion. We are well aware of your worth. We will come over tomorrow," Lin Shan replied. "Mother, please send me your ID numbers. I will purchase your plane tickets. Once you arrive at the airport, feel free to ask the staff for assistance if needed. Rest assured." Soon, Chen Mei sent her ID numbers. Lin Shan procured the tickets for them. "Dear, what shall we do about this situation in the future? It appears that he and Meng Yao are unlikely to be together. Will he ever marry?" Chen Mei inquired. Lin Hai frowned slightly, recognizing the complexity of the issue. With the Su family's assets exceeding 10 billion, the likelihood of their son marrying Su Meng Yao seemed slim. And if he were to find another partner, Lin Chen would then have an additional daughter. "We shall address it later," Lin Hai sighed. The following morning, Lin Hai and his family boarded a private vehicle to the provincial capital. After 2 to 3 hours, they arrived at the airport, with 2 hours remaining before the flight. After lunch, Lin Shan said, "Xiao Qian, we are going to pick up your grandparents." He carried Lin Xiao Qian out. Xiao Qian was due for a nap, and the timing was perfect for her to rest in the car. "Grandpa, Grandma." Around 2 in the afternoon, Lin Shan and Lin Xiao Qian met up with them. "Qian Qian, come here for a hug," Chen Mei said, carefully embracing Lin Xiao Qian. "Grandma, kiss." Lin Xiao Qian planted a kiss on Chen Mei's cheek, which instantly brought a radiant smile to Chen Mei's face, leaving Lin Hai enviously astounded. "Mom and Dad, Xiao Qian's sudden appearance left me somewhat bewildered, which is why I didn't inform you immediately," Lin Shan explained. Lin Hai nodded. "It's all right. We hurried over, and perhaps it would have startled Xiao Qian. Now that she is familiar with you, it is better for us to visit." Indeed, Lin Shan led Lin Hai and Chen Mei to the parking lot. Upon seeing Lin Shan behind the wheel, they were not overly surprised, as they presumed the car belonged to Su Meng Yao. "Son, is your driving skill up to par? It doesn't even matter if we bump into something, but Xiao Qian must not be in any danger," Chen Mei inquired. In a brief span, Lin Xiao Qian had completely won over Chen Mei and the others. "Rest assured, Mom. I am affectionately known as the driving god of Qiuming Mountain," Lin Shan said with a cheerful smile. Chapter 15. "Dad, I've made some pocket money." After driving for several kilometers, Lin Hai and the others finally felt at ease. Lin Shan's driving skills were indeed commendable. Even at a brisk pace, he maneuvered the vehicle with remarkable steadiness. "Mom, Dad, was the journey smooth?" Lin Shan inquired. Lin Hai nodded. "It was quite smooth, though your mother's impatience led us to depart early, resulting in nearly 2 hours of waiting at the airport." Chen Mei remarked, "Arriving early is certainly better than being late. If any mishap were to occur en route, I fear you would be more anxious than I. After all, planes do not wait for anyone." In a sweet voice, Lin Xiaoqian chimed in, "Grandpa, Grandma, if Mom were here, she could have picked you up in her plane, and then the flight wouldn't have left without you." Lin Shan paused momentarily. Does the Su family possess a private jet? Their assets must surely exceed 100 billion. Private jets cost several million each, and considering additional expenses, maintaining an asset base of around 100 billion could be quite demanding. Lin Hai exchanged a glance with Chen Mei, seated in the back. The wealthier the Su family, the slimmer the chances of Lin Shan and Su Meng Yao being together. It seems that his future marriage prospects may prove challenging. "Xiao Qian, have you ever flown on your mother's plane?" Chen Mei asked. Lin Xiao Qian nodded eagerly. "Grandma, I have. I've flown many times, but I can't count how many." It was perfectly normal for little Xiao Qian to be unable to keep track. Chen Mei smiled warmly. After more than an hour, Lin Shan returned to the community. And Lin Hai remarked, "Son, you didn't live around here before, did you?" "No," Lin Shan replied with a nod. Lin Xiao Qian giggled. "Grandpa, I chose this house with Daddy. We both like it here." As long as Xiao Qian is happy, Lin Hai thought, though he furrowed his brow inwardly. It seemed that Lin Shan was using Su Meng Yao's money to afford this place, further diminishing the likelihood of their union. The four of them took the elevator upstairs, and, upon entering the house, Lin Xiao Qian bounced around, showing Lin Hai and the others the various rooms. "Son, come here for a moment." While Lin Xiao Qian played with Chen Mei, Lin Hai called Lin Shan aside. "The housing prices in the Magic City are steep. This rent must be quite dear, right? Did Xiao Qian's mother cover the costs?" Lin Shan shook his head. "I rented it myself." Lin Hai nodded. "That is acceptable. Son, your mother and I have no desire to climb the social ladder of the Su family, but if you and Su Meng Yao have a child, it would be best for you to be together. Just be cautious not to spend her money, as it may leave a poor impression. Your mother and I have some savings. Upon our return, I will transfer you 100,000. Be prudent with it. Spending is necessary. Lin Shun felt a surge of gratitude. Earning 100,000 in the countryside is no easy feat, son. Let me be transparent with you. Our family has about 300 to 400,000 in savings, and the remainder must go towards your wedding. This 100,000 is all we can provide you. Lin Hai said. If Lin Shen and Su Mingyao cannot be together, marrying someone else in the future will still necessitate a celebration with a dowry. Money should certainly not be squandered entirely. Lin Shen smiled and said, Dad, let me show you something. He took out his phone from his pocket and opened the chat history with Chen Wenhan. After being laid off, I found myself with some idle time. So I began to write fairy tales. To my surprise, I discovered an unexpected talent in this area. My 10 tales have garnered bids reaching as high as 680,000. And I've signed a contract with a website that provided me with a signing bonus of 300,000. I used that money to purchase a car. Lin Chen explained with a grin. Lin Hai was utterly astonished. You have such a talent? Is this for real? He asked with disbelief. Lin Chen nodded affirmatively. Of course it's true. However, you and Mom must keep this under wraps. If my identity were to be revealed, I fear it might affect my ability to take care of Xiaoqian. Log on to the website and see for yourself, Lin Hai said. He harbored some doubts, wondering if Su Mingyao had perhaps given Lin Chen money and if this chat history was fabricated. Dad, what happened to the trust between us? Lin Chen retorted, pouting slightly. Soon, Lin Chen opened his computer and logged into the Tongxin website. Lin Hai observed the data on the back end. Lin Chen remarked, Look, Dad. These 10 fairy tales have already received donations amounting to 30 to 40,000, and I expect even more to come. I received 90% of the readers' donations. Lin Hai inquired, Haven't you sold them yet? Lin Chen shook his head, saying, 680,000 is a bit low. I plan to contact a publisher directly for publication. In the long run, I am certain I will earn significantly more than that. These are golden geese. Lin Hai nodded in agreement. That certainly sounds better. Son, if you develop well, do you think there is hope with Su Mingyao? Lin Chen chuckled, Dad. There is still hope. Even if there isn't, you need not worry about me when I get married in the future. All right, Lin Hai nodded. As long as Lin Shun could earn his own income and establish his own career, they wouldn't have to worry about his marriage when the time came. Dad, this must remain confidential. I don't want to be surrounded by fans when I take Qianqian out, Lin Chen cautioned. While his fan base was not vast at present, it would surely grow as he continued to write more fairy tales and publish them. If his identity were to be leaked, he could easily attract attention. Rest assured. Lin Hai replied. If people find out you are making money, they'll come to us seeking loans. He understood the rural dynamics, where people resent wealth while fearing poverty. Dad, I don't have much money at the moment. Once I have some, I'll honor you both with gifts, Lin Chen said with a smile. Lin Hai shook his head. You needn't give us any money. Your mother and I can still manage. We earn a little each year. We are not yet at the point where we need your support for our retirement. Just take good care of Qianqian and yourself. At this juncture, Lin Hai hesitated slightly. Son, that money was originally meant for your wedding or to assist you in buying a house, but now it seems you no longer require it. How shall I utilize the funds to renovate our home? The house is rather dilapidated, and I fear that Qianqian may not adapt well. Lin Chen replied, Father, do not renovate. The layout of our house is subpar, and the structural framework is not conducive to significant alterations. It would be wiser to demolish the house and construct a new traditional Chinese villa. If funds are insufficient, I shall provide for you later. Lin Hai furrowed his brow and remarked, to demolish and rebuild from scratch would cost at least 500,000, and with renovations, the total would soar towards 1 million. Lin Chen chuckled, Father, the 10 stories I have penned in the past month are worth at least 1 million. You need not worry about the construction expenses. It is imperative that the house be well furnished for your comfort, and who knows, Su Mingyao might accompany me back in the future? Lin Hai took a deep breath and acquiesced. Very well, let us proceed with the construction. Daddy. Lin Xiaoqian dashed to the study's doorway. Xiaoqian, what is it? Lin Chen inquired. Daddy, I told Grandma that your cooking is the best, but she does not believe me. Daddy, I am a good girl and do not lie. Chen Mei approached, questioning. Son, why does Xiaoqian find your cooking so delectable? Lin Chen mused to himself. I am no longer the person I once was. I have honed my culinary skills through daily practice. I am a prodigy. He smiled cheerfully, concealing the existence of the system from others. Chapter 16. The Benefits of a Paper Airplane? In the evening, Lin Chen busied himself in the kitchen. Chen Mei had initially intended to prepare dinner, but Lin Xiaoqian expressed her desire for her father's cooking, and Lin Chen wished for his parents to savor his creations. Son, How did you acquire such knife skills? Chen Mei observed in astonishment. Lin Chen's proficiency surpassed hers by leaps and bounds. With just a few deft strokes, he cleaned a fish with remarkable efficiency. Practice makes perfect. He grinned. Chen Mei began to question her own culinary journey. After half a lifetime of cooking, why had she not achieved such expertise? Mom, you and Dad should take Xiaoqian out to play. Today's outdoor activities are insufficient. Return by 6 for dinner, Lin Chen instructed. Chen Mei nodded. And she and Lin Hai took Lin Xiaoqian outside. Once they departed, Lin Chen worked even more swiftly with the ingredients. If Chen Mei had witnessed his pace, she would likely have been left speechless. Just a few minutes before 6, Chen Mei and the others returned. As they entered, the fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Daddy, it smells wonderful. I want to eat meat, Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed, racing to the kitchen doorway. Lin Chen replied with a smile, Xiaoqian, take your grandparents to wash their hands. Once they are done, we can eat. As they washed up, Lin Chen presented the dishes. Upon seeing the 6 exquisite dishes laid out on the table, Lin Chen's parents were left in awe. Each dish resembled a work of art, likely rivaling that of a 5-star hotel. Chen Mei, with a hint of annoyance, remarked, with your remarkable culinary skills, how could you have kept this from us? Why didn't you cook at home before? Lin Chen replied, Mom, my cooking skills were lacking before. It seems as though I've had a revelation this year. I learned quickly now. My English was poor, but I have improved significantly. Lin Xiaoqian chimed in. Grandpa and Grandma, Dad is truly amazing. Lin Chen lifted Lin Xiaoqian onto her dining chair. Mom and Dad, I've become a genius, but please keep this to yourselves. I wouldn't want to be taken away as a lab rat, he cautioned his parents. Lin Xiaoqian, puzzled, asked, Dad, what is a lab rat? Lin Hai and Chen Mei nodded gravely. Lin Xiaoqian was unaware, but they certainly understood what a lab rat was. They did not wish for their only son to encounter any trouble. Let us eat. Son, this dish looks delightful, but I wonder how it tastes. Chen Mei said as they picked up their chopsticks to sample the food. Upon tasting, they were even more astonished. Why did Lin Chen's cooking, made from the same ingredients, taste so exquisite? Grandpa and Grandma, Xiaoqian wasn't lying. Dad's dishes are the tastiest. Xiaoqian is a good girl, Lin Xiaoqian declared while nibbling on a piece of rib. Indeed, our Xiaoqian is the best, Lin Hai and Chen Mei quickly affirmed. Lin Xiaoqian smiled sweetly. Dad, I want another big rib. They are so fragrant and delicious. Lin Chen smiled back. All right, Xiaoqian, I'll get you another rib. But you must also eat some vegetables, okay? Lin Xiaoqian nodded obediently. Lin Chen's vegetables had become tastier as well, and she was no longer as averse to them as she had been at first. After the meal, Chen Mei and the others felt quite full. Son, take Xiaoqian with you. We will clean up, Chen Mei said. Lin Chen nodded. There was no need for pleasantries with his parents. Once he took Lin Xiaoqian out, Chen Mei commented, Dear, given our son's culinary talent, I believe it is entirely possible that one day Xiaoqian's mother and he might be together. Indeed, Lin Hai agreed. There's something I haven't had the chance to tell you. Our son has started earning money. Lin Hai shared, revealing Lin Chen's endeavor in writing fairy tales. Chen Mei responded, It seems our son has truly become a genius. We must keep this secret tightly guarded. Agreed, Lin Hai nodded. While there are many geniuses in the world, they worried. What if their only son faced a mishap? Dad, what is that? Lin Xiaoqian inquired as they descended the stairs, observing other children playing with paper airplanes. Lin Chen smiled. Those are paper airplanes. If you want to play, kindly ask the auntie for 2 sheets of paper, and remember to be polite. Lin Xiaoqian nodded. With her sweet demeanor, she quickly obtained several sheets of paper. Dad, teach me. Lin Xiaoqian handed the papers to Lin Chen. Sure. I'll teach you how to fold a paper airplane. Lin Chen patiently and slowly taught Lin Xiaoqian how to fold paper airplanes. In the blink of an eye, 5 minutes had passed. A voice resonated in Lin Chen's mind. Hostess taught Lin Xiaoqian to fold paper airplanes, acquiring the technology of aircraft manufacturing. 100 hours will elevate it to master level, and 200 hours will reach grandmaster level. Lin Chen was taken aback. Teaching Lin Xiaoqian to fold paper airplanes could lead to expertise in aircraft manufacturing? The system was indeed powerful. System, the required time has increased, Lin Chen mused internally. The system responded, Host, the complexity of this task is significantly greater. Naturally, the time required for improvement will also increase. Lin Chen contemplated this. 200 hours to attain grandmaster level in aircraft manufacturing, making him a global top-tier expert. What more could he desire? Does this include fighter jets and commercial airliners? Lin Chen inquired. The system affirmed, all types of aircraft are included, such as small drones, large drones, early warning aircraft, fighter jets, refueling aircraft, and commercial passenger planes. Lin Chun marveled inwardly. The system truly was a considerate companion. Daddy, this is so difficult. Xiaoqian can't do it, Lin Xiaoqian pouted. She attempted to fold a piece of paper by herself, but at just over 2 years old, even the simplest paper airplane proved too challenging for her. Xiaoqian, don't worry. There are various kinds of paper airplanes online, and in the future, Daddy will teach you. You will become an expert in folding paper airplanes. Lin Chen reassured with a smile. Lin Xiaoqian, pouting, said, Daddy, I want to give one to Grandpa and Grandma, so they can have an airplane to come home. Lin Chen comforted her. So, you want to gift one to Grandpa and Grandma? They will surely be very happy to receive it. Don't rush, Xiaoqian. Grandpa and Grandma will stay with us for a few days, so you have ample time to learn diligently. Lin Xiaoqian's eyes lit up. Daddy, I will be serious. Unbeknownst to them, 2 days had swiftly passed. Lin Chen had uploaded 30 fairy tales, each one a masterpiece. The entire industry was shaken. It was no small feat to produce even a single fairy tale of such caliber. Lin Yu had astonishingly created 30 tales. Big shot, 30 fairy tales packaged together. And a publisher offered 3 million. Chen Wenhan excitedly messaged Lin Chen. 100,000 yuan per fairy tale is quite a commendable price. Editor-in-Chief. I wish to publish it myself, Lin Chen replied. Big shot, self-publishing carries certain risks. Your royalty can reach a maximum of 16%. If a book is priced at 30 yuan, you will only receive 4 yuan and 80 cents. You would need to sell over 60,000 copies to earn 3 million. Chen Wenhan considered before responding. Lin Chen countered, do you think selling over 60,000 copies is unattainable? It should be possible, but there are indeed some risks involved. Chen Wenhan remarked, the quality of the work is excellent, but high quality does not necessarily guarantee strong sales. Chief Editor, I aspire to publish independently. Chapter 17, A Unique Contract. Chen Wenhan swiftly disseminated the news. Alas, 3 million failed to sway him. This is quite understandable. Old Jing earned over 20 million in royalties annually back in the day. Given Lin Yu's caliber, could he truly be satisfied with 3 million? What royalty rate could be offered? Although Lin Yu's name is relatively new, his prowess undoubtedly ranks him among the very best. A low royalty rate would likely lead to his immediate dismissal. Various publishing houses engaged in fervent discussions. In this era, where e-books reign supreme, physical books struggle to sell. However, fairy tale books remain popular, as parents prefer not to hold a phone or tablet while narrating stories to their children. This market is one that many publishers are eager to compete for. In the conference room of Tongxin Network, the boss remarked, we also have our own publishing house. And after years of development, our capabilities are formidable. We can certainly compete. Chen Wenhan replied, although I founded Tongxin Network, I possess limited knowledge regarding fairy tales. Please. From a professional standpoint, do you believe it is worthwhile? Competing for this might jeopardize our relations with certain publishers. Chen Wenhan asserted. The quality of Lin Yu's fairy tales is indisputable. Even if we incur significant short-term losses by offering a substantial price, in the long run, we stand to gain immensely. As long as he can produce 30 such stories each year, he will dominate the market, his position unassailable. In today's competitive landscape, it is not a time for sentimentality. We must not relinquish this opportunity. Another editor interjected, Chen, your points are valid, but what if this represents the entirety of Lin Yu's output? 30 exceptional tales a year is quite an optimistic expectation. If he can consistently deliver, then it is undeniably worthwhile. His fame will expand, leading to increased traffic and revenue. However, if he fails to produce further quality stories, our significant investment may not be justified. The group voiced their opinions, and boss Liang Zhurong attentively considered their insights. I comprehend your perspectives. If Lin Yu continues to soar, so shall we. If he falters, we will inevitably face the consequences, Liang Zhurong stated. Chen Wenhan and the others nodded in agreement. Yang Zhurong added, Old Chen, please reach out to Lin Yu and inquire if he would be willing to sign a unique contract with us. For total sales of up to 500,000 copies. A royalty rate of 15%. For sales between 500,000 and 2 million copies, 16%. For 2 million to 5 million copies, 17%. And for cumulative sales exceeding 5 million copies, 18%. Chen Wenhan gazed at his boss in astonishment. A standard rate of 15% is already at the upper limit. 18% would significantly compress their profit margins, given the myriad expenses associated with publishing. For ordinary authors, a royalty rate of 10% is commendable, with lower rates often hovering around 6 or 7%. Aren't you concerned that he may not produce further work? If he can deliver, he should be inclined to sign. Yang Jirong concluded. Such a high royalty rate is something he can afford, while others may not. With Tongxi Network and the increasing prowess of Lin Yu, the platform will undoubtedly grow stronger, compensating for this aspect. Boss, are there any additional benefits? Qin Wenhan inquired. Yang Jirong pondered for a moment and replied. We will print an initial 30,000 copies. The payment for these 30,000 copies can be secured upon signing the contract. Isn't an initial print run of 30,000 a bit risky? Another editor interjected. Liang Jirong countered. If you all believe in the quality of his fairy tales, then I trust the sales will be promising. Old Chun, inform him that if there are subsequent print runs, his royalties will be transferred to him as soon as we initiate the printing. Qin Wenhan nodded and quickly sent a message to Lin Chen. This contract, quite intriguing. Lin Chen thought, a subtle smile gracing his face. Collaborating with Tongxi Network seemed favorable, and he was indeed willing to partner with them. All right. Lin Chen promptly responded to Qin Wenhan's message. Boss, Lin Yu has agreed. Qin Wenhan exclaimed joyfully. Liang Jirong remarked. Old Qin, this contract is of great significance. We must meet him in person to finalize the agreement. Arrange a meeting, and I will accompany you. Understood, Qin Wenhan replied. Lin Chen contemplated for a moment. Given that his parents were present, he could meet with Qin Wenhan and his team. Chief Editor Qin, I am amenable to an in-person signing. However, I must bring my child. I cannot travel far. Additionally, I prefer to maintain a low profile for the sake of my child. You may come to sign, but please refrain from taking photos or disseminating them. After some consideration, Lin Chen crafted his response. Bringing a child? It appears Lin Yu is still quite young. Yang Jirong observed. Let's expedite our departure, he added with a smile. They were not in the bustling metropolis, and after securing their tickets, Liang Jirong and his team swiftly made their way to the city, arriving by afternoon. Are you the esteemed Lin Yu? Qin Wenhan and the others were astonished to find the renowned figure so youthful. Lin Chen smiled and said, Mr. Liang, Chief Editor Chen, my real name is Lin Chen. You may simply call me by my name. They all shook hands with Lin Chen. Lin Chen, I truly did not expect you to be so young. Qin Wenhan remarked in astonishment. Lin Chen replied, youth carries a childlike heart, which offers an advantage in crafting fairy tales. Qin Wenhan nodded in agreement. That holds true. Lin Chen, may I inquire how long it took you to create those fairy tales? Less than a month. I can write one story each day without issue. Though I may not be as diligent in the future, Lin Chen stated. Liang Jirong and the others were left in disbelief. Qin Wenhan, unable to fathom it, exclaimed, Lin Chen, are you certain it was less than a month? You can write one each day? Lin Chen mused internally. It wasn't merely one story a day. He could pen 10 tales during moments of leisure while caring for his child. Indeed, Lin Chen nodded. Liang Jirong and Qin Wenhan were filled with excitement. If Lin Chen could maintain such a level of performance for an extended period, it would be splendid. Lin Chen, if you can produce over 30 fairy tales each year of the same caliber, I shall reward you with 10,000 for each additional piece, Liang Jirong promised. Lin Chen chuckled. Thank you, Chairman Liang. A reward of 10,000 for each piece is indeed enticing. Currently, with a substantial reserve from the system, he could write 10 pieces daily, potentially earning 100,000 in bonuses. Of course, it would be impractical to sustain such a prolific output every day. It would appear rather excessive. Lin Chen, let us formalize our agreement, Qin Wenhan said, retrieving a contract from his bag. Lin Chen carefully reviewed the document and found no issues. He affixed his signature along with his pen name. Liang Jirong also signed and stamped the company seal. Chairman Liang. Editor-in-Chief Qin, you have traveled a long distance. Allow me to treat you to a meal as a gesture of hospitality, Lin Chen smiled. They were currently at a tea house adjacent to a restaurant. After dinner, Lin Chen hurried home. Grandma, when will Dad be back? I miss him. Little Lin Xiaoqi's voice echoed as he approached the door. His physique had reached a score of 93, enhancing his hearing significantly. Your father should be home shortly. Lin Chen's mother, Mei, replied, somewhat exasperated, having been asked the same question over 20 times. Lin Chen quickly opened the door. Daddy, I missed you so much. Lin Xiaoqi joyfully ran towards him and embraced his leg. Have you been eating well? Lin Chen bent down to scoop up Lin Xiaoqi. Daddy, I didn't finish my meal. My tummy is full, but it's not that Grandma's cooking is bad, Lin Xiaoqi replied. Chapter 18. Su Mengyao arrives. Mei appeared somewhat helpless. Despite her best efforts, Her culinary skills paled in comparison to Lin Chen's, resulting in a noticeable difference in taste. Mom, your cooking is still quite good. After all these years, I still prefer your meals, Lin Chen said with a smile. It's fine if Xiaoqi eats less. Children need a bit of hunger to grow strong, he added. Chen Mei nodded in agreement. Xiaoqi, when Grandma comes home, you should practice cooking so that when you visit her, her meals will surely be more enjoyable. Lin Xiaoqi chimed in with her sweet voice. Grandma, Mommy says children shouldn't be picky eaters. Your cooking is delicious too. Our Xiaoqi is truly obedient, Chen Mei beamed. Daddy, teach me how to fold paper airplanes. Lin Xiaoqi recalled her intention to gift Chen Mei and the others with paper airplanes. All right, let's do it, Lin Chen said, carrying Lin Xiaoqi to the balcony where he earnestly began to teach her. 2 hours later, after a bath and a bedtime story, Lin Xiaoqi fell asleep. Lin Chen made his way to the living room where Chen Mei and the others were watching television. Son, how did the contract go? Lin Hai inquired. They are aware that Lin Chen is going out to sign a contract with the publisher. Lin Chen chuckled, having treated them to a meal. It is only natural that the contract is secured. The initial print run is 300,000 copies, and the copyright fee for this first edition, amounting to over $1 million, should be transferred to me shortly. Lin Hai and the others gazed at Lin Chen in astonishment. They had never earned such a sum in their lifetimes. Father, I will find a reputable company online for the construction of the house, covering both labor and materials, which will make things much easier for you. Just ensure proper oversight, Lin Chen stated. Lin Hai inquired in surprise. Aren't you going to hire local builders? Lin Chen shook his head. The construction team in our area specializes in the old-style houses. Even with blueprints, their work may turn out unsatisfactory. Hiring a professional company might incur some additional expenses, but there are no other drawbacks. Lin Hai nodded thoughtfully. Son, we plan to return tomorrow, he said. Lin Chen, taken aback, asked, so soon? Lin Hai explained, to build the house, we need to handle the paperwork back home. We must act swiftly to ensure it is completed by the end of the year. Otherwise, during the festive season, we may have to stay with others. He added, once the house is built, perhaps you can bring Qian back to celebrate the new year. Lin Chen sensed that this was indeed the crux of the matter. Lin Hai and the others likely wished for him to bring Lin Xiaoqian back for the festivities. Son, it would be best if you could bring Meng Yao along as well, Chen Mei suggested. The following day, Lin Chen and Lin Xiaoqian accompanied Chen Mei and the others to the airport. Grandpa and Grandma, I have a gift for you. Close your eyes, Lin Xiaoqian said mysteriously. Chen Mei and Lin Hai complied, shutting their eyes. Lin Xiaoqian produced a paper airplane she had crafted herself. Grandpa and Grandma, look. This is the paper airplane I made. Whenever you see it, you can think of Qian. Lin Chen, surprised, remarked, Xiaoqian. You previously said that if Grandpa and Grandma's airplane flew away, they should take yours. Why have you changed your story? Lin Xiaoqian giggled, silly dad. This is a paper airplane, it's not real, and it cannot carry anyone. Lin Chen, along with Lin Hai and Chen Mei, burst into hearty laughter. Thank you. Chen Mei said, embracing Lin Xiaoqian and planting a kiss on her cheek. Goodbye, Grandpa and Grandma. As Chen Mei and the others entered the airport, Lin Chen drove away. An hour passed. Host, you have accumulated 20 hours of driving, and your driving skills have reached the Grandmaster level. The system's voice resonated in Lin Chen's mind. Lin Chen's parents had been visiting for 3 days, during which he had taken Lin Xiaoqian and his parents to various places in the bustling metropolis. He had spent a considerable amount of time driving. Grandmaster level. That is impressive. A smile spread across Lin Chen's face. The Grandmaster level signifies a standard of excellence that is among the best in the world. The top racing drivers in the world are now on par with Lin Chen. However, Lin Chen's skills have the potential for further enhancement. He could ascend to the legendary and even mythical levels. System, what are the current levels of all my skills? In Lin Chen's mind, he pondered over the matter. He had not truly paid much attention to it. After all, enhancing these skills came naturally while accompanying Lin Xiaoqian. Deliberate efforts would not necessarily augment his abilities. The system chimed in. Host, your culinary skills have accumulated to 30 hours, equivalent to what others might achieve through 30 years of diligent study. Your culinary prowess has reached the level of a Grandmaster. You have attained the Grandmaster level in fairy tale storytelling, driving, painting, and calligraphy, while other skills have yet to reach such heights. Additionally, your physical constitution stands at 95 points. You have mastered 4 languages, English, German, French, and Russian. A faint smile graced Lin Chen's face. Though he had possessed the system for a brief period, he had undergone a remarkable transformation. Daddy, I miss Mommy. When will she come back to see Xiaoqian? Does Mommy not want Xiaoqian anymore? As Lin Xiaoqian spoke, tears began to flow. Lin Chen quickly comforted her. Xiaoqian, how could Mommy not want you? She will be back before you know it. Once we get home, you can call her, all right? Lin Xiaoqian nodded. Daddy, how much longer until we get home? I miss Mommy so much. Lin Chen replied, very soon. We will arrive after we pass that intersection. Half a minute passed, and as Lin Xiaoqian gazed out of the window, she exclaimed, Daddy, I see Mommy's car. That car just now was Mommy's. Lin Chen was taken aback. Are you sure? Xiaoqian? Other people might also be driving a car just like your mother's. Daddy, that is definitely Mommy's car, Lin Xiaoqian asserted confidently. Lin Chen mused to himself. Oh, Su Mengyao has mentioned this to me. Could she be planning a surprise to see how I am doing with Xiaoqian? Before long, Lin Chen drove into the community. Beep. Just as he stepped out of the car, his phone rang. It was a call from Su Mengyao. Lin Chen, where are you and Xiaoqian? I'm outside the house you rented, but no one is answering the doorbell, she inquired upon answering. Lin Chen responded, we're in the underground parking garage. We'll be up shortly. Soon, they ascended the stairs. Mommy, I missed you so much. Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Su Mengyao. Xiaoqian, Mommy misses you too. Su Mengyao replied with a smile as she took Lin Xiaoqian into her arms. With innocent curiosity, Lin Xiaoqian asked, Mommy, do you miss Daddy? Daddy misses you very much. Lin Chen thought to himself, when did I ever express such longing for Su Mengyao? Su Mengyao glanced at Lin Chen, who felt somewhat awkward. Though they had shared an intimate relationship and had a child together, they were not particularly familiar with one another. Mommy, do you want Daddy? Lin Xiaoqian inquired once more. Yes, I do, Su Mengyao nodded. To say otherwise would negatively impact Lin Xiaoqian, considering her parents' discord. Lin Xiaoqian, filled with hope, pleaded, Mommy, please don't leave, okay? Cici wished to sleep with her parents at night. What a good daughter. Lin Chen secretly praised Lin Cici. Chapter 19. Discussing the marriage certificate with Su Mengyao. Su Mengyao said, Cici, dear, Mommy has been quite busy lately. I'll come to see you, but I must return soon. Lin Cici replied gloomily, Mommy, are you leaving so soon? I miss you so much. Lin Chen opened the door. Su Mengyao carried Lin Cici into the house, and Lin Chen fetched a pair of slippers for her from the shoe cabinet. Cici, why don't you go play for a bit? Mommy and Daddy need to talk. Su Mengyao gently placed Lin Cici on the floor. Mommy, are you going to kiss Daddy? Su Mengyao called out, Lin Chen, come here. They entered the study together where Su Mengyao remarked, Lin Chen, the rent here is not low, and your salary is modest. You likely haven't saved much. Why don't you take the 60,000? Lin Chen replied, Cici is also my daughter. It's only right that I provide her with better conditions. I don't need to take your money. I can support her. Su Mengyao frowned, perceiving Lin Chen as somewhat pretentious. Lin Chen, you've put in effort. I have money, and it's only reasonable for me to give you some living expenses. Living here is indeed much better for Cici. How about I raise it to 50,000 a month? Su Mengyao inquired. Lin Chen slightly furrowed his brow. It's not that I think your offer is insufficient. 20,000 a month is already quite generous. I truly have money. As he said this, Lin Chen took out his phone and opened a bank message. He had filled up his tank on the way back, spending 400, and the message displayed a balance of over 1,400,000. Tongxin Network had already given him 300,000 in advance. The royalty for the first print was 1,350,000. Combined with the several thousand he already had, totaling over 1,400,000. Did you win the lottery? Su Mengyao asked in astonishment. Lin Chen replied, Can't this money be my own earnings? Su Mengyao, puzzled, said, before sending Cici here. I learned you were only making a few thousand a month before being laid off. Lin Chen smiled lightly. Who doesn't he have a few secrets? I didn't realize you were a wealthy heiress. Cici said you even have a private jet? Su Mengyao explained, I bought it during my pregnancy. It was inconvenient to fly business class with a big belly. After Cici was born, flying with a baby became even more cumbersome, so I purchased a small private jet. Lin Chen nodded. That certainly makes things much more convenient. You can take that 60,000 with you when you leave. As you just saw. I can take care of Cici. Su Mengyao nodded in agreement. Lin Chen had over 100,000 in his account, certainly enough for his expenses. Su Mengyao, there's a matter I'd like to discuss with you. If you marry someone else in the future, I'd like Cici to stay with me, Lin Chen stated. Su Mengyao quickly replied, that's not acceptable. Cici is mine. Lin Chen said, please, don't be so agitated. If you do not marry, this issue would not exist. However, if you marry someone else, Would it truly be beneficial for Xiaoqian to follow you? I would wholeheartedly care for her if she were with me. Su Mingyao frowned and said, allowing Xiaoqian to be with you means she could end up with a stepmother later on, does it not? Lin Shan shook his head. It's different. A man can marry later without issue, but a woman's optimal age for marriage is significantly younger. We could also modify the terms. Whoever marries first would grant custody of Xiaoqian to the other party. What do you think? This would be better for Xiaoqian. Su Mingyao nodded. That is acceptable. You cannot obtain custody. I have no intention of marrying. Lin Shan asked. Are you certain you have no plans to wed? Certainly. With Xiaoqian, I am content. Su Mingyao replied calmly. Lin Shan smiled. Su Mingyao, since you have no such intentions, why don't we just obtain a marriage certificate? Su Mingyao's brows furrowed slightly. Lin Shan continued. Xiaoqian has begun to understand things. It would not be good for her to know that we had her without being married. Other children are the result of their parents' love. She is an accident. Do you think this might harm her? Su Mingyao pondered. Lin Shan assured her, rest assured. Even if we obtain the certificate, you remain you, and I remain me. I will not claim any of your assets. We can have it notarized. Your property will remain yours after marriage. Su Mingyao considered for a moment and replied, you do have a point. Xiaoqian is more perceptive than most children. Lin Shan remarked, simply obtaining a certificate changes nothing. If you do not intend to marry, it will not affect you. By the way, when Xiaoqian said she missed you, that was just her imagination. I feel she may have already become aware of something. Su Mingyao remained silent. She originally planned never to marry in this lifetime. However, obtaining a certificate with Lin Shan would indeed be better for Lin Xiaoqian. I have no objections. As you suggested, we will have it notarized first. Then go for the certificate. Su Mingyao stated. Her family has considerable wealth, so this matter must be handled with care. No problem. Lin Shan chuckled. Su Mingyao added, if you develop feelings for a girl and wish to pursue her, you must propose a divorce before proceeding. If you were to cheat while married, it would significantly impact me. You would feel the same? Lin Shan inquired. Su Mingyao nodded. Of course. Lin Shan smiled. Then that is agreeable. It seems fair. When would it be convenient for you? Su Mingyao thought for a moment and said, I will have Shenqing look after Xiaoqian. You can bring the household registration book and come with me this afternoon. After I retrieve the household registration book, we can proceed with the formalities. All right. Lin Shan nodded. The two agreed and stepped outside. Lin Xiaoqian was alone on the balcony, writing. Su Mingyao approached her. Mom, look, this is what Dad taught me to write. Xiaoqian exclaimed. I can write my own name now. Su Mingyao was somewhat surprised. Xiaoqian's writing was quite good. Xiaoqian, did Dad write this? Su Mingyao picked up a piece of paper beside her, inscribed with the elegant calligraphy of Lin Shan, who had recently attained the master level in this art. Each character was a feast for the eyes. Indeed, Father is remarkably talented. He teaches me to write, to paint, to play football, to sing, and even to speak English. Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed with admiration. A twinge of jealousy flickered in Su Mingyao's heart. Lin Xiaoqian had never expressed such admiration for her. After all, she had also taught Lin Xiaoqian these skills. Lin Shan then remarked, Mingyao, are you and Shenqing having lunch here? The fridge is empty, so I'll go out to buy some groceries. Su Mingyao was momentarily taken aback. Lin Shan had addressed her as Mingyao. However, she quickly realized that he likely did so because Lin Xiaoqian was present. Let us eat out together. No need to trouble yourself, she replied, shaking her head. Lin Xiaoqian chimed in, Mom, I don't want to eat out. Dad's cooking is far better than anything from outside. Lin Shan chuckled. I'm just going to buy a few ingredients. I didn't know you would be here. The food at home is only enough for me and Xiaoqian. All right. Su Mingyao nodded. As Lin Shan left, she playfully tapped Lin Xiaoqian on the forehead, saying, Xiaoqian, you ungrateful child. Your mother has taken care of you all this time. Yet you favor your father. Lin Xiaoqian looked at her mother, confused. Mom, I didn't mean it that way. I love you the most, she exclaimed, hugging Su Mingyao and planting a kiss on her cheek. Mom, did Dad kiss you? Su Mingyao replied, Chapter 20, Su Mingyao's shock. Xiaoqian, your father and I have a little misunderstanding, but both of us love you dearly. Do you understand? Lin Xiaoqian's expression soured. Mom, are you and Dad getting a divorce? Will you abandon me? Su Mingyao tightly embraced Lin Xiaoqian. What nonsense are you talking about? Didn't I just say that both your father and I love you? How could we ever abandon you? Su Mingyao quickly reassured her. What have you and Dad been up to lately? Su Mingyao skillfully redirected the conversation. Lin Xiaoqian's face brightened with a smile. Mom, let me tell you a secret. Dad and I found this house together. We both like it. Lin Xiaoqian chimed, sharing various tidbits. Su Mingyao was somewhat astonished. It seemed Lin Chen possessed a multitude of skills. Moreover, it was surprising to learn that Lin Chen's parents had already visited Lin Xiaoqian. Once their conversation concluded, Lin Chen returned. Su Mingyao entered the kitchen, asking, "Do you need any help?" Lin Chen shook his head. "No need. Xiaoqian misses you very much. She has seen you in a while, so please spend some quality time with her. I'll finish cooking in about an hour. Thank you for your hard work." Su Mingyao replied before returning to the balcony. Lin Chen swiftly got to work, showcasing his culinary skills. In less than an hour, he had prepared 5 dishes and a soup. Ding dong. At that moment, Shenqing arrived just in time. "Wow, it seems I have come at the perfect moment. Lin Chen, why do I feel that the dishes you prepared this time are even more exquisite than last time?" Shenqing exclaimed, gazing in astonishment at the spread before her. Su Mingyao, having washed her hands with Lin Xiaoqian, also displayed a look of surprise upon seeing the array of dishes. "Mom, Xiaoqian is not lying. Daddy's cooking is the best. I love it." Lin Xiaoqian chimed sweetly. Lin Chen lifted Lin Xiaoqian onto her chair. "Mingyao, Qing, don't just stand there. Come sit down and eat." Shenqing wasted no time, quickly grabbing a pair of chopsticks. Upon taking her first bite, she was left speechless. "Lin Chen, last time Mingyao wasn't here, did you deliberately hold back your skills? Though it was delicious before, it pales in comparison to now," Shenqing remarked. To confirm her suspicion, she sampled another dish. Indeed, her thoughts were validated. "Mingyao, to truly enjoy the finest, one must follow you," Shenqing said with a satisfied expression. Su Mingyao, puzzled, wondered aloud, "Is it truly that delectable? The presentation of these dishes is outstanding, but do they taste as good?" Soon, she too took a bite. The flavor struck Su Mingyao with astonishment. Having tasted numerous culinary delights, she was not overly demanding, rarely requesting special preparations from chefs. However, she now realized that Lin Chen's cooking surpassed any gourmet meal she had ever experienced. Lin Chen's culinary artistry had reached a masterful level, rivaling the finest in the world. While there are countless 5-star hotels globally, only a handful of chefs attain such mastery. The number of true masters worldwide could be counted on one hand. Lin Chen's profound understanding of food ensured that every dish was exceptionally delicious. His culinary skills were truly astonishing. Su Mingyao quickly sampled all 6 dishes. "Lin Chen, did you hold back last time?" Shenqing inquired. Lin Chen smiled and replied, "I told you before, last time was rushed, and my performance was average. This time, I had ample time." After finishing the meal, Su Mingyao was left in awe. With Lin Chen's culinary prowess, he could effortlessly prepare a state banquet. "Lin Chen, have you ever thought of opening a restaurant? If you did, you would undoubtedly earn a fortune," Su Mingyao asked. Lin Chen shook his head. "I have no such intentions. Your work keeps you busy, constantly traveling. If I were also occupied, who would take care of Xiaoqian? Money is endless, but Xiaoqian will grow up day by day." Su Mingyao nodded slightly in agreement. "Apologies," she said. Lin Chen chuckled lightly. "No need to apologize. I enjoy taking care of Xiaoqian." Shenqing interjected, "Mingyao, you two should hurry and leave. I've already had 2 free meals. I'll wash the dishes after Xiaoqian falls asleep." Lin Xiaoqian, puzzled, asked, "Mom and Dad, where are you going?" Lin Chen knelt down and kissed Lin Xiaoqian, saying, "Daddy and Mommy are going on a date. So you be a good girl and sleep at home. The more dates we have, the better our relationship will be, right?" Su Mingyao's cheeks flushed slightly. She had never actually been on a date. "Xiaoqian, we will return soon," Lin Chen assured. As they left, Lin Xiaoqian remained quiet, seemingly pleased that they were going out on a date. "Your car is still outside the community. Let us take mine," Lin Chen suggested. "All right." Upon reaching the parking lot, Su Mingyao got into Lin Chen's car. "I heard from Xiaoqian that you bought this car together?" Su Mingyao inquired. Lin Chen nodded. "We just purchased it a few days ago, but rest assured, my driving skills are quite proficient." Before long, Lin Chen drove smoothly. Their first stop was the notary office to formalize their agreement regarding the separation of premarital and postmarital assets, to which both parties had no objections. "Lin Chen, how did you become such a good cook?" Su Mingyao asked, puzzled. Lin Chen chuckled lightly. "Perhaps it's a talent. Don't even think about me opening a restaurant. I have no interest in that." Time passed swiftly, and half an hour later, Su Mingyao's phone rang. She answered, and the caller urgently informed her, "President, we have encountered an issue with a shipment to the Bear Country. They have contacted us. Our Russian translator is on leave and unreachable, and their Chinese translator is quite inadequate." Su Mingyao frowned. Then find a Russian translator quickly. President, we are searching urgently. So I wanted to ask if you know anyone in this field. Su Mingyao replied, I don't know any Russian translators. Suddenly, Lin Shan interjected, Su Mingyao, I speak Russian. If it's urgent, I can assist with the translation. Huh. Su Mingyao looked at Lin Shan in surprise. Are you sure? Of course. Su Mingyao held her phone and said, I have a friend who speaks Russian. Put it on speaker and let him help with the translation. She activated the speakerphone. Okay. President. As time passed, Lin Shan translated effortlessly. His command of Russian was at a simultaneous interpretation level, making such a call a mere trifle for him. President. It's resolved. After hanging up, Su Mingyao gazed at Lin Shan in astonishment. According to the information her father had found, Lin Shan was quite ordinary. Yet his culinary skills and proficiency in Russian were remarkable. Lin Shan, I heard from Xiao Qian that you teach her English. Your English must be commendable as well. Su Mingyao inquired. Lin Shan smiled. Perhaps I have a talent for languages. I can speak English, French, German, and Russian. Su Mingyao was stunned. Lin Shan could actually speak 4 foreign languages. His ordinariness seemed to be a bit excessive. Do you possess the same level of proficiency in English, French, and German as you do in Russian? Su Mingyao could hardly believe it. Nearly. These 4 courses in Russian were the last she learned. She began conversing in English with Lin Shan, who engaged her effortlessly, articulating with a level of proficiency and sophistication that showcased his extensive vocabulary. Lin Shan chuckled softly, reassuring her, rest assured, I will teach Xiao Qian without any issues. She won't be misled. With your skills, you could easily work as a translator, Su Mingyao exclaimed. Filled with admiration, Lin Shan responded with a smile, I do take on translation work online. It's quite manageable to earn 7 or 8,000 a day from a simple task. Is that how you earn your money? Su Mingyao inquired. Lin Shan shook his head. Some is earned this way, while others come from different means, but rest assured, it is all legitimate. Supporting Xiao Qian poses no problem for me. Su Mingyao nodded gently, pondering, why do you still hold a job? She expressed her confusion, as Lin Shan's culinary skills and language abilities would surely allow him to secure a higher-paying position. Lin Shan smiled lightly, I'll tell you about it later. By showcasing his talents while maintaining an air of mystery, Su Mingyao's curiosity about him would undoubtedly intensify. With her curiosity piqued, coupled with his persuasion for her to obtain their marriage certificate first, he was confident he could win her over. Just head into the community directly. I'll inform the security, Su Mingyao suggested. Lin Shan nodded, driving into the community until they finally parked outside Su Mingyao's grand villa. Typically, villas range from 300 to 400 square meters, while 500 to 600 square meters is considered quite spacious. However, Lin Shan estimated Su Mingyao's villa exceeded 1,000 square meters. No wonder Lin Xiaoqian remarked that her mother's house resembled a castle. Would you like to come in for a bit? Su Mingyao asked, though deep down, she felt a slight reluctance. Yet, Lin Shan was, after all, Lin Xiaoqian's father, and they had shared a meal together, with the necessity of obtaining their marriage certificate looming ahead. No, let us keep moving. We don't know how long it will take at the Civil Affairs Bureau, and we still need time to return, Lin Shan replied. Su Mingyao nodded in agreement. She quickly retrieved the household registration book from her home. Although they might be able to register their marriage with just an ID card in the future, that policy had yet to be fully implemented, necessitating the household registration book for their marriage. Let us go, Su Mingyao said calmly as she returned to the car. 20 minutes later, they arrived outside the Civil Affairs Bureau. Su Mingyao, I'll call you Mingyao from now on. If I use your full name, the staff might find it odd. Also, remember to smile for the photo. Our marriage certificate may be seen by Xiao Qian later, Lin Shan remarked. Okay. Su Mingyao nodded slightly. The two exited the vehicle and entered the Civil Affairs Bureau. Nowadays, with low marriage rates and high divorce rates, the divorce section was bustling with queues, while the marriage section was notably quiet. Leaning in closer, she smiled. Click. The staff member at the Civil Affairs Bureau captured a photograph of Lin Shan and her. Before long, the brand-new marriage certificate was in their hands. As they stepped out of the bureau, Su Mingyao appeared somewhat dazed. Initially, she had vowed never to marry, yet here she was, obtaining a marriage certificate with Lin Shan. Lin Shan, let's keep our marriage a secret from our parents. This is not a matter for our families. We are merely doing this for Qianqian's benefit, she stated as they returned to the car. Lin Shan nodded in agreement. No problem. Rest assured, as long as you do not consent, I will certainly keep it to myself. Su Mingyao continued. Let's not mention it to Qianqian for now. We can reveal it when she is older and begins to suspect. Indeed, Lin Shan affirmed with a nod. Su Mingyao seemed worried that if they told Lin Xiaoqian, she would not be able to keep it a secret and would quickly spill the news. With a sudden turn, Lin Shan parked outside a flower shop, which he had noticed on their way. What are you doing? Su Mingyao inquired, puzzled. Lin Shan smiled. I'm buying you a bouquet. Today is our date, surely. You can't return empty-handed? Don't underestimate Qian. She is quite clever, Su Mingyao replied. I can buy it myself. It's just a bouquet. I can afford it. Lin Shan promptly exited the car and entered the flower shop. How much for this? He asked, pointing to a large bouquet of roses. The shopkeeper quickly quoted a price, slightly on the higher side, but Lin Shan was not inclined to haggle. Could you please provide me with a card? He requested. The shopkeeper handed him a heart-shaped pink card. To my wife, I love you, Lin Shan wrote. Do you have colored pens? He inquired. Yes, the shopkeeper replied, retrieving a box of colored pens for him. In a swift motion, Lin Shan drew 3 little figures, a father with his left arm around a mother, and his right arm holding a little girl. The figures bore a striking resemblance to himself, Su Mingyao, and Lin Xiaoqian. Thank you, Lin Shan said to the shopkeeper, scanning the payment and taking the flowers as he exited. Mingyao, happy wedding day, he said, presenting the bouquet to her. Su Mingyao's cheeks flushed slightly. Lin Shan added, let me take a few photos of you. You can use them to impress Qian later. Before Su Mingyao could decline, he had already pulled out his phone. She held the flowers as Lin Shan snapped several pictures. His heart raced. His wife was truly beautiful. Regrettably, although their marriage certificate was genuine, their feelings were not. For Su Mingyao remained an impenetrable ice queen. In the past, she had been the school beauty, but after that incident, she had completely frozen herself. I'll add you on WeChat to send you the photos. If I don't have your WeChat, Xiaoqian will certainly be curious, Lin Shan remarked. Su Mingyao opened her phone and added Lin Shan on WeChat. Let us head back. I'll just check on Qian and then I must leave, Su Mingyao stated calmly. Lin Shan nodded, starting the car to return. Mingyao, why are you in such a hurry to leave? He inquired. Su Mingyao glanced at Lin Shan and replied softly. Unless in front of Qian, otherwise, you may still call me Su Mingyao. Understood, Lin Shan acknowledged. The iceberg cannot melt at once. Patience is essential. They had already obtained their marriage certificate and welcomed a child. Lin Shan remained unfazed, confident that he would eventually win Su Mingyao's heart completely. What about the flowers? Su Mingyao frowned as they approached the community. Lin Shan suggested, you can carry them up. Later, you can hold the flowers while I carry little Qian and escort you outside the community. I'm sure Qian will be delighted for a long time. Su Mingyao hesitated but ultimately picked up the flowers, unaware of the card concealed within. Daddy, Mommy. Upon entering their home, Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed joyfully. Shen Qing looked on in astonishment. Su Mingyao was holding a large bouquet of roses. Could it be that she and Lin Shan had truly begun a romantic relationship? Qian, do you miss Daddy and Mommy? Lin Shan asked as he picked up Lin Xiaoqian, showering her with affection. Lin Xiaoqian nodded eagerly. I miss Daddy, I miss Mommy. Such beautiful flowers. Daddy, are these for Mommy? Indeed, Lin Shan replied with a smile. Lin Xiaoqian blinked and asked, Daddy, am I not your treasure too? Don't I deserve beautiful flowers? Lin Shan chuckled. I underestimated that. Chapter 22. Lin Yu's Fairy Tale Collection. Su Mingyao smiled gently. Lin Shan playfully pinched Lin Xiaoqian's nose, saying, our Qian also loves flowers, it seems. Daddy forgot this time, but I will certainly remember next time. Hee. Daddy, let's make a promise, Lin Xiaoqian said, extending her little finger to hook it with Lin Chen's. Oh, what is this? Shen Qing noticed the card hidden among the flowers and took it out. Wife. I love you. Mingyao, I feel a bit superfluous here. Shen Qing read aloud from the heart-shaped card. Su Mingyao snatched the card back, gazing at the words and the 3 little figures illustrated on it. Lin Shan, did you draw this? Your drawing skills are quite impressive, so lifelike. Shen Qing marveled. Su Mingyao glanced at Lin Shan, recognizing the exceptional talent in his artwork. Mama, I want to see. Lin Xiaoqian stretched out her little hand. Su Mingyao handed the card to her. Lin Xiaoqian's eyes sparkled. Daddy, it's so beautiful. Is this me? Is this Mommy? Lin Shan smiled. Yes, indeed. If you like it, I'll draw another one for you later. This one is for Mommy, a gift for her. Lin Xiaoqian nodded enthusiastically. Mama, this is for you. Mother, are you happy today? Lin Xiaoqian inquired in a sweet voice. Yes, indeed, Su Mingyao replied. I just returned from abroad, and there are many matters to attend to at the company. I must leave now, but I will come back to see you next week, all right? She gently kissed Lin Xiaoqian. Okay, Lin Xiaoqian nodded, albeit with a hint of reluctance. I promise to be very obedient. I am no longer picky with my food. She added. Shen Qing chuckled. Xiaoqian, it seems your father's cooking has finally won you over. Hee hee. I have such a wonderful daddy, Lin Xiaoqian beamed. Xiaoqian, Mummy's car is parked outside. Let us escort her and Aunt Qing, Lin Chen announced. The four of them descended the stairs together. Su Mingyao held a large bouquet of roses, attracting the attention of passers-by in the neighborhood, which made her feel somewhat awkward. However, Lin Xiaoqian was delighted. Mingyao, drive safely, Lin Chun reminded as he carried Lin Xiaoqian to the car. Su Mingyao had arrived in her own sports car, a red Porsche 911, which was quite understated given her status. Xiaoqian, make sure to listen to your father, Su Mingyao advised. Lin Xiaoqian nodded eagerly. I will, Mummy. You must come back to see me soon. I will miss you dearly. Su Mingyao nodded, feeling a pang of reluctance. Yet, as the president of a conglomerate worth 600 billion, there were countless decisions that required her attention. Some business matters necessitated her personal involvement. With the company having reached such an expansive scale, could she afford to neglect it for the sake of raising her daughter? If it were merely a 6 million company, perhaps she could consider stepping back, but relinquishing control of a 600 billion enterprise was not a decision to be made lightly. Selling shares for 2 or 300 billion in cash. Without the conglomerate and its connections, that money could quickly dwindle amid the myriad of challenges that might arise. With a roar, Su Mingyao drove away, followed closely by another vehicle carrying her bodyguards. Mingyao, how did Uncle Su investigate before? Was he deceived? Or did the investigators neglect their duties? How could they overlook Lin Chen's exceptional culinary skills? Shen Qing pondered from the passenger seat. I have no idea. Su Mingyao shook her head, troubled. Her confusion deepened. Not only had they overlooked his culinary talents, but Lin Chen was also proficient in 4 foreign languages. Is he truly an ordinary person? Mingyao, how does it feel to be on a date? Shen Qing asked playfully. Unaware that Lin Chen and Su Mingyao had already obtained their marriage certificate, Su Mingyao confided to her friend that she had a faux date with Lin Chen today. Intending to show Lin Xiaoqian that her parents were in love, Su Mingyao remarked, we are merely pretending to date. If you wish to experience the genuine feelings of a true date, you should find yourself a boyfriend. Shen Qing giggled and responded, Mingyao, I think it wouldn't be a bad idea for you to develop a relationship with Lin Chen, leaving aside everything else. Just his culinary skills alone would make your married life delightful. Su Mingyao fell silent. Shen Qing continued, according to the findings from Su Shu, he is quite ordinary. Yet his cooking is exceptional, his handwriting is commendable, and his artistic talent is impressive. This already makes him remarkably outstanding. He possesses one significant advantage. Su Mingyao inquired softly. What advantage? Shen Qing replied. He is Xiaoqian's father. Just look at their closeness. I have spent more time with Xiaoqian than he has. Yet she is far more affectionate towards Lin Chen than she is towards me. The bond of blood is truly magical. Su Mingyao teased. Now I understand what it means to be soft-spoken after having eaten someone else's food. You've had 2 meals prepared by Lin Chen. And now you're going to great lengths to speak well of him. What is the plan? Hoping to mooch off him in the future? Shen Qing nodded eagerly. Of course. His culinary skills are unmatched, even surpassing those of a 5-star hotel chef. He truly is impressive in the kitchen. Su Mingyao cautioned. But don't sell me out for a few meals. Daddy, I am so happy. Lin Chen and Lin Xiaoqian returned home, with Lin Xiaoqian joyfully exclaiming, What has made you so happy? Lin Chen inquired. Lin Xiaoqian giggled. Daddy loves Mommy, and Mommy loves Daddy, so they won't get divorced. I can always be with both of you. Lin Chen kissed Lin Xiaoqian and assured her, Don't worry, our family will always stay together. Just then, Lin Chen's phone chimed. He took it out to find a call from Chen Wenhan. Editor Chen, what can I do for you? Lin Chen asked. On the other end, Chen Wenhan said, Lin Chen, your book has begun printing. You should send a message to your readers. There will be a purchase link on the website. Also, if you don't want to hold a signing event, could you arrange for a batch of signed copies? Those who purchase the book will randomly receive one of your signed copies. Lin Chen pondered for a moment and replied, Editor Chen, please have someone bring over 1,000 copies for me to sign. It's better for them to be scarce. Too many wouldn't be good. Understood. Chen Wenhan responded with delight. Lin Chen smiled and said, All right. He then made his way to his study and opened his computer. I should upload some more. He thought to himself. On Tongxin's website, he had only uploaded 30 fairy tales, while he still had 20 more stored on his computer. Soon, he uploaded 10 of them. The printed book, Collection of Lin's Stories, is in progress. Please stay tuned. After uploading the 10 tales, Lin Shen sent out an announcement. Chapter 23. Lin Shen's book is now on sale. Lin's stories have been updated with 10 new entries. I just read one to my child, and she adored it. Holding a mobile phone while reading may seem peculiar, yet upon finishing, the child is revitalized and eager for more screen time. Upstairs. The esteemed Lin Yu has announced that the printed books are currently in production, echoing a similar predicament in my household. Many individuals have flooded the comments section with their thoughts. The first 30 stories have captivated a multitude of fans, many of whom were initially unaware of Tongxi Network. Having been introduced by others. In certain mother groups, there is a considerable turnout. While some foreign fairy tales are indeed exquisite, the cultural disparities render some tales perplexing to children. The caliber of domestic fairy tale authors often falls short. Lin Yu's works resonate deeply with the essence of Chinese culture, brimming with amusement while simultaneously imparting knowledge through storytelling. Goddesses, Lin Yu has shared another 10 fairy tales and is set to publish a book. Breaking news. Lin Yu is releasing a printed edition. After perusing the newly uploaded tales and announcements, many of Lin Shen's fans spontaneously began promoting him. Upon receiving the news, a multitude quickly logged onto Tongxi Network. Boss, Lin Yu has uploaded another 10 fairy tales, each a classic, and the feedback from readers has been splendid. Chen Wenhan informed Liang Zhirong. 10 more? Liang Zhirong gasped in astonishment. Indeed, Liang Zhirong was exhilarated. As long as Lin Shen maintains this momentum, his renown will undoubtedly escalate. Tongxi Network is poised to generate substantial revenue. With a budget of 500,000, we must expedite our promotional efforts. Enlist more promoters, Liang Zhirong asserted. Chen Wenhan expressed astonishment. Boss, is it wise to spend so much? Liang Zhirong replied, yes, this investment will yield returns. While utilizing others for promotion may attract significant traffic, it may not be sustainable. However, Lin Yu has the ability to retain visitors on our site. Simply enhancing traffic will ensure our profits. Chen Wenhan responded. I will arrange this immediately. I propose distributing the 500,000 over the course of 3 to 4 days. You may oversee this. Ensure the first batch of books is delivered to Lin Shen promptly and in ample quantity, as he may wish to gift them to family and friends. Liang Zhirong concluded before hanging up. Chen Wenhan swiftly communicated with the website's operational staff, who would recruit various promoters to vigorously drive traffic. Have 3,000 copies already been printed? Mr. Liu, please package 1,100 of them. I will arrange for someone to collect them. Chen Wenhan communicated with the printing factory owner. This printing house was one they frequently collaborated with, and an hour later, Chen Wenhan's appointed individual arrived. The 1,100 pristine books were neatly packaged. Be careful not to damage them. Mr. Liu personally oversaw the loading of the boxes onto the vehicle. Editor-in-Chief. The books are all loaded, the driver relayed to Chen Wenhan. On the other end of the line, Chen Wenhan instructed, Shaoli, you have a demanding journey ahead. These books must be delivered to Lin Yu. This trip spans approximately 800 to 900 kilometers, so please prioritize safety. Of the total 1,100 books, you must bring back 1,000. Lin Yu wishes to remain anonymous. You must not disclose any information about him. The driver, Li Lin, sheepishly inquired, Editor-in-Chief. May I obtain a signed book from the esteemed Lin Yu? Both my wife and daughter are his avid fans. Chen Wenhan replied, 1,000 copies must not be lessened. Surely, Lin Yu will not refuse your request for a signature. To bring one for me as well? Li Lin promptly agreed. After hanging up, Chen Wenhan sent Li Lin the location. As night passed, Li Lin arrived at the designated site, which was a modest storefront outside Lin Shen's community. The location was less than ideal, and the rent was quite affordable. Lin Shen had secured it just the previous day. Editor Chen, I have arrived. Li Lin announced over the phone. Little Li, there is a flower pot outside with a key hidden beneath it. Use the key to unlock the door. After placing the items inside, lock the door and return the key to its original spot. Then, find a hotel to rest well, Chen Wenhan instructed. Having been informed by Lin Shen the previous night on what to do. Daddy, where are we going? After breakfast, Lin Shen carried his daughter, Lin Xiaoqian, to the rented storefront. Upon opening the door, he was met with 11 large boxes. There's much to do, Lin Shen mused to himself. Secretly relieved that his pen name consisted of merely 2 characters. Had it been 4, the workload would have doubled. Daddy, what are we doing here? What are these? Lin Xiaoqian asked, her curiosity piqued. Lin Shen smiled and replied, Mommy has work, and so does Daddy, right? These are part of Daddy's work. Would you like to draw over there for a while? Lin Xiaoqian obediently nodded. The storefront was equipped with a table and chairs. While Lin Xiaoqian busied herself with her drawings, Lin Shen took out a book and began to read. After finishing, he discovered no issues. With a flourish, Lin Shen commenced signing. His calligraphy was masterful, each signature a graceful dance of ink. After nearly 3 hours, he finally completed the task. Editor Chen, I will keep 20 copies for myself, and you may arrange for the remaining 1,080 to be taken back. As for the surplus 80, you may handle them as you see fit. Lin Shen communicated with Qin Xinhan over the phone. Very well, very well. Lin Shen, you have worked hard, came Qin Xinhan's cheerful response. After hanging up, Lin Shen approached Lin Xiaoqian. Little Qian, Daddy has finished. Shall we go to the amusement park? Yes, yes, she exclaimed joyfully. In the afternoon, a refreshed Li Lin arrived at the storefront. He found a special book left for him by Lin Xian, inscribed with the words, To Li Lin, Lin Yu. What beautiful handwriting! Li Lin's eyes sparkled. Having seen numerous authors' signatures, he noted that some resembled a dog's pawing, while Lin Chen's script was vastly superior. Beaming with satisfaction, Li Lin felt his journey had not been in vain. Both his wife and daughter would surely be delighted. The next day arrived swiftly. Li Lin had already delivered the book, and Qin Xinhan informed Lin Chen that the purchase on Tongxi Network would open at noon. How many people could possibly make a purchase? Lin Chen pondered to himself. The initial print run was set at 300,000 copies. If only a few thousand were sold, it would be rather embarrassing. However, Lin Chen was confident that such a dismal outcome was unlikely. The fairy tales he had been disseminating were provided by the system, all of which were of the highest caliber, leaving no reason for a disastrous failure. Judging by the buzz on the website, there were indeed many eager buyers. As noon approached, a multitude awaited the release of the purchasing link. Tongxi Network had announced that the first 50 purchasers would receive signed copies, which were not included in the initial 1,000. At last, the purchasing link was live, and many swiftly placed their orders. Tongxi Network's traffic was substantial, and with promotions underway, over 1 million had read the fairy tales penned by Lin Yu. Many had already become devoted readers. Editor-in-Chief, it's a hit, it's a hit, someone exclaimed excitedly. A smile spread across Qin Xinhan's face as he remarked. Such a surge is to be expected. It would be strange if Lin Yu's quality did not cause a sensation. Another editor jested. If this book doesn't take off, I think we should consider changing careers. Chapter 24. Su Mingyao rewards Lin Yu. Time ticked by. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. The first hour concluded with sales reaching 100,000 copies. Of course, this did not imply that 100,000 individuals had made purchases. Some may have bought multiple copies, whether to replace lost books or to prevent damage from children. Such high-quality books also made for splendid gifts. Additionally, bookstores and libraries often made bulk purchases, sometimes acquiring dozens of copies at once. Lin Chen leaned down to kiss Lin Xiaoqian, who was napping. Editor-in-Chief, is there any news? Is the sales performance dismal? Lin Chen inquired as he opened his computer in the study. He logged into the author backend and noticed a significant increase in rewards, clicks, and collections, indicating that the sales were likely not as bleak as he had feared. Boss, are you feeling a bit anxious? Qin Xinhan quickly replied. A faint smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. After all, this was his own book, and he was naturally concerned, though it was far from a state of anxiety. With the system at his disposal, how could he possibly feel anxious? If the fairy tales did not yield much profit, he could simply pivot to another avenue. He possessed many skills beyond this one. It's going all right, Lin Chen responded. Ding ding. Qin Xinhan called, and Lin Chen answered. Lin Chen. We've surpassed 100,000 copies in just 1 hour. Qin Xinhan exclaimed with delight. Lin Chen was somewhat taken aback. 1 hour to reach 100,000 copies? The first hour's sales were certainly the strongest, but at this rate, 30,000 copies could potentially sell out within a day. Lin Chen, the quality of this book is evident. As long as the user feedback remains positive, future sales are bound to be impressive. The first month's sales may very well exceed 1 million copies. Qin Xinhan expressed his excitement. Lin Chen joked, once the first print sells out, I'll feel at ease. I just hope you don't suffer a direct loss. Qin Xinhan chuckled. As we just discussed, if your book doesn't sell well, we might as well consider a career change. Lin Chen replied, if 300,000 copies sell out quickly, will the printing be feasible? On the other end of the line, Qin Xinhan laughed heartily. Do not worry about that. Our collaborating factory is a large one, and currently, their printing business is quite slow. As long as the client pays promptly, they can certainly meet the demand. After hanging up, Qin Xinhan urged the operations team to act swiftly, insisting that the initial hour's sales of 100,000 copies must be promoted immediately. Su Mingyao was in her spacious office, scrolling through short videos. She had just finished a meeting and was taking a moment to relax. To all the mothers, I highly recommend a remarkable book. It is my top fairy tale book of the year. Su Mingyao stumbled upon a short video. As a mother, she often received such recommendations from algorithms. Fairy tale book? She clicked on it, thinking she could bring a storybook for Lin Xiaoqian during her next visit. However, her standards were high. She rarely found ordinary books appealing. As time passed, Su Mingyao became engrossed. Knock, knock. The office door was tapped. Startled, she realized that she, an adult, had become captivated by a fairy tale book. This book is truly delightful. Each story is exquisite, she mused. President, it's time for you to head to the airport. Your car is waiting downstairs, her assistant reminded her. Su Mingyao, now flying at least once a day, sometimes thrice, was perpetually busy with numerous company affairs and a backlog of work. Certain matters required her direct intervention. Even the vice president's presence would not carry sufficient weight. Let us go, Su Mingyao said as she reached the car downstairs. The book remained unfinished, so she continued reading. Unbeknownst to her, she had completed all 40 fairy tales sent by Lin Chen. Each was a classic, truly impressive. This Lin Yu will undoubtedly become a master storyteller, she thought. She ordered 2 copies, intending to keep one at home and take the other to Lin Chen for him to read to Lin Xiaoqian. I should give a tip, Su Mingyao murmured to herself. She typically had no habit of tipping, but she felt these fairy tales by Lin Yu were genuinely exceptional. The leader tier was set at 1,000, the silver tier at 10,000, and the gold tier at 100,000. Su Mingyao noticed that Lin Yu had no silver tier yet, although there were about 10 leaders. I shall be the first silver leader, she decided, tipping 10,000 yuan. She generously rewarded a Golden Alliance leader, but her understanding of Lin Yu remains limited. Perhaps his works are commendable, yet his character may leave much to be desired. For now, a Silver Alliance leader will suffice. Even if his character is lacking, his creations are worthy of such support. Oh, Lin Chen is presently at his computer. He discovers that he has unexpectedly gained a Silver Alliance leader. With a contribution of 10,000 yuan, this individual seems quite supportive of him. He expresses his gratitude succinctly. Time swiftly passed to the following day. Chen Xinhong and others gazed at the large screen, which displayed the sales figures, constantly fluctuating. Suddenly, the data jumped from 299,996 directly to 300,001. A resounding applause erupted. It was now 10 in the morning, within just 22 hours. All 300,000 copies of the first print had been sold out. Boss, the 300,000 copies are sold out, Chen Xinhong promptly called Liang Zhirong. On the other end, Liang Zhirong was brimming with excitement. This gamble had paid off. Old Chen, you should call Lin Chen to print an additional 500,000 copies. Or let me do it personally, Liang Zhirong suggested. Soon, Liang Zhirong contacted Lin Chen. Lin Chen was taken aback. Manager Liang, you're increasing the print run so soon? On the line, Liang Zhirong chuckled heartily. Indeed, we want to engage in artificial scarcity. We shall produce in abundance. As long as the users are pleased, I shall strive to meet their needs. Lin Chen, let us formalize the additional print run with a contract. Once the contract is signed, I will transfer the funds immediately. The contract is ready. We just need to modify the numbers. Within a mere 10 minutes, Lin Chen had signed the additional print contract with Tongxi Network. Ding. In less than 2 hours, a message from the bank arrived. A sum of 2,350,000 yuan had been credited. Originally, he had transferred 700,000 to his family, leaving him with over 70,000, and now, combined with this, he had 310,000. He had intended to set aside 100,000, but his father firmly opposed it, and after much persuasion, he only managed to transfer 70,000. According to his father's perspective, 50,000 would suffice. In total, they had spent 100,000, and with 300 to 400,000 in savings. Even if they borrowed some money, they would manage to repay it later, despite Lin Chen's rapid earnings. They understood that acquiring a good apartment in Shanghai would not be easy. 310,000 is still far from the required amount for a home, Lin Chen pondered. The additional print run of 500,000 copies would not sell out immediately. Relying solely on this single title would not yield substantial profits in the short term. However, he could always publish a second book. With his rising fame and reputation, the sales of the second book would surely be promising. Chapter 25. Dad, I'm hurt. I was the 15th to place an order, and I received the book, which bears Lin Yu's signature. It's so beautifully written. I was fortunate enough to win a prize. My grandfather is a member of the Calligraphy Association and claims he is nowhere near Lin Yu's level. Lin Yu's fairy tale stories are captivating, and his writing is exquisite. Unfortunately, I didn't win, so I can only admire it online. Many individuals who have received the book have shared their joy online. Some have posted pictures of their signed copies on social media, garnering numerous likes and admiration. This wave of enthusiasm has prompted many to delve into the book, and those who find it delightful promptly place their orders. The sales figures and the book's reputation soar in tandem, bringing immense satisfaction. Just 2 years ago, a certain author began with decent sales, but a sudden decline in reputation led to a rapid drop in sales. The atmosphere at Tongxin Network is quite cheerful. Lin Yu has brought a significant influx of traffic to the website, and the owner stands to profit handsomely. There's no way they would forego their bonuses. Old Chun, observing the situation, mused that perhaps the 50,000 copies could sell out in just half a month. Liang Zhirong, the owner of Tongxin Network, expressed his optimism to Chen Xinhong. Although the royalty rate promised to Lin Chen is relatively high, it pales in comparison to the elevation Lin Chen has brought to the website. Chen Xinhong remarked, I initially estimated that these 50,000 copies would take at least 20 days to sell, but it appears that won't be necessary. Lin Chen's signature has indeed generated considerable buzz. Liang Zhirong chuckled, We've saved money. Spending $1 million might not have yielded such fervor. Knock, knock. The sound of a knock resonated. Come in, Liang Zhirong called. Shortly thereafter, a person entered, brimming with excitement. Boss, the president of the Calligraphy Association, Mr. Gu, praised teacher Lin Yu's calligraphy on Weibo. He also mentioned that he intends to read teacher Lin's fairy tales to his granddaughter. Liang Zhirong's eyes lit up. Despite the Calligraphy Association's low profile, Mr. Gu wields substantial influence, with numerous media outlets following him. Boss, Mr. Gu's endorsement is fantastic. I was initially concerned about attracting undue attention, which might invite detractors, but now I feel much more reassured, Chen Xinhong exclaimed. With Mr. Gu's clear support, those who wish to tarnish the book's image will need to think twice. Liang Zhirong added excitedly, with Mr. Gu's endorsement, some official media outlets are likely to provide us with free publicity. The second batch could potentially sell out in just 10 days. Chen Xinhong nodded in agreement. This is indeed plausible. When interest peaks, many will spontaneously promote the book, and with a favorable reputation, sales are bound to flourish. Although the birth rate in China has declined, the number of children in previous years remains substantial, and they are now at an age for listening to stories. Lin Chen's fairy tales cater to children aged 2 to 6 or 7, a demographic that should number around 50 million. The combined total of the first and second batches is merely 800,000 copies. Parents are often willing to invest in their children, and the cost of a book is quite reasonable. Knock, knock. Not long after, another knock echoed on Liang Zhirong's office door. Another piece of good news? Liang Zhirong inquired, looking at the person who entered. Boss, a female celebrity just posted that she bought the book and read the stories to her child, who adored them. She has recommended the book to her fans. Her fan base has exceeded 10 million, exclaimed the editor who entered excitedly. Liang Zhirong and Chen Xinhao exchanged glances. Old Chun. It seems we have underestimated Lin Yu. Chen Xinhao nodded. Stars are protective of their reputation. They would not easily promote others without reason. This is genuine admiration. Once we have the first, there may be more to follow. As Liang Zhirong and Chen Xinhao stepped outside, the sales curve appeared on the large screen. Initially, sales had plummeted, but now they were rapidly surging. The influence of a celebrity with over 10 million fans is undeniably powerful. At this rate, we could sell 500,000 copies in no more than 10 days, Chen Xinhao remarked. Liang Zhirong chuckled. Old Chun, you are being conservative. We cannot afford a celebrity. Yet their promotional effect is substantial. I estimate 500,000 copies won't last a week. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The celebrities who had offered free promotion had numbered over a dozen. The second batch of 500,000 copies was completely sold out. Shall we order another 1,000,000 copies? Lin Chen asked in astonishment. Mr. Liang, let us not be too hasty. Chen Xinhao and the others remained silent, and he did not inquire further. He had not anticipated that the stock would sell out once more in just 3 days. Lin Chen? No. Lin Yu. You have no idea how immensely popular your fairy tale has become. If we order another 1,000,000 copies, they will undoubtedly sell out within a month. Liang Zhirong stated with a smile. Mr. Liang, since you are confident, I am certainly on board. If you provide the funds, I will gladly accept, Lin Chen replied. Liang Zhirong cleared his throat. Divine Lin Yu, there is a small issue. Many have reported that the second batch did not include signed copies. Could we arrange for a batch of signed books in the third order? Lin Shan asked, how many? Liang Zhirong suggested, how about 2,000 copies? Lin Shan sighed inwardly. Signing 2,000 copies would take quite a while. Very well. Please have Li Lin deliver the books to the usual place, he instructed. Soon. Lin Shan and Liang Zhirong signed the third contract. The previous order of 500,000 copies had generated 2,350,000. This time, for 1 million copies, he would receive 4,800,000. The royalty rate was variable based on sales. Ding. Liang Zhirong quickly arranged for the financial transfer. Lin Shan's bank balance astonishingly reached 7,900,000. If he were not in a city like Magic Capital, 7,900,000 might allow one to live comfortably for a lifetime. Woo 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 woo. Lin Xiaoqian began to cry. Lin Shan swiftly exited the study and entered the living room. Xiaoqian, what's wrong? He asked, promptly picking up Lin Xiaoqian. Tears welled in her eyes. Daddy, I scraped my hand. Look, I'm hurt. Lin Shan quickly examined her hand, which was indeed slightly red, but there was no break in the skin. Had he arrived a moment later, the redness would likely have faded. Let Daddy rub it for you. Xiaoqian, be good, don't cry. It's nothing. Lin Shan reassured her. Daddy, aren't we going to apply any medicine? In the past, whenever I was injured, my mother would apply medicine for me. All right, let me apply some for you, said Lin Shan, who found the situation both amusing and perplexing. At this moment, the red mark was nearly invisible. He retrieved the first aid kit, concerned that Lin Xiaoqian might get hurt, and had prepared a box containing some common remedies. As he applied the medicine to Lin Xiaoqian, a voice echoed in Lin Shan's mind, announcing that he had acquired the skill of ancient medicine. It would take 30 hours to reach the mastery level and 60 hours to achieve the grandmaster level. Lin Shan was taken aback. Applying medicine to Lin Xiaoqian unexpectedly yielded such a significant reward. This was indeed impressive. Generally, one would reach the mastery level in just 10 hours and the grandmaster level in 20, but this required 3 times as long. Among the skills he had acquired, this posed the second greatest challenge, surpassed only by aircraft manufacturing technology, which demanded 50 and 100 hours, respectively. Xiaoqian, does it still hurt? Lin Shan asked with a cheerful smile. It appeared he could not view everything through the lens of adulthood. Applying medicine to Lin Xiaoqian had proven to be quite rewarding. Ancient medicine was indeed a valuable asset. Hee, it doesn't hurt anymore. Daddy is amazing. Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed as she hugged Lin Shan's head and planted a kiss on him. System, how can this skill be enhanced? Lin Shan pondered in his mind. Host. It is common for children to fall ill, the system replied. Well, in that case, it's best not to enhance it for now. Lin Shan certainly did not wish for Lin Xiaoqian to become unwell. Chapter 26. Daddy, your wife's phone call. Xiaoqian, you've written the character incorrectly. Take a look at how Daddy writes it, and compare it to your version. Do you see the difference? Lin Shan was teaching Lin Xiaoqian how to write. She had already learned to write her name, so he began with simpler characters, and Lin Xiaoqian was quite earnest in her studies. Daddy, you're an adult? And I'm a little one. Your steps are big, while mine are smaller, Lin Xiaoqian said innocently. Lin Shan chuckled and explained, Xiaoqian, people are not distinguished by age in that manner. We don't refer to children as little people. You can say you are a baby or a child. Lin Xiaoqian nodded, somewhat understanding. With a smile, Lin Shan began to tell a story. Xiaoqian, a long, long time ago, humans, like other animals, did not have written language or the ability to write. So, what do you think people did back then? Did they use their mouths like little dogs? Lin Xiaoqian inquired. Lin Shan laughed. When we are face to face, we can use our mouths, but what if we cannot meet? How would we communicate? How can we alert others to dangers in a certain place, or how can we find our way home in the forest? Lin Xiaoqian pondered for a moment, and her eyes lit up. Daddy, I know. They could draw pictures to tell others. Lin Shan gently ruffled Lin Xiaoqian's hair and remarked, Xiaoqian, you are truly intelligent. This is how people in ancient times first began their endeavors. The earliest forms of writing were akin to painting. Over time, the sages among humanity gradually developed written language. Lin Xiaoqian listened intently. Host, you have dedicated 20 hours to teaching Lin Xiaoqian how to write, elevating your calligraphy to the level of a grandmaster. The system's voice resonated in Lin Shan's mind. A subtle smile graced Lin Shan's face as a torrent of information flooded his consciousness. With the assistance of the system, Lin Shan swiftly assimilated this knowledge, as if he had been practicing calligraphy for decades. Half an hour passed. Xiaoqian, let us pause our writing practice for now. You should rest your eyes. I will teach you English, Lin Shan said, initiating a dialogue in English with Lin Xiaoqian. He refrained from delving into vocabulary and grammar. Speaking was sufficient, and through conversation, Lin Xiaoqian would naturally learn. While many children might not utilize English in the future, the Su family has numerous business ventures abroad, and it is likely that the family's assets will one day belong to Lin Xiaoqian. He himself may also earn considerable wealth overseas, which would similarly benefit her. Thus, acquiring proficiency in English was of paramount importance for Lin Xiaoqian. Host, your proficiency in Japanese has reached an advanced standard. The system's voice chimed in after another half hour. Thus far, Lin Shun had mastered English, German, French, Russian, Arabic, Portuguese, and Japanese. Excellent. I will no longer need subtitles when watching films, Lin Shun mused. Learning Japanese was indeed essential. It would prove useful not only for casual viewing but also in the event of future endeavors involving the Eastern Cherry Nation. The struggles he faced while learning English once left him mentally exhausted, yet now he had effortlessly acquired 7 foreign languages. Lin Shun silently contemplated the prospect of being able to communicate in the languages of native African tribes in the future. Suddenly, Lin Shun's phone buzzed. It was a video call from Su Mingyao. He had previously initiated 2 video calls with her, both during the evening, as Lin Xiaoqian wished to connect with her mother. However, it was now morning, a time when Su Mingyao was typically preoccupied with work. Xiaoqian, it's a video call from Mama, Lin Shun said as he accepted the call and handed the phone to Lin Xiaoqian. Previously, he had not engaged in much conversation with Su Mingyao during their video calls. They had a child together and were legally married, and Lin Shun naturally wished to win Su Mingyao's heart, though he felt it inappropriate to be overly forward. The wealth of the Su family posed a dilemma. He feared appearing overly enthusiastic might lead Su Mingyao and her parents to believe he was motivated solely by their fortune. Mama, Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed joyfully. Xiaoqian, Mama will video call you again tonight. I need to discuss something with Daddy right now. Please hand the phone to him. Su Mingyao replied with a smile. Daddy, it's Mama's call, Lin Xiaoqian said earnestly, displaying a maturity beyond her years. Lin Shun took the phone and smiled. Mingyao. What is it? Su Mingyao replied. Qianqian can play by herself for now. Lin Shun, please go to the study. I need your assistance with work-related matters. All right. Lin Shun swiftly made his way to the study. Su Mingyao inquired. Lin Shun, you mentioned that you speak English, German, French, and Russian? Lin Shun nodded slightly. I also have a basic understanding of Arabic, Japanese, and Portuguese. Why do you ask? Su Mingyao was taken aback. It turned out that Lin Shun's proficiency in foreign languages extended beyond those 4. I urgently need a German document that contains numerous specialized terms. Our company's translation capabilities are insufficient. I wonder if you could comprehend it, Su Mingyao explained. Lin Shun smiled. Please send it over. I will take a look. Soon. Su Mingyao forwarded the document. Lin Shun opened it and reviewed the contents. It should be fine. I will have the translated document ready for you in half an hour, he assured. Thank you. Su Mingyao responded. After ending the call, Lin Shun quickly began translating on his computer. Even the most obscure technical terminology was a breeze for him. Meanwhile, on Su Mingyao's end, her assistant reported, Boss, we have contacted 4 translation companies, and they all replied that they cannot complete the translation in 2 hours due to the excessive technical vocabulary. I have found someone. Just wait, Su Mingyao instructed. You may leave now. I need some quiet time, she added. After her assistant departed, Su Mingyao dialed her father's number. Dad, how is Mom doing? She inquired. Su Guofeng. Her father replied with a smile, your mother is recovering quite well. In 2 months, once her condition stabilizes, she and I will return home. Su Mingyao exclaimed in delight. You'll be back in 2 months? I thought you planned to stay longer. Su Guofeng replied with a hint of exasperation, your mother misses home and Qianqian. She wishes she could board a plane back right now. Qianqian is doing well with Lin Shun, isn't she? He was aware that Lin Xiaoqian was with Lin Shun, but he had never contacted him and did not hold him in high regard. To him, Lin Shun was just an ordinary individual, and as Su Mingyao's only beloved daughter, he naturally did not wish for them to be together. Fortunately, Su Mingyao did not seem particularly interested in Lin Shun either. Lin Shun is Qianqian's father. He treats her well, and they are very close, she noted. That's good to hear, Su Guofeng replied. Su Mingyao then asked, Dad, when you had someone investigate Lin Shun, was it true that he appeared rather ordinary in all aspects? Indeed, why do you ask? Su Guofeng responded. Dad, who did you hire for the investigation? Did they perhaps provide a superficial report? Su Guofeng was taken aback. Mingyao, are you suggesting that Lin Shun is not ordinary? He queried. Chapter 27. Su Guofeng's Concerns. Su Mingyao pressed. Dad, who did you have investigate him? Su Guofeng, my former bodyguard, Xiao He, investigated Lin Shun. Lin Shun comes from an ordinary background. His academic performance is unremarkable, and although his appearance is decent, his attire is quite plain. Xiao He visited their village, went to the high school Lin Shun once attended, and even inquired with his former homeroom teacher. There should be no oversights. Why do you suddenly ask about this? A wave of unease washed over Su Guofeng. Surely, his daughter does not fancy Lin Shun, does she? Dad, he doesn't seem so ordinary, Su Mingyao replied. His culinary skills are exceptional, and he is proficient in several foreign languages. Su Guofeng was taken aback. He speaks several foreign languages? I have his college entrance examination scores. And his English was rather average, barely passing the 4th level. Su Mingyao asserted, his English is better than mine. Moreover, his Russian, German, and French are quite impressive. Su Guofeng was incredulous. Even if he lacked in other areas, such linguistic talent alone is commendable. Why did he previously present himself as so ordinary? Was he concealing this during the college entrance examination as well? Mingyao, are you certain? Of course. I have communicated with him in English, and I have witnessed him converse in Russian before my eyes. Su Guofeng pressed. Is it possible that you have developed feelings for him because of this? Dad, absolutely not. I have other matters to attend to and cannot discuss this further, Su Mingyao concluded, promptly hanging up the call. Su Guofeng was left in confusion, pondering how one individual could change so drastically. He entered the hospital room. Dear, what is going on with our daughter? Yang Qingyue, Su Mingyao's mother, inquired as she awoke. Su Guofeng took a seat beside the bed. Wife, Mingyao just called to say that Lin Shun may not be as ordinary as we thought. She mentioned he speaks several foreign languages and is also quite skilled in the culinary arts. Yang Qingyue expressed her surprise. Did our daughter really say that? Yes. Su Guofeng nodded. Then she must have developed some affection for Lin Shun. She likely harbors a significant curiosity about him, Yang Qingyue remarked. Su Guofeng furrowed his brow. Yang Qingyue added, Dear, please refrain from calling her. Let her choose for herself. She is not less intelligent than you. Su Guofeng countered, even if he speaks several languages. He is still unworthy of Mingyao. Yang Qingyue retorted, in matters of the heart, there is no such thing as being worthy or unworthy. It is all about fate. After that incident, our daughter has been psychologically affected, isolating herself. If Lin Shun can help her emerge from that shell, it may not be a bad thing. Su Guofeng stared at Yang Qingyue in astonishment. Wife, you didn't think this way before. You once hoped Mingyao would find someone of equal social standing, preferably someone with better prospects. Yang Qingyue replied, after being on the operating table, facing death. I have come to realize that many things are not as important as they once seemed. As long as our daughter is happy, we should not interfere too much. Su Guofeng frowned. But, Yang Qingyue interjected, no buts, help me sit up. Su Guofeng hastily assisted her in sitting up. Dear, even if Lin Shun is merely ordinary, as long as our daughter is content, we possess sufficient wealth for her to spend a lifetime. Su Guofeng sighed lightly, saying, My dear, you do not comprehend. Yang Qingyue rolled her eyes in response. How could I not understand? Su Guofeng furrowed his brow. If our family only had 300 to 500 million, it would not pose much of a problem. We would live comfortably and remain untroubled by others. However, we currently possess 3 billion. To the sharks. We are merely a tempting morsel. Yang Qingyue queried, Throughout our journey, it seems we have not encountered significant troubles, have we? Su Guofeng replied. That is because I had a good father-in-law, but he has been gone for 2 years now. The connections he left us have nearly run their course. Our future path will undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. Yang Qingyue interjected, But we still maintain our network, do we not? Su Guofeng shook his head. It is different. Though our family is wealthy, we no longer belong to that circle. Within the next 2 to 3 years, we will surely face targeted adversity. Yang Qingyue asserted. Yet we cannot sacrifice our daughter's happiness. Su Guofeng responded, I hope Mingyao can find someone compatible, thus achieving a harmonious balance. With that, Su Guofeng sighed deeply. If only the events of the past had not transpired. Su Mingyao remains unmarried yet has a child, which will undoubtedly deter some influential 2nd or 3rd generation heirs. Dear, do not dwell on such matters. Even if we lose a significant portion of our wealth, having 300 to 500 million is sufficient for our family to live comfortably. Yang Qingyue reassured him. Su Guofeng nodded slightly. Do not overthink it. Focus on your recovery. There should not be any issues in the next year or 2. Meanwhile, Lin Shun wore a faint smile. He meticulously reviewed everything, ensuring there were no errors. Su Mingyao, The translation is complete, he said, handing the translated document to her. Su Mingyao glanced at the time, astonished that Lin Shan had taken only 27 minutes. Thank you. Would it be acceptable to pay you 20,000 for the translation? Su Mingyao replied. Lin Shan responded, we have a child together, and we are officially registered. I believe we can consider ourselves friends. Such assistance among friends should not involve payment. If you insist on paying, do not seek my help again. I am reluctant to earn this money as I need to care for the child. Lin Shan quickly replied. After a moment of silence, Su Mingyao responded, thank you. 5 minutes later, Su Mingyao's assistant said, President, the German translator at the company reported that the document is flawless. He claims the other party's proficiency surpasses his own. Indeed. Su Mingyao nodded slightly, astonished. They were a large company, and the translation quality was commendable, yet Lin Shan's abilities far exceeded theirs. With proficiency in English, Russian, and German. It could be presumed that his French is equally impressive, Su Mingyao mused. At Lin Shan's side, he heard his child exclaim, Daddy, there are so many boxes. Lin Shan brought Lin Xiaoqian to the storefront he had rented. 2,000 books had already been delivered, neatly packed in 20 large boxes, each containing 100 volumes. With a smile, Lin Shan inquired, Xiaoqian, would you prefer to play for a while or take a nap? Inside the storefront, Lin Shan had set up a small bed. This way, he could work while Lin Xiaoqian slept peacefully at midnight. I don't want to sleep yet. I want to draw, Lin Xiaoqian replied in her sweet, innocent voice. Lin Shan smiled and said, very well, then spend some time drawing. Half an hour later, Lin Xiaoqian began to feel drowsy. Lin Shan gently carried her to the bed, where she quickly fell into a sweet slumber. Swiftly, Lin Shan began signing each new book. His signature appeared similar to before, yet upon closer inspection, it seemed to possess a newfound charm. This allure was something the average person couldn't quite articulate, but it was undeniably more captivating and visually appealing. A skilled calligrapher, however, would recognize that Lin Shan's calligraphy had transcended to an entirely different realm. Previously at the level of a master, he had now ascended to that of a grandmaster, placing him among the elite in the world. Chapter 28. Lin Xiaoqian's gift flourishes. With a sigh of relief, Lin Shan completed the arduous task of signing the 2,000 books by evening. Fortunately, Lin Xiaoqian had been exceptionally well behaved. Upon waking in the afternoon, she did not disturb Lin Shan. Simply being by his side brought her immense joy and satisfaction. In the past, when Su Mingyao was on business trips, Lin Xiaoqian was only accompanied by a nanny. Now, she had her father with her. Xiaoqian, shall we head home? Lin Shan smiled as he gathered the signed books. Daddy, come here for a moment, Lin Xiaoqian sweetly called out. Lin Shan squatted down beside her. Look, Daddy. This is you, this is Mommy, and this is me. Isn't it beautiful? Lin Shan gazed in astonishment at Lin Xiaoqian's drawing. Despite her tender age, her artistic skills were quite remarkable. Xiaoqian, you've drawn wonderfully. It seems you have a natural talent for painting. In that case, I shall teach you more in the future, he said. A voice echoed in Lin Chun's mind. Host, certain abilities of yours are continually enhancing, which will have a profound impact on Lin Xiaoqian in this regard. Lin Chen's eyes brightened. His enhanced abilities could influence Lin Xiaoqian? System. Is it only in certain aspects? Indeed, host. One of your skills has reached the Grandmaster level, which will double Lin Xiaoqian's talent in that area. At the legendary level, it will be tripled, and at the mythical level, it will be quadrupled. Lin Shan had achieved Grandmaster status in painting just the previous day. Contemplating this, he thought, if Xiaoqian possesses any talent, doubling it would be significant. But if she lacks the talent, would tripling it still be ineffective? Yes, host. The system confirmed. Lin Shan felt elated. This was quite favorable indeed. There was no need for Lin Xiaoqian to become a polymath. It sufficed that she excelled in her areas of innate talent. System, how's the calculation of these multipliers determined? As Lin Shan cradled Lin Xiaoqian on his way home, he inquired about the various talent values of individuals. If the minimum was 0 and the maximum was 100, the majority of a person's talents typically fell below 10. A rare few might possess talents ranging from 10 to 20, while only a handful exhibited talents between 20 and 30. It was commendable for an ordinary individual to achieve a talent level of 30, yet such abilities seldom bore fruit, regardless of effort. Lin Shan sighed inwardly, recognizing the vast chasm separating ordinary people from geniuses. Most ordinary individuals could only dabble in various arts, and the hope of excelling in these pursuits was exceedingly slim. System, please continue, he prompted. The system responded, A talent level above 40 signifies genius, while 60 and above indicates a standout within the province. 70 marks a national-level standout. 80 signifies a continental genius, and 90 indicates a world-class talent. Lin Chen felt a surge of excitement as he mused. If Xiao Qian's innate talent is 20, then doubling it would yield 40, tripling it could bring her to 60, and quadrupling it might even reach 80? Indeed, host, the system affirmed. A broad smile spread across Lin Chen's face. This is splendid. Xiao Qian is likely to possess several talents in the range of 20 to 30, and the probability of her tripling them to exceed 90 is quite high. Achieving the maximum value of 100 is also within the realm of possibility. Even a talent level in the teens could triple significantly. Daddy, what are you laughing about? You seem very happy, Lin Xiaoqian asked in her sweet, childlike voice. Lin Chen replied with a grin. It's because I love you, my dear. Holding you brings me immense joy. Moi? Daddy, I love you too, Lin Xiaoqian said, kissing him sweetly. System, can you assess Xiaoqian's talents? Lin Chen inquired mentally. Negative. Based on your abilities, you may discern them during your companionship, the system replied. Lin Chen acknowledged, feeling no regret. He reflected on his current skills, noting that he had achieved a grandmaster level in culinary arts, fairy tale writing, calligraphy, painting, and driving. Foreign languages were included as well, though soccer, singing, and shooting had yet to reach that level. He was uncertain about Lin Xiaoqian's talents in culinary arts and driving. While he estimated her abilities in fairy tale writing and calligraphy would likely be under 20, with minimal advancements. Conversely, her improvements in foreign languages and painting were more pronounced, especially in the latter. Lin Chen surmised that her painting talent should now be close to, or even exceed 30. Lin Xiaoqian, do you enjoy painting? He asked. Of course. She nodded enthusiastically. With a smile, Lin Chen said, Then, Xiaoqian, I shall dedicate more time to teaching you how to paint in the future. How does that sound? Lin Xiaoqian cheerfully remarked, Sure. Li Lin packed the books and returned overnight. Editor-in-Chief, the signed books by the esteemed Lin you have arrived. Chen Xinhong was informed upon arriving at work. Chen Xinhong reached the storage area for the books. He casually opened a box and took out one. Oh? A look of surprise flashed in Chen Xinhong's eyes. He rubbed them. The handwriting was the same, yet he felt that the character for Lin Chen appeared even more exquisite. Chen Xinhong possessed a previous signed book by Lin Chen. He retrieved it for comparison. What is going on? They're evidently the same, yet I sense a difference. Chen Xinhong mused to himself. Old phone, come here for a moment. Examine these two signatures closely, he called out. Another senior editor approached. Soon, he exclaimed in astonishment, Editor-in-Chief. What is happening? This signature seems more aesthetically pleasing. Is this the later one? Chen Xinhong nodded. I also feel this one is better. It possesses an indescribable beauty. Wait. Let me check the rest of the books. Chen Xinhong extracted more signed copies. Each signature appeared superior to the original. Editor-in-Chief, perhaps after signing so many times. Lin Yu has gained some insight, making the signatures more appealing, the editor named Feng remarked with a smile. Chen Xinhong nodded slightly, perhaps. The third batch consists of 1,000,000 copies. Let us ensure there is only one in every 500. Don't make any mistakes. Editor Feng nodded, rest assured. It won't be wrong. Chen Xinhong picked up a signed book he had just received. I'll step out for a while. Call me if anything arises. An hour later, Chen Xinhong arrived at a villa community. He came to visit an elder, a former member of the National Calligraphy Association. A towering figure in the world of calligraphy. Even the current president of the association would refer to him as uncle. Chen Xinhong had previously visited him once. Ding dong. Chen Xinhong rang the doorbell. The housekeeper quickly opened the door. An elderly voice called from within, Little Chen, my legs are not what they used to be. So I want to greet you at the door. Please come in. Upon entering the villa, Chen Xinhong bowed respectfully. Old Master Jiang, it's been a long time. The elder, Jiang Zumsong, nodded slightly. It has been 4 or 5 years. I am old now and do not entertain guests casually. Little Chen, what brings you here? If there is nothing pressing, he wouldn't welcome you, he thought. Old Master Jiang, I would like to request your assistance in examining a signature, Chen Xinhong said respectfully. Chapter 29, The Shock of the Calligraphy Tycoon. Jiang Zumsong inquired, what signature? Chen Xinhong replied, the signature in this book. I would appreciate your discerning eye. I have seen many calligraphy works, yet the signature feels quite unique. What makes it unique? Jiang Zumsong donned his reading glasses. Chen Xinhong cleared his throat. Old Master Jiang. My skills are lacking, so I cannot articulate it. However, there is an undeniable comfort in observing it. Even a signature can captivate my attention deeply. Jiang Shuesong remarked with a smile. That indicates your level of understanding is commendable. An ordinary person perceives mountains as mere mountains and waters as mere waters. You have seemingly reached the second level, where mountains are not mountains and waters are not waters. Allow me to have a look. Chen Xinhao promptly opened the book. Old Master Jiang, it is this signature. Jiang Shuesong chuckled. It belongs to Lin Yu. Someone has shown it to me before. His calligraphy is remarkably skilled. Ah. Jiang Shuesong paused, leaning closer for a meticulous examination. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Chen Xinhao remained silent, patiently waiting. After 5 minutes, Jiang Shuesong exhaled deeply. Impressive. Lin Yu's calligraphy surpasses my own. I had initially believed I was slightly superior, but it appears he has ascended to a higher realm. Chen Xinhao inquired, Old Master Jiang. What do you mean by realm? Jiang Shuesong removed his glasses and rubbed his eyes. My calligraphy is decent, and I have gained some renown. Yet in the grand tapestry of history, I am but a speck. Lin Yu's calligraphy is indeed comparable to that of Yen Lu. Chen Xinhao expressed his astonishment. Yen Jinqing and Lu Gongquan. Old Master Jiang, are you not overstating it? After all, figures like Yen Jinqing are regarded as top-tier calligraphers throughout history, with only the sage of calligraphy, Wang Shiji, standing above them. Not at all. Lin Yu's proficiency is genuinely that high. Yet, it is curious that I have not heard of anyone in the calligraphy world being this exceptional, Jiang Shuesong pondered. Chen Xinhao suggested, perhaps he is merely adept at signatures, while his other works are average. Jiang Shuesong shook his head. Young Chen, that is implausible. Do you believe that one can attain such a level merely through practice without possessing the requisite skill to comprehend it? Chen Xinhao chuckled awkwardly, recognizing himself as one who could not understand. Jiang Shuesong continued, I am not referring to you, young Chen. The fact that you can discern its complexity indicates your skill is quite commendable. Where is Master Lin Yu? I wish to pay him a visit. Chen Xinhao quickly responded. Old Master Jiang, you are over 80. It would be unwise for you to venture far. Lin Yu is a fairy tale author on our website. Ah? Jiang Shuesong was taken aback. With his level of skill, he writes fairy tales for you? Chen Xinhao nodded. His talent in fairy tale creation is extraordinary. This is his published book, which sold over 1 million copies in just a few days. Sighing deeply, Jiang Shuesong remarked, calligraphy does not yield profit, while your endeavors do. Few across the nation can truly appreciate his caliber of calligraphy. Chen Xinhao respectfully said, Old Master Jiang, while calligraphy may not be lucrative, the status of a top calligraphy master is elevated, and their legacy can endure through the ages. Jiang Shuesong replied, It is entirely possible for Master Lin Yu to leave a lasting legacy. As for myself, I am but a dilettante. Young Chen, Master Lin Yu must be in his 60s or 70s, correct? Chen Xinhao was momentarily taken aback. Old Master Jiang, he is not yet that old. Jiang Shuesong exclaimed in astonishment. He is only in his 50s? At such an age, to possess this level of mastery is truly remarkable. Chen Xinhao gently interjected, Elder Jiang, please remain calm. Lin Yu is merely in his 20s. Jiang Shuesong was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, he shook his head in disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could someone in their 20s achieve such a realm? Chen Xinhao reassured him, Elder Jiang, I have met him. He is indeed still in his 20s. Jiang Shuesong adjusted his reading glasses and scrutinized the signature once more. This cannot be true, he pondered. Could it be that someone else signed it? His disbelief was palpable. Chen Xinhao replied, That seems unlikely. His talent in creative writing is exceptional. There would be no need for him to fabricate anything. If discovered, it would be a significant blemish on his reputation. Jiang Shuesong then inquired, Xiao Chen, can you contact him? Would it be possible to ask him to create a piece for me? I will offer 30,000. Shall I inquire for you? Chen Xinhong asked. Jiang Shuesong nodded yes. Let it be the Lan Tingyi Su. Chen Xinhong dialed Lin Chen's number. Lin Yu, are you available? I have something to discuss. Lin Chen's voice came through. I am available. What is it? Chen Xinhong continued. Lin Yu, I know an enthusiast of calligraphy who admires your signature greatly and wishes to commission a piece for 30,000. Would that be acceptable? Lin Chen was taken aback. 30,000? I initially thought there would be significant earnings in calligraphy, but upon further investigation, I realized I may have been overly optimistic. The number of individuals who appreciate calligraphy is alarmingly low. With the rise of computers and smartphones, most people's handwriting has deteriorated. In live streaming sessions, calligraphic works are sold for as little as 199, framed and shipped to one's doorstep. How can one claim superiority over those? The common populace cannot discern the difference. Indeed, he desires a Lantingi Su. Is that feasible? Chen Xinhong inquired. Lin Chen chuckled. 30,000, indeed. How could I possibly pass up such an opportunity? Previously, I earned only a few thousand a month. 30,000 would take years to accumulate. Absolutely. I will send it to you via express delivery once it's completed. Excellent, Chen Xinhong replied. After hanging up, he said to Jiang Xuesong, Elder Jiang, I will ensure it is delivered to you as soon as I receive it. Jiang Xuesong nodded. I will transfer the funds to you. Please ensure he is paid up front for the commission. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Xuesong transferred 30,000 to Chen Xinhong, residing in a villa worth tens of millions. With millions more in the bank, 30,000 was a trivial sum for him. Profiting from calligraphy is quite commendable, Lin Chen mused. Accompanied by Lin Xiaoqian, Lin Chen visited a specialized store for writing supplies, procuring the finest brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. If someone is willing to pay 30,000, it would be remiss to deliver anything less than excellence. Perhaps I may even have the opportunity to sell again. Father, what are you doing? Lin Xiaoqian inquired. Her curiosity piqued upon their return home. Lin Chen smiled and said, Daddy is writing. Xiaoqian, you haven't seen Daddy write many characters yet. Daddy will write now. You should watch closely. Daddy, I will be very good, Lin Xiaoqian replied from her chair. Lin Chen spread out the paper, recalling the Lantingi Su in his mind. His calligraphy had reached a masterful level, excelling in various styles, including the running script of Wang Shiji, which he certainly mastered. His understanding of the Lantingi Su was profound. In the 9th year of Yonghe, during the early spring of the Guizhou year, Lin Chen dipped his brush in ink and began to write with an effortless flow. Lin Xiaoqian watched him quietly, captivated. Lin Chen was currently focused and exuded an extraordinary presence. When signing his name, he had been casual, using an ordinary pen, which did not fully showcase his skills. Now that there was a genuine request for his work, he could not afford to be complacent. With a sigh of relief, Lin Chen completed the over 300 characters. After reviewing his work, a smile spread across his face. Although it was his first attempt, the system had made it feel as though he had penned it 1,000 times, and there were no flaws in the piece. Lin Chen, he inscribed his name. Daddy, you're so handsome, Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed in admiration. Lin Chen playfully pinched her small nose and replied, Xiaoqian, at your age, what do you know about being handsome? Anyway, Daddy is the most handsome, Lin Xiaoqian chimed sweetly. Chapter 30, Mama, shall we sleep together tonight? While purchasing brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones, Lin Chen also bought a painting tube. Once the ink dried, he carefully rolled up the written characters and placed them inside. He would not be responsible for the mounting, as ordinary mounting might not satisfy the recipient. Soon, Lin Chen sent out the calligraphy he had crafted. Daddy, what is that big ball? Lin Xiaoqian asked curiously, her voice sweet and innocent. She had spotted a little boy dribbling a basketball, and Lin Chen thought it was too large to buy for her. That is a basketball. Xiaoqian, you use your hands to play with it, while a soccer ball is kicked with your feet, Lin Chen explained with a smile. Can I play basketball with that, brother? Lin Xiaoqian inquired. Well, you'll have to ask him yourself, Lin Chen replied, setting her down on the ground. Although she was shy, having conversed more with adults, her expressive language skills were good. However, she had little experience playing with other children. Previously, her nanny had taken her out, cautious to avoid any conflicts or scrapes with other kids, rarely allowing her to interact with them. Now, Lin Chen felt comfortable letting her play with other children. Yet, there was a small concern. Most other children were accompanied by their mothers, and it seemed somewhat improper for him to join in. Lin Chen pondered this issue silently. Lin Xiaoqian not only needed his company, but also required playmates. She needed to learn how to interact with other kids. Xiaoqian, don't be afraid. Isn't Daddy here? Little Qian, you are such a brave little girl, Lin Chen said with a smile as he crouched down. Encouraged by Lin Chen's gaze, Lin Xiaoqian approached and asked, I am Qian, can we play together? No way. A little boy clutching a basketball quickly ran away. Lin Xiaoqian looked at Lin Chen with a sense of injustice, her beautiful, sparkling eyes quickly welling up with tears. Lin Chen stepped forward and embraced her, saying, Little Qian, you were truly wonderful just now. You didn't know that older brother. Yet you bravely approached him to say hello. The tears in Lin Xiaoqian's eyes began to fade. Daddy, am I really that great? She asked. But that brother won't play ball with me, she added, a hint of sadness in her voice. Lin Chen kissed her gently and smiled. Of course, you are amazing. It's all right that he doesn't want to play. Perhaps he prefers older kids. As long as you remain this courageous. You will surely find friends who want to play with you. Lin Xiaoqian's eyes sparkled with hope. Really, Daddy? Lin Chen nodded. Absolutely. Do you still want to play basketball? If you do, Daddy will take you to buy one. Lin Xiaoqian nodded enthusiastically. Nearby, there was a stationery store. And soon Lin Chen returned with a basketball. Bounce, bounce. Lin Chen began to play with Lin Xiaoqian. While table tennis and badminton weren't suitable for her, basketball and soccer were activities she could enjoy. At just over 2 years old, she might not learn much, but playing basketball and soccer would enhance her agility. 5 minutes flew by. Host, your basketball skills are beginning to improve. 10 hours will elevate you to master level, 20 hours to grandmaster level, 40 hours to legendary level, and 80 hours to mythical level. The system's voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. A faint smile appeared on his face. Indeed, he had acquired another skill. For him, basketball was more practical than soccer. Courts were plentiful in Huagua, while soccer fields were far fewer. System, what is my physical condition? Lin Chen inquired in his mind. The system responded, Host, your physical attributes have increased by a total of 51 points, bringing your current total to 112 points. The average physical attribute for an ordinary male is 60 points, so you have nearly doubled it. A subtle smile spread across Lin Chen's face. Doubling his physical attributes could enhance his combat power by over tenfold, meaning he could single-handedly take on 10 opponents in a bare-knuckle fight. While he had no intention of engaging in brawls, as a man, he certainly desired to bolster his strength. Daddy, this ball isn't obedient. It keeps rolling away. Lin Xiaoqian pouted at Lin Chen. He chuckled, Little Qian, that's because you two aren't good friends yet. If you play with it often and become friends, it won't run away. Really? She asked, eyes wide with curiosity. Of course it's true. An hour passed, and Lin Chen's basketball skills soared. In just 10 hours, one could attain a master level. Even 1 hour is not insignificant. His current basketball skills are sufficient to secure a place on the university team. Given his robust physique, dunking should come effortlessly. In a real contest, even the main players of the school team would likely pale in comparison to him. Suddenly, Lin Chen's phone rang. It was a call from Su Mingyao. He answered the call and switched to speaker mode, saying, Xiaoqian, it's your mother on the line. You can speak with her. Lin Xiaoqian sweetly replied, Mom, I miss you so much. When will you come to see me and Dad? Lin Chen added, Dad misses you too. Su Mingyao's voice came through, Qian, Mommy is here. But when I arrived home, I didn't see you. Lin Xiaoqian's eyes lit up. Mom, we're playing basketball downstairs. You should come down too. Lin Chen chuckled, Mingyao, will you join us? You can play with Xiaoqian outside while I prepare dinner. Su Mingyao responded, Last time I had your cooking, this time I'll cook. You and Qian come back in an hour. Are you sure? He asked. Absolutely, she affirmed before ending the call. Lin Chen shook his head quietly. Su Mingyao likely did not want to feel indebted to him, and winning her over would not be so simple. However, he was not in a hurry. With a child, a marriage certificate, and a system in place, what was there to rush about? Dad, are we having the dinner Mom cooks tonight? Lin Xiaoqian asked. Lin Chen nodded. Yes, Dad has tasted your mother's cooking yet. Is Mom's food delicious? Lin Xiaoqian tilted her little head in thought for a moment and replied. It's edible. Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle at her answer after several seconds of contemplation. Xiaoqian, while Mom's dishes might not be as tasty as Dad's, she is doing her best for us, right? We should all say it's delicious when we eat and enjoy it, okay? Lin Xiaoqian looked at him, puzzled, and asked, Is that lying? Mom says good babies shouldn't lie. Lin Chen considered her question. Xiaoqian, there are 2 types of lies, malicious and benign. This is a benevolent lie. When Mom is happy, the whole family is happy, don't you think? Lin Xiaoqian nodded, somewhat understanding. An hour later, they returned home after playing basketball for 2 hours, and Lin Chen's skills had significantly improved. Lin Chen, Qian, hurry and wash your hands for dinner. Su Mingyao called out. Lin Chen stared at her momentarily, captivated. Su Mingyao, a daughter of a wealthy family and a CEO, looked enchanting in her apron. However, Lin Chen's gaze scanned the table, noticing the 4 dishes Su Mingyao had prepared, which appeared rather unremarkable. Mom, it's getting dark. Can we all sleep together tonight? After washing their hands and taking their seats at the dining table, Lin Xiaoqian eagerly asked. Chapter 31. Helping Xiaoqian find an art teacher? Su Mingyao's expression momentarily stiffened as she shook her head, saying, Qian, Mommy just passed by and wanted to check in. I have some matters to attend to shortly. Lin Xiaoqian wore an expression of profound grievance. But I really want to sleep with Mom and Dad, she lamented. Lin Shan replied, Mom is busy with work. Xiaoqian, which dish do you think Mom cooks the best? In an instant, Lin Xiaoqian's attention was diverted. Dad, that dish, she exclaimed, pointing at a plate of beef cubes. This plate of sawed beef cubes had been prepared by Su Mingyao using top-quality Australian Wagyu, ingredients she had brought herself. If one's skills were lacking, one could rely on superior ingredients. Lin Shan glanced at the plate of sawed beef cubes. With his expertise, he could easily identify numerous flaws. Xiaoqian, let me serve you a piece so we can taste it together. He picked up a beef cube for Lin Xiaoqian and took one for himself, both savoring the morsel simultaneously. What a waste of good meat, Lin Shan mused internally. Su Mingyao's culinary skills were inferior even to his own past endeavors. However, as a daughter of a prominent family and now a CEO, her ability to cook was commendable. Xiaoqian, how is it? Su Mingyao inquired, her eyes filled with anticipation. Lin Xiaoqian hesitated before responding. Mom, it's delicious. Xiaoqian, be careful, or your nose will grow longer from lying, Lin Shan warned. Lin Xiaoqian glanced at her father and replied, Mom, this doesn't count as lying. Dad says it's a white lie. Xiaoqian, let us try this dish, Lin Shan suggested, serving her another dish. This was steamed sea bass. But upon tasting it, Lin Xiaoqian's face contorted in distaste. Xiaoqian, is it not to your liking? Su Mingyao asked, concerned. The sea bass she used was not the ordinary kind available in markets. One of hers could be worth 10 of those. Mom, it's good, Lin Xiaoqian said, though she barely touched it. Su Mingyao sampled it herself. The fish is rather bland and has a fishy taste. Lin Shan took a small bite, finding it even less appealing than the beef cubes. Mom, I really like vegetables now. I want to eat vegetables, Lin Xiaoqian declared innocently. She truly could not stomach the fish. Su Mingyao quickly served her some greens. Lin Xiaoqian took a bite and said, Mom, I think my tummy is full. Su Mingyao promptly tasted it and remarked, it's quite salty. Lin Shan sampled all 4 dishes, concluding that the sawed beef cubes were the tastiest, yet still rather mediocre. Lin Shan, why don't we eat out? Su Mingyao suggested, somewhat awkwardly. Lin Shan smiled. There's no need for such trouble. I'll rework these dishes. Please wait a moment. Soon, Lin Shan took the dishes to the kitchen. Rescuing failed culinary creations is a skill that top chefs must master. Many ingredients are quite expensive, and wasting them would be regrettable. He ignited the stove, swiftly addressing the dishes. His culinary prowess remained at a masterful level, and compared to Su Mingyao's, his skills had improved significantly. The system has significantly enhanced his culinary skills, making him adept at salvaging failed dishes. Mom, please don't be upset, Lin Xiaoqian said, gazing at Su Mingyao. Su Mingyao looked back at Lin Xiaoqian. Although your dishes may not be the most delectable, you have a husband who is an exceptional cook, Lin Xiaoqian earnestly remarked. Su Mingyao playfully tapped Lin Xiaoqian's forehead, saying, Your sharp tongue is clearly a result of your father's pampering. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Shan had expertly prepared 4 dishes. He presented them with a flourish. And Su Mingyao's eyes widened in astonishment. The dishes Lin Shan had remade looked far more appealing than before. Mingyao, why don't you give it a try? Lin Shan smiled. Su Mingyao picked up a piece of beef and was taken aback. Was she truly eating the same dish? How could Lin Shan's version be so much more delicious? Lin Shan fed Lin Xiaoqian a piece. Dad, this is so good, Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed joyfully, then turned to Su Mingyao, adding, Mom, your cooking is also edible. Su Mingyao retorted, I would prefer not to receive such consolation. Lin Shan smiled and said, Mingyao, if you wish to learn, I can teach you with no tuition fees involved. Mom, just give Dad a kiss, and that will suffice, Lin Xiaoqian giggled. Su Mingyao's cheeks flushed slightly as Lin Shan served Lin Xiaoqian more food. Xiaoqian, make sure to try the other dishes too. Lin Xiaoqian eagerly dug in. Su Mingyao, somewhat exasperated, remarked, Xiaoqian, weren't you just full? How can you eat more now? Lin Xiaoqian, unable to meet Su Mingyao's gaze, focused on her food. Su Mingyao turned to Lin Shan, saying, Lin Shan, I would like to discuss something with you. Xiaoqian seems to have some talent for drawing, and I want to find her an art teacher who can come daily to teach her. This may take up a considerable amount of your time. Lin Xiaoqian shook her head vigorously. Mom, I don't want anyone else to teach me. Dad is amazing. He can teach me how to draw. Su Mingyao replied, Xiaoqian, your father is a good artist, but the teacher I find will be even more skilled. Lin Shan raised an eyebrow, feeling a twinge of disagreement. His artistic prowess was at a master level, world class. Although Su Mingyao is affluent, whether she could locate a top-tier artist to instruct Lin Xiaoqian was questionable. The Su family's wealth was substantial, Yet on a global scale, several hundred billion yuan did not rank them among the elite. World-class artists are not typically in need of money. Meng Yao, with my abilities, I can sufficiently provide Xiaoqian with a solid foundation, Lin Chen asserted. Su Mingyao's brow furrowed slightly. I have contacted an artist who is quite renowned nationally. The foundational phase is crucial for Xiaoqian. After pondering, Lin Chen suggested, I will create a painting for you to show to them. Inquire if my level is adequate for enlightening a child just over 2 years old. It can be quite a hassle to run around every day. Su Mingyao nodded. Then it shall be so. After finishing their meal, she said, I will tidy up. You can go and paint. Lin Chen shook his head. You rarely come over. Go and keep Xiaoqian company. I can clean up and paint in no time. All right then, Su Mingyao agreed, eager to spend more time with Lin Xiaoqian. After tidying up the kitchen, Lin Chen prepared his brushes and a large canvas. After some contemplation, he created a painting of 8 galloping horses. In the annals of modern art, Su Beihong's horses stand unrivaled, yet this time he found himself facing a worthy competitor. Lin Chen's depiction of horses was no less impressive than Su Beihong's. He had devoted more time to teaching Lin Xiaoqian how to paint, and his artistic prowess surpassed even his calligraphy. Xiaoqian could not simply learn from others, Lin Chen mused. Once the ink dried, Lin Chen rolled up the painting and placed it into a tube he had previously purchased. Su Mingyao approached. Is it finished? She inquired, having not yet had a glance at it. Lin Chen nodded. It's stored in here. Mingyao, when the time comes, don't mention that I painted it. Just ask if this level is sufficient to teach Xiaoqian. All right, Su Mingyao agreed with a nod. Chapter 32. Lin Xiaoqian fell ill. Su Mingyao left with the painting tube, while Lin Xiaoqian appeared sullen. Xiaoqian, what is wrong? Lin Chen teased, your little mouth could hold an oil pot. Lin Xiaoqian hugged him tightly. Daddy, I don't want to learn painting from anyone else. I only want to learn from you. Lin Chen smiled. Xiaoqian, trust your father. With my level, I should be able to teach you well. Now let us go take a bath and then sleep. Lin Xiaoqian, in her sweet voice, asked, Daddy, I like sleeping with you and Mommy. Do you like sleeping with us too? Oh, I do, Lin Chen replied with a smile. He adored it immensely. Come. Let us get you all clean, and then I'll tell you a story before bed. Lin Chen chuckled. An hour later, Lin Xiaoqian drifted off to sweet slumber, while Lin Chen seized the opportunity to write fairy tales in his study. He had already uploaded 50 stories in total. With 10 more, the second book could be published. The first volume's third batch had reached 1 million copies. Even if sales were brisk, it would take at least a month to sell out, and if slow, it might take 3 months. Including the 30,000 from his calligraphy sales, his savings now amounted to 8,200,000. With a little more effort, he could purchase this apartment. 3 hours later, Lin Chen finished 10 fairy tales. He logged into the author's backend of the Tongxin website. Quite a few tips received. He mused. As book sales increased, his followers grew steadily, and those fans would log onto the site to check for updates. They could read the latest fairy tales, and those who enjoyed them often provided tips. Although most tips were modest, the sheer number of followers accumulated a substantial sum. Lin Chen has amassed a considerable sum of over 100,000 in tips. He stands to retain a staggering 90% of this amount. Having completed his work, Lin Chen promptly uploaded 10 fairy tales. Upon returning to the master bedroom, he was taken aback. Lin Xiaoqian had kicked off her blanket, and her clothes were partially pulled up, exposing a portion of her abdomen. He silently hoped she would not fall ill. Hastily, he adjusted her clothing and tucked her in snugly. Ding ding. The proprietor of a certain publishing house was roused from his slumber by a phone call. Old Wang. What is going on? I had just fallen asleep, and you are disturbing my dreams, the awakened owner inquired. The caller was the chief editor of his company. Boss, Lin Yu has updated his work, and he has released 10 new pieces at once. He now has 30 unpublished fairy tales, which could easily warrant another publication, the editor, Old Wang, reported rapidly. The owner's eyes brightened. What is the quality like? Old Wang replied, Boss, anything produced by Lin Yu is undoubtedly top-notch. I have perused them, and each piece is of exceptional quality, destined to endure for centuries. Are we competing for this? The owner asked eagerly. Of course we are. Otherwise, how will the many employees at our company sustain themselves? Old Wang responded. Securing such a book could yield decades of profit. Old Wang continued. Tongxin Network may offer even better terms. If we do not enhance our conditions, we have no chance. We shall enhance our offer. The owner declared resolutely. It has become evident that Lin Yu is not merely a fleeting phenomenon. He possesses true talent, deserving of our best terms. The owner spoke gravely. In their first collaboration, They had been conservative with their offer. What if the sales were dismal? There are numerous cases where popular titles do not translate to sales. However, the situation has changed. Lin Chen's first book with Tongxin Network had sold out its initial print run of 300,000 copies and a subsequent run of 500,000, totaling over 1 million copies sold. The consumer reviews have been exceedingly favorable. A fairy tale with strong sales and positive reception can thrive for many years. Boss, Lin Yu has uploaded 10 more fairy tales. An urgent message reached the owner. Many publishing house proprietors received this news, some of whom were jolted awake by their phones. Liang Zhirong, the owner of Tongxin Network, was similarly disturbed. Old Chen, is the quality confirmed? Liang Zhirong inquired. Shen Xinhong replied, Boss, both Old Feng and I have promptly reviewed 5 pieces each, and the newly uploaded 10 maintain the same high quality. Many have called you, haven't they? Indeed. They are eager to collaborate with Lin Yu, and some have left messages in the comments wishing to discuss further. Liang Zhirong contemplated for a moment and declared, For the second book, we will offer Lin Chen an 18% royalty. No other company will match this. We possess a website, and they do not. Additionally, we shall provide Lin Chen with an increased signing bonus. The proportion given to Lin Chen is high, resulting in a slightly reduced profit for them. However, as long as the sales figures remain elevated, their earnings will still be substantial. Moreover, this type of book will continuously generate revenue in the future. Boss, what is the signing bonus? Shen Xinhai inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Liang Zhirong replied, Lin Yu has brought significant traffic to the website. The initial signing bonus was 300,000. This time, we shall offer him 600,000. Is that amount really necessary? Shen Xinhai expressed his astonishment. Liang Zhirong responded, Did you not claim his writing surpasses that of old Master Jiang? This could potentially become a sensational hit. I may earn less now, but I will recoup my profits gradually in the future. By the way, the first print run will be 1 million copies. Shen Xinhai promptly messaged Lin Chen. Having just finished his shower, Lin Chen noticed the message from Shen Xinhai. 18% royalty rate, 600,000 signing bonus, and an initial print run of 1 million copies? Lin Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. The audacity of Liang Zhirong, the owner of Tongxin Network, is indeed impressive. With this royalty rate and the 1 million copies, the royalties would amount to 5,400,000, plus the 600,000 signing bonus, totaling 6 million. Coupled with my existing 8,200,000, purchasing this house would leave me with a remaining 120,000. Lin Chen mused to himself. Very well. Lin Chen consented to Shen Xinhai without hesitation. Tongxin Network's generosity left him disinclined to delay. Such terms would be hard to come by from other publishing companies. Tongxin Network could capitalize on the traffic, unlike their competitors. With a sigh of relief, Shen Xinhai said, Lin Yu, you should rest well. We will sign the contract tomorrow. All right. Lin Chen quickly drifted off to sleep. 2 hours later, Lin Chen awoke suddenly. He noticed that Lin Xiaoqian was coughing. She had indeed caught a cold. Lin Chen furrowed his brows concerned. He would check on Lin Xiaoqian after writing every 2 pieces. She seemed fine initially, but later she kicked off her blanket, leading to her current condition. Cough, cough. Lin Xiaoqian's face flushed red from coughing. Lin Chen watched, feeling a pang of compassion. He wished he could bear her illness himself. System, my constitution has improved. Is there no way to enhance Xiaoqian's health as well? Lin Chen wondered in his mind. The system replied, Host, that is not feasible. However, if your medical skills improve, you could provide her with some remedies. Alternatively, once you acquire martial arts skills, you could teach her. Lin Chen nodded slightly. He had long desired to gain martial arts abilities. Yet, skills must be acquired naturally. Forcing it would yield no results, and currently, Lin Xiaoqian had no interest in such pursuits. After a while, Lin Xiaoqian coughed uncomfortably again. As she coughed, she eventually woke herself up. Daddy, I feel so unwell. Lin Xiaoqian said. Her little face flushed. Chapter 33. Is Lin Chen's artistic talent so exceptional? Lin Chen gently stroked Lin Xiaoqian's forehead, which felt warm to the touch. She was suffering from a cold, leading to a cough and fever. He quickly retrieved a fever-reducing patch from home and applied it to her, but the adhesive was uncomfortable, and she promptly tore it off. Xiaoqian, be good. You have a fever. This will help cool you down. Just wear it for a little while. Lin Chen reassured her as he reapplied the patch. Daddy, am I going to die? Lin Xiaoqian looked up at him with a pitiful expression. Don't say such nonsense. He replied. It's quite normal for children to catch colds and have fevers. I promise to take you out for more exercise in the future, and you'll get sick less often. As time passed, he meticulously monitored her condition, taking her temperature, wiping her down, and administering fever medicine. He had just begun to activate the ancient medical skills he had acquired, yet his knowledge remained limited. At this moment, he was not capable of utilizing traditional medicine to treat Lin Xiaoqian. While traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine are distinct, he held no bias against either. To him, the essence of good medicine lay in providing comfort to the patient. As her fever subsided, Lin Xiaoqian drifted back into a drowsy sleep, and Lin Shun let out a sigh of relief. It is entirely normal for children to fall ill, yet seeing Lin Xiaoqian so unwell pierced his heart. Her cough tugged at his emotions deeply. He resolved to pay particular attention to her diet the following day and to prepare a medicinal bath to ward off the chill. Some foods could exacerbate her condition, while others would aid in her recovery. He had recently acquired considerable information on this matter. He had also learned some basics of herbal treatment, but his medical skills were still in their infancy, and he was hesitant to prescribe any medication for Lin Xiaoqian. Her illness was not particularly severe. With dietary supplements and a medicinal bath, Lin Xiaoqian believed she would recover. Cough, cough. Lin Xiaoqian coughed intermittently. Lin Xiaoqian chose not to sleep. His robust constitution could withstand a few sleepless nights without issue. Unbeknownst to him, dawn broke. Lin Xiaoqian experienced 2 more fever episodes, but he promptly helped her cool down, preventing her cold from worsening. He placed an order for some supplies, which arrived before she had fully awakened. Some of these items were meant to supplement Lin Xiaoqian's diet, while others were intended for her medicinal bath. Taking advantage of her slumber, Lin Xiaoqian hurriedly set about his tasks. After 5 minutes, a wealth of information surged through his mind, and he felt his medical skills advancing at an astonishing pace. Half an hour later, he had everything prepared. Daddy, Lin Xiaoqian emerged from the bedroom, appearing somewhat dazed. Xiaoqian, I'm here. What is the matter? Lin Xiaoqian inquired, lifting her into his arms. Daddy, I feel quite weak, and my skin feels a bit sticky, she murmured softly. Lin Xiaoqian wiped the sweat from Lin Xiaoqian's brow, but as she drifted into slumber, certain parts of her body became inaccessible for further care. Xiaoqian, you have a cold, he remarked gently. However, a cold is merely a minor ailment. Do not fret. Trust your father, for he shall remedy your condition swiftly. Lin Xiaoqian planted a tender kiss on Lin Xiaoqian's forehead, smiling reassuringly. After she finished brushing her teeth, he added hot medicinal liquid to the bathwater. After a 10-minute soak, Lin Xiaoqian's spirits visibly improved. During the process of her therapeutic bath, Lin Xiaoqian's medical skills saw notable advancement. He had dedicated an hour to this endeavor. Though an hour may seem trivial to others, barely allowing a few pages of medical text to be perused, it represented significant growth for Lin Xiaoqian. His proficiency had surpassed that of many traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. Dad, let us go out and play, Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed with a giggle after breakfast. Typically, Lin Xiaoqian would take her out for some fun post-breakfast, as the morning air was refreshingly cool. However, he shook his head, saying, Not today, Xiaoqian. You are unwell, and we must rest at home. Being outside in the wind will exacerbate your cough. Father, teach me to paint, Lin Xiaoqian suggested, recognizing that verbal practice would have to be set aside for the day in light of her condition. That sounds delightful. Painting is my favorite pastime. She clapped her hands with joy. Ding dong. Su Mingyao arrived at a villa neighborhood, which was a mere 20-minute drive from Ziyuan community. Mr. Su, please come in. A middle-aged man in his 40s greeted warmly at the door. He was the painter Zhao Yinming, a man of genuine talent, renowned throughout the nation. Mr. Su, where is your child? Did you not mention bringing her for a trial lesson today? Zhao Yinming inquired with a hint of perplexity. Su Mingyao replied apologetically, Teacher Zhao, I sincerely apologize. Qianqian could not make it today. I learned of your ability to assist in finding a teacher for her, and someone even offered me a painting. Zhao Yinming glanced at the painting tube Su Mingyao had brought. Though your child is young, early education is crucial. Would you like me to assess the work and evaluate the artist's capabilities? Su Mingyao nodded. That would be greatly appreciated. Not a bother at all, Zhao Yinming said as he took the tube, extracting the artwork and unfurling it on the workbench. Su Mingyao was taken aback. Zhao Yinming was equally astonished. While Su Mingyao lacked a deep understanding of art, she found Lin Qian's depiction of the 8 steeds to be quite impressive. I had no idea Lin Qian possessed such artistic talent, she mused inwardly. She had not previously examined the painting, having left the tube in her car the night before and driving directly to the villa this morning. Time ticked by as Zhao Yinming leaned in, scrutinizing and appreciating the piece. Remarkable. This artist's skill is extraordinary. Su Beihong, even if you were alive, might not surpass the counterpart. Zhao Yinming was profoundly astonished. Teacher Zhao, what do you think? After a brief silence of about 10 minutes, Su Mingyao could no longer contain her curiosity. Zhao Yinming regained his composure. Miss Su, are you jesting? He replied, shaking his head. Su Mingyao hastily asked, Teacher Zhao, is this person's skill lacking? I am not particularly knowledgeable in this area. Zhao Yinming inhaled deeply, stating, Miss Su, the individual who painted this piece could very well be my mentor. No, perhaps I am not even worthy to be his student. Su Mingyao was taken aback. Zhao Yinming continued, You are familiar with Su Beihong, correct? Su Mingyao nodded. Certainly, that was common knowledge. If one were unaware, their education would have been for naught. Su Beihong was renowned for his equine paintings, and this artist's depictions of horses, in my estimation, rival those of Su Beihong. If his forte lies not in painting horses, then his abilities may indeed surpass Su Beihong's. Zhao Yinming gazed in awe at the 8 steeds painting. Su Mingyao could hardly believe it. Teacher Zhao, are you certain? Zhao Yinming nodded. Though my skill pales in comparison, my judgment should not be too far off. Miss Su, who is this individual? Chapter 34, Shall we share a kiss? Su Mingyao expressed her apologies. Teacher Zhao, the individual prefers to remain unnamed. I regret that I cannot disclose their identity. Zhao Yinming felt a sense of disappointment. It is as I suspected. This master is likely a recluse. Otherwise, with such talent, he would surely be renowned worldwide. Your daughter is fortunate to receive his guidance. Su Mingyao envisioned Lin Chen's visage. His culinary skills were exceptional, his linguistic talents remarkable, and now it appeared he was also capable of rivaling Su Beihong in painting. Yet, he remained humble, truly embodying the essence of a recluse. Su Mingyao mused to herself, feeling as if she were in a dream. Even if Zhao Yinming's judgment were somewhat flawed, given his expertise, it could not be excessively erroneous. Lin Chen's abilities were undoubtedly extraordinary. Miss Su, I have an unusual request. Zhao Yinming admitted, somewhat embarrassed. Su Mingyao encouraged him. Please, Teacher Zhao, speak freely. Zhao Yinming looked at the painting on the table. Miss Su, could you inquire on my behalf? I wish to purchase this artwork. Su Mingyao shook her head. This painting was created for Xiao Qian and holds special significance for her. I do not wish to sell it. If you desire to buy it, I can ask if the artist would be willing to create another piece. What do you think? Zhao Yinming nodded. That would certainly be acceptable. Ms. Su, works by Su Beihong typically command prices above 500,000. However, due to their rarity and his high profile, the prices are considerably inflated. I would offer 800,000 for a similar piece from the artist. Su Mingyao replied, Teacher Zhao, I will convey your offer. But I cannot guarantee that the artist will agree to create another. Thank you for your assistance, Zhao Yinming acknowledged. Su Mingyao carefully rolled up the scroll and secured it. Teacher Zhao, I truly apologize for wasting your time this time. Zhao Yinming shook his head. It is my honor to witness such an exquisite work and to know that there are such extraordinary talents in this world. I hope to have the fortune to meet this remarkable individual in the future. Su Mingyao quickly took her leave. Once back in the car, gazing at the cylindrical case in her hand, she remained astonished by Lin Chen's remarkable talent. The value of a single painting could reach 800,000. Remarkably, he had completed this work in less than half an hour. President, where shall we go? Inquired the driver and bodyguard, Liang Yi. Su Mingyao pondered for a moment before responding to Ziyuan community. This painting, worth 800,000, could not simply be taken. She needed to return it to Lin Chen. Moreover, she had some questions to ask him. She also forgot to give him a book. Su Mingyao retrieved a book from behind the seat partition, which happened to be a collection of Lin Yu's fairy tales, and it was signed. Previously, she had purchased 2 copies, neither of which were signed. This particular one was a gift from Tongxin Network, as she was the first silver leader of Lin Yu. Ding dong. Su Mingyao pressed the doorbell. Lin Chen spotted her through the peephole. Xiaoqian, Mommy is here, he called out. He opened the door, and Su Mingyao looked at him with a strange expression. He did not seem like the typical top-tier artist. Mommy. Lin Xiaoqian joyfully rushed over. Xiaoqian. Su Mingyao squatted down and embraced Lin Xiaoqian, noticing a peculiar medicinal scent on her. Xiaoqian, why do you smell of medicine? Lin Xiaoqian replied sweetly, Mommy, I took a bath, and Daddy added some dark medicine to the water. Su Mingyao turned to Lin Chen. Did you take Xiaoqian to see a Chinese medicine doctor? She inquired. Lin Chen shook his head. I prepared the medicine myself. Su Mingyao gazed at Lin Chen in astonishment. You understand traditional Chinese medicine? A little, Lin Chen replied. He was not lying. The depth of traditional Chinese medicine was vast, and it would take 30 hours to reach a master level. For now, he only had a slight understanding. This is for you. Su Mingyao returned the painting tube to Lin Chen. Mommy, let us go to the balcony. I painted. Daddy taught me how to paint, Lin Xiaoqian urged. Su Mingyao carried Lin Xiaoqian to the balcony and was taken aback by the painting her daughter had created. Xiaoqian, did you paint this? Su Mingyao asked incredulously. Lin Xiaoqian was just over 2 years old, yet this painting was quite impressive in its composition, colors, and artistic expression. Yes. Mommy, am I amazing? Lin Xiaoqian asked with a hint of pride. Amazing, Su Mingyao exclaimed. Our dear Chi-Chi is truly remarkable. Su Mingyao praised Lin Xiaoqi with a kiss. Lin Xiaoqi responded, Mom, Dad is even more amazing. You kissed me. Why not give Dad a kiss as well? Su Mingyao replied, You little rascal. Don't meddle in adult matters. She playfully tapped Lin Xiaoqi on the head. Ahem. Lin Xiaoqi coughed a couple of times, causing Su Mingyao's heart to tighten. Lin Xiaoqi's constitution was not the best, and each time she caught a cold, it would trouble them for several days. Mingyao, do not worry. Xiaoqi merely has a common cold. Her bronchial health is sound, and her lungs are perfectly fine. She should recover by tomorrow, Lin Chen said with a reassuring smile. Su Mingyao asked, Are you certain she will be better in 2 days? Xiaoqi usually takes at least 3 or 4 days to recover from a cold. There was even a time when she was hospitalized for pneumonia for over 10 days. Lin Chen nodded. I am sure. You need not fret. Su Mingyao sighed with relief. Lin Chen, Xiaoqi's drawing skills have improved remarkably. She is still just over 2 years old, yet she draws so well. Thank you. Lin Xiaoqi gazed at Su Mingyao with confusion. Mom, why do you thank Dad? He taught me how to draw. You need not thank him. Just give him a kiss. Su Mingyao's face turned slightly red. Adults must not let children witness their affection. Lin Chen, shall we step into the room? Su Mingyao said as she entered the study, with Lin Chen naturally following her. Shall we share a kiss? Lin Chen asked with a smile. Su Mingyao shot him a playful glare. Xiaoqi is just a child speaking nonsense. Do not indulge in such folly. What is your skill level in painting? Su Mingyao inquired. Lin Chen shook his head. I do not know. I merely engage in self-amusement. However, I believe my skills are decent enough to enlighten Xiaoqi without significant issues. Su Mingyao took a deep breath. I showed your painting to a renowned artist, and his assessment was that your level might not be inferior to Su Beihong. Oh, Lin Chen nodded. Considering that the other's judgment seemed sound, at least as discerning I was in place. Is that your reaction? Do you not know who Su Beihong is? Su Mingyao asked with a peculiar expression. Lin Chen retorted, Su Mingyao, you are slightly underestimating me. I am, after all, a university student and your senior. How could I not know of Su Beihong? Then why is your reaction so subdued? Su Mingyao pressed. Lin Chen questioned, what kind of reaction should I have? I have no aspirations of becoming a painter. I am merely teaching Xiaoqi at home. Su Mingyao stated, I showed your painting to Zhao Yiming. He offered 800,000 for a similar piece. 800,000 for my painting? Lin Chen exclaimed in astonishment. Su Mingyao nodded. Lin Chen asked, why didn't you sell the painting to him directly? Su Mingyao replied, it is your creation. Moreover, this painting was made for teaching Xiaoqi, holding significance for her. If you wish to sell it, create another. Lin Chen pondered this thoughtfully. Tongxi Network has already transferred 6 million to him. Originally, he had 8 million, which totals over 14 million. This property is valued at 13 million. The landlord is eager to sell, so there might be room for negotiation. After purchasing the house, he will still have over 1 million left, and his books are sure to bring him considerable profit in the future. Selling a painting for 800,000 is quite impressive, yet he finds himself in a position where he no longer needs that money. Dream Yao, if I don't sell, would it put you in a difficult position? Lin Chen inquired. Su Mingyao shook her head. No. But why don't you sell? 800,000 is no small sum. Lin Chen replied, I no longer need that money. I do not wish to seek fame at this moment. I only hope for Xiaoqian to grow up quietly. I have no desire to take her out for exercise or to the supermarket, only to be surrounded by throngs of onlookers. Su Mingyao looked at Lin Chen in astonishment. While others strive for fame, Lin Chen remains remarkably understated. Lin Chen, I have a question. With your exceptional culinary skills, linguistic talent, and remarkable painting abilities, why do you choose to conceal them? Su Mingyao asked, puzzled. Lin Chen sighed deeply. The troubles of a genius, which you cannot comprehend. Su Mingyao speculated. Are you so extraordinary that you fear being discovered, worried you might be used as a test subject? Lin Chen silently acknowledged her reasoning with a nod. He smiled and said, I find this current situation quite satisfactory. Every day, I accompany Xiaoqian and witness her growth. Su Mingyao gazed at Lin Shan, suddenly noticing he seemed to have grown more handsome lately. Indeed, it was true. Lin Shan's physique had improved, and he had developed abs. Moreover, his body had expelled many toxins, enhancing his skin and making his features appear significantly more attractive. What are you looking at, Dreamyo? If you wish to kiss. I wouldn't mind, Lin Shan joked. Su Mingyao's cheeks flushed. Don't say such things. Since you don't wish to sell your paintings, I will decline Zhao Yiming's offer. You have enough to worry about with Qian being unwell. With that, Su Mingyao quickly opened the door and exited. Lin Shan chuckled softly. He believed there was hope for melting the icy demeanor of Su Mingyao in the future. Qian, Mommy has things to attend to. I must leave now. I will come to see you again in a few days. By the way, I brought you a fairy tale book. Make sure to ask Daddy to read it to you. Su Mingyao took out the fairy tale collection by Lin Yu from her bag. Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed, Mommy, I've heard it before. This is written by Daddy, and his stories are wonderful. Su Mingyao was taken aback. This was written by your father? Lin Xiaoqian chimed in. Yes. Daddy, tell Mommy that you wrote this for me, right? Indeed, Lin Shan replied, affectionately ruffling Lin Xiaoqian's hair. Su Mingyao looked at Lin Shan in astonishment. Lin Yu is my pen name, he explained with a smile. Some fairy tales may not be particularly enchanting, so I took it upon myself to craft my own. Little Qian enjoys listening, and it allows me to earn a little extra. Su Mingyao finds herself at a loss for words. Lin Shan possesses exceptional culinary skills and remarkable linguistic talents, his artistic abilities rivaling those of Su Beihong. And his prowess in writing fairy tales is equally impressive. Mingyao, why not have lunch before you leave? Lin Shan inquired. Su Mingyao shook her head, stating, there are matters at the company. Qian's mother has already departed. You must be obedient and listen to your father. Mom, a kiss. Su Mingyao squatted down, and Lin Xiaoqian planted a kiss on her. Dad kissed you too, so I shall kiss you as well. We all love you dearly, Lin Xiaoqian sweetly proclaimed. Su Mingyao thought to herself. There were no kisses exchanged between her and Lin Shan in the room. However, there was no need to explain this to little Lin Xiaoqian. Mingyao, since Qian has a cold and cannot go out, we want to see you off. Please drive safely, Lin Shan said. All right, Su Mingyao replied as she departed. Back in her car, her Bentley headed towards the company. Lin Shan turned out to be Lin Yu. Wait, I've heard online that Lin Yu possesses exceptional calligraphy skills, which adds yet another commendable quality to Lin Shan. Su Mingyao mused silently. She inwardly criticized her father for not having done his due diligence back then. How could he have overlooked so many of Lin Shan's admirable traits? In the afternoon, Lin Xiaoqian took a medicinal bath and fell asleep. Although her fever had subsided, she still exhibited a cough. The doorbell rang and Lin Shan went to answer it. Standing at the door was the real estate agent he had called. Mr. Lin, is there an issue with the house? The agent inquired as he slipped on shoe covers before entering. Lin Shan welcomed him to sit down. There is nothing wrong with the house. My daughter and I are quite satisfied living here. If the price is right, I am considering purchasing it, Lin Shan explained. The agent's eyes brightened at this news. This is a golden opportunity. The homeowner has set the lowest price at 13 million, but given the current market conditions, it hasn't sold for some time, so there may be room for negotiation. What price are you considering? Lin Shan smiled and responded, typically, market offers are around 10% less, which would be approximately 11,700,000. I'll add a bit to make it a nice round figure, 11,880,000. If you can negotiate this with the homeowner, I will pay in full. If it works, it works. If not, then that's that. The agent pondered for a moment, realizing that Lin Shan's offer was not unreasonable and that there might be a chance to persuade the homeowner. Mr. Lin, I will do my utmost to facilitate this transaction, the agent assured as he stood up. Lin Shan nodded. Please expedite. I currently have this amount in cash, but it may not last long. If the homeowner comes around later, I might not be able to make the purchase. Understood, the agent replied as he took his leave. Once downstairs, he quickly called the homeowner. 15 million? This price is far too low. That's 150,000 less. Selling at this price would mean a complete loss on renovations. The homeowner exclaimed, visibly irritated. The intermediary said, Mr. Tan, given the current economic downturn, there are not many buyers for properties priced over 10 million, and the market is saturated with listings. Would you like me to negotiate further with the other party? If you believe the price is too far apart and prefer not to continue, we can leave it at that. After a moment of silence, the homeowner responded, please negotiate again. This price is simply too low. The intermediary replied, Mr. Tan, I will do my utmost. A few hours later, the intermediary called again. stating that he had managed to negotiate the price to $11,700,000. The homeowner was still dissatisfied. By evening, the intermediary reported a price of $11,880,000. Mr. Tan, I pressed Mr. Lin for several hours, and he has grown somewhat irate. He insists on this price. If it isn't acceptable, he does not wish to be contacted again. I am truly out of options, the intermediary lamented. After a brief silence, the homeowner finally conceded, let us sell it to him. In Chapter 36, Mr. Jiang, how does this character look? Mr. Lin, the seller has agreed to the sale. Would it be possible to arrange a meeting tomorrow for you to sign the contract? The entire transfer process will take approximately a week, the intermediary informed Lin Chun. I have no objections, Mr. Lin replied. Then let us meet at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning at the store. The next day arrived swiftly. Lin Xiaoqian had significantly recovered from her cough and was feeling much better. Lin Chen's medical skills had made considerable progress overnight, amassing a total of 3 hours of improvement. With 30 hours, he would attain mastery, but even in 3 hours, he had reached a level comparable to many seasoned traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. Lin Xiaoqian's minor cold was easily treatable. Daddy, where are we going to play? Lin Xiaoqian joyfully inquired, looking around. Lin Chen smiled and replied, Xiaoqian, don't you like our current home? Daddy is going to buy it, so we can live here forever. Really? Lin Xiaoqian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, Lin Chen assured her. Lin Xiaoqian eagerly asked, will Mommy come to live with us? I want to stay with both you and Mommy, okay? Of course, that would be wonderful. However, Mommy won't be moving in just yet. She is quite busy with work and finds it more convenient to stay over there, Lin Chen explained. As they conversed, Lin Chen arrived at the store outside the community. Mr. Lin, this is Mr. Tan. Mr. Tan, this is Mr. Lin and his daughter, the intermediary introduced them. The homeowner, Mr. Tan, extended his hand with a smile, saying, Mr. Lin, it is a pleasure to meet you. You truly are accomplished at such a young age. Able to afford a property worth over 10 million. You're too kind, Mr. Tan, Lin Chen replied with a smile. Both parties had already reached an agreement, and no complications arose, allowing them to amicably sign the contract. Although the transfer had not yet been completed, the property essentially belonged to Lin Chen. In the morning, Lin Chen collaborated with the intermediary to complete some paperwork. The remaining matters primarily pertained to the intermediary. At the headquarters of Tongxin Network, Old Chen, there is a delivery for you. Huh, Old Chen, this package is sent by Lin Yu. An editor entered the office holding the parcel. Quick, hand it over to me, Chen Xinhong urged. He took the package and carefully began to unwrap it. Old Chen, what is with the caution? Chen Xinhong replied, how could I not be cautious? The contents within were purchased for 300,000. The other editors promptly distanced themselves upon hearing this. Chen Xinhong retrieved a scroll from the package, and upon noticing its protective covering, he silently breathed a sigh of relief. As he opened the scroll, he extracted Lin Chen's calligraphy, Lantingyi Su. Is this written by Lin Yu? The group began to scrutinize it meticulously. However, among them, only one had a decent level of understanding to appreciate its nuances. The others could only grasp its surface. Chen Xinhong felt a surge of astonishment. Lin Chen's signature was pinned with a ballpoint pen, but this was rendered with a brush. And Lin Chen had evidently taken greater care in this piece. Chen Xinhong, possessing an appreciation for art, was profoundly moved. This signature did not encapsulate Lin Yu's full potential. The caliber of calligraphy exhibited in this piece was even higher. Chen Xinhong mused inwardly. Old Chen, what do you think? Your calligraphy skills surpass mine. Please share your thoughts, inquired an older editor beside Chen Xinhong. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xinhong responded, in all of Huagua, the number of calligraphers whose skills exceed this is certainly no more than 3. I won't keep you. I must step out for a while. Chen Xinhong meticulously re-rolled and secured the scroll. An hour later, Chen Xinhong arrived at Jiang Xuesong's villa. Jiang Lao, this is Lin Yu's rendition of Lantingyi Su. I checked it beforehand to avoid any mix-up with the package, Chen Xinhong stated. Jiang Xuesong's eyes sparkled with excitement. He donned his reading glasses and a pair of white gloves before slowly extracting the item. As he unfurled Lin Chen's Lantingyi Su, Jiang Xuesong's eyes widened, and his breathing became slightly hurried. 1 minute, 2 minutes, Chen Xinhong waited patiently for an entire hour as Jiang Xuesong examined every character meticulously. Phew. Jiang Xuesong straightened up and exhaled deeply. Jiang Lao, how was it? Chen Xinhong quickly supported Jiang Xuesong. With moist eyes, Jiang Xuesong replied, calligraphy is a treasure of Huagua. Yet in recent years, it has waned. We, as its stewards, have not measured up, falling far short of our predecessors. I feared that the art of calligraphy in Huagua might fade away, but now I am reassured that it shall endure. Though we may falter, there are still those who excel. Chen Xinhong remarked. Jiang Lao, I can discern that this surpasses the previous signature, but to what extent my abilities are insufficient to ascertain. Jiang Xuesong removed his glasses and rubbed his eyes, stating, this piece is hardly inferior to the authentic Lantingyi Su. With the passage of time, it could become a rare treasure. Chen Xinhong swallowed hard. Is it truly that remarkable? He felt an immediate urge to call Lin Shen to purchase a piece. As the editor-in-chief, he could certainly afford 300,000. Xiao Chun, 300,000 for one piece is too little, Jiang Xuesong remarked. This calligraphy is worth at least 500,000. I can transfer an additional 700,000 to you, of which 200,000 is a supplement, and the remaining 500,000 for another piece. Jiang Xuesong continued. Chen Xinhong nodded and dialed Lin Chen's number. Lin Yu, Jiang Lao has received your Lantingyi Su and is willing to supplement you with 200,000. He also wishes to spend 500,000 on another piece. I, too, would like to purchase a piece. Lin Chen was taken aback. He is supplementing me with 200,000? Editor Chen, please inform Jiang Lao that the deal has already been made. I do not require any additional funds. Moreover, I am no longer in need of money and will not be selling any more pieces, Lin Chen declared. He had no intention of selling his paintings, nor would he part with his words. While he appreciated small sums, his primary focus now was on caring for Lin Xiaoqian. Fame could wait. Lin Yu, you're not selling anymore? Chen Xinhong was momentarily stunned. Lin Chen replied, I was eager to buy a house previously, but now that it is secured, I have sufficient funds. Apologies, Editor Chen. Chen Xinhong expressed his regret. Very well then. Lin Yu, I won't disturb you further. You may continue with your affairs. Jiang Lao. Lin Yu has stated that no further payment is necessary and that he currently does not wish to sell his works. Chen Xinhong sighed softly. Jiang Xuesong nodded. Wealth is but a mundane concern. A master of his caliber will not be swayed by money. I only reached his level at 70. I feel ashamed. Chen Xinhong responded. Jiang Lao, you are already remarkable. I doubt I will ever attain such heights in this lifetime. Xiao Qin, Lin Yu did not mention that this cannot be exhibited. Did he? Jiang Xuesong inquired. Chen Xinhong shook his head. No, since he sold it to you, it is entirely at your discretion. Jiang Xuesong stated. I intend to invite a few individuals to appreciate the piece. This will not affect Master Lin Yu, will it? Chen Xinhong glanced at the signature at the bottom. I will cover this when the time comes, Jiang Xuesong assured. Chen Xinhong smiled. Then there is no problem. The identity of Lin Yu will remain confidential. Not even I know his precise home address. Chapter 37. Meng Yao, secure this piece of calligraphy. After Chen Xinhong departed, Jiang Xuesong logged into Weibo. He possessed an account, but had not updated it in a long while. Fortunate to have acquired Master Lin Yu's calligraphy, Jiang prepared some tea and warmly invited a group of old friends to come for appreciation and discussion. Jiang Xuesong posted a Weibo update, accompanied by a high-definition photograph he had just taken. Many people followed Jiang Xuesong, and it did not take long for his Weibo post to attract attention. Jiang Lao is a renowned calligrapher, yet he humbly refers to others as masters. Who, then, is this Lin Yu, a figure of such distinction? I am aware of him, for President Gu has praised him. I never anticipated that Jiang Lao would hold Lin Yu's calligraphy in such high regard. It appears that Lin Yu's skill is indeed exceptional. I had thought Lin Yu's talent was limited to mere signatures, but I was mistaken. His signatures do not encompass the entirety of his prowess. A flurry of comments erupted beneath Jiang Xuesong's Weibo post, with many followers hailing from the calligraphy community, including several esteemed figures, all astonished by the photographs. Brother Jiang, I'm coming over for tea, one remarked. Old Jiang, the photo isn't very clear, but I'll be there shortly. Do prepare some fine wine and dishes. Another confessed, I have practiced the Lantingyi Su countless times, yet I find myself inferior to him. I will promptly purchase a plane ticket to learn from him. Prominent figures within the calligraphy realm quickly began to comment upon hearing the news. The information spread rapidly, as the modern digital media facilitates swift communication. Editor-in-Chief. Website traffic has surged. An editor from Tongxi Network exclaimed. It turns out that the sales of Lin Yu's works, which had previously been declining, have now seen a significant upward trend. Excellent. This is wonderful. Chen Xinhong beamed with delight. Assisting Jiang Xuesong in procuring items from Lin Chen proved fruitful. Indeed, Jiang Xuesong's influence is considerable. Master, Zhang Lao posted a Weibo update that received numerous likes and shares. The news has gone viral, and book sales have noticeably increased. Chen Xinhong messaged Lin Chen. All right, Lin Chen replied succinctly, not overly surprised. Having secured a home, he was no longer concerned about finances. Whether the books sold well or poorly held little consequence for him, as his skills were far more valuable. Lin Xiaoqian often brought him even greater joy. Daddy, I want to cry, Lin Xiaoqian pouted upon waking from her afternoon nap. Lin Chen quickly consoled her. Little Qian, did you have a nightmare? Or do you miss mommy? Daddy, I wet the bed again. I'm not a good girl anymore, she said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Little Qian, you haven't had an accident in a long time. That is quite commendable. We have a waterproof mattress cover, so I'll just wash it. Lin Chen assured as he swiftly changed her clothes. Chen Xinhong reflected on the situation at Tongxi Network. A master is indeed a master. If other authors' book sales were to rise, they would be ecstatic, yet Lin Yu remains so composed. Master, many are inquiring about your contact information. Some wish to purchase your works. Rest assured, we will keep your details strictly confidential, Chen Xinhong sent another message. Having changed Lin Xiaoqian's clothes, Lin Chen's phone rang. He glanced at it and saw, Editor-in-Chief, thank you. Su Mengyao returned to the office after concluding a meeting. Su Mengyao scrolled through short videos. And Big Data presented her with news related to Lin Yu. The Lantingyi Su, she examined closely. Although she was not particularly versed in calligraphy, the Lantingyi Su pin by Lin Chen was undeniably pleasing to her eyes. Who was Jiang Xuesong? Su Mengyao pondered. Upon conducting a brief search, she was astonished to discover that Jiang Xuesong was the former president of the Calligraphy Association, renowned for his exceptional skills in the art. Dad, what do you think of this piece? Su Mengyao sent a photograph of Lin Chen's Lantingyi Su to Su Guofeng. It was midnight in the United States. Su Mengyao did not expect an immediate response, yet Su Guofeng was awake and noticed the message. Although Su Mengyao's calligraphy skills were lacking, Su Guofeng had invested considerable effort in mastering the art. Moreover, compared to calligraphy, his appreciation level was even higher. He was affluent and had viewed numerous top-tier works. The Lantingyi Su, so many have attempted to write it, yet few succeed. Su Guofeng mused as he opened the image for a closer examination. After 5 minutes, he finished reviewing it, utterly astonished. This work was evidently new, but he could not fathom who currently possessed such remarkable talent. Whose work is this? If the price does not exceed 1 million, purchase it immediately, Su Guofeng messaged Su Mengyao. Su Mengyao's eyes widened in surprise. Dad, you really are generous. This is not an antique. It is a modern piece, and it has not been created long ago. Mengyao, you do not comprehend. It is worth 1 million. Do not hesitate. Just quote 1 million to the seller and secure it, Su Guofeng urged. This is presented by Elder Jiang Xuesong. He surely wouldn't sell it to us if he acquired it from someone else, Su Guofeng lamented. What a pity, Su Mengyao thought. If her father truly desired it, it would not be difficult. She could always seek to purchase it from Lin Chen later. If she lacked the influence, she could enlist her daughter's assistance. Dad, it's some rest. You send me this, and how can I sleep at this hour? I need to study it further, Su Mengyao murmured. Lin Chen, how much more do you conceal? Culinary skills, calligraphy, painting, fairy tale creation. Lin Chen excels in all, and he speaks several foreign languages. Knock, knock. The sound of a knock reverberated. Come in, Su Mengyao called. Shenqing entered, saying, President Su, it is not easy to see you these days. Su Mengyao sighed. There is so much to handle at the company. Many matters require my personal attention. You, on the other hand, are fortunate, with no financial concerns and little to occupy your time. Do you have anything planned for the afternoon? Shopping? Shenqing inquired. Su Mengyao glanced at her watch. I have a meeting in 45 minutes with a government department leader. Shenqing pouted. Can't we do less and earn less? Su Mengyao shook her head. It's not as simple as you think. It's like rowing against the current. If you do not advance, you will retreat. If the company collapses, my parents and I will still manage. But what about the numerous employees? Many of them have been with my father since the inception of the company. If it goes under, what will happen to them? Shenqing sighed softly. You do have a point. With your family's large conglomerate, complacency is not an option. By the way, I've heard that Zhang Tianyu is pursuing you? Su Mengyao replied. I have no interest in him. Shenqing's expression turned serious. Mengyao, he is not a good person. If he encounters setbacks with you, could he pose a threat to Lin Chen and Qianqian? Su Mengyao's demeanor turned icy. He wouldn't dare. Chapter 38. Have you and Lin Chen registered your marriage? Xinqing remarked. One must always be cautious. Should you inform Lin Shan about this? If anything arises, he should be psychologically prepared. Su Mingyao nodded slightly. I will inform Lin Shan when the time comes. Xinqing smiled and said, Mingyao, I believe it's better to discuss this in person. Whenever you go, I happen to be free and can accompany you. No need to thank me. Su Mingyao shot her a look of annoyance. Are you just hoping to tag along for a meal? Xinqing confidently replied, Yes. I do want to join for a meal. What's wrong with that? I've helped you with your daughter numerous times. Can't I enjoy a meal? I've been busy these days, Su Mingyao said. Xinqing immediately fell silent, like a wilted eggplant. She muttered, Lin Shan's cooking is toxic. Ever since I had 2 meals there, I find it hard to enjoy other dishes. I've lost weight recently. Mingyao, my future happiness depends on you. Su Mingyao responded. Depend on me? Do you want me to introduce you? You don't need to. You already know each other. Xinqing retorted. What I mean is you should get together quickly, so I can frequently enjoy your meals. How exactly should we get together? Su Mingyao replied blandly. Xinqing blinked and said, You should register your marriage and cohabit. Then I can visit you often. We have, Su Mingyao stated. What? Xinqing exclaimed in surprise. Su Mingyao clarified. Last time I called you over, Lin Shan and I went out. We have already registered our marriage. Xinqing looked at Su Mingyao in shock. Su Mingyao calmly said, Don't look at me like that. We merely registered, nothing else changes. We've even notarized our assets before and after marriage. They remain our own. Then why did you register? Xinqing inquired, puzzled. Su Mingyao explained, although Qianqian is young, she is quite perceptive. She may have sensed that something is amiss between us. Having a marriage certificate can help placate her. Xinqing regarded Su Mingyao with a peculiar expression. Mingyao, it seems you have been deceived by Lin Shan, haven't you? Su Mingyao asked, What do you mean? Xinqing replied, Is it really necessary to placate Qianqian with a marriage certificate? Why not create a false pretense yourselves? Su Mingyao was taken aback. At that moment, she had not contemplated such intricacies. Lin Shan deliberately deceived me into obtaining a marriage certificate? She inquired. Xinqing nodded affirmatively. Isn't it evident? A prominent CEO like you could be so easily misled. It seems you require my strategic counsel in matters of the heart. I shall call Lin Shan, Su Mingyao declared. Xinqing quickly interjected. What are you calling for? You've already obtained the certificate. Do you intend to seek a divorce now? I believe your current situation is rather agreeable. What is agreeable about it? Su Mingyao retorted. You are an imposing iceberg, if he feels no affection for you. How could you possibly forge a bond? His coaxing you into marriage suggests he harbors feelings for you. It appears there is potential for your relationship, Xinqing explained. I have been deceived, yet you seem quite pleased, Su Mingyao remarked. Xinqing chuckled. The fact that you can marry him indicates you are not entirely averse to Lin Shan, correct? Being deceived is not a grave matter. Su Mingyao shot her a sidelong glance. Mingyao, I find Lin Shan rather commendable. He surpasses your father's previous findings by leaps and bounds. Just contemplating his culinary skills makes my mouth water, Xinqing commented. Su Mingyao mused to herself. Lin Shan possesses far more than just culinary talent. Xinqing. What should I do? Su Mingyao inquired. Xinqing, puzzled, responded. What do you mean, Mingyao? Su Mingyao, in a daze, replied, I do not dislike Lin Shan. Yet I am uncertain how to love someone. At times, I even have nightmares about past events. Xinqing grasped Su Mingyao's hand. Mingyao, you might consider shifting your perspective. Perhaps the incident from years ago was fate's way of uniting you and Lin Shan. It could be that little Xiaoxi wishes to be by your side. A hint of a smile graced Su Mingyao's face at the thought of Lin Xiaoxi. Mingyao, it has been 3 years. It is time for you to move forward. Xinqing said with a hint of concern. Su Mingyao nodded slightly. What should I do? Xinqing smiled. Engage more, interact more. It would be best to have me, your strategist, accompany you. I can offer assistance. Do you perhaps harbor feelings for Lin Shan? Su Mingyao's cheeks flushed slightly. I do not know. Xinqing nodded. Your uncertainty implies a positive inclination. Otherwise, your response would have been a definitive no. Xinqing, it seems Lin Shan is not particularly enthusiastic towards me. Aside from videos of Xiaoxi, he has not sent me a single message on WeChat, Su Mingyao observed. Xinqing pondered. He likely has reservations, given your family's wealth. If he were too fervent, would you not suspect he is after your family's riches? That is not the case. Su Mingyao shook her head. Zhao Yinming offered 800,000 for a painting, yet Lin Shan would not sell. His artistic, calligraphic, and culinary skills are all of the highest caliber. If he desired, he would never lack for money. That may be your perspective, but he is unaware of it. He surely fears that excessive enthusiasm might backfire. I suspect his strategy is to cultivate feelings gradually since you are already married, Shenqing suggested. Is that so? Su Mingyao pondered. Shenqing chuckled. Indeed. You must trust this master strategist. I am well versed in the art of romance. A master of romance, yet still single? Su Mingyao remarked. Shenqing continued. Our company is organizing a basketball tournament among various departments, and family members are welcome to participate. Do you think I should invite Linshan to join? Su Mingyao inquired. Isn't it a bit too soon to expose him like that? Shenqing looked at her in surprise. If you let him participate, won't that reveal your relationship? Su Mingyao replied. Isn't that a good thing? If it's out in the open, then others won't pursue me anymore. I've already married. If I keep it a secret, people might speculate when they eventually find out. Shenqing pondered for a moment. You first need to ascertain whether Linshan can actually play basketball. We wouldn't want to create an embarrassing situation. Right. Su Mingyao nodded as she took out her phone to call Linshan. You're asking him right now? Shenqing exclaimed in astonishment. What other option do I have? Should I go to his place just to ask? Su Mingyao replied with a laugh. Soon, Linshan answered the call, his voice coming through. Mingyao? Are you inquiring about Xiaoqian's health? She has almost recovered from her cold. Xiaoqian, it's Mommy on the phone, Linshan said. Mommy, I miss you. Came the sweet voice of Lin Xiaoqian. I miss you too, sweetheart, Su Mingyao responded. Linshan, our company is holding a basketball game, and family members can join. Would you like to participate? Linshan expressed his surprise. Mingyao, me in a basketball game? Su Mingyao's cheeks flushed slightly. How skilled are you? If you're not good at basketball, just pretend I never asked. Lin Xiaoqian's eyes lit up. Mommy, Daddy can play basketball. Linshan chuckled. Mingyao? I know a bit about basketball. If I'm going to play, I'll make sure to practice. All right, Su Mingyao softly replied. I'll sign you up. Chapter 39. The first legendary skill. When does the competition start? As the company president, which team will I be on? Linshan asked. Su Mingyao explained. Executives and their families will be divided into teams by drawing lots. You'll know then. Okay, that sounds good. Su Mingyao ended the call. Beside her, Shenqing grinned. Mingyao, are you feeling nervous? Nervous? I am not, Su Mingyao replied calmly. Shenqing raised an eyebrow. Really? Normally, after a call, you would say goodbye to Xiaoqian. Wouldn't you? Su Mingyao admitted. I did forget to say goodbye to Lin Xiaoqian just now. Everyone else will be astonished to learn you have a husband, and that he is publicly acknowledged, Shenqing remarked. Su Mingyao replied nonchalantly. What is so surprising about that? Xiaoqian is growing up. Having a husband is quite normal. She is becoming more understanding, and we can't hide the marriage certificate for too long. Shenqing nodded in agreement. Indeed, you two must share a bed. Su Mingyao cast a glance at Shenqing. Shenqing, are you so eager to sell me out for a morsel of food? Shenqing chuckled. I merely think that your relationship with him is quite commendable. You are often preoccupied, and Linshan can take care of Qianqian. He cooks well and is remarkably patient with her. Su Mingyao remained noncommittal. Mingyao, when Linshan participates in the basketball tournament, won't your parents eventually find out? How will you explain that? Shenqing inquired. Su Mingyao replied. Is there a need for an explanation? Linshan is Qianqian's father. For her well-being, it is only natural for me to maintain a cordial relationship with him. It will benefit Qianqian immensely. Have you mentioned to your parents that you are officially registered? Su Mingyao shook her head. I haven't told my parents, and he hasn't informed us either. This matter pertains solely to the three of us, him, me, and Qianqian, and does not involve our respective families. Su Mingyao warned Shenqing. Please refrain from speaking out of turn. Shenqing nodded. I won't say a word. However, your parents will inevitably find out sooner or later. Su Mingyao replied calmly. They will learn in due time. It's merely a formality, it is not a significant matter. At this point, Su Mingyao glanced at the time. Shenqing stood up. Busy as always, I see. I should take my leave. You ought to prepare for your meeting. Su Mingyao responded. I, too, must get ready to go shopping. As Shenqing departed, Su Mingyao adjusted her appearance. Her aura underwent a remarkable transformation, from that of a neighborly girl to that of a commanding corporate president. Dad. Here you go. Dad, it only listens to your commands. Lin Xiaoqian and Linshan were playing basketball downstairs in the community. Lin Xiaoqian had nearly recovered from her cold and was eager to engage in some moderate exercise after being cooped up at home for so long. Xiaoqian, keep practicing and playing with it. It will listen to you more in the future, Linshan encouraged gently, patiently playing ball with Lin Xiaoqian. A wealth of basketball knowledge flooded his mind, and his coordination improved significantly, enhancing his overall skill. He realized that his abilities had surpassed those of the main players on his college team. With continued practice, he was on track to reach national team standards. "Uncle, may I join you?" A girl of around 3 approached them with a curious inquiry. "Xiaoqian, is that all right?" Lin Chun asked Lin Xiaoqian. She gleefully replied, "Daddy, of course." "My name is Lin Xiaoqian. What is yours?" The little girl responded, "My name is Nan Nan." The young girl displayed good manners. Lin Chun smiled, "Nan Nan. You can call her Qian Qian." Lin Xiaoqian lacked playmates in her vicinity, so Lin Chun felt pleased to see her finally make a friend. Although Lin Xiaoqian was still young, she too needed her companions. "Hello," Nanan's mother approached, greeting them. She was quite attractive, though not quite on par with Su Mingyao. "Hello," she replied. Lin Chun politely responded. "Wanwan's mother, I have seen you several times. You are very patient with your daughter. She has a wonderful father." "Thank you." Lin Chun smiled faintly. "Wanwan's mother, Qian Qian's father. I will sit over there. If you have any questions, just call me, all right?" "Okay," Lin Chun nodded. This arrangement is quite favorable. It would not do for them to engage in a lively conversation, as it might hinder his ability to gain experience. Time passed minute by minute. Lin Chun simultaneously taught both Lin Xiaoqian and her little playmate, who was playing even more joyfully. For Lin Chun himself, his experience remained unaffected. "Wan. Let us play together next time," said Lin Xiaoqian. "Sure." As the sports session concluded, the 2 little ones reluctantly bid farewell. "Xiaoqian, did you have fun playing with your friend?" Lin Chun inquired upon their return home. Lin Xiaoqian nodded enthusiastically. Lin Chun smiled. "Today, it was Wan who took the initiative to play with you. She was very brave, wasn't she? You should also be courageous and play with other children in the future, okay?" Lin Xiaoqian nodded. "Daddy, I will be very brave." "Daddy, I'm a bit hungry," she added. Lin Chun chuckled. "Your clothes are wet with sweat. Let us change you first, and then I will prepare your meal." "Daddy, your cooking is so delicious. Can Wan eat with me?" Lin Chun pondered for a moment. "Xiaoqian, that's fine, but you must invite Wan when your mother is present." "Why?" Lin Xiaoqian asked with confusion. Lin Chun explained, "If your mother is not around, Wan might think you don't have a mother. Which wouldn't be very good, would it?" After some thought, Lin Xiaoqian replied, "I can tell her. I have a mother, and she is at work." Lin Chun subtly shook his head, wondering how to explain this to little Xiaoqian. "Xiaoqian, you should ask your mother about this later and let her explain." "I am stumped by you," he said. Soon, Lin Chun had changed Lin Xiaoqian's clothes. "Daddy, I want to draw." "All right, you draw while I prepare dinner." 2 days passed, and Lin Chun slightly increased the basketball training time, teaching Lin Xiaoqian for 1.5 hours each day. The total teaching time reached 5 hours. To reach a master level requires 10 hours, but 5 hours is already impressive. Even in the national team, this skill level would be considered a mainstay. Coupled with Lin Chun's formidable physical condition, he would likely not lose in a one-on-one against anyone in the national team. In the evening, Lin Chun read stories. "Host, your fairy tale creation has reached the legendary level." The system's voice resonated in Lin Chun's mind. A torrent of information flooded his consciousness. Surprise gleamed in Lin Chun's eyes. He had finally attained his first legendary skill. Lin Xiaoqian has a fondness for stories. She insists on listening to them before her afternoon nap and at bedtime, and occasionally wishes to hear one at other times. This is the most rapid progress. Lin Chun pondered inwardly, inquiring about the special attributes of reaching the legendary level. In due time, he would come to understand it himself. But asking directly would yield quicker results. The system responded, "Host, upon attaining the legendary level, the fairy tales you create will possess a heightened emotional resonance, capable of stirring souls. Your storytelling will also become more captivating." Chapter 40, Rewarding the Golden Alliance Leader. As Lin Xiaoqian drifted into slumber, Lin Chun retreated to his study. He no longer wished to profit from selling paintings or calligraphy. However, earning money remained essential, and continuing to craft fairy tales seemed an excellent choice. Sustaining good sales in painting and calligraphy necessitated significant fame, which would hinder his ability to care for his child. Fairy tale creation, however, posed no such issues. While few possess the appreciation for art and calligraphy, children readily discern whether a story is delightful. He could gain a pseudonymous fame, quietly accumulating wealth. "Why hasn't Lin Yu updated recently?" he pondered. "I tell my son 5 stories each day, and with only 60 tales in total, this pace won't last long." Many had implored the esteemed author for an update in the comments section. Lin Chun noted that Lin Yu had not updated for 3 or 4 days due to Lin Xiaoqian's illness. He decided to take a more relaxed approach to updates. contemplating a monthly release of 30 stories. This averaged out to merely one story daily, allowing for the publication of a book each month. Even with lesser first prints and signing bonuses, his monthly earnings would not fall below 5 million. Although still far from Su Mingyao's earnings, a few million monthly. If spent judiciously without frequent investments in real estate or luxury cars, would be more than sufficient. With a flurry of energy, Lin Chen began to write. Upon reaching the legendary skill level, a multitude of stories emerged in his mind, awaiting to be transcribed. In a mere 10 minutes, he had crafted a tale exceeding 1,000 words. This story is quite intriguing, Lin Chen mused, reading through it carefully on his computer screen. The system had been correct. With his current skill, the stories he penned carried a stronger emotional impact, capable of touching the soul. This particular tale would likely bring tears to many. He uploaded the story. Meanwhile, Su Mingyao had just concluded her work and was on her way home in the car, where she habitually opened the Children's Heart website. Lately, she found herself visiting the site several times a day. Oh, her eyes sparkled as she discovered that Lin Yu had finally updated, albeit with just one story. Caution advised. This may be a heart-wrenching tale. Lin Yu, you owe me my tears. My daughter is crying, and no amount of comfort seems to work. Su Mingyao first glanced at the comments section. This article had only been published for half an hour, yet it had garnered numerous comments. And the tone was distinctly different from previous works. What was going on? Su Mingyao clicked to read further. As she delved deeper, tears welled up in her eyes. By the end, she could no longer hold back her tears. Lin Chen's skill had evidently improved. The emotional resonance of this piece was remarkable. Yet why was it a tragedy? Su Mingyao's eyes reddened. The story of the little match girl was heart-wrenching, but this narrative possessed an even stronger emotional pull, evoking an overwhelming sense of sorrow. Are you all right, miss? The driver, Liang Yi, inquired. I'm fine. I just read a tragic story, Su Mingyao replied. Once again exploring the comments section. In such a short span, the number of comments had multiplied. My daughter cried inconsolably as well. But perhaps this story will nurture her compassion. A friendly reminder appeared. Prepare tissues in advance, and set aside at least half an hour to comfort your child. It seemed that Lin Yu's prowess had reached new heights. Su Mingyao meticulously read through the comments. The feedback for this story was significantly more abundant than before, indicating that others shared her sentiments. Clearly, Lin Chen's abilities had shown marked improvement. At that moment, she noticed that Lin Yu had updated with yet another piece. Upon finishing this one, a gentle smile graced Su Mingyao's face. The first was a tragedy, while this one was profoundly healing. It wasn't a tale of great joy, but rather a soothing stream of warmth that gradually permeated her very being, providing comfort. Su Mingyao exhaled a long, deep breath, feeling a significant release of tension throughout her body. The first story had allowed her emotions to pour forth, while the second had offered her solace, leaving her feeling remarkably rejuvenated. Oh, she thought, intending to bestow a silver patronage, only to discover that someone had already beat her to it. She clicked on the profile of the other patron, only to find it was another woman. Quietly, Su Mingyao rewarded Lin Chen with a golden patronage. 100,000 yuan gone. Yet, given her wealth, that amount was hardly significant. The company was flourishing under her stewardship, with the Su family's wealth growing at an impressive rate of over 10%. Currently, their assets amounted to around 30 billion, translating to an increase of 4 to 5 billion. Achieving legendary status, the results were undeniably apparent. Lin Chen checked the back-end data. The click-through and comment figures were clearly higher than before, with an increased number of patrons, including several substantial contributions. Who was this floating life like a dream? Earlier, they had rewarded him with a silver patronage, and now they had upgraded it to a golden one. Lin Chen mused to himself. Tongxi Network featured a separate leaderboard for each story's patronage, alongside an overall leaderboard for all authors. Floating Life Like a Dream had already contributed a total of 110,000. Hello, thank you for your generous support, he expressed gratefully. However, your generosity in tipping is excessive and unnecessary. Lin Chen privately messaged Fu Shengruomeng. Su Mingyao saw the message and shortly after replied to Lin Chen with an image. Upon opening it, Lin Chen found a screenshot of a bank message. After spending 100,000, Fu Shengruomeng's bank balance astonishingly still showed over 80 million. A true tycoon, Lin Chen thought, unable to suppress his surprise. What does it mean to have over 80 million in a demand deposit account? My apologies for intruding, Lin Chen replied, closing the web page. Given the other party's wealth, a 10,000 tip was evidently no issue at all. Tongxi Network. Old phone, what are your thoughts? Chen Xinhong inquired. having read the two stories several times. The old Feng he referred to as Feng Anren, the deputy editor who had been working at Tongxin Network for over a decade. Old Feng. Qin Xinhong called again. Feng Anren, immersed in thought, initially did not hear him. Editor-in-chief, what is it? He asked. I was wondering how you feel about it, Qin Xinhong replied. Feng Anren expressed his admiration. The works by Lin Yu were already exceptional, but this time he has shattered all expectations. I believe these two pieces are unmatched both domestically and internationally. Qin Xinhong was taken aback by such high praise. Is the evaluation truly that lofty? Feng Anren nodded. They deserve such acclaim. Editor-in-chief, can you find better fairy tales? Qin Xinhong shook his head. I cannot. I feel the same. But we shouldn't promote it in such a manner. We must avoid drawing any negative attention to Lin Yu. Feng Anren agreed, of course. Editor-in-chief, do you think Lin Yu's success is a stroke of luck, or has his creative ability reached a new pinnacle? It must be a stroke of luck, Qin Xinhong replied. If masterpieces of this caliber could emerge casually, it would indeed be quite extraordinary. Chapter 41. Fairy Tales and Textbooks. In the morning, at the Jiang family villa. Grandfather. The Lin Yu you asked me to keep an eye on has made a move. He published 2 fairy tales last night. A young woman in her 20s said. Yin Yin, is the quality of his new stories satisfactory? Jiang Xuesong inquired, as today was the day he had invited old friends to appreciate calligraphy. Grandfather, the quality is impressive. My best friend even tipped him 10,000 yuan after reading it, Jiang Yin replied. Which friend gave him a tip? Jiang Xuesong asked. Xin Yue, of course. Who else could it be? While others might afford it, they would certainly hesitate to tip such a substantial amount. Xin Yue is wealthy and doesn't mind this sum. Jiang Yin explained. Bring her to me. I would like to see, Jiang Xuesong said. Though Xin Yue is affluent, she is not one to act impulsively. Jiang Yin swiftly located the fairy tale that Lin Shen had sent the previous night. Jiang Xuesong, donning his reading glasses, perused the text slowly. After finishing the first reading, he silently revisited it once more. I was moved to tears last night. I passed it on to Xin Yue, suggesting we cry together. A short while later, she sent me a screenshot, indicating she had rewarded Lin Yu with 10,000 yuan. However, her top ranking was soon usurped by another. Jiang Yin remarked. Jiang Xuesong, astonished, inquired, did someone reward even more? Jiang Yin replied, the other party bestowed upon Lin Yu a golden alliance, which requires 100,000 yuan. Grandfather, there is another piece. Not long after, Jiang Xuesong completed the second piece. He felt as though he had undergone a profound transformation, as if a wave of pessimism had been released. What a timeless masterpiece, he mused. I was just contemplating whether the first piece was suitable for inclusion in textbooks. Together, these 2 pieces are exceedingly appropriate. Jiang Xuesong smiled. Jiang Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could they be included in the language textbooks? Jiang Xuesong responded, I shall make an inquiry. With my modest influence, the exceptional quality of these 2 pieces should warrant consideration. If my weight is insufficient, perhaps the old friends who have gathered today can lend their support as well. Yin Yin, do you understand why I called you back? Jiang Yin gazed somberly at her grandfather. Grandfather, I understand. Jiang Xuesong smiled gently. The inevitabilities of life, aging, illness, and death are part of our existence. As I grow older, I may not have much time left. I worry about you. Tears shimmered in Jiang Yan's eyes. Grandfather, please do not speak like that. You should live to at least 100. 100 is a lofty aspiration, Jiang Xuesong chuckled. Ding dong. At 9 o'clock in the morning, guests began to arrive. Jiang Xuesong had invited several old friends, many of whom were accompanied by younger companions due to their advancing age. By 9:30, the villa buzzed with activity. A dozen of Jiang Xuesong's old friends had arrived, totaling around 30 guests when the younger companions were included. The housekeeper was on holiday today, leaving Jiang Yin in charge of serving tea and refreshments. Brother Jiang, everyone is here. Where are the items? Someone could not help but ask. All eyes turned to Jiang Xuesong, who smiled and said, Xiaoyan, please bring out that piece of Lantingyi Su. Certainly, grandfather. Jiang Yin quickly fetched the calligraphy, which had been beautifully framed at a cost exceeding 10,000 yuan. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The rest of you may enjoy tea in the meantime, Jiang Xuesong announced. The first group of 5 elderly gentlemen gathered around, examining the work meticulously. Before long, expressions of awe illuminated their faces. What a remarkable skill! One exclaimed. This level is not far from that of the sage of calligraphy, is it? Perhaps there is a slight difference, but it undoubtedly surpasses our own efforts. The elderly gentlemen exchanged remarks. while those who had yet to approach the artwork grew increasingly impatient with anticipation. Old Lou, after such an extended wait, why not come over for some tea and let us indulge for a while? Surely, standing for so long must be wearing on your legs. After some urging from the others, the first group finally stepped back, making way for the second group to eagerly push forward. Brother Jiang, how much did you purchase this for? I still have a bit of money in my pocket. Perhaps I can afford it, inquired one of the elderly gentlemen from the first group. Jiang Shuesong replied with a smile, I spent 300,000. Upon receiving the item, I felt I had underpaid and considered adding an additional 200,000. However, the seller refused to sell another piece for 50,000. They kept the 20,000 as well. Another elder lamented, what a pity. 50,000 is not inexpensive, but I could manage it. Brother Jiang, you have obscured the signature. Did Master Lin Yu inscribe his true name on this painting? Jiang Shuesong nodded slightly in affirmation. As time passed, everyone took turns admiring the artwork. And once they had finished, they reconvened to enjoy tea and engage in lively discussion. My dear friends, I recommend that you read the 2 recent fairy tales written by Lin Yu, Jiang Shuesong said with a smile. The group pulled out their phones and logged onto the Tongxin website. Within 10 minutes, they had all finished reading. I personally believe these tales deserve a place in textbooks. What are your thoughts? Jiang Shuesong asked. I think they absolutely should, came the unanimous agreement from the group. Shall we lend our support to this initiative? Although we are from the calligraphy community, our collective influence should not be underestimated, Jiang Shuesong proposed. I'm on board. Count me in. If Master Lin Yu's name becomes immortalized in history, perhaps we shall also leave our mark in the annals of folklore. Others echoed in agreement. Given their stature, the likelihood of success in this endeavor seemed promising. Despite the fact that many online figures boast greater fame, their influence may not reach the upper echelons, whereas their opinions certainly could. Some individuals in those circles might even be their former students. A surge in sales? Lin Chun inquired with a look of surprise. Editor Chun, what has happened? Why the sudden increase? He messaged, as he and Lin Xiaoqian seldom spent their days scrolling on their phones. They found far greater joy in continuous self-improvement than in mere digital distractions. Chun Xinhong joyfully replied, Old Jiang has engaged in discussions with numerous individuals, all of whom have expressed their admiration. Each of their influences is substantial, and together they form a formidable force. The second volume's 100,000 copies should sell out swiftly. The first volume has already been printed 3 times, totaling 180,000 copies, while the second has only seen 100,000 so far. A gentle smile graced Lin Chen's face. Once sold out, he could always print another batch, reaping considerable profit. Master Lin Yu, could you possibly provide more signed copies? Lin Chen quickly responded, in the future, I will only offer 1,000 signed copies per book. Scarcity adds value. The first and second books, I will no longer provide signed copies. Chen Xinhong expressed his regret. Lin Yu, it's up to you. Lin Yu, many people have inquired about your whereabouts. Lin Chen replied, you must keep this confidential. If you divulge any information, future collaborations may be at risk. All right. Chen Xinhong quickly assured him. Lin Chun turned to gaze at the peacefully sleeping Lin Xiaoqian. He was not in need of money, and he could not let financial matters affect her. Beep. His phone buzzed again. It was a message from Su Mingyao. Lin Chen, the basketball game is the day after tomorrow. I'll bring your basketball jersey over. Will there be a meal? After sending the message, Su Mingyao felt it was somewhat inappropriate and quickly retracted it. A faint smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. It seemed the ice was beginning to thaw a little. Chapter 42. Will you be staying here tonight? Lin Chun, the basketball game is the day after tomorrow. This afternoon, I will come with Xin Qing to see Xiaoqian. And I'll also bring your basketball jersey. Su Mingyao edited and sent the message again. Lin Chen did not reply immediately. Su Mingyao, feeling shy, thought he would certainly suspect that he had seen her earlier message. Perhaps she would not come for 10 days or half a month. Half an hour passed. Lin Chen simply replied, okay. Su Mingyao breathed a sigh of relief upon receiving Lin Chen's response. Lin Chen and I are merely in a faux marriage. How could I be so forward as to ask if he would provide a meal? No matter how delicious his cooking may be, it simply cannot be so. Su Mingyao pondered. Around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, Su Mingyao and Xin Qing arrived. Mom, Aunt Qing, Lin Xiaoqian joyfully exclaimed as the door opened. Xiaoqian, Mommy has missed you dearly. Su Mingyao quickly lifted Lin Xiaoqian into her arms and kissed her. Lin Xiaoqian, in her sweet voice, replied, Mommy, I missed you too. Aunt Qing, I missed you as well. Mommy, can I invite one over for dinner? Su Mingyao asked. Who is Wan Wan? Lin Xiaoqian replied. Wan Wan is my good friend. We often play together. Wan Wan's mom gave me delicious treats. Shin Qing added. Xiaoqian, Wan Wan's mom brought her to play downstairs. And your dad took you to play downstairs, and that's how you became good friends, right? Yes, yes. Lin Xiaoqian beamed. Su Mingyao glanced at Lin Chen, who smiled warmly at her and said, Mingyao, I haven't spoken much with Wan Wan's mom. Xiaoqian, can you testify for me? Lin Xiaoqian, puzzled, replied, Daddy. You talked to Andy, and you seem to have a good time. Lin Shun continued, Mommy, I would like to invite Wan Wan over for dinner. But Daddy said only you can invite her when you're here. Can I invite Wan Wan now? Lin Xiaoqian inquired. Su Mingyao gently patted her little head and smiled. How about another day? Aunt Qing is here today. You can invite her another time when Aunt Qing is not around. All right? Mother, why? Lin Chen inquired. Aunt Qing is a guest, and Wan Wan is also a guest. We must take good care of our guests, right? If we invite too many, can we manage them all? Lin Xiaoqian pondered. After a moment, she nodded and said, Father, you are right. I will invite Wan Wan over for dinner next time. Su Mingyao handed Lin Chen a bag. Lin Chen, try this on. See if this basketball jersey fits you. Lin Chen nodded and took the bag to the bathroom. Shin Qing quietly asked Xiaoqian, and Qing has a question for you. Is Wan Wan's mother beautiful? Without hesitation, Lin Xiaoqian replied, She is beautiful. But I think my mother is the most beautiful. You are beautiful too, and Qing. This is our little secret, so don't tell your father, Shin Qing instructed. Why can't I tell Dad? Lin Xiaoqian inquired, puzzled. Su Mingyao chimed in, Xiaoqian, it's a secret. You mustn't reveal it. Let us go to the balcony. Your parents might want to share a quiet kiss, Shin Qing said, picking up Lin Xiaoqian and heading toward the balcony. Lin Chen quickly changed into the basketball jersey. Su Mingyao was surprised by his appearance. Although Lin Chen appeared slender, once dressed in the jersey, she noticed that his arms were quite muscular. Mingyao, you chose the right size. This jersey fits me quite well, Lin Chen smiled. As long as it fits, that's all that matters. Let us go to the study and have a chat. Once in the study, Lin Chen explained, Mingyao, I haven't spoken much with Wan Wan's mother. We only exchange polite pleasantries. Su Mingyao replied, We are merely in a faux marriage. Even if you had something with her, I wouldn't mind. Lin Chen gazed at Su Mingyao with a smile. She felt somewhat uneasy under his gaze. Why are you looking at me like that? Don't get any ideas, she warned. It was you who invited me in. Is there something you wish to discuss? Lin Chen asked. Su Mingyao responded. I called you in just to make Xiaoqian think we are close. It's all pretend, understand? Lin Chen nodded, understood. How is the basketball tournament arranged? Su Mingyao sighed in relief. There are a total of 10 teams in the company basketball tournament, each with 12 members. The company executives will participate with 10 players. And each team will be assigned an executive. Lin Chen chuckled, so it's not just for show. If we win, is there a reward? Su Mingyao explained. The first place team will have their salaries doubled for the month, and the second place team will receive a 50% increase. Only the champions among the 10 executives will receive rewards, totaling 1 million, with each person contributing 100,000. 100,000 is not much for us. But if we win, 1 million is quite appealing. How do we compete? Lin Chen asked. Su Mingyao remarked, the teams will be divided into groups, with each group consisting of 5 teams. Each team will compete against every other team once. Winning a match earns 3 points, a draw awards 1 point, and a loss yields none. The team with the highest total points in the group will advance to the finals. Lin Chen responded, the champion team must play 5 matches, while the other teams will play 4. This will surely take more than a day. Su Mingyao replied, the matches will take place over 3 days, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. On days when there are no matches, work will proceed as usual. There will be 2 matches on Wednesday and Thursday, and only 1 final match on Friday. Lin Chen frowned and said, Xiaoqian needs her afternoon nap. On Wednesday and Thursday, I may only be able to participate in 1 match each day. Su Mingyao nodded. That's all right. Each team consists of 12 members, so it is not necessary for everyone to play in every match. Lin Chen inquired. Will the matches be held at your company? Yes, Su Mingyao confirmed. The basketball court at the company is quite nice. You can take Xiaoqian there tomorrow to have a look and meet the teammates. Lin Chen asked, will you be there? How will you introduce me? Are we just going to be out in the open like this? Su Mingyao calmly replied, I will introduce you as my husband, as the boss. They wouldn't dare to make a fuss. Although this exposure might attract some trouble, just let me know if anything arises, and I will handle it. Lin Chen nodded slightly. Given Su Mingyao's beauty and wealth, even with a daughter, she would undoubtedly have suitors. Lin Shen, you may encounter some complications. To compensate you, I will purchase this apartment from the landlord, and it will be registered under Xiao Quan's name. You can stay here for as long as you wish, Su Mingyao stated. Lin Shen shook his head. There's no need for that. I have already bought this apartment from the landlord. The contract is signed, and the transfer will be completed in a few days. Really? Su Mingyao paused in surprise. Lin Shen smiled gently. Xiao Qian likes it here, so I decided to buy it. Will you be staying here tonight? Chapter 43. Are you fooling me into getting a marriage certificate? Su Mingyao's cheeks flushed slightly. What would I stay here for? Lin Shen chuckled. To keep Xiao Qian company while she sleeps. She misses her mother. What do you think I brought you here for? Su Mingyao shot Lin Shen a playful glare. Is this house bought outright or financed? If it's financed, I can help you pay off the mortgage. It's paid in full, Lin Shen replied. Su Mingyao expressed her astonishment. Is writing fairy tales really that lucrative? Lin Shen explained. Certainly not as profitable as your endeavors. But it suffices to support a family. Indeed, Su Mingyao nodded. Have you practiced basketball in the last few days? Xiao Qian will be watching, so don't perform poorly. Lin Shen laughed. You needn't worry. I am known as the Jordan of Huagua. My skills are more than adequate. It's still early to prepare dinner. Shall we take a stroll? Su Mingyao hesitated slightly. Lin Shen suggested, let us walk outside to dissuade those single young women in the neighborhood. Making it clear that I am taken. Su Mingyao, very well. Let Shen Qing take care of more people so that she doesn't keep trying to mooch off meals. Soon, Lin Shen changed back into his clothes, and the two of them stepped outside. Aunt Qing, why are you stopping me? I want to go out for a walk with Dad and Mom, Lin Xiaoqian asked innocently. Shen Qing replied, there are two reasons. First, if you go out with your parents, I would be left here all alone and feel quite sad. Second, don't you think your parents spend little time together? They need some private moments to nurture their relationship. Don't you agree? Lin Xiaoqian nodded, somewhat understanding. Qian, please teach me how to draw. I think your drawings are wonderful, Shen Qing said. Lin Xiaoqian giggled. My dad taught me. He is the best. Lin Shen and Su Mingyao arrived downstairs. Within the community, a pathway meandered around the entire area. The two began their stroll along the path. Lin Shen, have you seen the news online? Jiang Xuesong and several calligraphy masters hold you in high esteem. Aren't you planning to make an appearance? Su Mingyao inquired. Lin Shen shook his head. I have no intention of doing so. I'm doing quite well now, aren't I? I have enough money to spend and can wholeheartedly take care of Xiaoqian. It's crucial that we both work hard for her. If we don't have time for her, that would be troublesome. Su Mingyao nodded slightly. Mingyao, once your father returns and resumes his role at the company, would you consider staying with me for a while? Lin Shen smiled as he asked. Su Mingyao's face turned slightly red as she replied, don't say such things. Why would I move in? That wouldn't be appropriate. Lin Shen responded. There is a guest room available. You could sleep there, or you could stay with Xiaoqian while I take the guest room. If you were to stay here for a while, Xiaoqian would surely be very happy. After a moment of silence, Su Mingyao said, let us talk about it later. Lin Shen, the events of the past have left me with psychological scars, and I still occasionally have nightmares. Xiaoqian deserves your care. Lin Shen reassured her. Xiaoqian is my daughter. It's my duty to take care of her. Mingyao, the little girl playing in the atrium ahead is Wan, and the woman beside her is her mother. Su Mingyao and Lin Shen moved a little closer. Uncle Lin, where is Xiaoqian? As they walked further, Wan spotted Lin Shen and called out. Lin Shen smiled and replied, Xiaoqian is at home. She has an aunt visiting, and they're playing together. Wan's mother asked, is this Xiaoqian's mother? Wan, you should call her auntie. Auntie. Wan chimed in eagerly. Hello, I'm Xiaoqian's mother. Wan, Xiaoqian has told me about you. She says you're her good friend. Su Mingyao smiled. Yes, we are good friends, Wan nodded. Lin Shen laughed. Wan, keep playing. We'll be on our way. As they walked a little further away, Su Mingyao remarked, Lin Shen, Wan's mother is quite attractive. Lin Shen chuckled. How could she possibly be more attractive than you? Su Mingyao replied. So, you intentionally deceived me into obtaining a marriage certificate? Lin Shen retorted. Not at all, that is not the case. My reason for going with you to get the certificate was for Xiaoqian, wasn't it? Su Mingyao responded calmly. Shen Qing mentioned that a marriage certificate could be used to deceive Xiaoqian. It doesn't need to be genuine. A fake one will suffice. She said I was misled by you. Lin Shen coughed lightly. That is true. None of us anticipated that she would think of it. Shen Qing is quite clever. A smart person should strive diligently and avoid gluttony. She shouldn't come to my place for meals in the future. Su Mingyao glanced at Lin Shen. realizing she was correct. He had indeed tricked her into marrying him. Lin Chen awkwardly said, I did it for Xiao Qian. We can get the certificate first and nurture our feelings gradually. I don't wish for her to have a stepfather, and I presume you don't want her to have a stepmother either? Su Mingyao nodded slightly, assuring him, rest assured. She will definitely not have a stepfather. Lin Chen smiled, then you can be equally assured that she won't have a stepmother either. Mingyao, your family is quite wealthy. But I want you to know that I am not after your family's money. We have already done a property notarization before marriage. Su Mingyao nodded, I believe that. With your abilities, you won't lack for money if you show even a little. Don't blame Xinqing. She has said quite a few good things about you to ensure she can continue enjoying free meals, Lin Chen remarked with a smile. Then let us add an extra dish for her tonight. Su Mingyao chuckled. You are so pragmatic. When she exposes you, you tell her not to come. When she speaks well of you, you reward her with food. Lin Chen laughed heartily, that is only natural. If she were merely destructive, I would seriously suspect her jealousy of you. Jealous of what? Su Mingyao inquired. Lin Chen replied, jealous of the fact that you have a wonderful husband. Su Mingyao playfully protested, Lin Chen, you are incredibly thick-skinned. Lin Chen suggested, regarding the extra dish, we might need to buy some more ingredients from the nearby vegetable store. All right, Su Mingyao nodded. After wandering around the community, Lin Chen and Su Mingyao exited and headed to the nearby vegetable shop to purchase some ingredients. Lin Chen could sense the ice slowly melting away. Papa Mommy. Upon returning home, Lin Xiao Qian joyfully ran over. Lin Chen said, Mingyao, you keep Xiao Qian company. I must hurry to prepare dinner. Xiao Qian, tell your mother what you have learned. Lin Xiao Qian nodded eagerly. Lin Chen took the ingredients into the kitchen. Su Mingyao was led to the balcony by Lin Xiao Qian. Xinqing pointed at a painting and exclaimed, Mingyao, look at this. Can you believe this was painted by Qian Qian? Her artistic skills have seen explosive growth. Su Mingyao's eyes also widened in astonishment, compared to the last time. Lin Xiao Qian had improved significantly. Considering Lin Chen's talent in art, Su Mingyao felt that Lin Xiao Qian must have inherited Lin Chen's artistic gift, which had not been properly nurtured before. Qian, you are amazing. Mommy rewards you with a kiss. Su Mingyao gently kissed Lin Xiao Qian's little cheek and said, Mama, Daddy taught me this. You should give Daddy a kiss too. Chapter 44. Why must we sleep here? An hour later, Lin Chen had prepared the meal. Lin Chen, is there a special occasion today? There seems to be one dish more than last time, Xinqing remarked with surprise. Lin Chen smiled, I bought this apartment. It's rare to have some liveliness. Let us celebrate a little today. What? You should have told me earlier. Look, I came empty-handed without any gifts, Xinqing said. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Lin Chen shook his head. Gifts are unnecessary. Let us just enjoy a meal together. Everyone, please sit down. I believe my culinary skills have improved. Xinqing exclaimed, your cooking can improve? Soon, Su Mingyao and Xinqing began to eat. Mingyao, it seems you have indeed made progress, Xinqing said, incredulous. After trying a couple of dishes, Su Mingyao replied, it's not just a feeling, it's true. Lin Chen, your cooking has surpassed that of a 5-star chef. The ingredients may be ordinary, but the flavors are exceptional. It's absolutely delicious. Every dish is exquisite. Xinqing praised enthusiastically, the meat that Daddy made is tasty. And the vegetables are also delightful. I'm no longer picky. I'm a good child now, Lin Xiaoqian chimed in adorably. Xinqing responded, Xiaoqian, if your father's cooking is this good, and you still choose to be picky, then you'll have to face the consequences. Mingyao expressed her concern. I suspect Xiaoqian is not truly unpicky. She would probably be more selective if she were dining elsewhere. Lin Chen chuckled, little Xiaoqian is still young. We must ensure she gets enough nutrition. When she grows up, would she starve herself? Mingyao nodded in agreement. After finishing the meal, Xinqing rubbed her stomach and remarked, Lin Chen, your dishes are so delicious. That's both a blessing and a curse. If I eat like this every day, I will surely gain weight. Lin Chen laughed. If you eat occasionally, you'll indulge, but eating every day wouldn't lead to such excess. Xinqing paused for a moment, realizing the truth in his words. You three should head out. I'll take care of the dishes. I would feel right just coming over to eat without helping out, Xinqing said. Lin Chen replied, you washing the dishes? That doesn't seem right. Xinqing shook her head, there's nothing wrong with it. I also want to come over for more meals. Mingyao is quite busy, and it's rare for your family to have time together. Let Xinqing handle it. She has eaten enough and should do some work to digest, Mingyao suggested. Go on quickly, don't interfere with my performance. Xinqing waved her hand. Lin Chen and the others went downstairs. Lin Xiaoqian held Su Mingyao's hand with her left and Lin Chen's hand with her right. Su Mingyao felt a peculiar warmth in her heart. The experience of strolling as a family was quite heartwarming. Linshan, there is something I would like to discuss. After the basketball tournament, could you take Xiaoqian abroad for a trip? Su Mingyao inquired. Linshan responded, does Qianqian's grandparents miss her? Su Mingyao nodded. They miss Qianqian dearly. However, I have been quite occupied with matters in the country lately and have no time to travel abroad. Linshan crouched down. Little Qian, why don't you go play on the slide over there while your father and mother discuss some matters? Okay. Lin Xiaoqian skipped ahead joyfully. Mingyao, I don't have any issues, but I wonder if it would be appropriate for me to meet your parents at this time? Linshan asked. Su Mingyao retorted. You are not going to meet my parents. You are merely taking Qianqian to see your grandparents. You need not even make an appearance. My father will send a car to pick you and Qianqian up. You can stay at a nearby hotel, and someone will take Qianqian to the hospital. Linshan replied. It wouldn't be proper for me not to show up. Su Mingyao insisted. If you feel uncomfortable, just bring some fruit or something and visit once. Qianqian will likely be in the hospital only in the morning. She will take a nap at noon, and in the afternoon, you can explore the area with her. Is that agreeable? Linshan nodded slightly. I have no objections, but I lack a passport. I need to arrange for a visa to go to the United States, correct? Su Mingyao assured him. That is straightforward. You can apply for it, and I will find someone to expedite the process. It will be ready in no time. All right. Linshan nodded. He had little interest in other aspects of visiting the United States, but he wished to visit a shooting range, as his marksmanship had improved significantly. He had taken Lin Xiaoqian to the amusement park 5 times, and each time, he would engage her in shooting games for about 20 minutes. Altogether, they spent nearly 2 hours playing. With 10 hours of practice, one could reach a master level. 2 hours was quite commendable, surpassing the skills of many soldiers. Linshan. Thank you, Su Mingyao expressed. Linshan gazed earnestly at Su Mingyao. Mingyao, in truth, I should be the one expressing gratitude. Thank you for bringing little Qianqian into this world, allowing me to have such a delightful daughter. I am grateful for your tireless efforts in raising her thus far. Su Mingyao felt a flutter in her heart. Qianqian is alone over there. Let us go to her. Su Mingyao hastened forward. Unbeknownst to them, an hour slipped by. And upon returning home, Lin Xiaoqian joyfully exclaimed, Mommy and Daddy, I had so much fun today. As long as you are happy, that is all that matters. Su Mingyao smiled. Xinqing, she called out as she entered the room. No one responded, and the room remained unlit. Beep. Su Mingyao dialed Xinqing's number. The call connected, and Xinqing's voice came through. Mingyao, I had an urgent matter to attend to. I took your car. Linshan, aren't you supposed to go to my company tomorrow? You can go together. I will have your car delivered to the villa. Su Mingyao replied, traitor. Xinqing responded. Mingyao, I truly have something important. I suddenly remembered that the gas stove at home may not be turned off. I'm driving now. I must hang up. With that, Xinqing promptly ended the call. Linshan said, Mingyao, you should sleep with Qianqian tonight. I will take the guest room. Lin Xiaoqian, puzzled, asked Daddy why? That bed is so big, it can fit all 3 of us. Linshan crouched down and kissed Lin Xiaoqian, saying, Little Qian, you are still young and do not understand certain matters. Do you want your mother to stay? If you do, then you can sleep like this. Lin Xiaoqian nodded. I want to sleep with Mommy. Linshan turned to Su Mingyao. Mingyao, what do you think? If you want to go back, I can drive you. Su Mingyao shook her head. Forget it. It's too much trouble. Living with Linshan was something she could not accept just yet. But staying here for one night was a compromise she could manage. Linshan added, there are women's pajamas in the wardrobe, brand new. Last time, I bought pajamas for myself and Xiaoqian. She said she wanted to buy some for Mommy, so I got 2 sets. Lin Xiaoqian chimed in, Mommy, you should thank me. And then I will say no need to thank me. Su Mingyao smiled. Linshan chuckled. Xiaoqian, Mommy is so touched that she is momentarily speechless. Mingyao, you should go take a shower. I will wash Xiaoqian. Su Mingyao nodded. The house had 2 bathrooms that could be used simultaneously. Splash. As the water cascaded over her, Su Mingyao felt a bit dazed. How did she end up sleeping here? Chapter 45. Call me husband. After her shower, Su Mingyao emerged from the bathroom. Lin Chun was reading a story to Lin Xiaoqian. He looked up and was momentarily captivated by Su Mingyao's appearance. Fresh from her bath, her skin glowed with a rosy hue, and her partially dried, long black hair cascaded over her shoulders. The short pajamas revealed a glimpse of her long, beautiful legs. She was stunning, simply breathtaking. A strong desire to capture this moment surged within Lin Chun, compelling him to immortalize it with his brush. Linshan, are you still staring? Su Mingyao shot him an annoyed glance. Lin Shen cleared his throat. Xiaoqian asked me to tell her a story, and I have yet to finish it. So you can continue. Reluctantly, he set down the storybook and stepped outside. Su Mingyao locked the door behind her. Her past experiences left her feeling insecure. She would lock the door even at home, let alone here. Qianqian, didn't I say I would accompany you? Why did you let Daddy tell you a story? Su Mingyao questioned Lin Xiaoqian. Lin Xiaoqian, confused, replied, Mommy, is that not okay? Where did Daddy leave off? Mommy will tell you for a while. And then you must go to sleep obediently. Su Mingyao began to narrate a story to Lin Xiaoqian. Outside, Lin Shen hastily retrieved paper and oil paints. His hands moved quickly, and within an hour, he had completed a painting depicting a woman who had just bathed. The woman bore a striking resemblance to Su Mingyao. Click. Su Mingyao stepped out of the room. Lin Shen was taken aback. The oil painting he had just completed was still wet. What are you painting, Lin Shen? Su Mingyao inquired as she approached him. Ahem. I just had a burst of inspiration and put it on canvas, Lin Shen replied awkwardly. Su Mingyao scrutinized the woman depicted in the painting. Is this me? But I certainly do not look that good. Lin Shen smiled. Mingyao, trust me. You are indeed that beautiful. This painting captures your essence from just moments ago. Did you come out for something? Su Mingyao asked. I was parched from storytelling. So I came out for some water. Lin Shen, I shall buy this painting from you. I will offer 1 million. Lin Shen shook his head. Why would you buy it? I intend to gift it to you. Am I to keep it for myself and admire it quietly later? Su Mingyao regarded Lin Shen. Is that not your intention? Lin Shen vehemently shook his head. Of course not. With a true beauty to appreciate, why would I admire a mere painting? Su Mingyao's cheeks flushed slightly. I had no idea you were so smooth-tongued. Once it dries, wrap it up. Do not let Qianqian see it. After finishing her water, Su Mingyao hurried back to her bedroom. Thud, thud. She pressed her hand to her chest, feeling her heart race. The prowess of ink paintings was remarkable. Yet oil paintings were equally impressive. She found herself increasingly perplexed by Lin Shen. Lying on her bed, gazing at Lin Xiaoqian, who was sleeping soundly beside her. Su Mingyao suddenly realized that Lin Shen slept in this very bed every night. They were, in a sense, sharing a bed, and under the same blanket no less. I seem to have no aversion to this, Su Mingyao murmured to herself. It was only as she lay down that these thoughts struck her. Gradually, she drifted off to sleep. That night, Su Mingyao slept very soundly. Even when at home, she often awoke in the middle of the night, but not last night. It felt as though this place offered more security than her own home. Why is that? Su Mingyao pondered. Could it be that my villa is too spacious to feel secure? But I feel the same when staying at hotels during business trips. She thought to herself. Gently kissing Lin Xiaoqian, Su Mingyao rose from bed. It was still early. Lin Xiaoqian needed a bit more rest. Good morning, my dear. Lin Shen greeted her with a smile. Su Mingyao glared at him. Lin Shen, who gave you permission to call me that? Lin Shen replied, Mingyao. We are heading to your company, and everyone will know we are married. Occasionally, I must call you my dear. Do you not agree? You should also call me husband from time to time. Otherwise, will you continuously call me Lin Shen? Su Mingyao was left speechless. What would you like for breakfast, my dear? Lin Shen asked. Su Mingyao playfully retorted, you must not call me that anymore. Lin Shen said, my dear, I called out a few more times to help you acclimate. So you want to be taken aback later. We already have a child together. It's merely a title. Su Mingyao shot Lin Shen a glance. Is this merely about a title? Lin Shen chuckled. It's not just about a title, but we are indeed certified. So it's perfectly acceptable to address me as such, right? I suggest you try calling me a couple of times. After all, you will need to introduce me to others, and if you seem unnatural, they might become suspicious. Su Mingyao contemplated his words and found a semblance of reason in them. Husband, she called softly, her voice barely audible. Had it not been for Lin Shen's heightened senses, he would not have heard her at all. Mingyao, you see, that's the issue. Although you've called out, your voice is too faint. What if you suddenly lower your voice while introducing me? Lin Shen said earnestly. Su Mingyao took a deep breath and exclaimed, Husband, although your voice is louder this time, it still lacks the tone of affection. It feels more like you're about to scold me, Lin Shen remarked. Su Mingyao retorted, your feeling is not entirely misplaced. She steadied her emotions and said, Husband. This time, her tone was much more natural. Ah, Lin Shen responded cheerfully. Wife, what would you like to eat for breakfast? Su Mingyao replied in annoyance, anything. I can hardly eat now. You filled me with frustration this early. Lin Shen gazed at Su Mingyao with a smile. Even when angry, she looked strikingly beautiful. Wife, you are truly lovely. Su Mingyao's body stiffened slightly. Don't speak nonsense. She hastily retreated to the bedroom. Sighing, she locked the door behind her and released a breath. That scoundrel, taking advantage of me, she internally grumbled. Yet, despite her complaints, she found herself not overly displeased. I must be ill, and quite severely at that, Su Mingyao murmured as she sat on the bed. Mommy, are you sick? I'll go call Daddy. He.S.A. Doctor, Lin Xiaoqian, her daughter, awoke and rubbed her eyes. Qianqian, did I wake you? Su Mingyao asked. Lin Xiaoqian sat up and replied, No. I slept soundly. Mommy, don't be afraid if you're sick. I'll go call Daddy. Su Mingyao embraced Lin Xiaoqian, saying, Mommy isn't sick. Chapter 46. Arriving at Su Mingyao's company. Wife, Qianqian, hurry up and wash up for breakfast. Lin Shun's voice echoed from the kitchen. Su Mingyao froze, her cheeks visibly reddening. Lin Xiaoqian's eyes lit up. Mommy, Daddy called us. He just referred to you as wife. Stay still, or your hair will look messy. Su Mingyao gently tapped Lin Xiaoqian's head. Hee. Lin Xiaoqian laughed joyfully. What are you so happy about? Su Mingyao inquired. Lin Xiaoqian replied with delight. I'm simply happy. I don't want my parents to be like Yuan's. Su Mingyao's hand trembled slightly. Do you know what happened to Yuan's parents? Lin Xiaoqian responded. Yuan's parents got divorced. She said her dad doesn't want her anymore, and she feels so sad. Su Mingyao thought it was remarkable that 2- or 3-year-old girls like Lin Xiaoqian and Yuan could discuss such matters. All right, let us hurry and wash our faces and rinse our mouths, she said. The two quickly finished their grooming and arrived at the dining table, where breakfast consisted of enticing noodles prepared by Lin Chen. Su Mingyao exclaimed in surprise, Lin Chen, did you make this dough and handcraft the noodles yourself? Lin Chen nodded. Yes, store-bought noodles are indeed very tasty. These noodles have a special ingredient added. Su Mingyao took a bite and was taken aback. Are these really noodles? They are exquisite. Mom, the noodles Dad made are delicious, Lin Xiaoqian said as she enjoyed her meal. Su Mingyao remarked, Lin Chen, are you spoiling Xiaoqian too much? She will definitely become picky when she's outside. Lin Chen smiled. Indulging her with noodles is fine. I will teach her what she needs to know in other aspects. Now, eat while it's hot. After finishing a bowl of noodles, Su Mingyao felt utterly satisfied, though she usually had decent meals compared to this. Her regular breakfast seemed fit only for the trash bin. Lin Chen, let me clean up, Su Mingyao offered. Lin Xiaoqian chimed in, Mom. You should call him hubby. Dad calls you wifey, so you should call him hubby too, right, Dad? Lin Chen gave a thumbs up. Xiaoqian, you are absolutely right. Daddy gives you a big thumbs up. If Mom calls you hubby, I want to make her wash the dishes, Lin Xiaoqian urged. Mom, you should hurry and call him. Su Mingyao shot Lin Chen a glare, feeling a bit embarrassed in front of Lin Xiaoqian. But recalling what Lin Xiaoqian had said in the bathroom earlier, she eventually said, hubby. Yay. Lin Xiaoqian laughed gleefully. You little rascal, so clever for your age. Su Mingyao playfully poked Lin Xiaoqian's forehead with her finger. Over an hour later, Lin Chen drove into a company. Mingyao, is all this part of your company? Lin Chen asked in astonishment. Su Mingyao nodded. The building on the left is the headquarters. The one on the right is the dormitory. The sports center is directly ahead. It has 2 standard basketball courts on both the first and second floors. The basement houses the swimming pool, the 3rd floor is for badminton, and the 4th floor is for table tennis. Lin Chen chuckled. It seems your company offers quite good benefits. Su Mingyao agreed. My dad treats the employees well. All of this was established by him. Turn left ahead, she instructed. You may drive the car to the underground parking lot. Soon, Lin Chen arrived at the entrance of the parking facility, where security personnel were stationed. President. Upon seeing Su Mingyao, the guard promptly saluted. Su Mingyao nodded slightly, instructing, please input the license plate of this vehicle into the system, so it can be granted immediate access in the future. Understood, President. Lin Chen guided the car into the underground parking area, under Su Mingyao's direction. He maneuvered the vehicle to the upper-level parking zone, where each space was notably larger. Approximately 10 luxury cars occupied the area, making Lin Chen's vehicle appear somewhat modest in comparison. Lin Chen, in the future, you may park over here. This section is reserved for the company's leadership and esteemed guests, Su Mingyao stated. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. The 3 of them exited the car, and nearby, a dedicated elevator for executives awaited. They ascended directly to the top floor of the building. Good day, President. Upon seeing Su Mingyao, several individuals bowed in respect. Su Mingyao led Lin Chen to her office. Lin Chen, there is a bedroom over there where I occasionally rest. If Qianqian needs a nap at noon, Please allow her to sleep in that room, Su Mingyao instructed. Lin Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Mingyao, your office is quite impressive, Lin Chen remarked with a smile. The office, estimated to be around 200 square meters, was larger than the house he had purchased. This was all arranged by my father. The company previously engaged in real estate, and this headquarters was constructed per my father's specifications, Su Mingyao explained. A knock resonated at the door. Come in, Su Mingyao called out. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man in his 50s entered. Mingyao, I heard Qian has arrived, so I came to see her. Upon noticing Lin Chen, the man's gaze momentarily sharpened. Uncle Zhao, your timing is perfect. Allow me to introduce you. This is my husband, Lin Chen. Husband, this is Uncle Zhao. The vice president of the company and one of its esteemed veterans, Su Mingyao introduced with a smile. Hello, Uncle Zhao, Lin Chen greeted. Little Qian. You must address him properly. Grandfather Zhao, Lin Xiaoqian called out, looking at him. Ah, Qian is truly well-mannered. Young Lin, Mingyao has discerning taste. It is no small feat to earn her favor. What is your current occupation? Vice President Zhao inquired with a smile. Lin Chen replied. I am the biological father of Qian. My current role is to take good care of her. Vice President Zhao nodded in approval. That is commendable. Raising a child is more important than anything else. Mingyao, will young Lin participate in the basketball tournament? Su Mingyao responded, yes, I have registered Lin Chen for it. Vice President Zhao chuckled. Tianyu is on another team. Perhaps he and young Lin will cross paths on the court. Tianyu plays basketball quite well. I reminded him to be a bit lenient with Xiao Lin on the court. Lin Chen said, Uncle Zhao, there's no need. According to Mingyao, this match pertains to the bonuses of many people. We cannot afford to deceive. Vice President Zhao nodded in agreement. Indeed, it relies on your performance. Basketball is not a solitary sport. Perhaps your team possesses greater strength than Tianyu's. Mingyao, I shall not disturb you further. Soon, Vice President Zhao exited Su Mingyao's office. Qian, there are toys over there. Why don't you go play? Lin Chen pointed to a corner of the office, where a small play area had clearly been prepared by Su Mingyao for Lin Xiaoqian. All right. Lin Xiaoqian skipped happily towards it. Mingyao. Something feels off about Vice President Zhao, Lin Chen whispered. Su Mingyao frowned. Zhao Tianyu has intentions towards me. Chapter 47. He is my husband, Lin Chen. Lin Chen inquired, what percentage of shares do they hold? How much does your family have? Su Mingyu replied, the Zhao family holds only 13%, while ours holds 51%. Lin Chen smiled faintly. They have quite the scheme. Marrying you would mean gaining both wealth and status. Yes. Su Mingyu frowned. Zhao Tianyu is quite bothersome, but Uncle Zhao is a founding partner with my father. I must give him some respect. Lin Chen chuckled. Don't worry, my dear. I will be your shield and protect you from him. Su Mingyao shot him a glance. Do you not feel uncomfortable if you don't gain some advantage verbally? Lin Chen replied earnestly, strictly speaking, this is merely a verbal advantage. I haven't truly gained anything yet. Su Mingyu cautioned, Zhao Tianyu may target you. So be careful. Lin Chen laughed. Don't let my slender appearance fool you. I am quite muscular, comparable to Bruce Lee. Su Mingyao retorted. With one punch from him, you wouldn't even whimper. You'd be knocked unconscious and sent to the hospital. Lin Chen declared. You will soon discover just how strong I am. Su Mingyu glared at him. No reckless driving. Driving? Lin Chen was taken aback. Mingyao, are you saying you can drive on this terrible road? I meant you should know how formidable I am in a fight, not that. Su Mingyao, flustered and annoyed, said, I'm done talking to you. Sit there for a while. I'll take you to meet your teammates soon. With that, Su Mingyao accompanied Lin Xiaoqian. System, what is my current physical prowess? Lin Chen inquired in his mind. He had not paid much attention to it, as it was bound to increase daily. The system responded, Host, your current physical prowess is 135 points. Lin Chen was quite satisfied. His physique surpassed that of the average man by a factor of 2, yet he still had a distance to cover before reaching the level of the world's top fighters. Lin Chen was not anxious about this. After all, how long had he possessed the system? In just half a month's time. His physique will rival that of the world's foremost boxers. A knock resounded at the door. Su Mingyao's assistant entered. President, the remaining team members are already at Court 1. Lin Chen picked up Lin Xiaoqian, and the three descended the stairs. Before long, they arrived at the sports center. President, the 11 individuals on Court 1 chorused in unison. Su Mingyao nodded, smiling gently. It is not working hours, so you need not be so tense. This is my husband, Lin Chen, who will be on your team. There will be no underhanded dealings in this basketball match. Your victory depends solely on your own efforts. The 11 replied in unison, "Yes, President." Yet, they remained anxious, aware that they were merely ordinary employees or family members of employees. A single word from Su Mingyao could determine their livelihoods. Su Mingyao turned to Lin Shun. "Darling, they are feeling inhibited with me around. Please chat with them and play some basketball to help them acclimate. I will take Xiaoqian for a stroll elsewhere." Having practiced, she now called out quite fluently. "All right," Lin Shun nodded. Lin Xiaoqian sweetly encouraged, "Daddy, do your best." As Su Mingyao and Lin Xiaoqian departed, the group relaxed somewhat. Though not entirely, Lin Shun surveyed them and said with a smile, "Everyone, you seem tense. Mingyao is your leader, as well as mine. Now that she has left, let us ease up." Upon hearing Lin Shun's words, the atmosphere lightened considerably. One man gave a thumbs up, saying, "Brother Lin, you're incredible. You managed to win over a powerful woman like the president." "Brother Lin, how did you manage to win her over?" The others chimed in. Lin Shun chuckled. "I am Mingyao Sr. To win over someone like her, one must start from the time before she became president. It's easier when there's a foundation." Laughter erupted among them, and they found Lin Shun quite amiable, which further eased their nerves. "Shall we introduce ourselves?" Lin Shun suggested. "You know my name, but I do not yet know yours." Soon, everyone introduced themselves in turn. With his enhanced physique and newfound abilities, Lin Shun's memory had improved, allowing him to retain their names after just one introduction. "Who is the team captain?" Lin Shun inquired. One of the older members chuckled, "Brother Lin, it can only be you. If we all vie for captain, what if the president gets angry and dismisses us?" Lin Shun laughed. "It would not be appropriate for me to take on the role of captain. Xiaoqian needs to nap at noon, and our president is busy. I must be by her side during her rest." Another chimed in, "Brother Lin, you can be the captain, and we shall select a vice captain." The others nodded in agreement. Lin Shun replied, "Very well. We are 12. Let us appoint 2 as referees and play for a while to bond." Agreed. Quickly, Lin Shun and the others organized themselves into teams. Within a mere 5 minutes of play, Lin Shun had discerned the capabilities of the others. Only 1 or 2 from his team exhibited commendable skill, while the rest were decidedly lacking. "Su Dong, ensure your defense is solid," Lin Shun remarked with a smile. At that moment, the ball found its way into his hands. In the blink of an eye, Lin Shun surged forward with the ball, effortlessly bypassing his initial defender. While the second to intervene was similarly ineffective, he advanced to the vicinity of the hoop, launching himself into the air with a powerful dunk. The others gazed at Lin Shun in astonishment, realizing he possessed the ability to dunk. As time passed, it became Lin Shun's time to shine, showcasing an array of three-point shots and spectacular dunks. "Brother Lin, you are incredible. Your skills are exceptional, and your physical prowess is impressive. With your level of talent, I might even find a girlfriend in college," one teammate exclaimed. After half an hour, they paused, and praises flowed from the others. Initially, Lin Shun had been chosen as captain due to Su Mingyao, but now they were all in complete agreement regarding his prowess. Lin Shun chuckled, "If we cooperate well, we might just clinch first place." The group was filled with delight. At first, witnessing the lack of skill among the others had led to low expectations, hoping merely to avoid finishing last. However, with the revelation of Lin Shun's remarkable abilities, their confidence soared. Basketball requires 5 players, yet Lin Shun alone was likely equivalent to 3. "Lin Shun, are you all familiar with each other?" Su Mingyao asked as she descended the stairs. Holding Lin Xiaoqian, Lin Shun replied, "We're well acquainted. Our skills are top-notch. It seems we have a strong chance of reaching the finals." "President, Brother Lin's abilities are extraordinary." Another chimed in. "Indeed, we are merely novices, but Brother Lin is truly formidable," echoed the others. Su Mingyao laughed. "You all seem to be engaging in mutual flattery. As long as you are familiar with each other, prepare well for tomorrow's match." "Lin Shun, will you and Xiaoqian be dining at the company today?" Lin Xiaoqian shook her head vigorously. "Mommy, I don't want to eat here. The food isn't good." "Daddy, let us go home." Lin Shun smiled and said, "Mingyao, let us eat at home today. We might have to dine here for the next 3 days, so let us allow Xiaoqian to enjoy a better meal." Su Mingyao nodded, her gaze sweeping over the others. "If any of you wish to continue practicing, feel free to keep playing." "Understood, President," they replied as Lin Shun and his companions departed. One individual remarked, "I envy Brother Lin. He truly is a winner in life. With a president as a wife and a lovely daughter. I can only contend with a formidable mother at home. There's no comparison. Not to mention, with Brother Lin's basketball skills, he must dominate in college. He hasn't even broken a sweat. Perhaps he's holding back." Shall we continue for a while? With Brother Lin leading us, we might genuinely secure first place. The remaining 11 resumed their game. Before long, an onlooker arrived to watch them play. After a brief interval, he departed and made a phone call. Young Master Zhao. I did not spot Lin Shun. He has already left. However, I witnessed a group of individuals engaged in a game of basketball. Among them, only 2 displayed a modicum of skill, while the remainder were woefully inadequate. On the other end of the line, Zhao Tianyu exhaled in relief. Basketball is a team sport involving 5 players. Even with 2 competent individuals, it would be futile if Lin Shun were of similar caliber. Lin Shun, oh Lin Shun. Prepare for embarrassment. If I do not humiliate you thoroughly, may you consider yourself fortunate. A glint of cold light flickered in Zhao Tianyu's eyes as he simmered with anger. He had known Su Mingyao for a decade, harboring feelings for her, yet she remained indifferent to him. Subsequently, Su Mingyao attended university, and before long, she went abroad. Upon her return, he was taken aback to discover that she had given birth to a daughter. This revelation plunged him into despondency for a time. However, he later realized that while Su Mingyao had a daughter, she was not married, nor was there a man by her side. Zhao Tianyu felt a renewed sense of opportunity. He hastened to pursue her. With Su Mingyao's extraordinary beauty and the wealth of the Su family, what did it matter if she had a daughter? Yet, unexpectedly, Lin Shun resurfaced in the picture. Had Su Mingyao actually married him? Previously, Zhao Tianyu had used his connections to investigate Su Mingyao, and the Civil Affairs Bureau's records indicated that she was unmarried. Could it be that Su Mingyao had recently registered her marriage with Lin Shun? Chapter 48. Mingyao, do you call Lin Shun your husband? In the evening, Zhao Tianyu returned home. Father, he greeted his father, Zhao Huayuan. Zhao Huayuan looked up and asked, Tianyu, how prepared are you for the basketball match? Have you met Lin Shun yet? I have not seen Lin Shun. He had already left the company before I returned. However, I am aware that their team's strength is rather mediocre, Zhao Tianyu replied confidently. Zhao Huayuan remarked, a man's allure lies significantly in his sexual tension. The basketball court is an excellent venue to showcase your prowess. Su Mingyao is affluent, and money holds little appeal for her. You must perform admirably tomorrow. Zhao Tianyu nodded. I understand, father. However, it is possible that I may not face Lin Shun's team. We might be placed in different groups. Zhao Huayuan responded. If you are in different groups, simply focus on demonstrating your abilities. Should Lin Shun be eliminated early, your superior performance will stand in stark contrast. But remember to maintain your composure. Your demeanor on the court will serve as a valuable asset. Zhao Tianyu acknowledged. Yes, father, I understand. Zhao Huayuan continued. If you manage to win Su Mingyao's heart, the entirety of the Su family's future will belong to the Zhao family. For that goal, you must strive diligently. Soon. The next day arrived. Su Mingyao informed Lin Shun of the grouping results. Their team, number 1, was drawn into a group, with Zhao Tianyu's team, number 7, also placed in the same grouping. Lin Shun, our 2 matches are scheduled for the afternoon. You can arrive later, but be here before noon, after lunch at the company. Qian Qian can take a nap. Su Mingyao sent another message. All right, my dear, he replied. Su Mingyao sent several head-smacking emojis. At 10:30 in the morning, Lin Shun set off in his car, and an hour later, he arrived at the company with Lin Xiaoqian. Mom, Lin Xiaoqian joyfully greeted Su Mingyao. However, this joy was short-lived. When they reached the company cafeteria, Lin Xiaoqian said, Mom, I had a hearty breakfast this morning, and I'm not hungry now. Can I skip lunch? Her voice was soft and endearing. Su Mingyao looked at Lin Shun and remarked, Lin Shun, this situation with Xiaoqian is your doing. You need to handle it. Lin Shun gently patted Lin Xiaoqian's little head. Xiaoqian, did you hear what your mother said? Your pickiness is because your father cooks so well. Would you prefer if I cooked poorly? Lin Xiaoqian shook her head vigorously. Lin Shun continued, moreover, if you eat well, you'll have the energy to cheer for your father in the afternoon. Don't you agree? Lin Xiaoqian replied, beginning to eat her meal. They were dining in the executive cafeteria, where the food was decent, but it paled in comparison to Lin Shun's culinary skills. As they ate, Zhao Huayuan arrived, accompanied by Zhao Tianyu. Vice President Zhao, Su Mingyao nodded in acknowledgement. Privately, Zhao Huayuan addressed her as Mingyao, while she referred to him as Uncle Zhao. But such familiarity was reserved for private moments. Tianyu, let me introduce you. This young man is Lin Shun, Xiaoqian's father. You two should get to know each other better, Zhao Huayuan said with a smile. Zhao Tianyu extended his hand, and Lin Shun stood to shake it. Lin Shun. See you on the field, Zhao Tianyu said with a hearty laugh, his eyes fixed on Lin Shun. All right, Lin Shan replied nonchalantly. Soon after, Zhao Huayuan and his companion departed, settling at a table further away from Lin Shan and the others. How do you feel, Tianyu? Zhao Huayuan inquired softly. Not a concern. Zhao Tianyu replied confidently, convinced that Meng Yao held no feelings for him. Otherwise, they would have been together long ago. Now, he believed their connection was merely due to Xiaoqian. After lunch, Lin Shan and the others returned to Su Mingyao's office. Lin Shan, I have a lot to attend to shortly, so you take Xiaoqian to bed. Once she wakes up, you should hurry down. Perhaps you can still make it to the first game. Oh, and remember to change into your jersey, Su Mingyao instructed. Lin Shan nodded. Xiaoqian, come, Daddy will tell you a story. Yay. Lin Shan carried Lin Xiaoqian to the bedroom. Ding. Su Mingyao's phone rang, indicating an overseas call. Dad, are you still awake? Su Mingyao asked. On the other end, Su Guofeng replied gruffly. What is going on between you and Lin Shan? I heard someone say you publicly called him husband. Are you two together? Dad, if we were together, would you disapprove? Su Guofeng fell silent for a few moments and said, Mingyao, it is not that your mother and I disapprove. Rather, compared to you, Lin Shan is rather ordinary. You may have better options. We merely wish for your happiness. Su Mingyao replied, what if I find happiness? If you are truly happy, then your parents will undoubtedly bless you. We are not so superficial, Su Guofeng said solemnly. Qianqian may be young, but she is quite astute. Round's parents have divorced, and Qianqian understands the meaning of divorce. Lin Shan and I must maintain a FAAD for now. Su Mingyao refrained from revealing the truth. She did not disclose that she and Lin Shan had already registered their marriage. They were not in a romantic relationship at present, and there was no need to involve their parents at this stage. Mingyao, just be certain of your feelings. Once you make your decision, your parents will support you, said Su Guofeng's wife, Yang Qingwei, who was beside him. After hanging up the phone, Su Mingyao gazed towards her bedroom. Father, the ordinary person you speak of is far from ordinary. You will understand once Lin Shan arrives in the United States, Su Mingyao mused. Honey, our daughter has developed feelings for Lin Shan, Yang Qingwei asserted. Su Guofeng nodded slightly. I am aware. If she had tea, she wouldn't openly refer to him as her husband. Moreover, Lin Shan would not have participated in this basketball game. Yang Qingwei continued. You mentioned before that if Mingyao finds someone powerful and influential, our family would be more secure, and Mingyao would be safer in the future. What if she chooses to be with Lin Shan? Su Guofeng rubbed his forehead. What else can we do? If she truly chooses Lin Shan, can we tear them apart? We will have to find a way to stabilize the situation. Yang Qingwei sighed softly. If only my father were still here. Su Guofeng took Yang Qingyue's hand. Do not worry, my dear. I can handle this. Focus on your health so we can return home soon. Yang Qingwei replied, you should also get some rest. It is quite late. In China, it was noon, while it was midnight where they were. A whistle blew, signaling the start of the basketball game. Lin Shan's team, Team 1, was competing against Team 4. Lin Shan was still napping, and Lin Shan was absent. Go, go. Many people from both sides fervently cheered. Swish. Team 4 scored the first point. As time passed, the score gap between the two teams widened. Su Mingyao watched from the sidelines, her brow furrowing slightly. Team 1's performance was evidently lacking. Buzz. Su Mingyao's phone vibrated. She pulled out her phone. It was a call from Lin Shan. Mingyao, Qianqian is awake. Is the game over? Are we still coming over? Lin Shan inquired. There's one final quarter left. Your team is trailing by 20 points, Su Mingyao replied helplessly. Lin Shan responded, astonished. Is that all? Not too bad then. Su Mingyao, we are almost there. Lin Shan quickly carried Lin Xiaoqian out the door. Chapter 49. Is Lin Shan's basketball skill so exceptional? Lin Shan arrived at the sports center in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the final quarter of the game had already commenced for 2 minutes, with a score gap of 22 points. Timeout. Upon seeing Lin Shan arrive, the vice-captain Su Dong decisively called for a timeout. Mom, there are so many people, Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed in her sweet voice. Su Mingyao took Lin Xiaoqian from Lin Shan's arms. Lin Shan, there are only 10 minutes left. Are you still going in? Su Mingyao whispered. It would be exceedingly difficult to close a 22-point deficit. Lin Shan replied with a smile. It's all about participation. Now that I'm here, as the captain, I must get in and make my presence felt. Xiaoqian, cheer for daddy. Lin Xiaoqian eagerly nodded. As Lin Shan entered the court, one player from the opposing team stepped off, and Su Dong and the remaining 4 players looked at Lin Shan with renewed hope. Lin Shan said, Su Dong, pass me the ball as much as you can. Let us try to catch up. There might still be a chance. All right. Su Dong and the others nodded in agreement. The ball was in Lin Chen's team's possession. Su Dong and the others quickly passed the ball to Lin Chen. "Daddy, go for it," Lin Xiaoqian shouted excitedly. Lin Chen swiftly dribbled towards the opposing half, where the opposing captain, Wang Kai, intercepted him beyond the three-point line. However, Lin Chen accelerated and dashed right past him. So fast, Wang Kai thought in astonishment. Just as he turned to defend, the sound of a dunk echoed through the arena. Lin Chen had executed a powerful slam dunk. 2 points secured, the gap narrowed to 20 points. It took Lin Chen less than 10 seconds to score after entering the game. Wow, a dunk. Go, go. Many were astonished, cheering for Lin Chen. Lin Chen is incredible. Su Mingyao gazed at him in disbelief. Everyone, don't panic. Stay steady. We are still ahead by 20 points. And basketball is not a one-person game, Wang Kai stated solemnly. They quickly organized an offensive strategy. However, Su Dong and his teammates played as if invigorated by adrenaline. Defending tenaciously, one player attempted to pass, but Lin Chen swiftly intercepted the ball. "Daddy, go for it. Daddy, go for it." Lin Xiaoqian cheered fervently. Lin Chen dashed towards the opposing team. Just outside the three-point line, Lin Chen leaped and took a shot. Swish. The basketball sailed through the net, a three-pointer. He also drew a shooting foul from a defender. Without a doubt, he scored the free throw. The score was suddenly reduced to a mere 16 points. Remarkably, Lin Chen had been on the court for less than a minute. "Mom, is Daddy the best?" Lin Xiaoqian asked excitedly. "Yes," Su Mingyao nodded. It was indeed the truth. As time ticked away, Lin Chen and his companions' opponents desperately sought to maintain their composure, yet the gap continued to diminish. With just 2 minutes remaining, a resounding thud echoed through the arena as Lin Chen executed another thunderous dunk, leveling the score. Thereafter, Lin Chen's team effortlessly surged ahead. The final whistle pierced the air, and the score settled at 52-47. "Captain, you were exceptional," his teammates exclaimed, brimming with excitement. "Captain, you concealed quite a bit of your prowess yesterday." "Lin Gu, we accept our defeat with grace," remarked Wang Kai and his fellow opponents. Despite being overturned by Lin Chen's stunning performance, they bore no ill will. As Su Mingyao held the title of CEO, and Lin Chen was her husband. "You all played admirably as well," Lin Chen responded with a smile, making his way towards Su Mingyao and Lin Xiaoqian. "Daddy, you were the best. Let me give you a kiss," Lin Xiaoqian chimed in with a sweet, childlike voice. Lin Chen shook his head. "Xiaoqian, that's not possible right now. Daddy is sweaty, so you can't kiss me at the moment." "Daddy, what about Mommy? Can Mommy kiss you?" Lin Xiaoqian inquired, puzzled. Su Mingyao playfully tapped Lin Xiaoqian on the head. "Mommy can't either, or Mommy will neglect her hygiene." Lin Xiaoqian giggled. "Daddy, let's save the kisses for when we get home." "Sounds good," Lin Chen replied, grinning. Meanwhile, in the upper level, Team 7, led by Zhao Tianyu, also emerged victorious. Zhao performed admirably, scoring 21 points. "Has that brat Lin Chen taken the court yet? How does he measure up?" Zhao Tianyu asked one of his subordinates. This subordinate had not witnessed Zhao's match but had been fixated on Lin Chen's game on the ground floor. After the conclusion of the match, he hurriedly ascended. "Boss, something's amiss," the subordinate reported. "What is the matter?" Zhao Tianyu furrowed his brow. "Boss, Lin Chen only stepped onto the court in the last 10 minutes. They were trailing by a significant margin, yet once he played, he scored 23 points in that brief span, leading his team to victory." Zhao Tianyu could hardly believe it. "How is that possible? How could he score over 20 points in just 10 minutes? "Boss, that is precisely what happened. He is exceptionally formidable, far surpassing the others. He made 4 out of 5 three-point attempts and was also capable of dunking," the subordinate explained. Zhao Tianyu was left dumbfounded. Lin Chen had amassed 23 points in 10 minutes, while he himself had only managed 21 points in the entire game. An awkward comparison, to say the least. Scoring 21 points in a single game is impressive, yet the looming comparison was daunting. He was indifferent to accolades. What he truly desired was to overshadow Lin Chen and win Su Mingyao's affections. What could he do now? Have we recorded any footage? Yes, we have. Soon after, Zhao Tianyu reviewed several video clips, leaving him in utter shock. Lin Chen's skills eclipsed his own by a considerable margin. He felt that Lin Chen could easily compete at a higher level. Beep beep. Zhao Tianyu's phone rang. It was his father, Zhao Huayuan, who was currently away from the company. "Son, well done. I received your competition results. Keep it up." Once the call connected, Zhao Huayuan's voice came through. "Dad." "It's futile," Zhao Tianyu replied bitterly. "What do you mean futile?" "Dad, Lin Chen is incredibly strong. I scored 21 points throughout the game, while he managed 23 in just 10 minutes. Zhao Huayuan, on the other end, was taken aback. Having watched basketball matches before, he understood the significance of such a gap. He never expected to confront failure even before the match began. Tianyu, do not despair just yet. The next game will be a showdown between your two teams. Even if you lose, you must do so with dignity. Your parents are farmers, and you still possess considerable advantages in other respects, he advised in a solemn tone. I understand. Zhao Tianyu responded before hanging up and heading to the lounge. The next match was scheduled for an hour later, and he needed to recuperate as much as possible. After 50 minutes, Zhao Tianyu and his team made their way to the first floor for the match against Lin Shun and his team. Lin Shun, I watched the video. You were quite impressive, Zhao Tianyu said with a smile. Lin Shun looked at him, observing the smile on Zhao Tianyu's face. Yet he could distinctly sense the underlying hostility in his eyes. Not bad, just basic skills, Lin Shun replied nonchalantly. Zhao Tianyu said, Lin Shun, there is a minor issue with your approach. Basketball is a team sport. If you perform solo, the other players merely become your supporting cast. You must also provide opportunities for your teammates. Zhao Tianyu feigned concern for others. Beside them, Su Mingyao frowned and remarked, Zhao Tianyu, don't you find that rather foolish? There are only 10 minutes left. Is this really the time for humility? Lin Shun chuckled, my wife speaks wisely. Chapter 50. The Misfortune of Zhao Tianyu. Zhao Tianyu silently walked away, feeling stifled by Su Mingyao's retort. Mingyao, you should be cautious regarding the Zhao family. Although Vice President Zhao was once your father's partner, people can change, and the Zhao family's appetite seems to have grown, Lin Shun said softly. Su Mingyao nodded. I have spoken to my father about it, but he tends to be sentimental. Moreover, the Zhao family holds 13% of the shares. It won't be easy to oust them. Additionally, driving away a wolf may attract tigers and leopards. Lin Shun chuckled, Mingyao, you need not worry too much. Even if you find yourself without funds, I will support you. Su Mingyao shot Lin Shun a playful glare. The game is about to start. You should hurry over. Do not be courteous to Zhao Tianyu. Upon entering the basketball court, Su Dong and others greeted Lin Shun with confidence. Although Zhao Tianyu's team was formidable, Su Dong and the others now harbored immense faith in Lin Shun. Su Dong, take your shots whenever you have the chance. Do not fear missing. If you do, I will grab the rebound and put it back. Lin Shun smiled. Understood, brother Lin. Lin Go, with your presence, victory is assured. Su Dong and the others chimed in with smiles. You scoundrel, don't think you can win easily, even if you excel. Basketball is a team sport involving 5 players. Zhao Tianyu cursed inwardly, his displeasure towards Lin Shun intensifying. Everyone steeled themselves for the ensuing battle. If we triumph, I shall reward each of you with 10,000 yuan. Zhao Tianyu motivated his teammates with the promise of money. Brother Zhao, we shall certainly give our all. Though Lin Gu is the husband of the president, we shall not deliberately let him win on the court. His teammates voiced their determination. 10,000 yuan was trivial for Zhao Tianyu, yet it represented a significant sum for ordinary workers. Beep. The match commenced. Go, Dad. Lin Shaoqian shouted from the sidelines. Cheering for Lin Shun. Lin Shun leaped. Though slightly shorter than his opponent, he soared higher, effortlessly securing the ball for his team. Offense. Lin Shun called out. Su Dong and the others charged towards Zhao Tianyu's south half of the court. Outside the three-point line, one of Lin Shun's teammates attempted a shot. As expected, it missed. The basketball ricocheted off the rim, soaring high. Before it descended, Lin Shun sprang into action, catching the ball midair and, with a powerful thrust of his arm, dunked it forcefully into the hoop. Wow! Zhao Tianyu's expression shifted dramatically. He had just been defending Lin Shun, who had now executed a slam dunk right above him. Incredible! Go, Lin Gu! The crowd erupted with fervor. Lin Shun's dunk ignited the audience's enthusiasm. Mom, you should cheer for Dad too, Lin Shaoqian exclaimed, believing it would empower her father further. Honey, give it your all, Su Mingyao shouted softly. Though her voice was not loud, those nearby could hear, while those further away likely could not. Yet Lin Shun was no ordinary individual. His physique was considerably stronger than that of an average person, and his hearing was superior as well. Upon hearing Su Mingyao's voice, Lin Shun turned to her, causing her cheeks to flush. Throughout the match, Lin Shun refrained from taking three-point shots, allowing Su Dong and the others to attempt them while he focused on offensive rebounds. Each dunk he executed left Zhao Tianyu's head buzzing. Defending against Lin Shun was akin to futile effort. Beep. The halftime whistle blew, and Zhao Tianyu was utterly exhausted. His expression was grim. Upon glancing at the score, His countenance darkened further. At halftime, the score stood at 36-23, leaving them trailing by 13 points. Moreover, of the 23 points scored in the first half, he had only managed to contribute 2, as Lin Chen's presence rendered him virtually defenseless, providing him with no opportunities. How many points did Lin Chen score in the first half? Zhao Tianyu inquired of one of his younger companions. 20 points, each one a slam dunk. He shot a glare at his subordinate. Wasn't he merely asking how many points Lin Chen had scored and the manner in which he achieved them? It was all right above his head. Dad, have some water. Lin Xiaoqian offered Lin Chen a bottle. He reached out to take it, while Su Mingyao paused. Realizing that she had just drunk from that very bottle, yet she refrained from stopping Lin Chen, considering the presence of others. What was the big deal about a couple sharing a bottle of water? After all, she thought, I have a child with Lin Chen. It's merely a sip of water. Su Mingyao quietly reassured herself. She found it difficult to accept that someone else drank from the same bottle she had, but she could begrudgingly tolerate Lin Chen's actions. Lin Chen, wipe your sweat, she said, handing him a towel after he finished the water. Thank you, dear, Lin Chen replied with a cheerful smile. Su Mingyao rolled her eyes inwardly, knowing he was merely taking advantage of her kindness. Lin Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead and neck, then lifted his shirt to dry the perspiration from his torso. Wow, brother Lin, you have an 8-pack. They exclaimed, astonished by his physique. How did you achieve such a build? Su Dong and the others marveled. Su Mingyao's eyes widened with surprise. Lin Chen not only had muscular arms but also well-defined abdominal muscles. This guy appeared slender in clothing, yet his physique was remarkably impressive. Su Mingyao reflected on how she couldn't recall what Lin Chen had looked like 3 years ago. 15 minutes swiftly passed, and the second half commenced. Zhao Tianyu desperately sought to score and block Lin Chen, but it proved futile, as their abilities were worlds apart. Lin Chen simply collected the balls lost by his teammates, scoring another 10 points, bringing his total to an astounding 40 points for the game. The final score settled at 70-43, a significant defeat for Zhao Tianyu and his team. Cursing under his breath, Zhao Tianyu felt as though he could die upon seeing the scoreboard. Lin Chen had dunked over 20 times above him. His head was buzzing, and his legs felt as though they were laden with lead. For the sake of pride, he endured and did not leave the court, finishing the game alongside Lin Chen. But what kind of physical prowess did Lin Chen possess? Dad, you're amazing. I want to be as strong as you, Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed joyfully as she approached. Su Mingyao suggested, Lin Chen, why don't you take a shower? After 2 games. You must be tired. Let us not cook at home tonight. We'll eat out together. Sure. Lin Chen agreed with a broad smile. Xiaoqian, do you have any objections? Lin Xiaoqian shook her head, her voice sweetly asserting, Dad, I want to eat the food you make, but you're tired. We can't wear you out. Lin Chen gazed at Lin Xiaoqian with affection. Though she was young, her words often warmed his heart. Lin Chen, you may take a shower in my office. I will accompany Qian Qian, and we shall return in approximately half an hour, Su Mingyao stated. Lin Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Su Mingyao's office included a bedroom, a suite equipped with a bathroom for personal hygiene. Her father had previously resided in the company during his busy days. Dad, Zhao Tianyu arrived at his father's office, where Zhao Huayuan had just returned from completing his tasks outside. As it turns out, I have learned the details. Do not be disheartened. This is not merely a game in which you have lost. Although our family's assets do not compare to the Su family, we still possess approximately 7 to 8 billion. What does Lin Chen have? Zhao Huayuan consoled his son, Zhao Tianyu. Chapter 51. Mother, you said, husband, I love you, Zhao Tianyu remarked. Lin Chen's parents are farmers. I truly cannot fathom how he could have a child with Su Mingyao. Could it be that he coerced her? Zhao Huayuan shook his head. How could that be possible? If that were the case, he would certainly have spent these years in prison. Do you think your Uncle Su has achieved his current status by being naive? Could it be that Su Mingyao and Lin Chen were inebriated? Zhao Tianyu speculated. Stop guessing. 3 years have passed, and such matters are not easily clarified. Moreover, whether they are clarified or not is of little significance. Lin Chen is skilled at basketball. You must capitalize on your strengths and avoid your weaknesses. Zhao Tianyu sheepishly added. Dad, I have nearly exhausted my funds. I require some financial support from you. My greatest advantage over him is the wealth of my family. Here, I will transfer you 2 million. However, this advantage is only applicable in relation to Lin Chen, and you must be cautious in your approach. We are not as affluent as the Su family. Employing the wrong strategy could yield adverse effects. Zhao Huayuan swiftly transferred 2 million to Zhao Tianyu. This is all the money you have for this year. Spend it wisely. Zhao Tianyu inquired. What if I make progress? Can I apply for additional financial support then? Zhao Huayuan nodded slightly. If you show progress, I will consider providing you with more. You must use your intellect and not act impulsively. Lin Shun and Su Mingyao belong to different social strata and hold differing perspectives. Time will reveal Lin Chen's shortcomings. Zhao Tianyu nodded in understanding. Dad, I comprehend. Lin Shun, this restaurant boasts a pleasant ambience. As for the taste, no external eatery can rival your culinary skills, Su Mingyao remarked. The three of them arrived at a restaurant by the river, where large floor-to-ceiling windows offered a breathtaking view of the river scenery. Hee, mother is right. Daddy's cooking is the most delicious, Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed, planting a kiss on Lin Chen's cheek. Mother, Daddy smells delightful. You should give him a kiss too. Lin Xiaoqian urged Su Mingyao. Su Mingyao retorted playfully, it is not for you to dictate when or if I show affection to your father. You, little rascal, should focus on your own behavior. Lin Chen chuckled. Xiaoqian, your mother is feeling shy. Adults seldom express affection in public. Is that so? Lin Xiaoqian inquired, somewhat puzzled. Excuse me, sir and madam. May I take your order now? The waiter promptly approached with a respectful inquiry. Lin Shun and his companions found themselves in a charming French restaurant. The ambience exquisite and the prices, naturally, quite delightful. Lin Chen, what will you be having? Su Mingyao asked, casting a glance toward him. You know what's delicious, you should order, Lin Chen replied. All right. Su Mingyao quickly decided on her meal. Daddy, what is that? Lin Xiaoqian inquired, her gaze fixed on a grand piano not far away. Lin Chen smiled and explained, that is a piano. When someone plays it, it produces beautiful music. You are still too young to learn now, but if you wish to study it in the future, I can teach you then. Su Mingyao looked at Lin Chen in astonishment. You can play the piano? Lin Chen shook his head. No, I cannot. But if Xiaoqian wishes to learn, I will learn alongside her. Mastering the piano should not be overly difficult. Su Mingyao nodded. If anyone else had said such a thing, she might have considered them boastful. Yet she felt no doubt regarding Lin Chen's words. His culinary skills, calligraphy, painting, and fairy tale writing were all of the highest caliber. He even excelled at basketball. In terms of languages, Lin Chen was proficient in 7, although she was aware that he had since mastered 10. His experience in foreign languages had significantly broadened while teaching Lin Xiaoqian English. Your house is not convenient for placing a piano, is it? Playing at home would disturb others. Su Mingyao remarked. Lin Xiaoqian chimed in, Mommy, Daddy can live with you. Su Mingyao reflected that while she had developed a fondness for Lin Chen, such affection did not imply she was ready to cohabit with him. Lin Chen gently patted Lin Xiaoqian's small head. Xiaoqian, it is wonderful that you want to help Mommy and Daddy, but your grandparents will be returning. Living together then would be inconvenient. Daddy, Mommy's house is quite large. There will be enough room for Grandma and Grandpa when they come back, Lin Xiaoqian said, looking puzzled. Lin Chen replied, it's not merely a matter of space. For instance, you dislike spicy food while I enjoy it. Everyone has different tastes. It is manageable with few people, but with many, catering to each person's preferences would become quite troublesome. Wouldn't it? Lin Xiaoqian nodded in agreement. Xiaoqian, if I do not move in with you, can you think of another way to resolve this issue? Lin Xiaoqian pondered seriously. Su Mingyao observed the interaction between Lin Chen and Lin Xiaoqian, a gentle smile gracing her face. Lin Chen exhibited far more patience with Lin Xiaoqian than she did. Daddy, I have an idea. There are vacant rooms outside where we can place it, Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Indeed, that is an excellent solution. As long as we think creatively, we will always find a way, right? Yes, yes. Lin Xiaoqian nodded vigorously. Su Mingyao inquired, Lin Chen, what vacant rooms are you referring to? Lin Chen smiled and replied, I have rented a small storefront. During the book signing, the books can be directly delivered there. If Xiaoqian wishes to use it later, she must purchase a larger one. However, this is not urgent. For the time being, Xiaoqian does not require it. Su Mingyao gazed at Lin Chen. What we discussed previously was just for 6 months. In 6 months, Xiaoqian will be able to attend kindergarten. By then, my father will be in charge, and I will also have more free time. Lin Xiaoqian, puzzled, asked, Mom, what's 6 months? Lin Chen replied, let us not dwell on that for now. 6 months is still a long way off. Perhaps by then, you will have already moved in. Su Mingyao commented. As dishes were successively served, Lin Chen tasted a few. The ingredients were acceptable, but the flavors were rather mediocre. Mom, the food here isn't very tasty. Before Lin Chen could respond, Lin Xiaoqian pouted. Su Mingyao explained, it's not that the food here is bad, it's just that your father's cooking is superior. which is why you find this less enjoyable. But children should not be picky eaters. So that's how it is. My dad is the best. Dad, I love you. Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed joyfully. Lin Chen kissed Lin Xiaoqian, saying, Daddy loves you too. Lin Xiaoqian blinked and said, Dad, you need to tell Mom. Wife, I love you. Mom. You should also tell Dad, husband, I love you. Lin Chen and Su Mingyao replied simultaneously, Wife, I love you. Lin Chen chuckled. Lin Xiaoqian turned to Su Mingyao, saying, Mom. It's your turn now. Su Mingyao hesitated to speak. The court was crowded, and merely saying husband, go for it, was the limit of what she could currently accept. You have too many clever ideas. Hurry and eat, Su Mingyao said with a hint of annoyance. Lin Chen laughed, Xiaoqian, your mother is shy. Perhaps after some time, she will no longer be so bashful. Chapter 52, A Special Guest. After dinner, it was already dark outside. Mingyao, are you going to sleep at my place tonight? Lin Chen inquired. Su Mingyao shook her head. The driver has come to pick me up. You take Xiaoqian back. Drive carefully. Understood, Lin Chen nodded, not insisting further. He believed that their relationship would naturally develop. As a man, he would be slightly proactive, but given the Su family's wealth, he felt that being overly aggressive would not be appropriate. Moreover, his nature was not one to pursue too ardently. Mom, see you tomorrow. Lin Xiaoqian waved goodbye to Su Mingyao. Ding ding. Upon returning home, Su Mingyao received a video call from her father. In the United States, it was morning. Dad, she exclaimed as the video connected. Su Guofeng remarked, Mingyao, Lin Chen's situation seems somewhat different from what I had someone investigate back in the day. How is he so skilled at basketball? Su Mingyao thought to herself, not just basketball skills. Dad, the person you found back then was inadequate. Su Guofeng continued. When Lin Chen was playing, you cheered for him, calling him husband. You must have developed some affection for him, haven't you? Su Mingyao's cheeks flushed slightly as she playfully scolded Dad. You're in your 50s. Can you refrain from being so nosy? What do you mean by nosy? I am merely concerned for you, he replied. Su Mingyao continued. After all, he is Qianqian's father. If it weren't for him back in the day, my situation could have been far worse. It's only natural that I harbor some fondness for Lin Chen. Indeed, Su Guofeng nodded. Now that the basketball match has concluded, please ask Lin Chen and Qianqian to come over. We wish to vet him. Su Mingyao muttered, what is there to vet? The crystal has already been pushed. What did you say? Su Guofeng inquired, not quite catching her words. Nothing. Mother merely wishes to see Qianqian, right? I've already spoken to Lin Chen. He will bring Qianqian over when the time comes. Su Mingyao added, please do not give him a hard time. Lin Chen has done nothing wrong by me. And he is still Qianqian's father, which cannot be changed. Su Guofeng nodded reassuringly, rest assured, we won't be unreasonable. Your parents are not the kind to lack understanding. We simply wish to know more about him. Our only hope is for your future happiness. Su Mingyao cautioned, Dad, do not be too surprised when the time comes. Su Guofeng's eyes widened in astonishment. Are you suggesting that Lin Chen is quite different from what I know? Yes, Su Mingyao affirmed with a nod. You will understand more when you meet him. He and Qianqian will be staying for 3 to 5 days. Very well, Su Guofeng thought to himself, eager to discover just how different Lin Chen might be. The next day arrived swiftly. Lin Xiaoqian, enjoying breakfast, pondered lunch. Dad, can we skip having lunch at Mom's place? What do you have in mind? Lin Chen asked. Lin Xiaoqian blinked her eyes. Dad, you prepare the meal, and we will take it over to eat with Mom. Lin Chen chuckled at her suggestion. Can we really do that? Of course, that is a splendid idea. Yay, at noon. Lin Chen arrived at Su Mingyao's company with the meal. Lin Chen, why did you bring lunch? Su Mingyao asked in surprise. Lin Chen playfully pinched Lin Xiaoqian's little nose. While having breakfast, Xiaoqian suggested bringing lunch for you. Am I clever, Mommy? Lin Xiaoqian looked at Su Mingyao with a hint of pride. Su Mingyao retorted with mock annoyance. For the sake of a meal, Xiaoqian, you truly go to great lengths. And Lin Chen, you spoil her. Let us eat, Lin Chen said with a smile. To prepare for this meal, he had purchased a multi-tiered lunchbox, from which Su Mingyao began to remove the various dishes. Just as they were about to start eating, Su Mingyao's assistant knocked and entered. The aroma of the food made her swallow hard. What is it? Su Mingyao inquired. President, there is a document requiring your signature. Bring it here, she replied. After swiftly reviewing and signing the document, her assistant left. Su Mingyao patted her stomach, realizing that she was no longer uninterested in food. Lin Chen's culinary skills might indeed be remarkable. Skilled in culinary arts, proficient in basketball, and possessing an admirable physique, she boasts numerous virtues. Yet, when compared to the president, She still falls short in many respects, mused Su Mingyao's assistant. In her view, few could truly be worthy of Su Mingyao. As the only child of a family with assets amounting to 300 billion, this singular fact alone eclipses countless others. Moreover, Su Mingyao's beauty is extraordinary, complemented by her multifaceted talents. Her skills in both the guzheng and piano are of a remarkable caliber. Dad, I don't want to take a nap at noon, Lin Xiaoqian declared. You won't rest at noon? Her father responded. You have to participate in the competition. I want to cheer for you. Lin Chen smiled and said, as long as you can hold on, it's fine if you don't sleep. Lin Xiaoqian nodded. She remained awake, and as Lin Chen entered the first match, there was no doubt that their team triumphed. However, halfway through the second match, Lin Xiaoqian's gaze became distant. Dad, my battery is running low, she said listlessly. While Su Mingyao was occupied with other matters, Lin Chen turned to Su Dong. Su Dong, I won't be participating in the next match. Brother Lin, you're busy. We have a significant lead. It should be fine, Su Dong replied with a smile. Lin Chen nodded, cradling Lin Xiaoqian as they departed. As soon as they returned to the office, Lin Xiaoqian fell asleep on the bed. A mere half-hour later, Su Mingyao returned. Did you win? Lin Chen inquired with a smile. 52-45, a 7-point lead. Your team has secured the championship of the group. Lin Chen. Tomorrow's finals will have a special guest attending. Who? A coach from the men's basketball team in Magic City. Lin Chen was puzzled. Did you invite him? Su Mingyao shook her head. He reached out on his own. Haven't you seen the short videos? You've gained some popularity online. More than one person has filmed and uploaded videos. Coach Liang likely saw them and contacted someone to come watch our finals tomorrow. Lin Chen shook his head. It won't matter if he comes. I won't agree to play basketball. Su Mingyao urged. Lin Chen, have you considered it? With your skill, making it to the national team shouldn't be a problem. You could become a basketball star, which would bring far more recognition than being a painter or a calligrapher. Let us discuss it later. For now, I have little interest, Lin Chen replied. Su Mingyao glanced aside, her cheeks tinged with crimson. If we truly end up together in the future, my father manages the company, and I will have time to take care of Xiaoqian. You will have time for your career, Lin Chen observed, locking eyes with Su Mingyao. Her face flushed even deeper under his gaze. Do not look at me like that. I was merely hypothesizing. What I just said was purely a supposition, all right? Tomorrow, you should meet Coach Liang, and please don't reject him too firmly. Su Mingyao spoke with a hint of panic in her eyes. Lin Chen chuckled. All right, I shall heed my wife's advice. Su Mingyao cast a playful glare at him. Lin Chen, don't be so self-absorbed. I merely don't want you to be hindered by Xiaoqian. I would feel indebted to you, she said. Lin Chen shook his head. You need not think that way. For me now, taking good care of Xiaoqian is of utmost importance. By the way, even if we are not together, you can still look after Qian if you decide to step away from the company. Su Mingyao was momentarily taken aback. The next second, she indignantly replied, when Qian wakes up, you should leave quickly. I do not wish to see you. Chapter 53, Victory in the Finals, Lucrative Invitation. Old Liang, you called me out. What good news do you bring? Inquired Song Yuan, the owner of the Magic City men's basketball team. It was Liang Hui, the head coach, who had summoned him. Liang Hui poured a glass of wine for Song Yuan. Boss, this time it's genuinely good news. I've discovered a prodigy. Song Yuan retorted. Old Liang. Let me calculate. In these 5 years as head coach, you've identified 9 talents. And with this one, it makes 10. Yet, our performance remains lackluster. The team barely managed to hold its ground. Liang Hui felt a tinge of awkwardness. Boss, previously there were minor talents, but this time it's a major genius. Song Yuan responded with irritation. Next time it will be a top-tier genius, and the time after that, a once-in-a-century super genius. Perhaps the following time. A peerless talent rare in a millennium? Liang Hui countered. Old Liang, we are barely holding on now. Bringing in another genius would likely cost us dearly each month. The current economic climate is grim. Even the landlord's household has no surplus. Liang Hui then produced a tablet. Boss, just watch a few clips, and you will understand. He opened a video, revealing a young man effortlessly penetrating defenses before soaring into the air for a thunderous dunk. Wow, Song Yuan exclaimed with surprise. He moves exceptionally fast. I fear our team cannot match his speed. Boss, just wait and see. Liang Hui flipped to the next video, having edited it to showcase only key moments. In this clip, Lin Chen leapt from beyond the arc to execute a dunk. What incredible leaping ability and body control. Song Yuan noted with growing admiration. Liang Hui proceeded to the third segment, where Lin Chen casually sank a three-pointer. That was average, Song Yuan remarked. His opponent appears weak, making a three-pointer ISNT remarkable. Liang Hui urged. He played 4 games, took 13 three-point shots, and made 10. Do you still think that's ordinary? Song Yuan, astonished, replied, 10 out of 13? That shooting percentage is alarming, but why only 13 attempts in 4 games? Liang Hui explained. In his first game, he played only 10 minutes, going 4 for 5 and scoring over 20 points, leading to a comeback. After that, he primarily created opportunities for others, taking fewer shots. Otherwise, his statistics would be far more impressive. Song Yuan was utterly astonished. Even against weaker opponents, scoring over 20 points in 10 minutes is impressive. Securing 20 points in a single game is quite an achievement. Old Liang, he is indeed a promising talent. You should recruit him directly. You have not reported every single one before. Such a promising talent must not be snatched away by others. Boss, it may be somewhat challenging to recruit him. Song Yuan remarked. His asking price is rather high. Do you require my consent? I am willing to invest in such a prodigy. Speak. What somewhat secure is joining us? Liang Hui sighed. I have yet to approach him. He has not made a proposal. However, based on the information I have gathered, he has a wonderful wife, which may hinder his decision to join our team. Song Yuan furrowed his brow. You mention he has a wonderful wife and then suggest she might affect his joining us. How does that reconcile? I find it somewhat contradictory. Liang Hui forced a smile. His wife is exceptionally remarkable. She is Su Mingyao. Song Yuan was taken aback. Su Mingyao, daughter of General Su Guofeng? Indeed, Liang Hui confirmed. Song Yuan, exasperated, replied, Old Liang. Are you jesting with me? My assets barely amount to 1/10 of the Su family's. What merit do I possess to recruit Su Mingyao as husband? After sharing a drink, Liang Hui reassured him, Boss, it is not entirely impossible. His name is Lin Chun. He comes from a modest background and is currently a stay-at-home father. Song Yuan inquired, so, a traditional division of roles, her in the spotlight, him at home? Such a talent as Lin Chun is indeed a waste. Liang Hui nodded in agreement, yes. Tomorrow is their finals. I initially planned to attend and persuade him to join us, but I didn't realize he was Su Mingyao's husband. He chuckled awkwardly. Song Yuan asked, So you wish for me to accompany you? My standing before Su Mingyao is hardly superior to yours. Nonetheless, our joint presence would convey sincerity. After a moment's contemplation, Song Yuan nodded. I have no engagements tomorrow. I shall accompany you. The following afternoon, they discreetly settled beside the court. A considerable crowd had gathered around the arena. Lin Chun approached, cradling Lin Xiaoqian, with Su Mingyao at his side. President, Brother Lin, many greeted as they arrived. At the sidelines, Lin Chun handed Lin Xiaoqian to Su Mingyao. Daddy, do your best. Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed sweetly. Lin Chun turned to Su Mingyao, smiling. Xiaoqian is cheering for me. What about you, my dear? Su Mingyao replied. As many onlookers watched, go for it, darling. Lin Chun, along with Su Dong and others, entered the arena. The match commenced swiftly. Song Yuan and Liang Hui found the performance somewhat painful to watch, as the skill level of those aside from Lin Chun was decidedly amateurish. However, they were not there for those players. With a resounding thud, Lin Chun commenced his exhibition. Dunking and shooting three-pointers, he scored effortlessly. Over the past few days, he had dedicated considerable time to teaching Lin Xiaoqian basketball, and his skills had significantly advanced, nearing a masterful level. While he had yet to reach the pinnacle of domestic talent, his athleticism surpassed that of many basketball players. With his robust physique, Lin Chun's basketball skills now undoubtedly rank among the elite in the country. Boss, what do you think? Liang Hui inquired quietly as the game neared its conclusion. Song Yuan remarked, Lin Chun is exceptionally talented. The opposing team is simply too weak. His true potential may not have been fully realized yet. Let us speak with Su Mingyao and the others shortly. Agreed. The match concluded swiftly, and without question, Lin Chun's team claimed first place. Brother Lin, thank you for leading us. Brother Lin, may we treat you to a drink tonight? Su Dong and the others expressed their delight. Lin Chun responded with a smile. Drinks are fine, but let me treat you. I will inform you once I find a suitable place. How does 6 o'clock sound? Su Dong and the others nodded. It was currently 4:30, allowing ample time for a shower and some rest before dining and drinking. Dear, I've arranged to drink with Su Dong and the others tonight. You and Xiaoqian won't be joining us, right? If you come, I reckon Su Dong and the others won't feel at ease. Lin Chun said as he approached Su Mingyao. Su Mingyao nodded. Come with me to the second floor. She instructed her assistant to lead Lin Xiaoqian. And soon Su Mingyao and Lin Shan arrived on the second floor, where only two individuals remained. Mr. Song, Coach Liang, Lin Shan, and Su Mingyao approached, and she announced, "Hello, Mr. Su." Song Yuan and Coach Liang promptly replied, "Mr. Song, allow me to introduce my husband, Lin Shan. Darling, this is Mr. Song Yuan, the owner of the Moda men's basketball team, and this is Coach Liang Hui." Su Mingyao smiled warmly. Lin Shan shook hands with Song Yuan and the others. Though his demeanor was calm, he lacked their wealth, yet possessed various skills that instilled confidence within him. Coach Liang rubbed his hands together, saying, "Lin Shan, your skills are top-notch. Would you be interested in joining our Moda men's basketball team?" Song Yuan added, "We can offer you an annual salary of 8 million. Chapter 54. Grandmother, we are at Dad's house. Su Mingyao was taken aback. "Mr. Song, is it really that low? Aren't star players earning tens of millions of dollars?" Song Yuan sighed. "Ms. Su, our team's highest salary is capped at this amount. We cannot compete with that. However, players can secure endorsements independently, and as their fame grows, the earnings can exceed 8 million. Su Mingyao turned to Lin Shan. "Darling, your side business probably generates over 10 million a month, right?" Lin Shan chuckled. "It may not reach 10 million, but 8 million should be achievable." Both Song Yuan and Coach Liang felt disheartened. The prospect of Lin Shan's side business yielding such income diminished the allure of the 8 million salary. "Miss Su, I apologize for the interruption." Coach Liang expressed regret. Lin Shan smiled gently. "Coach Liang, I will not be signing with you, but I still have a fondness for basketball. With Xiao Qian being so young, I currently lack the time. However, if I find some free time in the future, I would be willing to play occasionally. In such a scenario, could I participate in games?" Their eyes lit up. "Certainly. There are foreign player slots available. You can certainly engage with fellow compatriots." Such treatment, Lin Shan chuckled. "I am indifferent to the compensation. You may arrange it as you see fit. I have 3 modest requests. First, I rarely have time to participate in training. Second, I will only partake in competitions that pique my interest. Third, should Meng Yao and my daughter wish to attend, I hope suitable seating can be arranged for them." Song Yuan readily agreed. "No problem." Lin Shan's lack of demands regarding compensation rendered these matters trivial. Naturally, even without requests, they would ensure Lin Shan received his due remuneration. "When are you free?" Liang Hui inquired with anticipation. Lin Shan replied with a smile. "My availability hinges on when Meng Yao can take little Qian along. I expect to be occupied for the next couple of months." Song Yuan and the others nodded in understanding. 2 to 3 months would pass swiftly. Shortly thereafter, Song Yuan and his companions took their leave. Su Mingyao remarked, "Lin Shan, I did not anticipate their team's annual salary to be so modest." "Modest?" Lin Shan responded. 8 million a year may seem low to a wealthy individual like you, but for the average person, it is substantial. I used to earn less than 80,000 in a year." Su Mingyao scrutinized Lin Shan. "That was only because you didn't desire to earn more. If you truly wanted, making 100 million a year would be effortless." Lin Shan, now finding time to write fairy tales, had accrued considerable wealth, and he knew that with greater effort, he could amass even more. "With such a low salary, I thought you would decline outright. Why do you still agree to participate?" Su Mingyao expressed her confusion. Lin Shan laughed. "I enjoy it. Many would likely pay to compete with basketball stars. Besides, I get paid for participating in these competitions. Why not? Moreover, have you noticed how excited little Qian is? What she needs most now is companionship, but as she grows, her needs will expand. When that time comes, while other fathers are thriving, should I be relegated to the confines of home?" Su Mingyao gazed at Lin Shan, taken aback by his thoughtful considerations for Lin Xiaoqian. Lin Shan added with a smile, "There is actually another reason." "What reason?" Su Mingyao asked. Lin Shan locked eyes with her. "I must showcase my abilities. Otherwise, people might whisper behind my back, claiming your husband lacks competence. I do not care about that." Su Mingyao replied. "Past events may eventually come to light. If I am deemed incapable, and that is revealed, would you not feel discomfort by the sympathetic glances of others?" Lin Shan continued, "If I am powerful, then those past events will be viewed as predestined fate, and others would only envy your good fortune." Su Mingyao stared at Lin Shan, contemplating his words about fate, although others may not recognize it. She was already aware of Lin Shan's exceptional qualities. Perhaps this truly was the destiny shared between them. The shadows in her heart gradually receded. "Go take a shower," Su Mingyao urged. "Afterward, rest a bit, and try to drink less tonight." After indulging in an evening of revelry, I found myself unable to drive. "Would you consider staying over at my place tonight, and in the morning, You could take little Qian back home? Lin Chen produced his car keys. Su Mingyao hesitated for a moment before accepting the keys. Please return early. If you don't come back, Qian might not sleep at all. Lin Chen nodded with a smile. By 7:30, having finished his drink, Lin Chen prepared to hail a taxi. Suddenly, he heard Lin Xiaoqian's voice calling, "Daddy, over here. Daddy, Mom and I are waiting for you to come home." He turned to see his daughter's little head peeking out of the car window. Su Dong and the others looked on with envy. "Lin, you truly are a winner in life. A beautiful and affluent wife, and an adorable child. I'm so envious," they exclaimed. Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively. "All right, I'm off. Make sure to get home safely." Soon, he was in the passenger seat of the car. The scent of alcohol was quite strong. "Lin Chen, how much did you drink?" "A bit more than a pound, but they were all very enthusiastic." "Don't worry. My tolerance has improved significantly." In the past, Lin Chen's ability to hold his liquor was not as commendable, but now, thanks to an enhanced constitution, he could drink much more. Su Mingyao furrowed her brow slightly. "Drinking over a pound is excessive. You need to cut back in the future." With a chuckle, Lin Chen replied, "All right, I'll take care of my health. Who knows, we might even consider having a second child someday." Su Mingyao's hand trembled slightly. "You're inebriated." Her face turned a light shade of red as she scolded him playfully. From the back seat, Lin Xiaoqian curiously asked, "Daddy, what is a second child?" Qian. "Don't ask right now. Your father is drunk. Let him rest," Su Mingyao quickly interjected. "Okay, Daddy, you rest," Lin Xiaoqian said in her sweet voice. After more than an hour, they finally arrived home. Beep. Su Mingyao's phone rang. Checking the screen, she saw it was a video call from her mother. "Mom," she said, stepping back to answer. On the other end, her mother, Yang Qingwei, looked puzzled. "Mingyao, it seems you're not at home? I'm at a friend's place." Su Mingyao replied. Hearing her grandmother's voice, Lin Xiaoqian joyfully ran over. "Mommy, is that Grandma? I can hear Grandma." "Yes, it's Grandma," Yang Qingwei exclaimed with delight. Su Mingyao pointed the phone towards Lin Xiaoqian, feeling an inexplicable sense of foreboding. "Grandma, I miss you so much." "Grandma misses you too, Qian. Where are you and your mother?" Yang Qingwei inquired. "We're at Daddy's house," Lin Xiaoqian answered promptly. Yang Qingwei inquired with a smile. Lin Xiaoqian sweetly replied, "I'm waiting for Dad with Mom. Dad won the championship, and since he has been drinking, he can't drive. We are waiting for him to come home together." A look of surprise flickered in Yang Qingyue's eyes. "Mingyao, Xiaoqian's verbal expression skills have improved significantly." Su Mingyao nodded. Perhaps it's because she has been spending time with Lin Chen, who converses with her frequently, thereby enhancing her linguistic abilities. "Mom, is there anything else? I must leave now." Lin Xiaoqian asked, puzzled. "Where are you going, Mom?" "You said you would sleep at Dad's place," she added. Su Mingyao remarked, "What a good daughter, always exposing the truth." Yang Qingwei retorted, "Mingyao, if you are staying there, then just stay without any need for concealment. Xiaoqian is the honest one." "Xiaoqian, will you sleep with your mother or your father?" Lin Xiaoqian chirped, "Grandma, I slept with Dad last night, and tonight I will sleep with Mom." "Mingyao, the bath water for Xiaoqian is ready." Lin Chen's voice drifted from the master bedroom. Su Mingyao quickly responded, "Mom, Xiaoqian needs to take a bath now. So I can't chat any longer. She must hurry and wash up before bed." "All right," Yang Qingwen nodded. "Goodbye, Xiaoqian." "Goodbye, Grandma." Su Mingyao swiftly ended the call. She pointed at Lin Xiaoqian. "Xiaoqian, weren't you in the bedroom with Dad? Why did you come out?" Lin Xiaoqian replied, "Mom, I was afraid you would leave. If you go, I would be very sad." Su Mingyao felt a slight pang in her heart. Mom said she would stay here, so she won't leave. Lin Xiaoqian pouted. "Mom, you just said you wanted to leave. Please help me with my bath." "All right." Su Mingyao nodded, understanding that Lin Xiaoqian was still apprehensive about her departure. Lin Chen emerged, looking puzzled. "Mingyao, the bath water for Xiaoqian is ready. Why aren't you going?" Lin Xiaoqian chimed in. "Dad, I just video called Grandma with Mom. And today I want Mom to give me a bath." "Sure." Lin Chen agreed with a nod. Half an hour later, Lin Xiaoqian fell asleep. Lin Chen finished his bath and resumed working in the study, needing to update Tongxin network. Knock, knock. Just as he completed an article, a knock echoed through the room. Lin Chen opened the door to find Su Mingyao outside, freshly bathed and particularly enchanting at this moment. He felt an urge to kiss her soft cheeks. "Mingyao, is there something you need?" he asked, inviting her into the room. Su Mingyao murmured, "My mom knows I'm sleeping here tonight. They will surely suspect our relationship." Lin Chen asked, "Do they vehemently oppose us?" Su Mingyao shook her head, "Not exactly. If I make a choice, they will respect it." They are still unaware of certain aspects of your situation. Lin Shen chuckled softly. You didn't tell them because you're afraid they might think you were trying to gain favor for me? Su Mingyao pouted in response. Lin Shen chuckled. Very well. I shall speak for myself and strive to earn the approval of my future in-laws. Su Mingyao retorted, What future in-laws? Don't speak nonsense. Lin Shen, taken aback, replied. I am not speaking nonsense. We have registered our marriage. Are they not my in-laws? Su Mingyao cast Lin Shen a sidelong glance. Our marriage concerns only the three of us. It has nothing to do with your parents or mine. They are certainly not your in-laws. Lin Shen nodded. All right then. If I find common ground with your father during our conversation, we shall address each other as brothers. Su Mingyao continued. Your passport will be ready tomorrow. And the visa is already secured. You and Qian will be flying to the United States the day after. Lin Shen inquired, What are your parents like? I can't possibly visit them empty-handed. You needn't prepare anything, she replied. Lin Shen shook his head. That won't do. If we end up together, they might recall that I came to see them without bringing anything. That would reflect poorly on me. Who said we would end up together? If you wish to prepare something, feel free to do so, Su Mingyao said as she turned and briskly exited the study. A faint smile graced Lin Shen's face. Gradually melting the icy demeanor of Su Mingyao, the corporate president, was quite an engaging challenge. In the United States, Su Guofeng pushed open the door to the hospital room. He spent the day by his wife's side and slept elsewhere at night. Should there be an emergency, the doctors and nurses would notify him, as he lived nearby and could arrive swiftly. My dear, how are you feeling today? Su Guofeng inquired. Yang Qingwei responded, I am fine. But Mingyao seems to have some issues. Su Guofeng's expression shifted. Is Mingyao unwell? Yang Qingwei shook her head. Not exactly unwell. She has spent the night at Lin Shen's place, and it likely isn't the first time. Did Lin Shen win the competition? Qian mentioned that Daddy is the champion. Lin Shen was out drinking with others, while Mingyao drove. They were waiting for him to return home together. Su Guofeng mused as he retrieved breakfast from the thermos. Indeed, Lin Shen's team had emerged victorious. It seemed Mingyao had developed a considerable fondness for him. Yang Qingwei remarked with exasperation, that is obvious, if it were otherwise. Would Mingyao stay at Lin Shen's? What are your thoughts, husband? Su Guofeng pondered. What else can I think? Before our daughter makes her choice, we can only guide her as best we can. Once she decides, all we can do as parents is wish them well. Am I to act as a meddler in their affairs? Yang Qingwei looked somewhat astonished. It seems you have come to accept Lin Shen to some extent. Su Guofeng nodded in affirmation. Indeed. Previously, I thought Lin Shen was quite ordinary and utterly unworthy of Mingyao, but now I see he is not without merit. At the very least, he excels at basketball and is attentive to Qian. With that, Su Guofeng took out his phone and opened a video showcasing brilliant moments of Lin Shen playing basketball. Yang Qingwei had yet to see it. And soon astonishment flickered in her eyes. Lin Shen's basketball skills undoubtedly outshine those of his peers. After watching a 3-minute video, Yang Qingwei remarked, Darling, I may not understand basketball, but I think Lin Shen is truly impressive. Su Guofeng nodded slightly in agreement. Indeed, he is remarkable. I consulted a friend, and at Lin Shen's level, he could certainly play. Many in the team do not match his skills. Yang Qingwei expressed her astonishment. Su Guofeng continued, I will have a chat with Lin Shen and see if he is interested in developing his talents in the United States. If he is willing, I can leverage some connections to help him get in. With professional training, his skills might improve even further. Yang Qingwen nodded thoughtfully. Dad, catch the ball. Lin Shen and Lin Xiaoqian were playing basketball downstairs in their community. Recently, Lin Xiaoqian had taken a keen interest in basketball, and Lin Shen had spent more time playing with her. Host, you have now spent 10 hours teaching Lin Xiaoqian basketball, and your skill level has reached that of a master. The system's voice resonated in Lin Shen's mind. He acquired a wealth of information regarding basketball, and simultaneously, his muscles and nerves underwent transformation. Finally, he had attained master level. A faint smile graced Lin Shen's face. With his newfound mastery and physical condition, there were likely no more than 10 individuals in the world who surpassed him in basketball prowess. Chapter 56. Lin Shen arrives in the United States. Mr. Lin Xiaoqian, welcome aboard. Lin Shen and Lin Xiaoqian boarded Su Mingyao's private jet, registered in her name. And yeah, and Tong, greetings. Lin Xiaoqian chirped sweetly. Lin Shen nodded, carrying Lin Xiaoqian into the cabin. Su Mingyao's aircraft, a Gulfstream 550, was lavishly appointed, and Lin Shen marveled at the luxury. How fortunate it was to be wealthy. Previously, He had only traveled in economy class, which was always cramped. He never imagined he would board a private jet, especially one owned by his wife. Mr. Lin, the plane will require refueling mid-flight, and our total travel time will be approximately 16 hours. Please feel free to let us know if you need anything. One of the flight attendants said respectfully. Lin Chen nodded in acknowledgement. The flight attendant then turned to Lin Xiaoqian and said, Daddy, let's make paper airplanes. I want to give them to Grandpa and Grandma. Sure. Lin Chen replied with a smile, teaching Lin Xiaoqian how to fold a paper airplane. 5 minutes passed, and a myriad of information regarding aircraft flooded Lin Chen's mind, most of it pertaining to the Gulfstream 550 they were currently aboard. System. Is there an issue with the plane? Is that why I'm receiving so much information related to paper airplanes? Lin Chen pondered internally. If that were the case, he would take Lin Xiaoqian off the plane. The system responded, Master, that is not the case. You are currently in this aircraft. Thus you are prioritizing information related to it. In the event of an emergency, you will be prepared. Lin Chen exhaled softly, feeling somewhat relieved. Half an hour passed. With a gentle roar, the private jet carrying Lin Chen and his companions gracefully ascended into the sky. Lin Chen attentively observed Lin Xiaoqian, aware that adults often feel discomfort during takeoff and landing due to changes in air pressure. Fortunately, Lin Xiaoqian seemed unfazed, having flown numerous times before. She knew how to manage it. Daddy, let us continue. She chirped playfully once the plane stabilized. Of course, Lin Chen replied, resuming his lesson on crafting paper airplanes. A wealth of information about aviation flooded his mind. As 2 hours elapsed, Lin Chen's comprehension of the aircraft rivaled that of the pilots themselves. Daddy, I'm feeling quite sleepy. I wish to take a nap, Lin Xiaoqian yawned. Lin Chen smiled warmly. If you're tired, you should rest. We have a long journey ahead, and we can fold more planes when you wake. MHM, Lin Xiaoqian murmured, drifting off to sleep. Lin Chen followed suit. Having never napped in an economy cabin, he found the spacious seats of the private jet remarkably comfortable. Time passed effortlessly. After 15 hours aboard, Lin Xiaoqian spent a good 4 to 5 hours folding paper airplanes, while Lin Chen's expertise in aviation significantly expanded. His understanding of the Gulfstream 550 was profound, perhaps surpassing even that of its chief designer. With a resounding roar, the plane landed at New City International Airport, smoothly taxiing to the designated area. Awaiting them was a sleek black car. Mr. Lin, please step inside. The boss has sent me to escort you and Xiaoqian to the hotel, the respectful driver announced. Lin Chen nodded, carrying Lin Xiaoqian into the vehicle as the driver swiftly maneuvered them away. Mengyao, we've disembarked. We're en route to the hotel. And after settling in, we'll head to the hospital, Lin Chen messaged Su Mengyao. Su Mengyao replied, Lin Chen, are you both well? You may need to adjust to the time difference upon arriving in New City. I'm fine, and Xiaoqian seems quite lively. After putting down her phone, Su Mengyao gazed at the documents before her, but her mind wandered. Would her parents have any issues meeting Lin Chen? After all, he was Xiaoqian's father. And any conflict could place the child in a difficult position. She murmured to herself. Over an hour later, Lin Chen and Lin Xiaoqian arrived at the hotel, where the driver escorted them to their room. Mr. Lin, look over there. Mrs. Su is in that hospital, room 306 in District 3. Here SA pass. You'll need it to enter. The driver handed Lin Chen a pass. Peering out the window, Lin Chen noted, it's south quite close. Walking there shouldn't take more than 10 minutes. The driver nodded in agreement. It should take around 15 minutes to reach the ward. By the way, Miss Su is staying next door in room 305. It was daytime, and Mr. Su is currently in the hospital. Lin Xiaoqian, with a sweet voice, said, Daddy, let's go find Grandpa and Grandma. I miss them so much. The driver remarked, Mr. Lin, you have my business card. If you need a vehicle, just give me a call. All right, Lin Chen nodded. The driver departed. Lin Chen then inquired, Xiaoqian, aren't you tired after such a long flight? Should we wait until tomorrow to go? At this moment, it was around 3 or 4 in the afternoon in New City. Daddy, I'm not tired at all. Are you tired? Lin Chen shook his head. The private jet allowed him to lie down and rest, and given his constitution, he felt no fatigue. Then let's go, he replied. With that, Lin Chen took the gifts intended for Su Guofeng and set off. They arrived at the hospital entrance shortly thereafter. It was a private hospital, and Lin Chen had to show his pass to gain entry. As they approached, Lin Chen felt a surge of nervousness. Beep. His phone rang. He placed Lin Xiaoqian down and answered the call, which was from Su Mengyao. Lin Chen, have you arrived at the hotel? She inquired once the call connected. We are already inside the hospital. In 2 or 3 minutes, We will reach the ward, Lin Shan replied. Su Mingyao's heart tightened. Are you going over today? Yes. Xiaoqian is eager to see her grandparents, and it's not too late, so we decided to visit today. After a brief silence, Su Mingyao said, my father loves calligraphy. And my mother enjoys music. She plays the guzheng quite well. A gentle smile spread across Lin Shan's face. Mingyao, rest assured, I will strive to gain your parents' approval. Su Mingyao responded, I was just mentioning it casually. Please pass the phone to Xiaoqian. I would like to speak with her. Moments later, after Su Mingyao finished her conversation, Lin Shan ended the call. Unable to concentrate on her documents any longer, Su Mingyao rose and moved to the window. Please don't let them argue, she silently wished. Her heart racing faster. Room 306 in Area 3, this must be it. Lin Shan carried Lin Xiaoqian to the door of the ward. Su Mingyao's mother had been in surgery for some time. Although discharge was possible, the Su family, being affluent, opted to keep her in the hospital for added peace of mind, allowing immediate medical attention if needed. Knocking gently, Lin Shan rapped on the door. Chapter 57. Meeting Su Mingyao's parents. With a click, Su Guofeng opened the door. Grandpa! Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed joyfully. Lin Shan smiled slightly and introduced himself, Uncle Su. I am Lin Shan, Xiaoqian's father. Lin Xiaoqian interjected, Daddy, you made a mistake. Grandpa is Mommy's father. You should call him Grandpa too. Su Guofeng embraced Lin Xiaoqian, kissing her gently, and said with a chuckle, Xiaoqian, you were right. I will make sure your father corrects this mistake in the future. Lin Shan, come in, Su Guofeng urged. Your arduous journey by plane has finally come to an end. I had assumed you would arrive tomorrow. Upon entering the room, the trio discovered that it was a suite, with a living room outside and the patient's room within. Xiaoqian expressed her longing for her grandparents. We decided to come directly for convenience, Lin Shan remarked as he removed a painting tube from his shoulder. Uncle Su, I was uncertain about what gift to bring. I hope you and Aunt Yang will appreciate this artwork. Su Guofeng responded, please bring Qian over. What gift have you brought? We ought to thank you. Lin Xiaoqian appeared somewhat puzzled, sensing a lack of familiarity between her grandfather and father. Where are Grandpa and Grandma? She inquired. Su Guofeng chuckled. Your grandmother is asleep and has yet to awaken, but she should be stirring soon. Darling, has Qian arrived? I wish to see her. Yang Qingyue called out anxiously from her hospital bed. Su Guofeng gently pushed open the door, cradling Lin Xiaoqian, who gazed in astonishment at Yang Qingyue on the bed, her eyes quickly welling with tears. Grandma, you've lost weight. In a brief moment, mist filled Lin Xiaoqian's eyes. Qian, please don't cry. Grandma is fine. I've simply been eating less lately, as the food here doesn't quite suit my palate, Yang Qingyue hurriedly reassured her. Tears streamed down Lin Xiaoqian's cheeks. Grandma, are you ill? You must get better soon. Yes. Grandma will make every effort to recover, Yang Qingyue responded promptly, her gaze shifting to Lin Shan. Aunt Yang. I am Lin Shan, Xiaoqian's father. He introduced himself. Yang Qingyue smiled. Mingyao mentioned that you are currently taking care of Xiaoqian, and that you are doing wonderfully. I am grateful. Lin Shan shook his head. Caring for Xiaoqian is no burden. She is very understanding and brings me immense joy. Su Guofeng assisted Yang Qingyue into a seated position. Grandma, your hands have also become thin, Lin Xiaoqian remarked, gently cradling Yang Qingyue's hand, which appeared quite frail. Qian. Do not worry. Grandma will be fine, Yang Qingyue spoke softly. Lin Xiaoqian insisted, Grandma, you must eat more. Suddenly, her eyes brightened as she glanced at Lin Shan. Dad, can we bring Grandma some food? Of course, Lin Shan smiled. Lin Xiaoqian joyfully exclaimed, Grandma, the meals Dad prepares are the most delicious. You are sure to love them. Is that so? Then I am very much looking forward to it, Yang Qingyue replied with a smile. Darling, please help me out of bed. I would like to sit in the living room for a while. Qian, let us step outside. Lin Shan carried Lin Xiaoqian out. A few minutes later, Su Guofeng and Yang Qingyue joined them in the living area, which was quite spacious, measuring around 50 to 60 square meters, furnished with a sofa and a television indeed. A rather pleasant hospital environment, albeit not without its considerable expenses. Grandma, did you know Dad is a doctor? If you're unwell, would you like him to take a look at you? Lin Xiaoqian spoke in a soft, childlike voice. Yang Qingyue expressed her surprise. Lin Shan, you are skilled in medicine? Lin Shan nodded. I possess a modest understanding. I can manage a common cold, but anything more complicated might be beyond my capabilities. That is quite satisfactory. It is quite common for children to catch colds, fevers, or coughs, Yang Qingyue replied with a smile. Old Su showed me the video of you playing basketball. I had no idea you were so talented. Lin Xiaoqian's eyes sparkled. Grandma, I watched Daddy play basketball, and he is the best. Su Guofeng inquired. Lin Shun, would you be interested in pursuing a career in basketball? I could help you make some connections. Uncle Su, I currently have no such aspirations. My primary focus is on taking good care of Xiaoqian, Lin Shun responded. Su Guofeng nodded. Should you ever reconsider, do let me know. And I will do my utmost to assist you. Thank you, Uncle, Lin Xiaoqian remarked with curiosity. Daddy, you all seem quite strange. What is the matter? Lin Shun asked. Lin Xiaoqian continued. Daddy, we are family. It is only natural for family to help one another. Grandma thanks you, and you thank Grandpa. Why is that? Yang Qingwei explained. Xiaoqian, it might be because your grandparents and your father have not seen each other for a long time. Over time, we may become somewhat estranged. Old Su. Take Lin Shun out for a walk. Have a good chat. Xiaoqian, I will play with you, Yang Qingwei said. Lin Xiaoqian nodded in agreement. Once downstairs, Lin Shun and Su Guofeng arrived at a high-end private hospital, the environment of which resembled a park. Su Guofeng began. Lin Shun, regarding the incident from years ago. We owe you a debt of gratitude. Had it not been for you, Mingyao would have faced far greater psychological trauma. She might have even considered taking drastic measures. As they strolled, Su Guofeng continued. Lin Shun shook his head. Uncle Su, there is no need for thanks. Su Guofeng insisted, I must express my gratitude. If you wish to pursue basketball, I can facilitate that. If not, I can provide you with a 10 million yuan entrepreneurial fund. Lin Shun pondered inwardly. It seemed Mingyao had not disclosed anything. If she had, Su Guofeng would certainly know that he did not require such a fund. Uncle, do you disapprove of our relationship? Su Guofeng shook his head. Do not misunderstand. That is not my intention. If you were utterly ordinary, I would oppose it. For you cannot merely be together because of Xiaoqian. Such a union would only waste your time when she grows up, and you would ultimately part ways. As a father, can you understand this? Lin Shun nodded. I understand. Su Guofeng continued. The situation is different now. Your basketball skills are quite impressive, which is a significant asset. Financial constraints are inconsequential. Possessing one admirable trait is sufficient. If you and Mingyao can genuinely be together, both her mother and I will bless your union. Lin Shun gazed at Su Guofeng in astonishment, realizing that he was far more agreeable than he had anticipated. Su Guofeng sighed softly. It is only with your companionship that Mingyao may truly emerge from the shadows of the past. Lin Shun replied, Uncle Su, I will assist Mingyao in finding her way out. Su Guofeng nodded slightly. What are your plans for the future? Should you embark on an entrepreneurial venture? I could offer you some advice. However, if you choose basketball, you must rely solely on your own efforts. Lin Shun smiled. Uncle Su, I actually have a job at present and earn a modest income each month. Chapter 58. The Shock of Su Mingyao's Parents. Su Guofeng inquired, puzzled. Aren't you taking care of Qian? When do you find the time to work and earn money? Once Qian is asleep, I can earn money online, Lin Shun explained. Su Guofeng furrowed his brow. That sounds difficult. Raising a child is no easy task, and adding the responsibility of earning money makes it even more challenging. Does Mingyao not provide you with any living expenses? If that is the case, I must have a word with her. Lin Shun assured him, Uncle Su, I am not fatigued. I work less than half an hour each day. Su Guofeng responded, with such little time, your earnings must be minimal. I think I should have Mingyao provide you with some financial support. Lin Shun shook his head. No need, Uncle. My monthly income is between 3 to 5 million. Su Guofeng was taken aback. How much did you say? Lin Shun explained. Under normal circumstances, 5 million is quite feasible. My plan involves publishing a book each month. The royalties from new releases, in addition to signing bonuses, amount to 6 million. Su Guofeng's expression turned serious. You aren't involved in any illegal activities, are you? Working less than half an hour a day and earning at least 5 million. Such a job seems unimaginable. Lin Shun clarified, it is not illegal. I write fairy tales online. And the published books generate royalties. Su Guofeng was stunned. Lin Shun, do not tell me you are Lin Yu. He recalled how Su Mingyao had shown him the Lan Tingyi Su written by Lin Yu, a top-tier master of fairy tales. Only Lin Yu could earn so much from writing fairy tales. Lin Shun smiled. Lin Yu is my pen name. Initially, I intended to title my book Qianqian's Bedtime Stories, but I refrained from using that name to avoid drawing attention to her. Su Guofeng stared at Lin Shun in disbelief. You are truly the Lin Yu from the internet. Lin Shun's identity was shrouded in mystery. There was no information about him online. Su Guofeng never imagined Lin Chun would be Lin Yu. Does Meng Yao know you are Lin Yu? Su Guofeng eventually asked after a moment of contemplation. Lin Chun nodded. She is aware that Lin Yu is my pen name and knows I have earned some money from writing fairy tales. She offered me living expenses previously, which I declined. Su Guofeng's mouth twitched. Meng Yao has known you are Lin Yu all along, and she kept it from us. Lin Chun replied, I asked her to keep it a secret. I am Lin Yu. If this news spreads, it may affect my ability to take Qian Qian out, and we would likely be the center of attention. Su Guofeng waved his hand dismissively. You shouldn't have asked her to keep it from us. She simply does not wish to disclose it. I will address it with her later. Lin Chun, your calligraphy is unexpectedly exceptional, and your talent for crafting fairy tales is remarkably formidable. You are also quite skilled in basketball. Why have you not showcased these abilities before? Su Guofeng expressed his confusion. His inquiries revealed that Lin Chun was rather ordinary. Perhaps his appearance was the only highlight, yet his previous modest attire had concealed this singular advantage. Lin Chun smiled but chose not to respond. He had never possessed such capabilities in the past. Lin Chun, if you prefer not to speak, that is perfectly fine. Everyone harbors their own little secrets. Thank you. Uncle Su. In the hospital room, Yang Qingwei presented some snacks to Lin Xiaoqian, having arranged them with Su Guofeng prior to her arrival. Xiaoqian, are your parents doing well? Yang Qingwei inquired. Lin Xiaoqian nodded. Grandma, they are great. Mom and Dad are both healthy and have not fallen ill. Yang Qingwei sighed, realizing her own muddled thinking. She had asked a 2-year-old in such an indirect manner. Lin Xiaoqian could hardly grasp the meaning behind her question. Do you sleep with Mom and Dad? Do they hug and kiss you? Yang Qingwei rephrased her inquiry. While munching on her snacks, Lin Xiaoqian replied, Grandma, I haven't slept with Mom and Dad yet. They are in the room kissing. Yang Qingwei pondered this. It appeared that Lin Chun and Su Mingyao had yet to make substantial progress. Lin Xiaoqian's mention of them kissing in the room likely indicated that there was no such occurrence, and Lin Chun might merely be misleading Lin Xiaoqian. Knock, knock. Half an hour later, Lin Chun and the others returned. Xiaoqian, we need to head back now. We will come here again tomorrow to visit Grandpa and Grandma. Lin Xiaoqian felt a twinge of reluctance, but bid farewell to Yang Qingwei as Lin Chun carried her away. Honey. It seems Lin Chun and Meng Yao have not made any advancements. They are likely just putting on a facade to deceive Xiaoqian into believing they are in love. Yang Qingwei remarked. Su Guofeng replied, I actually hope they have made some progress. If there has been no development at all, Meng Yao's psychological scars could be far more severe than we realize. Yang Qingwei was puzzled. I have spoken to you about Lin Yu. Lin Chun is Lin Yu. What? Yang Qingwei was taken aback. She knew Lin Yu, but how could Lin Chun be Lin Yu? Lin Yu's abilities in fairy tale creation and calligraphy were of the highest caliber. Are you certain? Yang Qingwei asked. Su Guofeng affirmed. It was Lin Chun himself who revealed this to me. Do you think he would deliberately lie to me about such matters? Yang Qingwei shook her head. There is no point in lying about such things, and it would only yield adverse effects. Then Lin Chun is truly exceptional. The art of fairy tale creation and calligraphy, alongside impressive basketball skills, truly astounds. Su Guofeng nodded, pondering. If Meng Yao is aware of all this, could it be that her feelings for Lin Chun are far more profound than we initially surmised? Yang Qingwei muttered. Could it be that they are actually being intimate in the room? What? Su Guofeng inquired. Qian remarked that they did not share a bed, but occasionally closed the door to their room for some affectionate moments. Initially, I believe they were merely putting on a facade. Suddenly, Su Guofeng stood up. He retrieved the painting tube that Lin Chun had brought and cleared the coffee table. Opening the tube, he unfurled its contents. Su Guofeng was taken aback. He had expected a calligraphic work, but instead, it was a painting. The artwork depicted pine trees and cranes, a representation of longevity and health. Darling, this painting looks splendid. You possess more knowledge in this area than I do. What do you think of it? Su Guofeng inquired. Yang Qingwei remained silent, absorbed in her examination. As minutes passed, Su Guofeng gently nudged the engrossed Yang Qingwei. What is it? She asked, puzzled. Dear, how do you find this painting? Su Guofeng pressed. After a moment's contemplation, Yang Qingwei replied, someone once gifted my father a similar pine crane painting. Upon learning its worth was 18 million, he promptly returned it. I have seen that piece, and I must say, this one pales in comparison. However, the former was a masterpiece and an antique, while this is a contemporary creation. At this juncture, astonishment flickered in Yang Qingwei's eyes. Honey, could it be that Lin Chun painted this himself? Su Guofeng mused. I suspect so, given his exceptional calligraphy. It would seem unnecessary for him to gift something not of his own creation. I shall call Ming Yao to inquire. With that, Su Guofeng produced his phone. Chapter 59, Ming Yao. Is Linshan Lin you? Yang Qingwei cautioned. Darling, it is still dark in Huagua. I will send Ming Yao a message. She will respond once she awakens. Su Guofeng sent a message to Su Mingyao. Dad, what is up? Over an hour later, Su Mingyao replied, having risen early. Su Guofeng initiated a video call. Dad, what is it? Su Mingyao asked, still in bed, needing a moment to gather herself. Su Guofeng, exasperated, remarked, Mingyao, why didn't you tell us about Lin Shen's remarkable painting skills? Yang Qingwei glanced at her husband, aware they could not yet confirm if this painting was indeed Lin Shen's work. On the other end of the line, Su Mingyao felt a tinge of embarrassment. Dad, wouldn't it be better for Lin Shen to tell you himself? Su Guofeng insisted. Is this painting truly Lin Shen's? Dad, you're trying to extract information from me. Su Mingyao playfully chided. If you wish to ask, simply do so. Why must you pry? Do you think I would hide anything from you? Su Guofeng said with irritation. You have a criminal record. You know that Lin Shen is Lin Yu, yet you chose to remain silent. You had already shown me Lin Yu's Lantinggi Su. At that time, you must have known that Lin Shen was Lin Yu, right? Su Mingyao replied, Dad, that's not important. I have no relationship with Lin Shen. So why should I mention it? Yang Qingwei leaned in closer. Mingyao, do you not have any feelings for Lin Shen? His calligraphy, painting, fairy tale writing, and basketball skills are all exceptionally remarkable. He is truly outstanding. Not at all, Su Mingyao said somewhat insincerely. Su Guofeng responded, that's good to hear. Your mother and I have found a suitable match for you. You should give it a chance. Dad, please don't meddle, Su Mingyao quickly replied. Su Guofeng continued. We've spoken with the doctor. The best way for you to move forward is to start a relationship. Rest assured, the person we've chosen for you is quite impressive, a true gentleman of wealth and charm. Spend less time with Lin Shen and more time with him. Su Mingyao took a deep breath and said, Dad, I don't have entirely indifferent feelings for Lin Shen. I have developed some fondness for him. Please don't look elsewhere. Yang Qingwei chuckled. Your father isn't looking for anyone. Su Mingyao rolled her eyes. Dad, you've really gotten addicted to tricking me. Su Guofeng laughed. Who told you not to speak the truth? If you were honest, I wouldn't need to be like this. You have some affection for Lin Shen, yet you remain silent about his circumstances. Aren't you afraid we might treat him poorly? Su Mingyao shook her head. Lin Shen is Qianqian's father, and besides, he has done us a favor. You won't say anything harsh to him? Su Guofeng asked. What other merits does Lin Shen possess? Please share. Dad, didn't you have someone investigate him before? Yang Qingwei interjected. Mingyao, stop arguing with your father. Please provide us with a detailed account of Lin Shen's situation. We would like to understand more. Su Mingyao responded. Mom, you already know. His calligraphy, painting, fairy tale writing, and basketball skills are quite impressive. Is that all? Su Guofeng inquired. I feel there must be more. Su Mingyao replied. His culinary skills are exceptional at a world-class level. Furthermore, he has a remarkable aptitude for languages and likely speaks 7 or 8 foreign languages. Beyond that, I am not well acquainted with him. Su Guofeng and Yang Qingwei were astonished. He truly possesses such talents? Dad, please don't speak carelessly about him. He might be concerned about being exploited for experiments or fear being secretly assassinated by certain factions within the country, Su Mingyao cautioned. Su Guofeng agreed. His concerns are not without merit. Some of our nation's top talents have met mysterious ends. You can rest assured, your mother and I will certainly not speak recklessly. Yang Qingwei added, Mingyao, with Lin Shen's exceptional qualities and considering Qianqian, you must seize the opportunity and not let him slip away. Understood, Su Guofeng urged. Mingyao, please pay attention to this matter. Belling Chun might develop feelings for someone else, and Qianqian may end up with a stepmother. Father, if he finds someone new, it signifies our lack of fate. All right, I must rise and prepare for work. Goodbye. Su Mingyao swiftly ended the call. My dear husband, your investigation back then was rather unreliable, Yang Qingwei remarked. Who would have known that Lin Shen could conceal things so deeply? Mingyao expressed that she had developed a slight affection for him, suggesting they might have a chance together. If they were to unite, it would be splendid for Mingyao to fully emerge from her predicament, Su Guofeng noted. Yang Qingwei nodded, hoping Mingyao would seize the opportunity. Should she fail, her situation might worsen. A night passed. The next morning, Lin Shen purchased some ingredients. After spending a bit of money, he borrowed the kitchen of a Chinese restaurant. He prepared 6 dishes and brought them to the hospital in takeout containers. Grandpa, Grandma, Daddy has cooked, and his cooking is the best. You will surely love it, Lin Xiaoqian cheerfully declared. Lin Shen regarded them with suspicion. Uncle Su, Aunt Yang, is there something wrong with me? Su Guofeng and the others exchanged glances that suggested otherwise. No, Su Guofeng shook his head. Lin Shen opened the takeout containers, and an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Yang Qingwa swallowed hard. She had lacked appetite since her surgery, the doctor diagnosing her with mild anorexia. Yet now she found herself yearning to taste Lin Shen's culinary creations. Uncle Su, Aunt Yang, do give it a try. The presentation may not be exquisite, but the flavor should suffice, Lin Shen smiled. Grandma, do taste it. All right. Yang Qingwei took a bite and was immediately taken aback. The ingredients were familiar, yet the taste was unparalleled. Even a 5-star hotel chef could not match such skill. I must try as well, Su Guofeng remarked, astonished as he looked at Lin Shen. Su Mingyao had not exaggerated. Lin Shen's culinary artistry was undeniably of world-class caliber. Grandpa, Grandma, is it not delicious? Daddy's cooking is the best. Both Mommy and I adore it. Lin Xiaoqian giggled. Su Guofeng and Yang Qingwen nodded in agreement. 20 minutes later, Yang Qingwa paused, feeling somewhat full. Mild anorexia seemed non-existent in the face of such delectable dishes. Lin Shen, I have a humble request. Xiaoqian's grandmother has been diagnosed with anorexia, but she is eating well now. Could you possibly bring a meal every day during your stay here? Su Guofeng asked somewhat hesitantly. If Lin Shen and Su Mingyao were to become a couple, he would no longer feel awkward. After all, family should not stand on ceremony. However, Lin Shen and Su Mingyao had yet to unite. Of course, no problem at all, Lin Shen replied with a smile. Uncle Su, you needn't be so polite. In due time, he would surely not hold back in providing for them. Chapter 60, Trouble at the Shooting Range. After finishing their meal, Su Guofeng returned to the hotel with Su Mingyao, who intended to take a nap. He found no need to stay there during the afternoon. Grandfather, tell me a story. Lin Xiaoqian chimed in with a sweet voice. This storybook was written by Daddy. It's really wonderful. All right, I shall tell you a story, Su Guofeng replied gently. After recounting tales for over 10 minutes, Lin Xiaoqian drifted off to sleep with a faint smile on her face. Lin Shen, please take a seat. Su Guofeng beckoned Lin Shen to sit in the living room outside. He had reserved a luxurious suite for both Lin Shen and Lin Xiaoqian, complete with a small sitting area outside the bedroom. The events of the past had deeply affected Meng Yao. She had consulted numerous doctors, and while she appeared fine now, she had not fully recovered. I hope you can be a bit more understanding towards her. It is unwise to rush into declarations of love. Rather, it should unfold naturally, as time permits. Do you understand my meaning? Lin Shen nodded. Uncle Su, I understand. I have some knowledge of medicine, and many people are left with psychological scars after trauma. Su Guofeng smiled faintly. Thank you for your understanding, Lin Shen. That incident also left a significant impact on her mother and me. Since then, we have been increasingly anxious about her well-being, fearing any further issues. Lin Shen assured him. Uncle Su, I will protect her. He recalled the image of Su Mingyao waiting for him after a drink, the proud and aloof president who, at times, managed to warm his heart. Indeed, Su Guofeng nodded. Some wealthy individuals prefer to choose a son-in-law who is honest and somewhat simple-minded. However, I am different. I wish to find someone who can be a pillar of support for Mingyao. Her mother and I cannot safeguard her forever. Wealth is transient. As long as you both are well, our fortunes will eventually belong to you. Lin Shen shook his head. Uncle Su, you are mistaken. Even if Mingyao and I were to be together, your wealth remains yours. I can earn my own living. If we are together, it is because of her, not because of the Su family's money. Su Guofeng gazed at Lin Shen in astonishment. Let us discuss this later. Both Mingyao and I hold you in high regard. Lin Shen smiled and inquired, Uncle Su, is there a shooting range nearby? I would like to try my hand at shooting. Su Guofeng nodded. There is a range a bit further away. When Mingyao's mother falls ill and I feel overwhelmed, I sometimes go there to unwind. Shooting helps relieve stress. I have a black card there, which allows access to any firearm. You can take my card and go now. I can keep an eye on Xiaoqian. Lin Shen agreed. With Su Guofeng watching over Lin Xiaoqian, he felt reassured. 20 minutes later, Lin Shen arrived at the shooting range. He handled the gun with familiarity. Having gained much shooting experience from playing at the amusement park with Lin Xiaoqian, he now felt a deep connection with the firearm. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Shen fired 3 shots in quick succession. The first shot strayed slightly, but the second and third shots were precise, as if he were a seasoned veteran. Time ticked away. Lin Chun indulged in a variety of firearms, acquiring experience with each. Regardless of the weapon, he demonstrated commendable proficiency. "Hello," she greeted in halting Mandarin. Lin Chun replied in fluent English, "I speak English. How may I assist you?" The blonde woman's eyes lit up. "Your English is excellent. I'm looking to hire someone as a bodyguard, and your marksmanship is impressive. I hope you can take on this role. For a month. The remuneration is $100,000. Lin Chun was taken aback. Such a sum was considerable. "I'm afraid I'm just here for leisure and will be returning home soon. You could hire several professional bodyguards for that amount." He shook his head in refusal. The blonde woman continued, "The individuals troubling me possess considerable strength, and I fear that professionals might not handle the situation adequately. That is why I am here at the shooting range to find someone myself. I will offer you $200,000 for the month." Lin Chun shook his head again. "I am not in need of money. This is not about finances. I suggest you seek someone else. $300,000. I can pay you $15,000 up front." The blonde woman remained undeterred. Lin Chun continued to shake his head. At that moment, two men approached Lin Chun, their hands reaching beneath their clothing. He sensed the intent to kill in their eyes. Cursing silently, he realized trouble was imminent. The two men drew firearms, one aiming at Lin Chun. Bang! Bang! Lin Chun swiftly fired 2 shots, each finding its mark in the center of the attackers' foreheads. Since they intended to kill him, he felt no obligation to show restraint. Courtesy would lead to his demise. The blonde woman stood momentarily stunned. "You saved my life. Here is my business card. If I survive this month, I will use my family's influence to assist you should you encounter difficulties." She handed him a seemingly ordinary card. Lin Chun's brow furrowed. "Their bodies," the blonde woman stated, "need not concern you. Give me your weapon, and I will claim responsibility for their deaths. My family will handle it. And the police will not pursue you." Lin Chun handed her the gun. "I do not require your assistance, but please ensure that trouble does not find me. We shall not meet again." He departed swiftly. The blonde woman dialed a number. "Andrew, 2 assassins attempted to kill me, but I dealt with them. I need you to take care of their bodies." Leaving the shooting range, Lin Chun took a series of taxis until he returned to his hotel. "Dad, where have you been?" Lin Xiaoqian has awakened, cheerfully approaching. Lin Chun bent down and lifted Lin Xiaoqian into his arms. "Dad has gone out for a bit," he said. "Are you being good, Xiaoqian? Have you been mischievous?" Lin Chun inquired, planting a kiss on Lin Xiaoqian. She shook her head. "I haven't been naughty. I painted with Grandpa, and I paint better than him, hee. Su Guofeng marveled. "Lin Chun, Xiaoqian's talent for painting is remarkable. It must be inherited from you." Lin Chun set Lin Xiaoqian down. "Xiaoqian, continue painting for a while longer. Create a picture for Grandpa and Grandma. Uncle Su, I need to discuss something with you." While Lin Xiaoqian painted in the bedroom, Lin Chun and Su Guofeng moved to the living room. Su Guofeng expressed his concern. "Lin Chun, your demeanor seems off. Is something wrong?" Lin Chun recounted the events at the shooting range. "What about the business card?" Su Guofeng asked. Lin Chun handed the card to Su Guofeng, who gazed at it in astonishment. "Lin Chun, this family is quite formidable. Your saving of Sualina may not be a misstep after all," Su Guofeng remarked. "Uncle Su, do you know this family?" Lin Chun queried. Su Guofeng nodded. "I know a bit. This family is more powerful than ours by at least tenfold." "Is Sualina beautiful?" Lin Chun asked. He shook his head. "She's just average, Uncle Su. I killed those 2 assassins. I want to attract trouble, will I? Isn't that missing the point?" Su Guofeng replied. "Even if they find out, if they seek to kill you, your retaliation is justified. They wouldn't provoke our Su family over 2 dead men." Lin Chun nodded slightly, contemplating the necessity of enhancing his combat abilities, for one's own strength is the most reliable asset. Chapter 61. Should Lin Chun and the others get their marriage certificate first? Lin Chun pondered. "I killed the assassins and disrupted their plans. Will they truly not retaliate?" Su Guofeng reassured him, "Most likely not. Powerful factions are involved in numerous matters. If they retaliated for every thwarted plan, they would be at odds with the world. If they reacted violently to minor incidents, how would other factions perceive them? They would certainly fear retaliation as well." Lin Chun nodded slightly. Su Guofeng continued. "This will likely resolve within a month. Such matters often stem from internal power struggles within families. Attracting trouble for the family is a demerit. Minor factions may hold grudges easily, but major powers prioritize their interests. You are merely inadvertently entangled in this situation. There is no need for excessive worry." Lin Chun replied. I'm not particularly concerned for myself. I worry about you and Aunt Yang in America. Su Guofeng chuckled. You needn't fret for us. Wealthy individuals possess an unspoken understanding. What benefit would they gain from harming us? We are all part of the same circle. Disregarding the rules would lead to perpetual exclusion from it. Many wealthy individuals have faced bankruptcy, yet how many have resorted to murder over such matters? Lin Shen pondered for a moment and concluded that indeed, instances of bankruptcy were countless, while the assassination of the wealthy was a rarity. Uncle Su, let us exercise caution, he advised. Su Guofeng nodded in agreement, reassuring him, rest assured, I have engaged the services of bodyguards from the most formidable security company in the United States. Should any incident occur, they too will bear the consequences. Various factions will certainly accord them some measure of respect. Lin Shen exhaled in relief. Su Guofeng continued. I will have someone investigate the matter further and will inform you of any developments. Qian has fallen asleep. You should also take some rest. Su Guofeng said as he rose to leave. Upon entering his room, Su Guofeng made a phone call, leveraging his connections in the United States. In less than half an hour, he received the information he sought. Indeed, it was a case of familial strife. Su Guofeng mused to himself. He had already added Lin Shen on WeChat and promptly sent him a message. Lin Shen, it is an internal conflict within the Dawson family. There should be no cause for concern. All right, Uncle Su, Lin Shen replied, feeling a sense of reassurance wash over him. Yet, this situation served as a stark reminder that the world was not as tranquil as it appeared. He realized that only by strengthening his own capabilities could he ensure the safety of himself and his family. He wondered when he would acquire martial arts skills. Contemplating that such abilities were often attained through natural progression rather than through coercive training of Lin Xiaoqian. Xiaoqian, you are over 2 years old now. No longer just a toddler. You must start to assert yourself, he thought as he entered the bedroom and gently tapped Lin Xiaoqian's little nose. A sweet smile graced her face, hinting at the dream she was enjoying. 5 days swiftly passed. Su Guofeng took Lin Xiaoqian to the hospital in the morning. And at noon, Lin Shen prepared a meal for the 4 of them to share at the hospital. He cooked abundantly, ensuring that Yang Qingwei could also partake in the evening meal. Each meal was substantial, and Yang Qingwei had shown considerable improvement. Grandpa and Grandma, I will miss you dearly. Grandma, you must recover quickly and return home soon, Lin Xiaoqian said, her voice tinged with reluctance. The family had been there for a week, and despite Su Guofeng's reluctance, they needed to allow Lin Shen and his family to return. Su Mingyao missed Lin Xiaoqian as well, and it was important for Lin Shen and Su Mingyao to cultivate their relationship further. Grandma will recover swiftly, Yang Qingwei assured, embracing Lin Xiaoqian with a smile. Yes, yes. Lin Xiaoqian nodded in agreement. A knock resounded at the door just then. Su Guofeng opened it to find not a doctor, but a blonde woman standing outside. This woman was Salina, holding a large bouquet of flowers. Mr. Su, my name is Salina. I have come to pay a visit to the esteemed lady, she said with a warm smile. Su Guofeng ushered Salina into the room, where she presented a bouquet of flowers to Yang Qingwei. Then, turning her gaze towards Lin Shen, she expressed her gratitude, saying, Mr. Lin, thank you for your assistance. I have emerged victorious. Should you require my help in the future, please do not hesitate to reach out. Lin Shen replied coolly, I did not assist you for your sake, but for my own protection. Just ensure that no one disturbs us. Salina assured him, rest assured, that will not happen. She departed shortly thereafter. Uncle Su, Aunt Yang, Xiaoxi and I shall take our leave now. Please take care. Not long after, Lin Shen, cradling Lin Xiaoxi, also took his leave. Although Salina was not exceptionally beautiful, she was still quite agreeable. Yang Qingwei expressed her concern, wondering if Salina might harbor feelings for Lin Shen. Su Guofeng responded, Dear, what are you thinking? The Dawson family possesses assets worth several $100 million, far exceeding our Su family's wealth. She is destined to be the heir of the Dawson lineage. He continued, Lin Shen is quite remarkable as well. Do you truly believe there is no chance of Salina being attracted to him? Yang Qingwei frowned slightly. Su Guofeng conceded, While it is not impossible, the likelihood is exceedingly low. Do not worry, my dear. Do you doubt Mingyao's appeal? Yang Qingwei replied, If Mingyao were more proactive, I would certainly have confidence. Our daughter is no less than anyone else, but she has always been rather aloof towards men. I fear that if too much time passes, Lin Shen's enthusiasm may wane. Su Guofeng remarked with a peculiar expression, My dear, are you perhaps placing too high a value on Lin Shen? After all, I've shared many meals with him. Yang Qingwei mused, Should we encourage Mingyao to obtain a marriage certificate with Lin Shen? They could formalize their union and gradually cultivate their affection. Obtain a marriage certificate? She continued, indeed, given that they already have a child, it seems reasonable. Su Guofeng pondered for a moment before responding. Let us not rush. Let them spend a bit more time together. When we return, we shall assess their situation then. Little did they know, Lin Shan and Ming Yao had already tied the knot. 20 hours later, the plane landed safely. Lin Shan had been teaching Lin Xiaoxi how to fold paper airplanes, gathering a wealth of information about various models, particularly the Gulfstream 550, which he thought might yield some insights. Yet, it proved that his system was not inclined to stir any trouble. Mommy! Lin Xiaoxi exclaimed joyfully as they disembarked from the aircraft. Su Mingyao had driven to the airport to pick them up. Xiaoxi, Mommy has missed you dearly, she said, embracing her daughter and planting a kiss on her cheek. Mommy, Daddy and I have missed you too. Did you miss Daddy? Su Mingyao glanced at Lin Chun, her cheeks flushing slightly. I thought about it, she replied. Lin Xiaoxi giggled, Mommy, put me down. You and Daddy should hug and kiss too. Su Mingyao responded. Not right now. Daddy hasn't bathed in ages and must surely be rather odorous. Lin Chun, why don't you drive? I'll hold Xiaoxi. Since she had chosen to drive herself rather than having an assistant do it, Lin Chun smiled and replied, very well. The three swiftly made their way to the car. Mom, I have a little secret to tell you, Lin Xiaoqian whispered. However, the confined space of the vehicle allowed Lin Chun to hear her clearly. What secret? Su Mingyao inquired. Lin Xiaoqian leaned closer to Su Mingyao's ear and said, an aunt came to see Dad, and she even brought flowers. Chapter 62. Su Mingyao felt jealous. Su Mingyao was momentarily taken aback, her gaze shifting to Lin Chun, who was driving. Lin Chun, you seem to be quite popular, she remarked. Lin Chun pondered to himself that perhaps this would instill a sense of urgency in Su Mingyao, potentially accelerating the progression of their relationship. Mingyao, why do you ask that? Lin Chun feigned ignorance of Lin Xiaoqian's earlier comment. It's nothing, Su Mingyao replied, playfully ignoring Lin Chun as she teased Lin Xiaoqian. An hour later, Lin Chun arrived at the community parking lot. Mingyao, you and Xiaoqian can head upstairs first. I need to buy some groceries. There's nothing to eat at home. Lin Chun said with a smile. All right. Su Mingyao nodded, and she and Lin Xiaoqian ascended to their room. Xiaoqian, was the aunt who brought flowers for Dad pretty? Su Mingyao asked. Lin Xiaoqian shook her head. Mom, that's not it. The aunt didn't bring flowers for Dad. She brought them for Grandma. Su Mingyao felt a twinge of disappointment. She had been slightly gloomy upon realizing that the flowers were not meant for Lin Chun. Xiaoqian, you mentioned that an aunt came to see Dad and brought flowers. Su Mingyao said with a hint of annoyance. Lin Xiaoqian looked puzzled. Mom, did I say something wrong? Su Mingyao sighed. Not exactly wrong, but the implication is entirely different. Was the aunt pretty? She asked. Lin Xiaoqian nodded enthusiastically. Yes, the aunt is very beautiful. She couldn't quite discern, but she believed that complimenting others was never a mistake. Xiaoqian, why don't you go play on the balcony? Your toys have missed you. Su Mingyao suggested. Okay. Lin Xiaoqian cheerfully bounded toward the balcony. Mom, Xiaoqian is back. Are you both well? Have you been feeling any better these days? Su Mingyao dialed Yang Qingyue for a video call from the study. Quite well. As long as Lin Chun and Xiaoqian returned safely, that's what matters. Mingyao, Lin Chun is quite remarkable. You should cherish your time together. Don't let regret come too late, Yang Qingyue advised. Su Mingyao playfully protested. Mom, what are you saying? Lin Chun has only been around for a few days, and you're all so supportive of him. Your father even called yesterday to speak highly of Lin Chun. Yang Qingyue added. Lin Chun is indeed exceptional. He takes good care of Xiaoqian. Do you wish for Xiaoqian to have a stepfather or stepmother? You two together is the best scenario, Yang Qingyue asserted. Mom, you didn't used to say that, Su Mingyao murmured. Knowing that Lin Chun is a skilled basketball player isn't too common. Your father and I have recognized his worth. We simply didn't anticipate just how outstanding he truly is, Yang Qingyue remarked. Su Mingyao casually inquired. Mom, Qianqian mentioned that a beautiful lady sent you flowers. Who could it be? Yang Qingyue felt a stir in her heart and replied, I do not know her. She is a friend of Lin Chen's from this area. And indeed, she is quite lovely. In truth, Su Alina's beauty was merely above average, while Su Mingyao's allure was exceptional, marking a significant contrast. Yang Qingyue spoke deliberately. Lin Chen's friend has taken the time to visit you. She is quite thoughtful. Mom, I only wanted to check in via video call. So I'll hang up now to give Qianqian a bath, Su Mingyao concluded, disconnecting the call. A faint smile graced Yang Qingyue's face. As Su Mingyao's mother, she understood her daughter well. The video call was secondary. Her primary curiosity lay in the identity of the flower sender. Previously, Su Mingyao would merely send a message to report her safety. 20 minutes later, Lin Chen returned, and Su Mingyao had finished bathing Lin Chanqian. Lin Chen, please prepare fewer dishes for lunch. I am currently on a diet and do not wish to eat, Su Mingyao stated. Lin Chen assessed her and remarked, Mingyao, your figure is undeniably perfect. Why would you need to diet? Moreover, who diets by skipping lunch? Typically, people just refrain from eating after noon. Su Mingyao replied, I had a substantial breakfast. I do not want lunch. Please prepare a lighter meal to avoid waste. Are you truly not eating? No, she affirmed. Lin Chen nodded slightly. Very well, I shall prepare less. Mingyao, I have some knowledge of medicine. While it is acceptable occasionally, frequent occurrences like this are not good for your health. I understand. She responded, continuing to play with Lin Chanqian, whom she needed to cherish after their time apart. Before long, delightful aromas wafted from the kitchen. How fragrant! Su Mingyao swallowed hard. Half an hour later, Lin Chen had prepared the meal, consisting only of 3 dishes for himself and Lin Chanqian. There was fish, meat, and vegetables. It was quite a decent spread. Mommy, it's time to eat. Let us wash our hands first, Lin Chanqian joyfully exclaimed. Su Mingyao assisted Lin Chanqian in washing her hands, and then lifted her onto her dining chair. Chanqian, Mommy isn't hungry. You and Daddy can eat. I have to leave for some matters at the company and will visit you again in a couple of days. Su Mingyao kissed Lin Chanqian. Aren't you hungry, Mommy? Lin Chanqian asked in confusion. Your stomach is growling. Grandma says a growling stomach means it wants food. Just then, Su Mingyao's stomach growled again. The dishes Lin Chen prepared were indeed delightful and visually appealing. Mingyao, it seems you are not truly hungry, he remarked. I have prepared rice for you. 3 dishes should suffice for us. Lin Chen then went to the kitchen to serve a bowl of rice. After the meal, Su Mingyao rushed to wash the dishes. By the time she finished, Lin Chanqian had fallen asleep. Mingyao, are you perhaps feeling jealous? Salina sought me out due to the considerable assistance I provided her. Her appearance is rather unremarkable, posing no threat to you. Lin Chen gazed at Su Mingyao with a cheerful smile. Su Mingyao replied softly, do not be so vain. Am I jealous? I merely wish for you to understand that we have an agreement. Should you pursue someone else, we shall divorce first. I have matters to attend to at the company, so I must take my leave. Lin Chen, bewildered, inquired, what is going on? Mingyao, the flowers from Salina were not intended for me, but for your mother. I am aware of that, Su Mingyao responded. When Chanqian is not around, please address me by my name. Our relationship does not warrant such familiarity. As Su Mingyao moved towards the door to change her shoes and depart, Lin Chen found himself utterly perplexed. What could possibly be the matter? Little did he know, his future mother-in-law, far across the ocean in America, had inadvertently assisted him. The little cotton-padded jacket also remarked that the aunt was quite beautiful. Mingyao, let us clarify things before you leave, Lin Chen interjected, blocking the doorway. Su Mingyao's slight twinge of jealousy was a positive sign, but excessive jealousy could prove detrimental. Salina is indeed beautiful. Why do you describe her as ordinary? We merely obtained a marriage certificate. I have no intention of interfering in your affairs. There is no need for deception, and I find such behavior quite distasteful. Su Mingyao frowned. Lin Chen, puzzled, replied, I did not lie. Little Qian said she was beautiful. Sometimes, children's words cannot be taken at face value. My mother also remarked on her beauty, Su Mingyao stated calmly. Lin Chen exclaimed, goodness, both a big and a little one have conspired against me. Chapter 63. Su Mingyao gifts. Lin Chen stepped aside, exclaiming helplessly, Mingyao, return and ask our mother. The disparity in aesthetic appreciation among individuals should not be so vast. Su Mingyao shot him a sidelong glance, retorting, what do you mean our mother? That is my mother. You assist Chanqian in adjusting her time zone. With that, Su Mingyao opened the door and left. In the underground parking lot, Su Mingyao entered her car but did not start the engine immediately. Instead, she sat in quiet contemplation. Was her mother deliberately stating that Salina was beautiful? Su Mingyao pondered. She glanced at the time, 12:30 a.m. It would be the middle of the night in America. And her parents were likely asleep. Dad, are you awake? Su Mingyao sent a message to Su Guofeng. Her mother was a patient and certainly could not be disturbed at such a late hour. Her father might still be awake at this time. What is it? Su Guofeng quickly replied. He was lying in bed but had not yet fallen asleep. Chanqian mentioned a beautiful aunt who sent flowers. Yet Lin Chen says she is not beautiful. Who is lying? A faint smile graced Su Guofeng's face as he read the message. His daughter was actually concerned about this. It seemed that her relationship with Lin Shun was quite promising. There was no deception. Qian is still young. If the person is well-dressed and brings flowers, she might perceive her as beautiful. Salina is merely average. Even with makeup, she is only slightly above average, Su Guofeng replied. Upon reading the message, Su Mingyao covered her face in embarrassment. How could she possibly face anyone now? She was unexpectedly a bit defensive about it. And Lin Shun could certainly discern that she felt a twinge of jealousy. How could this be? Su Mingyao was filled with regret. Why did she allow herself to feel jealous and angry? Mingyao, you wouldn't be quarreling with Lin Shun, would you? Su Guofeng messaged her again. No. How could that be? I don't care about Sualina's looks, as long as Lin Shun isn't lying. If he were to lie, it would set a bad example for Qian. Su Guofeng searched online for a photo of Peking duck and sent it to Su Mingyao. Dad, why did you send this? Oh, nothing. I just feel like having Peking duck. Su Mingyao was puzzled. After a few seconds, she rolled her eyes at her phone, realizing her father's implication. Stubborn as a dead duck. Lin Shun, I should have time the day after tomorrow. If you're free, let us take Qian to the amusement park for some fun. Su Mingyao sent a message to Lin Shun. Upon reading it, Lin Shun smiled. He had just stormed off in anger, and now she was sending this. Did Su Mingyao realize that Sualina's looks were rather average? I'm not going. You're wronging me. I'm quite hurt. Without a kiss or a hug, it'll take me 10 days to recover. Lin Shun replied. Su Mingyao, what if I lift you high instead? You can't lift me. How about I lift you instead? Su Mingyao got out of the car and retrieved a box from the trunk. Knock, knock. 2 minutes later, Su Mingyao knocked on the door. Lin Shun quickly opened it. You took Qian out and even cooked for my parents. You've worked hard. Your calligraphy is quite good. So I'm giving you this pen. You might find it useful for signing. She had forgotten to give it to him earlier. Lin Shun looked at Su Mingyao with a smile. He suspected she hadn't forgotten, but was upset and didn't want to give it to him. Thank you. Lin Shun accepted the box containing the pen. Mingyao, does this symbolize flying together, holding you in my hand? Su Mingyao replied. I didn't think that much. Don't overthink it. She turned to leave, slightly flustered. Soon, she descended the stairs. Lin Shun opened the box to find a beautifully crafted fountain pen, clearly of high quality. Although Su Mingyao was a bit proud, overall, he found it quite impressive. In such situations, many girls would wait for the boys to comfort them. Some might even require tangible gestures beyond mere words. Though Su Mingyao was stubborn, she had indeed made a tangible gesture. I'm free the day after tomorrow. Little Qian has long wanted the family to visit the amusement park. Come over tomorrow evening. It's hot, so we should leave early. Lin Shun messaged Su Mingyao. All right. After a moment of consideration, Su Mingyao replied. She had quite a few matters to attend to. Tomorrow evening, if she is to come to Lin Shun's place, she must seize the moment today, as it is anticipated that she will be working late until 10 o'clock tonight. What shall I practice? Lin Shun pondered. Lin Xiaoqian was napping while he rummaged through martial arts materials in the study. There were a plethora of resources available online: Tai Chi, Wing Chun, Jeet Kune Do, Xingyi Quan, Baguazhong, Muay Thai, among others. The authenticity of these materials was uncertain, yet practicing them could yield some semblance of skill. Directly teaching Lin Xiaoqian seemed too contrived and would likely prove ineffective. His intention was to practice on his own. Perhaps Lin Xiaoqian would take an interest and join him in learning. Ultimately, he decided on Tai Chi after some contemplation. Lin Shun concluded that Tai Chi's gentle movements could be practiced at home, allowing Lin Xiaoqian to participate if she became intrigued. System, as my physique continues to improve, will I be able to cultivate internal strength if I practice Tai Chi in the future? Lin Shun inquired in his mind. Host, if you choose the right method, it is indeed possible. However, personal practice may require at least 10 years, coupled with a dedicated daily regimen of over 3 hours, the system replied. It appears my aspirations to excel depend significantly on my precious daughter, Lin Shun mused. System, there are numerous styles of Tai Chi online. Please assist me in selecting a reliable one. Understood, host. Lin Shun discovered several options, and the system helped him choose one that would yield effective results with long-term practice. For an ordinary person, even with persistent effort, only physical conditioning could be achieved. Cultivating internal strength was simply unattainable. Drawing the curtains, Lin Shun began practicing silently while watching a video. He needed to master the movements first. Only if he executed them beautifully would Lin Xiaoqian take an interest. He estimated it would take about 4 to 5 days to learn, and to perfect the aesthetics of the movements, perhaps 10 days to half a month. After a round of practice, Lin Chen wondered, "System, what is my current physique level?" "Host, your physique is now at 171 points." A faint smile graced Lin Chen's face. His physique was approaching that of elite fighters. In terms of pure physicality, he was not far behind Tyson at his peak. However, in a bout against Tyson, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage due to his lack of combat skills. "I shall continue to practice. It is merely 10 days to half a month. Even if Xiao Qian does not choose to learn alongside me, practicing will be beneficial." Lin Chen continued his training with determination. Ding dong. Not long after he began, the doorbell rang. Lin Chen furrowed his brow. It likely wasn't Su Mengyao, who would be aware that Lin Xiaoqian was napping and would refrain from ringing the bell. "Zhao Tianyu." Lin Chen spotted the visitor through the peephole. To his surprise, Zhao Tianyu had found his way to his home. "What a coincidence, Zhao Tianyu. I just returned to the country today, and you happened to arrive as well," Lin Chen said, opening the door with a bemused smile. Chapter 64. Zhao Tianyu's good intentions. Zhao Tianyu appeared oblivious to Lin Chen's sarcasm. "Lin Chen, I have something to discuss with you." "Come in," Lin Chen replied, his tone indifferent. The Zhao family, after all, is a partner of the Su family, and a semblance of courtesy must be maintained. "Young Master Zhao, please have a seat." "What brings you here?" Lin Chen inquired as he settled onto the sofa. Zhao Tianyu responded, "Lin Chen, you have been in considerable contact with Su Mengyao. Do you truly believe you are a suitable match for her?" Lin Chen smiled and replied, "Young Master Zhao, I find us exceedingly compatible. Little Qian is our daughter. Just look at how adorable she is. If I were to share her photo online, I am certain that netizens would suggest we have more children." Zhao Tianyu cautioned, "Lin Chen, do not deceive yourself. Su Mengyao engages with you because of Qian. She presently craves paternal affection. However, you both belong to disparate social strata, and your relationship will only hinder one another. In television dramas, when a beauty falls for a poor scholar, the beauty often turns out to be a ghost or a seductress. As a man, it is imperative to recognize reality. Indulging in fantasies is detrimental to you, Su Mengyao, and even Qian's future." Zhao Tianyu earnestly advised Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded. "Young Master Zhao, your words are quite insightful. Please, continue." Zhao Tianyu continued. "Using Qian as an emotional leverage is a clever strategy, but your chances of success are slim. Class disparity is a vast chasm. Su Mengyao has been accustomed to luxury and education since childhood, while you hail from a rural background. Their family possesses assets worth hundreds of billions, whereas your family has considerably less. One must possess self-awareness." Lin Chen gazed at Zhao Tianyu, acknowledging the validity of his words. Yet, he felt fortunate to have acquired a system that could elevate him. "Young Master Zhao, that is not entirely accurate. In novels and dramas, the resolution often involves simply throwing money at the problem." Lin Chen chuckled lightly. Zhao Tianyu replied, "Let me first explain the rationale. I am not here to impose my wealth upon you. We are here to calmly clarify matters." Lin Chen observed Zhao Tianyu, suspecting he had received guidance from his father. "Even if you were to be with Su Mengyao, the significant economic disparity between your families essentially places you in a position of dependency. If you do not solicit financial support from Su Mengyao, she may regard you more favorably. However, what significance does that hold for you? Requesting money, even if it begins with goodwill, will eventually tarnish your relationship. She may come to look down upon you." Lin Chen nodded in agreement. "You make valid points." Zhao Tianyu, buoyed by newfound confidence, asserted, "Pursuing Su Mengyao may lead to resentment, and there is a strong possibility of future separation. Instead, why not seek financial support to find someone else? I can offer you 1 million. Do not entangle yourself with Su Mengyao." Lin Chen was taken aback. 1 million? Is that all? "Young Master Zhao, you underestimate Mengyao's allure. Not only does she come from a distinguished family, but her beauty alone warrants far more than a mere million." Zhao Tianyu replied solemnly, "If you agree to cease your pursuit of Su Mengyao, I will provide you with 2 million. Additionally, should you marry someone else in the future, I shall grant you another 1 million. I shall assist you in finding a commendable position, with a salary no less than 50,000. Lin Chen reflected inwardly, acknowledging that Zhao Tianyu's offer was indeed generous. "Young Master Zhao, your words stir my interest, yet I must decline." Zhao Tianyu's brow furrowed. "Lin Chen, 3 million along with a decent job, wouldn't it be comfortable for you to find a girlfriend later? Persisting in your pursuit of Su Mengyao may ultimately lead to disappointment. What will you do when you're older, lacking both funds and a good job? You ought to consider your parents and Qian Qian. Do you wish for Qian Qian to gain nothing from you?" Zhao Tianyu earnestly urged. Lin Shan replied, "You speak wisely, young Master Zhao. Your conditions are indeed appealing. Yet Meng Yao has feelings for me." Zhao Tianyu's expression darkened. What does she see in you? Is it your two dilapidated houses, your identity as a farmer's son? Or your meager salary? No, wait, you've been laid off, so you have no salary at all. Lin Shan smiled faintly. Perhaps she is attracted to my good health? In these times, wealthy women place great importance on such attributes. Zhao Tianyu stood up, his demeanor grim. I advise you to contemplate this thoroughly. You must think about your own future and that of your parents. Dreaming too long is not beneficial. Zhao Tianyu soon reached the doorway. Young Master Zhao, safe travels. No need for farewells, Lin Shan replied with a slight smile as he closed the door. After taking a few steps away, Zhao Tianyu struck the wall with his fist. Damn, he muttered through clenched teeth. His father had summoned him for a serious discussion, and the outcome nearly caused him internal distress. Lin Shan listened intently, having believed he could persuade him, only to be met with Lin Shan's smiling rejection. Father, I have failed, Zhao Tianyu messaged Zhao Huiran. You should return now. A quick reply arrived from Zhao Huiran. An hour later, Zhao Tianyu returned, recounting his encounter with Lin Shan in detail. Father, as you instructed, I spoke to him kindly. That scoundrel showed no gratitude whatsoever. A worthless individual like him will never earn 3 million in his lifetime, Zhao Tianyu vented angrily. After pondering for a moment, Zhao Huiran responded, let him be for a week. Perhaps he will regret his decision in due time. Do not rush to approach him again. The more anxious you are to find him, the more he will have the upper hand. A glimmer of determination flashed in Zhao Tianyu's eyes. Father, should we not employ some strategies? Zhao Huiran replied calmly, what means do you intend to use? Zhao Tianyu shook his head. I have yet to devise a plan. Zhao Huiran continued, avoid resorting to underhanded tactics for now. If we can spend a little to persuade Lin Shan to leave, that would be the best outcome. At that time, spending a bit more is acceptable, but do not raise the price, allow Lin Shan to propose it himself. Zhao Tianyu nodded slightly. Meanwhile, in the United States, the night had passed, and Su Guofeng arrived at the hospital. Dear, did you speak with Meng Yao last night? Yang Qingwei inquired. She asked me if Salina was beautiful. I thought it might stir some jealousy, potentially deepening their feelings, so I told her Salina was indeed lovely. What is the matter? Su Guofeng replied. Our daughter might be upset with Lin Shan. Really? That seems unlikely, Yang Qingwei responded. She believes Lin Shan is lying. She asked me about it last night. And I told her the truth. If she asks you later, please explain it well to her. Let their relationship develop naturally without your interference. Yang Qingwei picked up her phone, stating, I'll explain it to her now. She dialed Su Mingyao's number. Su Mingyao was working overtime at the company, attending a meeting with some high executives. Upon seeing her mother's call, she rejected it. She would have answered if it were Su Guofeng. What if something happened to her mother unexpectedly? A call from Yang Qingwei likely posed no issues. Honey, Meng Yao should be home by now, right? She didn't answer my call. Yang Qingwei murmured. Chapter 65, Purchased a shop. Su Guofeng remarked, she might still be at work. She'll call you after finishing. As he peeled an apple for Yang Qingwei, she expressed her confusion. Is she really not off work yet? Our company usually doesn't have such late hours. Occasionally. Urgent matters require overtime, Su Guofeng smiled. An hour or two passed. After the meeting, Su Mingyao worked for another hour to complete her tasks, ensuring she could leave early the next day. She intended to reach Lin Shan's place in time for dinner. Arriving home late, Su Mingyao showered and went straight to bed. It was too late to make a call. Honey, Mingyao isn't still working late, is she? Yang Qingwei pondered during lunch. Cough, that shouldn't be the case. She probably forgot. Call her again tonight, Su Guofeng replied. Yang Qingwei remarked, for dinner, let us try a different place. This one isn't is good. Far inferior to Lin Shan's cooking. Su Guofeng sighed. We've tried all the nearby restaurants, and it's normal for those chefs to be worse than Lin Shan. His culinary skills are undoubtedly world-class. Yang Qingwei mused, if Lin Shan and Meng Yao end up together, we can still enjoy his cooking in the future. Once they drift apart, it'll be hard to savor such meals. Su Guofeng countered, whether they are together depends on the evolution of their feelings. We can't sacrifice our daughter for a meal. Yang Qingwei retorted, I think Lin Shan is quite admirable. Su Guofeng chuckled, many were better than me back then. Yet you still chose to marry me. No matter how beautiful the shoes, comfort matters more. Let us not dwell on them. Focus on your recovery. Yang Qingwei nodded slightly and continued her meal. Although the food was not as delectable as Lin Shan's, a week of his cooking had improved her health, and her mild anorexia had nearly vanished. The next morning, Su Mingyao, while enjoying her breakfast, initiated a video call with Yang Qingwei. Mingyao, did you work overtime last night? Yang Qingwei inquired. Su Mingyao nodded. I worked until nearly 11. Mom, I was in a meeting when you called. And by the time I returned, it was too late to call you back. Yang Qingwei expressed concern. Why do you push yourself so hard? Whether the company earns a little more or a little less won't affect our lives. I had to work overtime last night because of something, Su Mingyao replied. Is it to see Chan? Yang Qingwei asked. No, Su Mingyao shook her head. Please don't be so nosy, Mom. She preferred her parents not to know she was staying at Lin Chen's place that evening. Yang Qingwei cleared her throat and said, Mingyao, Sualina is quite average looking. I deliberately told you she was pretty yesterday to instill a sense of urgency. Please don't misunderstand Lin Chen, she added. Su Mingyao calmly replied, It's nothing. Our relationship with Lin Chen does not have any misunderstandings. Yang Qingwei shrugged. After ending the video call, she picked up Su Guofeng's phone and forwarded the roasted duck image to herself. Mingyao, your meals are too bland. I'll add something for you. Yang Qingwei sent the roasted duck image to Su Mingyao. Su Mingyao sighed in exasperation, thinking, this old couple is quite something. Ding. Lin Chen received a bank message. He had signed a reprint contract with Tongxi Network yesterday. The first 1 million copies of the fairy tale had nearly sold out, and Tongxi Network wished to print another 1 million. The swift sales were attributed to the promotions by Jiang Xuesong and others, as well as the superior quality of Lin Chen's subsequent fairy tales. His fairy tales had now reached a legendary status, with many parents voluntarily promoting his work, thus naturally increasing sales. Although there was no signing bonus for the additional 1 million copies, Lin Chen would still earn 5 million in royalties. He had previously over 1 million remaining. And with this additional sum, his account now held 7 million. This amount was sufficient to purchase a commercial property. He planned to use the shop, once renovated, as a music room and dance studio for Lin Xiaoqian, without needing it to be particularly large. Additionally, it was acceptable if the shop was not on the ground floor. Beep. Lin Chen dialed the number of the previous real estate agent. Mr. Lin, is there an issue with the property? If so, we will do our utmost to assist you. The agent quickly connected the call. Lin Chen asked, do you sell commercial properties outside the community? Yes, the agent replied promptly. In the past, one property could support 3 generations, but now it's the other way around. 3 generations support one property. Commercial properties are not selling as well as they used to, and we have quite a few listings here. Lin Chen inquired. What is the minimum price for properties around 150 square meters, regardless of location or floor? After a moment of thought, the agent responded, Mr. Lin, if you have no requirements for location or floor, the price can be quite affordable. There's a corner shop on the 3rd floor, 180 square meters, selling for just over 6 million. I believe there's room for negotiation. Lin Chen was somewhat astonished by the surprisingly low price. Are there any other drawbacks to the shop? He inquired. The agent replied, aside from its poor location and low floor, it is also a bit distant from the elevator. Furthermore, although the space is ample, the storefront is rather small. The previous owner purchased it for 9 million, but after a year of unsuccessful renting, they decided to sell it, reducing the price from 8.5 million to the current 6 million. Yet still, there are no buyers. Mr. Lin, while I too aspire to close a deal, I cannot recommend this shop for your investment. In the past, it might have been feasible to venture into education and training. But now, investing in this could lead to substantial losses. A subtle smile graced Lin Chen's face. The distance from the elevator and the small storefront were indeed disadvantages for business, yet for his own use, these flaws could be perceived as advantages. Ask the landlord if he would consider selling it for 5 million. If so, we can sign the contract today. If not, given the current market, it may not even fetch 5 million next year. Understood, Mr. Lin. I will speak with the landlord. The agent promptly dialed the landlord's number. Boss Wei, there is an offer of 5 million for your shop. Are you open to selling? On the other end of the line, the landlord's expression darkened. Shaoli, you know I bought that for 9 million. Selling it for 5 million means I would incur a loss of half after considering the loans and taxes. Agent Shaoli sighed. Boss Wei, you have it listed for 6 million, and this is the only inquiry I've received in the past month. If you lower the price to 5,500,000, you might attract a few more inquiries, but the timeline for a sale remains uncertain. Given the unfavorable market conditions, there is a chance prices will fall further next year. In this situation, having cash in hand may be the safest option. Boss Wei felt a deep sense of bitterness. I foolishly speculated on this property. Asked them to raise their offer. I will sell at 550,000. Agent Shally replied, I have already negotiated as best as I could. They are firm on their price. However, if you agree, they can sign a contract with you today. If you hesitate, they may choose another property. With a resigned tone, Boss Wei said, let us proceed with the sale. I will come over immediately to finalize the contract for this troublesome shop. Very well. An hour later, Lin Chen and Boss Wei completed the contract. Lin Chen had inspected the shop and found it to be perfectly suited to his needs. With 2 million remaining, he contemplated how to allocate the funds for quality materials sufficient for the renovations. He mused to himself, I must expedite the renovations. Though Lin Xiaoqian does not require it yet, the process needs time, and once completed, it will need to air out for a while. Chapter 66. Yet another outlandish reward. Xiaoqian, when running, keep your eyes on the path ahead. How did you trip over your own feet? Did you hurt yourself? Let Daddy take a look. In the grassy area of the community, Lin Xiaoqian joyfully ran about. But being so small, she often stumbled and found herself sitting on the ground. Host, by teaching Lin Xiaoqian how to run, you will gain the skill lightness technique, grass on the fly. It will take 30 hours to reach mastery level and 60 hours for grandmaster level. A voice resonated in Lin Chen's mind. He was momentarily taken aback. The system suggested teaching Lin Xiaoqian to run on the grass to acquire the skill of lightness. Akin to flying? This seemed rather absurd. Previously, it was ludicrous to gain aircraft manufacturing skills from folding paper airplanes. Was the system on the verge of another revelation? Lin Chen pondered, having previously instructed Xiaoqian as well. The system interjected, Host, your prior lessons with her lasted less than 5 minutes. Only after 5 minutes will the skill activate. System, does the skill of lightness truly enable flight? Lin Chen inquired. The system replied, Host, it will enhance your speed and agility, but without internal energy, you cannot achieve true flight. It is a skill that requires internal support. Lin Chen mused, so? What you're implying is that even if I learn martial arts, I may not master the footwork. However, if I first acquire this skill with internal energy, I can utilize it directly? Indeed, the system affirmed. The temporary increase in speed and flexibility was quite appealing to Lin Chen. He possessed commendable physical attributes but had yet to fully harness them. With the lightness skill, his footwork could improve, and while he may not surpass others in combat, he could certainly outrun them. Daddy, come. Chase me. Lin Xiaoqian chirped, her voice sweet and innocent. Suddenly, she stumbled and looked up at Lin Chen with a pitiful expression. Daddy is here. Xiaoqian, you did wonderfully today. You didn't cry when you fell and you've been diligently learning, Lin Chen encouraged as he approached. The look of distress vanished from Xiaoqian's face as she quickly stood up. Daddy, I'm not crying. I'm not a little baby anymore, she declared. Exactly. Xiaoqian, you're right. Lin Chen continued to guide her. A plethora of information flooded Lin Chen's mind, all related to running. Understanding the proper technique for running was indeed a science. Many individuals injure themselves while running, some gravely enough to become disabled. A gentle smile graced Lin Chen's face. Acquiring this skill was beneficial. Children often stumble while running, and he could share this newfound knowledge with Lin Xiaoqian. After several minutes, Xiaoqian was out of breath. Daddy, I'm exhausted. Can we practice again tomorrow? She asked, looking up at Lin Chen. Lin Chen crouched down. Running can be quite tiring. Xiaoqian, are you sure you want to practice tomorrow? Can you endure? Yes. One runs so fast, I can't catch her, Xiaoqian nodded. Lin Chen chuckled softly. She is older than you. If you wish to run as fast as her, you must practice diligently. But today is the first day, we've practiced long enough. Sit down, and I will give you a massage. Understanding how to relax the muscles was also a skill he had recently acquired. In the evening, Su Mingyao arrived at Lin Chen's place. Why is Xiaoqian still asleep? Su Mingyao expressed her confusion. Lin Chen replied, I went out at noon to purchase a shop. When I returned, I noticed that Wan didn't want to come back to sleep and had spent quite some time playing outside, now feeling tired. Su Mingyao, astonished, asked, You bought a shop? How large is it? 180 square meters. I plan to renovate a piano room for Xiaoqian, a dance studio, and a martial arts room. I only need a studio of about 20 square meters for myself. Su Mingyao inquired, How much did you spend? I'll contribute half. Lin Chen shook his head, saying, You need not worry about that. The shop is located in a less favorable area and being on the 3rd floor. It cost 5 million. If we were to split it, that would be 2 million 5 each. However, Su Mingyao furrowed her brow. Lin Chen continued, No buts. It's for Xiaoqian's use. The shop won't disappear, and I can still utilize it after my investment. Su Mingyao offered. Then I'll find someone to handle the renovations. Although our company doesn't specialize in this area, we have partners who do. We can use a small upright piano at home. It doesn't have to be a pure piano room. It can be a music room shared with other instruments. Around 50 to 60 square meters would be suitable. A dance studio that doubles as a martial arts room? Su Mingyao eyed Lin Shun with suspicion. Do you know martial arts? Lin Shun chuckled. I know a little. When Xiaoqian gets older, I can teach her some self-defense techniques. In truth, he was not yet proficient in martial arts, but his strong physique was undeniable. And he had decent combat potential. Claiming to know a little was not entirely misleading. Su Mingyao raised an eyebrow, skeptical. If you only know a little, why would you think of teaching Lin Xiaoqian? Well, I truly just know a bit, Lin Shun laughed. Right now, that's the case, but in the future, I might know just a tad more. A simple dance studio of 30 to 40 square meters would suffice. But since you wanted to also serve as a martial arts room, it needs to be larger. What is the usable area of that shop? 150 square meters. Su Mingyao nodded. That will do. A music room of 50 square meters, a dance room of 70 square meters. And the remainder will be your studio, which should be slightly larger. Lin Shun smiled. You can handle it as you see fit. Just let me know how much you spend, and I will cover it. Su Mingyao shot him a glare. Has our daughter become solely yours? You provide the space, and I handle the renovations, yet you expect me to ask for your money? What about the keys? I will find someone to design and renovate it. It will likely take around 2 months. Lin Shun handed the keys to Su Mingyao. Suddenly, the sound of Lin Xiaoqian crying from the master bedroom echoed. Mingyao, hurry. Xiaoqian has something to tell you. Lin Shun chuckled lightly. Su Mingyao quickly rushed to the master bedroom, where Lin Xiaoqian looked at her with tearful eyes. Mom. I wet the bed. Su Mingyao replied. Indeed, it seems something good has happened. Xiaoqian, it's all right. Mommy will change you. After she finished changing Lin Xiaoqian, she found Lin Shun cooking and, with curiosity, asked, Lin Shun, how did you know? Lin Shun chuckled softly, saying, when Xiaoqian wakes up normally, she doesn't cry. If she does, it usually means she has wet the bed. Su Mingyao replied with confusion, that is not quite right. When she was at my house, there were times she would cry even when she hadn't wet the bed. Lin Shun pondered for a moment. The environment is different. Your place is spacious. And when she wakes up, you might not be there. She lacks a sense of security. Here, she knows I will always be present. She can simply get out of bed and come find me. Su Mingyao nodded slightly. Lin Shun, could you teach me your culinary skills? Lin Shun expressed surprise. You wish to learn? Yes, she affirmed. Lin Shun shook his head. I want to teach you. Our home doesn't need 2 chefs. 1 is sufficient. Besides, even if you studied for 20 years, you wouldn't reach my level. Chapter 67. Daddy, hold Mommy's hand. Su Mingyao said, I'm not aiming to reach your level. I would be content with just improving my skills. Lin Shun chuckled. Still, it's not feasible. My culinary expertise is passed down to males only. Neither you nor Xiaoqian can claim it. If you bear me a son, I shall pass it on to him. Su Mingyao shot him a playful glare. I'm not advocating for a preference for sons. If you give me another daughter, I have other skills to impart. Su Mingyao replied with a hint of annoyance. You can keep it for yourself. Lin Shun suggested, why don't you take Xiaoqian downstairs to play? At this hour, many children are likely out. Perhaps she can make a couple of new friends. Just return in an hour. Su Mingyao nodded in agreement. She took Lin Xiaoqian downstairs to the community. In their neighborhood, many families employ nannies for cooking, and indeed, a multitude of children were playing outside at this time. My name is Xiaoqian. Can I play with you? Lin Xiaoqian bravely approached several children. Before long, she was engaged in play with them. Su Mingyao's eyes sparkled with delight. Xiaoqian had grown bolder, as she used to be afraid of making friends this way. Lin Xin had done remarkably well in guiding her, Su Mingyao noted to herself. Even when she was home, she hadn't fared as well as Lin Xin did. Often occupied with work, she couldn't devote all her attention to her child. Is Xiaoqian not yet 3? She speaks so well, much better than the children in our home, someone remarked to Su Mingyao. Su Mingyao nodded. Xiaoqian is 2.5. I often see Xiaoqian's father playing with her. I wish my husband cared as much for our child as Xiaoqian's father does. Su Mingyao added, my husband has been available more often lately. In upscale neighborhoods, there are quite a few mistresses. Even if they don't gain a formal title, obtaining a lavish residence is still quite admirable. Those who can be mistresses often possess considerable beauty. She needed to ensure people knew that Lin Xin was not a solitary figure. 50 minutes passed, and Su Mingyao returned home with Lin Xiaoqian. Xiaoqian, when I used to call you home, You would often refuse to leave your friends. Why did you come back so quickly this time? Su Mingyao inquired. Lin Xiaoqian chuckled. Mommy, there's Daddy at home, and he has prepared a delicious meal. Su Mingyao paused momentarily. The world of a child is remarkably simple. The allure of the outside world captivates them. Yet the tranquility of returning home reveals an even greater charm. Soon, Su Mingyao and the others arrived home. As they opened the door, the enticing aroma of food wafted through the air. A gentle warmth surged within Su Mingyao's heart. Although a nanny typically cooked at her house, the experience of returning home after playing with Lin Xiaoqian evoked a unique warmth that was truly comforting. Qianqian, lead Mommy to wash her hands. After playing outside, it's essential to wash them thoroughly, Lin Xian smiled. Lin Xiaoqian nodded, taking Su Mingyao to the restroom. Lin Xian, what dish is this? Upon returning from washing their hands, they found the dishes already set on the table. Su Mingyao pointed to one of the dishes, her curiosity piqued. Lin Xian smiled. This is Buddha jumps over the wall. Today, I've prepared several renowned dishes. Buddha jumps over the wall, squirrel fish, lion's head, and this one is Wensi tofu. Su Mingyao remarked, I've had Buddha jumps over the wall before, but it was quite different from yours. The taste was just mediocre. Lin Xiaoqian pointed at the lion's head, exclaiming, Daddy, I want to eat the meatball. Mommy, meatballs are so delicious. Lin Xian served her one, and then ladled some Buddha jumps over the wall for Su Mingyao. Mingyao, authentic Buddha jumps over the wall requires a long simmer. But I used a pressure cooker. Do give it a try and let me know how it tastes, Lin Xian smiled. He had prepared the ingredients in advance. Otherwise, even with a pressure cooker, it would take him an hour to create such a dish. Thank you, Su Mingyao said, her cheeks slightly flushed. Although Lin Xian didn't serve her food in the traditional manner, his actions conveyed a sense of intimacy. As the food touched her palate, Su Mingyao was taken aback. She felt as though her taste buds had been awakened. It was exquisite. Buddha jumps over the wall, with its myriad ingredients, demands a masterful fusion of flavors. A slight miscalculation can lead to a significant divergence in taste. Lin Xian's culinary prowess approached legendary status. He possessed an intimate understanding of the characteristics of each ingredient, which allowed him to achieve such perfection even using a pressure cooker. How is it? Lin Xian inquired with a smile. Su Mingyao replied, compared to the Buddha jumps over the wall I had before, this is an entirely different experience. The one I previously tasted was a mere hodgepodge, and I found it rather ordinary. Yours is absolutely delicious. Lin Xian chuckled. This dish is quite demanding. With my previous culinary skills, I could only prepare it by traditional methods. Using a pressure cooker is not authentic, but at home, speed is essential. It's a compromise. Su Mingyao shook her head. If this is a compromise, then what I usually eat could only be considered fit for pigs. After finishing the meal, Su Mingyao felt an immense sense of satisfaction as she struggled to put down her chopsticks. Lin Xian, if Qianqian eats this well every day, she won't gain weight. Will she? We wouldn't want her to grow into a little chubby child. Su Mingyao inquired. Lin Xian shook his head. Rest assured, I am well aware. I know how much she consumes at each meal, including her intake of carbohydrates, proteins, and fats, as well as her daily expenditure. I am equally knowledgeable about the requirements for her physical growth. Su Mingyao gazed at Lin Xian in astonishment. Is it truly possible to maintain such precision? Lin Xian smiled and replied, there is no need for absolute precision. After all, a person is not a machine. A dynamic adjustment will suffice. Su Mingyao nodded slightly. I will wash the dishes. Lin Xian countered, you should accompany Qianqian. It is rare for you to visit. Why waste your time here? He believed that even washing dishes could enhance his culinary skills. But, Su Mingyao began, but Lin Xian interrupted, I will wash them quickly. And we can take a walk afterward to aid digestion. You had quite a bit for dinner. Su Mingyao's face flushed. Indeed, she had eaten rather heartily. But the food was simply too delectable. She had managed to set down her chopsticks with great difficulty. Otherwise, she could have indulged even further. Before long, Lin Xian had finished washing the dishes. The Ziyuan community was not far from the Huangpu River, and they strolled to the riverbank. Night had fallen, revealing a splendid nocturnal landscape. Many people wandered along the shore. Daddy, I want a hug, Lin Xiaoqian said, looking up. At that moment, she was being held by Lin Xian while Su Mingyao walked alongside them. All right, come here. Lin Xian smiled as he bent down to embrace Lin Xiaoqian. Lin Xiaoqian giggled and said, Daddy, you still have one hand free. Hold Mommy's hand with that hand. Lin Xian secretly admired Lin Xiaoqian for her cleverness. What is the need to hold Mommy's hand? She is not a child, Su Mingyao remarked. Lin Xiaoqian pointed ahead. Look, mommy. There's another family with a father holding his daughter and taking his wife's hand. Daddy, you should hold mommy's hand too. I've never seen you do that. Lin Shen extended his hand towards Su Mingyao. Chapter 68, Shenqing. We are holding hands. Su Mingyao hesitated momentarily before reaching out her hand. While she had reasons not to engage in kisses or hugs in public, holding hands was a commonplace gesture. Many couples walked hand in hand along the street. Lin Xiaoqian, being perceptive, would certainly notice if they did not hold hands. And Su Mingyao did not wish for her daughter to perceive any discord between her and Lin Shen. Lin Shen grasped Su Mingyao's delicate hand, causing her body to tremble slightly. She nearly withdrew her hand completely, as the shadows of the past loomed large in her mind. However, having spent considerable time with Lin Shen and developed some feelings, she managed to resist the urge to retract her hand. Lin Shen wore a gentle smile. Su Mingyao's hand was smooth and soft, a pleasurable sensation to hold. Hee. Lin Xiaoqian's face lit up with a joyful smile. It's all right. After all, Lin Shen and I have a child together. Holding hands is merely a normal social interaction. Su Mingyao was hypnotizing herself internally. A handshake is indeed a customary social etiquette, yet her usual interactions involved merely a brief touch of fingertips, lasting no more than 3 seconds. Now, however, Lin Shen was holding her hand completely and persistently. These two scenarios were entirely dissimilar. Lin Shen, please stop holding my hand. My palms are sweating and it feels warm. After a few minutes, Su Mingyao could no longer contain herself. Lin Xiaoqian chimed in with a sweet voice, Daddy. Switch hands to hold me and hold mommy with the other hand. Then it won't be so hot. Mommy, am I clever? Su Mingyao responded. Lin Shen chuckled, Xiaoqian. You are wonderful. You know how to solve problems when they arise. He then switched hands, moving from his left hand, holding Su Mingyao to his right. After a few more minutes, Su Mingyao remarked, Xiaoqian, come down. It's tiring for Daddy to hold you like this. Lin Shen, don't spoil her too much. Lin Shen laughed, Xiaoqian, try walking by yourself for a bit. Look at that little friend ahead. Aren't they walking on their own? After their stroll, they returned home, and Lin Xiaoqian quickly fell asleep after her bath. Su Mingyao, however, felt no inclination for slumber. Today, she had actually held hands with Lin Shen, and both of their hands were intertwined. Qing, I held hands with Lin Shen today, Su Mingyao messaged Qing. Qing initially replied with a single character, followed by a shocked emoji. Su Mingyao continued, it was because of Xiaoqian, while we were walking by the river. She saw other parents holding hands and insisted on us doing the same. Was it solely for Xiaoqian's sake? Why hadn't you held hands before? Qing sent a smirking emoji. Su Mingyao replied, forget it. I want to discuss this with you, single dog. Qing rolled her eyes. So? You're just here to flaunt it? Su Mingyao countered, I am somewhat confused. I seem to have no aversion to it and wanted to ask you about your circumstances. But perhaps I asked the wrong person, considering you're single. Qing curled her lip. Mingyao, you seem to have some psychological issues. If it were anyone else, they might have already shared a bed. Lin Shen excels in cooking, basketball, and has an impressive physique. If he were my boyfriend, I would probably be a month pregnant by now. Su Mingyao pondered internally that Lin Shen was not merely skilled in cooking and basketball. He excelled in many aspects. Mingyao, your family cannot be without Xiaoqian. She is quite formidable. Su Mingyao asked, what should I do now? Qing replied, what can you do? You have a dilemma. You can't just push Lin Shen down now. Take your time and let things unfold naturally. By the way, I have a small suggestion for you. When your parents return, you should move in with him. Su Mingyao was taken aback. Move in with him? Qing, the infrequency of your meetings is concerning. I worry for you both. Living together accelerates emotional intimacy. Cohabitation does not necessarily imply sharing a bed. With Qian around, you have a valid excuse not to sleep together. Su Mingyao, is this convenient for you to mooch off meals? Qing, please disregard my slight selfishness. That is not the crux of the matter. There are plenty of attractive women in Ziyuan community. Su Mingyao felt a slight tightening in her chest. Indeed, Ziyuan community is home to many beautiful women. The houses here are priced over 10 million. And those who can afford such residences are typically not lacking in looks. They possess both wealth and beauty, yet are often lonely and unfulfilled. I shall not continue this conversation. I did not sleep well last night, so I will retire early. Su Mingyao turned off her phone. She claimed she would sleep early, yet she found herself unable to drift off for quite some time. Lin Shen, what are you doing? Unable to sleep, Su Mingyao decided to get up. The guest room was empty, So she opened the door to the study and discovered Lin Shan. The computer in the study was playing a video of someone practicing Tai Chi. To her surprise, Lin Shan was following along. Practicing Tai Chi, huh? Su Mingyao remarked. I understand you're practicing Tai Chi, but at your young age, what is the purpose of it for health? Lin Shan paused and smiled. These traditions, I believe, hold some value. I'm curious to see if I can cultivate inner strength. Su Mingyao looked at Lin Shan in disbelief. What are you thinking? Lin Shan stopped, grinning. Mingyao, your husband, is a genius. Perhaps one day, I might actually cultivate inner strength. Even if I don't. Strengthening my body will benefit you in the future. Su Mingyao's cheeks flushed. She retorted, What nonsense are you spouting? Lin Shan, taken aback, asked, What are you thinking? I mean, if I become stronger, I can stand up to any ruffians or evildoers to protect you and little Qian Qian. Su Mingyao rolled her eyes at Lin Shan. Lin Shan, today when we held hands, please don't overthink it. I did it for Qian Qian, to avoid any feelings of disparity. I understand, Lin Shan nodded. You continue with your health routine in Tai Chi. I'll see if you can truly cultivate inner strength. Su Mingyao quickly retreated after speaking. Lin Shan resumed his practice. He needed to find ways to enhance his strength for self-defense. In the future, his various abilities would be revealed, and it was possible that certain forces might take an interest in him. After Einstein's death, his brain was stolen and sliced into hundreds of pieces. He would not underestimate the integrity of some foreign powers. They are capable of anything. Not updating, yet practicing Tai Chi at such a late hour. Lying in bed. Su Mingyao reopened her phone and logged into Tangshin. Net. Lin Shan had not updated yesterday or today. Oh. Su Mingyao noticed that the latest article had received a Silver Alliance reward from someone. It was the same person as before. Lin Shan seems to have a wealthy female admirer. Su Mingyao mused to herself. This time, she refrained from making a monetary contribution. Whenever the other party received a donation, she would counter their words, seemingly deliberate and somewhat confrontational. Beep. Su Mingyao's phone suddenly rang. It was a video call from her mother, Yang Qinghua. Su Mingyao sighed, wondering why she had just turned on her phone. Mom, I'm in the shower and can't take the video call. Is there something urgent? She messaged after ending the video. On the other end, Yang Qinghua appeared puzzled. Not convenient to take a video call while showering? You have done so before. As the camera need not be aimed at your body, just your face will suffice. Perhaps Mingyao was once again with Lin Shan, Yang Qinghua mused. Previously, they had been anxious about this, but now it was a source of joy. If Su Mingyao and Lin Shan were truly together, it would signify that she had completely emerged from her shadows. Yang Qinghua continued, Your Aunt Liang's 50th birthday is approaching. You must attend. Have you prepared her birthday gift? Not yet, Su Mingyao replied. Then you must hurry. You know their situation. The gift cannot be inferior. But it should not be extravagant either. Think about whether Lin Shan should accompany you. He participated in your company's basketball match. It would seem inappropriate if he does not attend. Su Mingyao felt a slight headache. Her Aunt Liang's husband held a respectable official position. Selecting a gift had always been quite a challenge, and this time, being her aunt's 50th birthday only added to the pressure. Mom, I will prepare it. I'll discuss with Lin Shan tomorrow whether he will join. Must it be tomorrow? You could simply go to the next room and discuss it with him now. Yang Qinghua suggested. As morning arrived, Su Mingyao completed her morning routine and stepped outside to find Lin Shan preparing breakfast. Lin Shan, don't you find it exhausting to cook 3 meals a day? It's perfectly fine to take a break now and then, she remarked at the kitchen door. Lin Shan turned to Su Mingyao with a smile. Those who find this arduous likely lack culinary skills. Is little Qian still asleep? Su Mingyao nodded. Not yet. I need to discuss something with you. Next week is my Aunt Liang's 50th birthday. Qian must attend, and you should come along as well. Lin Shan inquired. Is Aunt Liang a relative of yours? Su Mingyao shook her head. Not by blood. Her husband was once a subordinate of my grandfather, who treated him quite well. Our families were close in the past. After my grandfather's passing, the relationship has lessened, but we still keep in touch during holidays and birthdays. Lin Shan responded. Her husband holds a significant position? The district chief over here in the metropolis, Su Mingyao replied. Lin Shan was somewhat taken aback. The district chief in a major city is no small role, and in smaller towns, such a position would likely be among the top ranks. When would be an appropriate time for me to visit? He asked. Next Wednesday, Su Mingyao replied. In the company basketball match, you publicly participated. Given the relationship between our two families, it is imperative that you attend Aunt Liang's milestone birthday celebration, as she turns 50. Lin Shan nodded slightly, expressing no objections. I have no issues. I excel at indulging in food and drink. In Huagua, to expand one's business, he understood the necessity of establishing connections within official circles. The realm of adulthood is not a fairy tale. Relationships must be nurtured. Lin Shun, there is another matter. Su Mingyao hesitated, gazing at him. What is it? Could you paint a picture for me? I have pondered what kind of gift would be appropriate. If I present a painting created by you, even if it comes to light later, no one could accuse me of impropriety. Lin Shun chuckled lightly. Indeed. Gifting a painting by one's own husband cannot be construed as bribery. I can create it for you, but I shall not accept payment. You must consider how to express your gratitude. Will it be a kiss, a hug, or something else? Su Mingyao proposed. What about $1 million? Isn't that tempting? Lin Shun shook his head dismissively. Not appealing. It reeks of vulgarity. Then I could have my daughter kiss you. Lin Shun looked at Su Mingyao. Not even a kiss. Having your daughter share my bed is out of the question. You cannot be frivolous. I could cook you a meal. Lin Shun retorted with irritation. The last time you cooked, it required considerable effort to finish. As a prominent CEO, you cannot manage this task. I have no qualms about eating poorly. But do not jeopardize Xiao Qian. Was it truly that unpalatable? Su Mingyao mused inwardly. Then I owe you a hug, which I shall repay within 3 years. Lin Shun smirked. Mingyao, it seems you are confident about being with me in 3 years. However, 3 years is far too long. 3 months would suffice. 3 months is too short. 1 year. Lin Shun shook his head. The timeline is too extended. I cannot accept it. Half a year, the shortest, half a year. Su Mingyao gazed at him with wide eyes. Lin Shun chuckled. Half a year it is. I will concede this aspect, but you must compensate in others. The hug must last no less than a minute. Su Mingyao's cheeks flushed. A brief embrace differs greatly from one lasting over a minute. Yet by that time, their relationship should have progressed significantly, making a hug more acceptable. It is certainly preferable to a 3-month time frame. All right, I will go wake up Xian Xian. With a rosy face, Su Mingyao quickly made her exit. Lin Shun smiled slightly, finding amusement in teasing Su Mingyao. She appeared quite alluring when blushing. It seemed her fondness for him had increased considerably. Otherwise, she would not have agreed to a hug in 6 months. Lin Shun reflected. Su Mingyao's agreement indicates a positive outlook on their relationship. Had it not been for her illness, perhaps they would have been together sooner. Su Mingyao struggled with psychological issues that she found difficult to manage. Lin Shun possessed medical knowledge and understood the challenges of treating mental illnesses. He could only slowly help her overcome her psychological burdens. What a rogue I am, to have incurred such a debt. 1 million is insufficient. I can offer you 5 million instead. Su Mingyao covered her face, feeling a slight flush. Qian, wake up. Today we are going to the amusement park. After a moment of calm, Su Mingyao roused Lin Xiaoqian. After breakfast, Lin Shun and the others quickly set off. Off to the amusement park. Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed excitedly, Daddy, I want to go to the big amusement park. I want to ride a horse. Su Mingyao questioned in confusion. Does the amusement park have horses? Lin Shun chuckled. What Xiaoqian means is the carousel. 20 minutes passed. Beep. Lin Shun's phone rang. It was a video call from his mother. Lin Shun, your mother is calling. Su Mingyao noted, her nerves slightly heightened. Lin Shun's parents had visited Magic City and met Lin Xiaoqian, but they had never seen her. During the video call, they had not crossed paths. Mommy, Daddy is driving. Please answer the call. I want to talk to Grandma. I miss her, Lin Xiaoqian urged. You can connect it for Xiaoqian, Lin Shun said. Su Mingyao glanced at Lin Xiaoqian. Sometimes, her little darling could be quite outspoken. But since Lin Shun had visited his parents in America, she felt compelled to answer the video call. Picking up the phone, she connected the call, but did not immediately hand the phone to Lin Xiaoqian. Hello, Auntie. Lin Shun is driving. We are taking Xiaoqian to the amusement park. Su Mingyao greeted the camera. Dreamao, hello. Lin Chen's mother, Chen Mei, quickly replied. Though she had never seen Su Mingyao's photograph, she was aware of her name. It was evident that Su Mingyao accompanied Lin Shun and Lin Xiaoqian to the amusement park. Auntie, Xiaoqian wants to talk to you, Su Mingyao said with a smile, handing the phone to Lin Xiaoqian, who was seated in her safety seat. Grandma, Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed sweetly as she grasped the phone. Ah, Chen Mei responded joyfully. Lin Xiaoqian, puzzled, asked, Grandma, why does Mommy call you Annie and not Mommy? Su Mingyao felt helpless. Although Lin Xiaoqian was small, she was quite perceptive. Xiaoqian, you are still young. There are some things you do not understand. Eat well, grow quickly, and one day you will know, Chen Mei explained. Lin Xiaoqian tilted her head. Is that so, Grandma? Chen Mei nodded. Yes, when you were younger, you didn't understand anything. Did you? Now that you are a bit older, you comprehend more, right? Lin Xiaoqian nodded. Then asked, Grandma, where's Grandpa? Chen Mei smiled. Grandpa is building a house. Once it is completed, you can come and play. Mom, is there a reason for the video call? Lin Chen inquired. No, I just wanted to see Xiaoqian. You focus on driving. I will chat with her, Chen Mei replied. A few minutes later, Chen Mei ended the video call. Su Mingyao let out a sigh of relief. Mother, once Grandma's house is completed, let us go have some fun together, Lin Xiaoqi suggested. Su Mingyao replied, that may take quite a while. We can discuss it later. For now, let us enjoy our time at the amusement park. Indeed, Lin Xiaoqi responded. Father, how much longer until we arrive? Lin Chen smiled and reassured her. It will be very soon, so do not fret. At Lin Chen's ancestral home, Chen Mei excitedly approached Lin Hai. Darling, I just had a video call with our son, and I wanted to chat with Qianqian. Guess who I saw? Did you see Qianqian's mother? Lin Hai asked, surprised. Chen Mei nodded. Yes, I saw Mingyao. She is stunning. Even more beautiful than the celebrities on television. They then drove to the amusement park. Lin Hai's eyes lit up. Chen Mei remarked, Mingyao's presence is for Qianqian. But perhaps her relationship with our son has improved as well. Who knows, they might truly end up together in the future. Lin Hai agreed. That would be ideal. However, we should keep our hopes in our hearts and not speak of it aloud. The Su family is quite affluent. We wouldn't want her to think we are after their wealth. Indeed, Chen Mei nodded. I understand. Mingyao just spoke to me, but she addressed me as aunt, Chen Mei added. Lin Hai chuckled. If she doesn't call you aunt, does she expect to call you mother? Do not indulge in such fantasies. Chen Mei expressed her hopes. It would be wonderful if our son and Mingyao were together. That would be best for Qianqian. Go, go. Little pony, run swiftly. Lin Xiaoqi exclaimed joyfully. They were riding the carousel, with Lin Xiaoqi on a small horse while she and Su Mingyao sat on larger wooden steeds. Father, please take a picture of me and mother, Lin Xiaoqi requested. Certainly, Lin Chen replied, pulling out his phone. Su Mingyao blushed slightly, her demeanor radiating shyness. With a gentle press of his finger, Lin Chen captured the moment. Lin Xiaoqi beamed with joy, her eyes sparkling like crescent moons. While Su Mingyao's bashful expression was utterly enchanting, igniting in Lin Chen an impulse to plant a kiss on her cheek. This was the first photograph of Su Mingyao in Lin Chen's phone. Father, mother, I am so happy. I love you both dearly, Lin Xiaoqi exclaimed sweetly. Su Mingyao gazed at Lin Xiaoqi. Though she had taken her to the amusement park before, she had never been this joyful. At times, witnessing other families reveling in happiness would sadden her, leading her to ponder why she lacked a father. Such moments had occurred several times, and it was out of a desire to spare Lin Xiaoqi from sorrow that Su Mingyao resolved to bring her to Lin Chen. The previous decision proved to be quite right. If nothing else, at least Qianqian was genuinely happy now, Su Mingyao thought to herself. Lin Chen looked at Su Mingyao, who wore a gentle smile. For someone with psychological shadows such as hers, riding the carousel was delightful. The innocence of children and their laughter could alleviate some of her inner turmoil. Let us go play bumper cars, Lin Xiaoqi suggested. You can have one car, and mother and I will share another. After their carousel ride, Lin Xiaoqi giggled. Sounds great, Lin Chen agreed. Lin Chen chuckled heartily. Shortly after, Lin Chen and his companions boarded the bumper cars. Xiaoqian, be careful, I'm coming to collide. Lin Chen's bumper car hurtled forward. Ouch. Mommy, hurry and bump into Daddy. Daddy is the big bad guy now. Let us defeat the big bad guy together. Lin Xiaoqian giggled. Throughout the morning, they indulged in various attractions, enjoying lunch inside before heading to the water activities in the afternoon. Lin Xiaoqian, however, did not wish to take a nap. The amusement park offered aquatic attractions, and Lin Chen took Lin Xiaoqian to partake, while Su Mingyao chose to remain dry. Xiaoqian, this is how you swim. Lin Chen instructed Lin Xiaoqian in the art of swimming. As the weather warmed, swimming became an increasingly appealing option. 5 minutes passed. Host, by teaching Lin Xiaoqian to swim, you will acquire swimming skills, reach mastery in 10 hours and grand mastery in 20 hours. The system's voice resonated in Lin Chen's mind. Lin Chen felt no surprise. Acquiring swimming skills by coaching Lin Xiaoqian was expected, while gaining grass on the run from running on the grass was a system breakthrough. On the shore, Su Mingyao watched Lin Chen and Lin Xiaoqian, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. Lin Chen's physique was remarkable. His 8-pack abs were distinctly defined, appearing slender yet remarkably strong. During a basketball game, Su Mingyao had only stolen a glance when Lin Chen lifted his shirt to wipe away sweat. But now she beheld him clearly. Nearby, Several women were also watching intently. Su Mingyao mused to herself about the number of shameless women present. While men are often seen as lecherous, many women are equally so. Conversations among men are generally suitable for outsiders, yet discussions among close girlfriends, if exposed, could lead to social demise for each of them. As time trickled by, Lin Xiaoqian played for over half an hour, but Lin Chen hesitated to let her continue, fearing she might catch a cold. The enhancement of swimming skills was not urgent. There would be ample opportunities in the future for Lin Xiaoqian to swim. Achoo! After changing her clothes, Lin Xiaoqian sneezed. Su Mingyao remarked, Lin Chen, I have a foreboding feeling. Lin Chen replied, You're being a jinx, Mingyao. Lin Xiaoqian's condition clearly indicated she had caught a cold, and it was still in the early stages, likely to worsen later. Su Mingyao muttered, If I hadn't said anything, would it have been fine? Xiaoqian's constitution isn't robust. She easily catches colds. Lin Chen, I have a question, Su Mingyao continued. I haven't seen how you practice. How did you achieve such a physique? Lin Chen glanced at Su Mingyao and teased, Are you coveting my body? Su Mingyao retorted. Chapter 71. The Picture of Prosperity and Longevity. She added, somewhat exasperated, Stop being so self-absorbed. I genuinely want to know how you train, so I can work on it too. Lin Chen chuckled, You'll understand how I exercise once you move in with me in the future. He smirked playfully. Su Mingyao let out a soft huff, clearly lost in her daydreams. Lin Chen suggested, Mingyao, when your parents return, I believe you should seriously consider relocating here. If you have days off or don't work much, will you really stay home alone for days and only come to see Xiaoqian occasionally? Or will you commute here every day after work? Su Mingyao pondered this. Previously, her job had made it impossible for her to visit. It seemed unreasonable not to spend time with her daughter when she had the chance. Moreover, she cherished her moments with Lin Xiaoqian. Let us discuss this later. She finally said after a considerable pause. If she moved in, it would mean cohabitation, even if they occupied separate rooms. To others, they would be living together. When a relationship reaches a certain level, such discussions become easier, but if not, alternative plans are necessary. For instance, purchasing a flat within the same community. Such a solution is typically unattainable for ordinary folks due to financial constraints. Yet for Su Mingyao, it was merely a matter of willingness. That sum was trivial for her. All right, we can talk about it later, Lin Chen replied with a smile. Su Mingyao's response indicated a significant likelihood of acceptance. Had the probability been low, she would have outright declined. I'll take a short nap, Su Mingyao said, closing her eyes. She was not inclined to delve deeper into this topic with Lin Chen at the moment. Lin Chen glanced at Su Mingyao, noticing her ears were noticeably redder than usual. She appeared rather bashful. He mused to himself. 20 minutes later, upon returning to the community, Su Mingyao, who had feigned sleep, opened her eyes. She cast a worried glance at Lin Xiaoqian. She noticed the girl's nasal congestion had worsened, and along the way, Lin Xiaoqian had also coughed a few times. It seemed inevitable that she would catch a cold. Don't worry, dear. I'm here for you, Lin Chen said with a smile. I'll study medicine more in depth. Treating Xiaoqian's minor ailments will be a breeze. Su Mingyao looked at Lin Chen, noting he had called her dear. Using such a term in public was a deliberate display of their relationship, but in private, it seemed somewhat excessive. Is there a problem with that, dear? Lin Chen feigned ignorance. Su Mingyao rolled her eyes and replied, You used to call me Su Mingyao, then it was just Mingyao. And now you've taken to calling me dear so casually. Relax, it's just a term of endearment, Lin Chen chuckled. Just don't wake Xiaoqian, Su Mingyao added. Lin Chen opened the rear car door and gently lifted Lin Xiaoqian. The little girl, still in a daze, opened her eyes slightly, saw Lin Chen, and promptly closed them again, drifting back to sleep. Upon arriving home, Su Mingyao said, Lin Chen, I'm heading to the office. There are still many matters to attend to. Please think about the gift situation and keep a close eye on Qin Qian. Lin Chen chuckled, Cici, do not fret. It is quite normal for children to fall ill occasionally. Their immune systems are not exceedingly robust. A mild cold can actually bolster their resistance. Su Mingyao nodded in agreement. I feel much more at ease with you caring for Cici. When the nanny was in charge, I often spent my work days in trepidation whenever Cici caught a cold. With that, she departed. Lin Chen pondered, what gift should he prepare? The painting he had previously gifted Su Mingyao's parents, depicting the longevity of the pine and crane, was indeed an excellent choice for a birthday gift, but he had already presented it, thus he could not replicate it. Perhaps he should create a painting of the double longevity symbol? After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to proceed with that idea. Typically, Lin Xiaoqi napped for 2 hours, leaving him ample time. He swiftly gathered his materials and began to paint. In less than an hour, Lin Shan concluded his work. He had depicted a ribbon bird and peonies. The ribbon bird, a charming creature, boasts the longest lifespan among small avian species. The peony, revered as the national flower, is known as the king of flowers, symbolizing prosperity and wealth. Such a painting would be entirely appropriate for a person turning 50. Yet, it appeared to be lacking something. As he scrutinized the artwork before him, Lin Shan mused that it needed lettering. His calligraphy was diverse, opting for a more straightforward style, devoid of Lin Yu's distinctive flair, would pose no issue. He silently acknowledged that the persona of Lin Yu was currently quite popular online, and it was not yet time to reveal that identity. For now, he would focus on enhancing his own abilities in silence. In no time, he inscribed a few words onto the painting. These characters bore a distinct simplicity, unpretentious yet not detracting from the beauty of the artwork. It was common for many artists to have less than stellar brushwork, and he accepted that. As for the framing, he would leave that to Meng Yao to arrange. Lin Shan snapped a photo and sent it to Su Mingyao. Mingyao, the painting is complete. If you have time, feel free to come by and take it. You can find someone to frame it. Shortly after arriving at the office, before she had even begun her work, Su Mingyao received the message and promptly opened the photo. She stared at it, captivated by the beauty of the painting. Just seeing the image, she could tell it was exquisite. The actual piece would undoubtedly leave an even greater impression. It was remarkable that Lin Shan had completed such a work in under an hour. She thought to herself, his talent is truly extraordinary. Thank you. I will come by tomorrow or the day after to pick it up, Su Mingyao replied. Cici chimed in, Mama, you should thank Daddy. Su Mingyao responded, Is Cici awake? Not yet. I'm speaking on her behalf. She sent an exasperated emoji and added, I must go, work awaits. At that moment, Lin Xiaoqi stirred, waking herself with a cough. Lin Shun hurried into the bedroom, where Lin Xiaoqian had already propped herself up. With an adorably bewildered expression, she exclaimed, Daddy, can you help me? I think a bug went up my nose. A bug? Lin Shan felt a twinge of anxiety. Lin Xiaoqian rubbed her nose and continued, My nose is blocked. Chuckling. Lin Shan reassured her, It's not a bug, sweetheart. You have a cold, and your nose is simply congested. I'll give you some medicine. And in a couple of days, you'll feel better. His medical skills had already reached the level of an experienced traditional Chinese doctor, and he was well-versed in treating more than just the common cold. Daddy, where's Mommy? Lin Xiaoqian asked, adorning her clothes. Mommy has gone to work. She dropped you off while you were still asleep, and then she headed to the office. Play for a little while. I'll prepare some medicine for you. Lin Shan replied, planting a kiss on her forehead. Okay, Lin Xiaoqian nodded understandingly. Lin Shan swiftly began his preparations, as he had a variety of medicinal herbs at home. The last time Lin Xiaoqian caught a cold, he had relied on a delivery service for medicine, but some of the herbs lacked potency. Subsequently, he had ventured to the pharmacy and purchased a substantial amount. With his traditional medical knowledge, he could discern that the herbs he had obtained were far superior to those he had previously ordered. This time, rather than just using the medicinal liquid for a bath, he decided to prepare a drinkable concoction for Xiaoqian. He thought to himself that previously he lacked the confidence to brew medicine for her, but now, with his improved skills, he was ready. Half an hour later, the medicine was ready. Daddy, I don't want to drink it. The medicine tastes terrible, Lin Xiaoqian grimaced at Lin Shan. Xiaoqian, have you ever tasted a medicine like this before? Lin Shan asked gently. She nodded, It's bitter medicine. I don't want to drink bitter medicine. Crouching down to comfort her, Lin Shan explained, I understand that this medicine is somewhat bitter. When we are unwell, our bodies are invaded by numerous small viruses and bacteria, which are as bothersome as little bugs. At this time, our bodies send out many cells to combat them, and this medicine will help strengthen those cells. Do you want to help them? Lin Xiaoqian nodded earnestly. Lin Shan kissed her forehead and said, I know you're the bravest. Once you finish the medicine, I'll take you to paint. We can illustrate the little cells triumphing over those viruses and bacteria, all right? Okay, Lin Xiaoqian replied. Her face still scrunched in a frown as she took a sip. You did wonderfully, Xiaoqian. Mommy doesn't drink her bitter medicine as quickly as you did. Here is a piece of candy as a reward, Lin Shan praised, offering her a piece of rock candy. With the sweetness enveloping her mouth, Lin Xiaoqian's face lit up with a smile. Daddy, did I help the little cells? Of course. Now, let us go paint, he encouraged. That night, Lin Xiaoqian drifted off to sleep. Beep beep. After finishing an update on a fairy tale, Lin Shan received a video call from his mother. He quickly answered. Son, is Xiaoqian asleep? How are things with you and Mingyao? Shen Mei inquired. Lin Shen, I suppose I can now consider her a friend? How so? Lin Hai, who was nearby, leaned in. Your mother is curious. Have you made any progress with Su Mingyao? Is there hope for the future? Lin Shen replied, Mingyao is dealing with psychological issues. It will take time. There won't be any immediate developments, but I believe there is potential down the line. Mom and Dad, please focus on building the house. Don't let it be the case that you have no home when it comes time for the wedding. Spare no expense on the house. I understand you are accustomed to frugality, but when it comes to necessary expenditures, you must spend wisely. Don't try to cut corners. Shen Mei remarked, Your father truly is trying to save every penny. Lin Shen shook his head. Dad, you get what you pay for. There is something I haven't mentioned to you. I have purchased this apartment for a total of over 12 million. I earned the money myself and paid in full. There is no need for you to scrimp on the little things. Shen Mei and Lin Hai exchanged astonished glances. Son, is writing fairy tales that lucrative? Lin Shen laughed. Mom, your son is a genius. I'm sharing this with you to assure you that I am financially secure. You needn't worry about saving a few coins for me. And don't overexert yourselves. Taking care of yourselves is the greatest support you can offer me. Lin Hai nodded in agreement. With Lin Shen earning money so swiftly, saving those few pennies truly seemed insignificant. After chatting for a while, Lin Shen ended the video call. Perhaps I should transfer some money to Dad, Lin Shen mused. He didn't need to worry about shop renovations, as he still had 2 million in his account. Money provides a sense of security. With funds available, Lin Hai and the others would feel considerably more at ease. Logging into online banking, Lin Shen transferred 1 million to his father. For an average person, this is a substantial amount, but for him, earning that much might only take 3 or 4 days. Ding! Lin Hai received a bank notification. Upon seeing the message, he was taken aback. Dear, our son has transferred another million to me. Shen Mei, upon seeing the notification, called Lin Shen again via video. Son, why have you sent money again? Our finances are sufficient. Lin Shen chuckled. When there's money, Dad is more willing to spend. Don't be so miserly. In the future, Mingyao and possibly her parents might come to our home. You wouldn't want to lose face in front of your in-laws, would you? Shen Mei nodded. Lin Shen's reasoning was sound and must be heeded. After ending the call, Lin Shen opened a Tai Chi video. He needed to continue practicing. Even now, he was still somewhat clumsy following the video instructions. 2 days passed. Lin Xiaoqian was recovering quite well. Over these past couple of days, Lin Shen had been preparing herbal remedies and administering medicinal baths for her, with remarkable results. His own medical skills had also improved significantly. Previously, he surpassed most traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, but among them, his skills were not particularly outstanding. Now, Lin Shen's medical expertise exceeded that of 99% of traditional practitioners. With such skills, he was regarded as a miracle worker in the eyes of ordinary people. Mother. And Qingqing. Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed joyfully as Su Mingyao and Qingqing approached together. Upon entering the house, the delightful aroma wafted towards them, causing Qingqing's eyes to brighten. Qingqing, wipe your drool, Su Mingyao remarked. Qingqing brushed her hand across her mouth, finding no drool present. She gazed at Su Mingyao with a hint of melancholy, saying, Mingyao, you have a wonderful husband. A full man knows not the hunger of the empty. She added, Is it so easy for me to come over and mooch a meal? Xiaoqian, do you think Aunt Qing is having an easy time? Lin Xiaoqian pondered for a moment and replied, Aunt Qing, you should find a husband. That way you can enjoy good food too. Su Mingyao chuckled. Xiaoqian is teasing you for being single. Thanks a lot. Qingqing retorted, lifting Lin Xiaoqian into her arms. Xiaoqian, not everyone cooks as well as your father. You are the luckiest little one, eating delicious food every day. Lin Shun emerged from the kitchen, calling out, Mingyao, come in. Why are all 3 of you crowding by the door? Qingqing chimed in, Lin Shun, I've sung your praises numerous times. Is there anything wrong with me coming over for a meal? None at all. When Mingyao and I host a banquet, I'll reserve a seat for you as the matchmaker, Lin Shun replied with a light chuckle. Qingqing's support was indeed commendable. Su Mingyao blushed, saying, Who said anything about hosting a banquet? Lin Xiaoqian, puzzled, asked, Daddy, what is a banquet? Lin Shen smiled, explaining, a banquet is a feast, a grand meal. Would you like your parents to host a banquet? Lin Xiaoqian nodded eagerly. Daddy, when will it be? Lin Shen glanced at Su Mingyao and said, Xiaoqian. That depends on your mother's wishes. Your father is ready at any time. Mama, when will it be? Lin Xiaoqian turned to Su Mingyao, her voice sweet and innocent. Su Mingyao replied crossly, Don't listen to your father's nonsense. You eat very well every day. What more do you need? Go wash your hands and get ready for dinner. Qing patted her stomach, sighing. Mingyao, I feel a bit full even though I haven't eaten yet. Lin Xiaoqian chimed in, and Qing, then you shouldn't eat anymore. If you eat too much, your stomach will hurt. Su Mingyao agreed. Xiaoqian is right. You should refrain from eating. Qing felt a tinge of sadness. Chapter 73. The thoughts of a top-notch chef upon taking the first bite. Qing was taken aback. Linchen, is it my imagination? Or has your culinary skill remarkably improved since the last time? Qing looked at Linchen quizzically. Linchen smiled. Indeed. There has been a small improvement. You're quite perceptive. You can even detect subtle enhancements in my cooking. Qing shook her head. No. This is not just a minor improvement. It is significant. I am not particularly interested in clothing or bags, but I do have a keen interest in food. Since her last visit, it had been some time, and Qing could indeed discern a notable enhancement in Lin Chen's culinary skills. Su Mingyao, having visited more frequently, did not notice the change as distinctly, while for Qing, the difference was quite pronounced. I once believed that your culinary skills had reached their zenith, and that further enhancement was unattainable. Yet, to my astonishment, you have shown remarkable improvement, Qing mused. In Lin Chen's heart, he silently reflected, this is merely the beginning. His culinary prowess had yet to reach legendary status, though he was swiftly approaching that level, likely within a matter of days. Aunt Qing, my dad is the best. Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed with a sweet smile. Qing nodded. Xiaoqian, your father's culinary arts are akin to the unmatched prowess of a solitary victor. Mingyao, have you considered investing in Lin Chen to establish a premier private chef service? One that only accepts reservations, with each dish commanding a price of at least 10,000 yuan. This would elevate the experience to an extraordinary level, attracting only the elite, ensuring that you shall never lack for powerful connections. A spark ignited within Lin Chen. While he could not envision opening a conventional restaurant, the idea of creating a top-tier private chef service, once his culinary skills reached a higher echelon, was indeed feasible. Connections, after all, hold significant value. Although his fairy tale storytelling brought in a fair sum, the powerful networks it could yield were limited. Ultimately, connections are a form of demand when others seek him. His worth is amplified. Fairy tales may have a broad appeal, yet how much can one truly earn from a single book? The demand for such works is not substantial. This exposure might elevate his standing in the eyes of some, but that is where it ends. Culinary arts, however, are distinct. While his current skills may not yet wield dominance, once he attains legendary status, even the world's finest chefs will appear as mere novices in comparison. Most gastronomes are affluent individuals. Once he reaches that pinnacle, clientele will be abundant, with patrons eagerly vying for reservations. Lin Chen, do you entertain such thoughts? Su Mingyao inquired. Her gaze fixed upon him. Lin Chen smiled softly. Let us discuss this later. Once my skills are even more refined, I shall elevate the exclusivity. I would accept reservations for only 1 or 2 tables per week, with the ingredients provided by the patrons themselves. And the cost for each table would not be less than 1 million. Qing gasped in astonishment. She had already considered it extravagant to suggest a minimum of 10,000 per dish, yet Lin Chen's proposition of 1 million per table was another realm entirely, with patrons expected to procure their own ingredients. Lin Chen, your standards are exceedingly high. Those with assets under 100 million simply cannot afford such luxury, Qing remarked. Feeling excluded by this price point, Lin Chen chuckled. With just 1 or 2 meals each week, I do not require a surplus of patrons. My aim is to cultivate connections, not merely to host numerous diners. Su Mingyao interjected, Lin Chen, with the ingredients included. Over 1 million for a single meal seems somewhat excessive, does it not? Even though the Su family is quite affluent, I find it rather steep. Lin Chen replied. Once my culinary skills reach a higher level, I am confident that even at this price point, there will be eager patrons vying for reservations. But that is a discussion for another day. There is no rush at present. Su Mingyao nodded in agreement. Qing, Lin Chen, is there still room for improvement in your culinary skills? It should be possible. Lin Chen responded with a smile. There are still legendary and mythical levels to achieve. After finishing the meal, Qing clutched her stomach, feeling as though she needed to lean against the wall to make it outside. Aunt Qing, does your stomach hurt? Lin Xiaoqian asked with concern as she gazed at Qing. Qing's face flushed slightly. Xiaoqian, Aunt Qing's stomach doesn't hurt. I merely overindulged. Mingyao, you two should enjoy your time together. I will stay at home with Xiaoqian. Lin Chen, don't move. I'll take care of the dishes. Lin Chen chuckled. Can you manage the dishes in your current state? Qing replied, I'll take a moment to recover before washing them. You two hurry and go out. All right then. Lin Shun and Su Mingyao departed. Lin Xiaoqian did not insist on following them. Shen Qing had taken her out numerous times. And after several days without seeing her, Xiaoqian missed her a little. Upon reaching the riverside, Su Mingyao asked, Lin Shun, were you serious about starting a private kitchen in the future? Lin Shun nodded. I have some thoughts on it. In a couple of days, we'll be attending a birthday banquet. Aside from maintaining your family's relationships, it's also about sustaining this network, right? Remaining in a subordinate position is not ideal. If I can manage well, I could take the lead. Su Mingyao nodded slightly. When my grandfather was around, our family didn't have to worry too much. But now our connections are indeed lacking. Some forces are eyeing my family's company. Lin Shun was not surprised in the least. The Su family's assets exceed 30 billion. That is a substantial prize. As relationships fade, the favors left by Su Mingyao's grandfather will dwindle, and there will come a time when they are exhausted. Mingyao, don't fret too much. Even if you run out of money, I can support you without issue, Lin Shun said cheerfully. Who needs you to support me? Su Mingyao huffed playfully. Lin Shun reached out, and in an instant, he grasped Su Mingyao's hand, who instinctively attempted to withdraw. Lin Shun held on firmly. Mingyao, during our last walk, we held hands too, didn't we? That time, Xiaoqian was with us. I was worried about hurting her feelings. Su Mingyao glared at Lin Shun with mild annoyance. Lin Shun smiled. We held hands last time. What's wrong with doing it again? Don't be stingy. Holding hands won't cost you anything. You are incorrigible, Su Mingyao retorted. I call it seizing the moment. Shen Qing created this opportunity for us to be together. If we don't hold hands, wouldn't that waste her good intentions? We'll be attending a birthday banquet soon, and who knows, there may be some intimate moments then. You should get accustomed to it. Su Mingyao replied with irritation. Lin Shun, you used to be quite honest. Why have you become less so now? Lin Shun said, you're the patient. You must take the initiative. I have to take care of you, the patient, and encourage you to be a bit more proactive. Let us go, let us go. Others are watching us. Su Mingyao could only allow Lin Shun to lead her forward. Surprisingly, she did not feel much resistance to this. After about 10 minutes, an astonished voice rang out, Mingyao? Two girls approached, their expressions a mix of surprise as they gazed at Lin Shun and her. Chapter 74. We are not having an affair. Su Mingyao withdrew her hand and said, Li, Lu Siki, long time no see. Do you live around here? The other girl shook her head. No, we are just here to take a stroll. Mingyao, who is this handsome guy? Su Mingyao replied, this is my husband, Lin Shun. Lin Shun, these two are my high school classmates. We shared a dorm. Hello. Lin Shun smiled. Li and Lu Siki chorused, hello. Lin Go. Mingyao. When did you get married? You kept it a secret so well. We had no idea. Su Mingyao turned to Lin Shun. Lin Shun, why don't you wait for me up ahead? I'd like to chat with Li and Lu Siki for a bit. All right. Lin Shun nodded with a smile. Once he was about 100 meters away, Su Mingyao said, Lin Shun and I have only registered our marriage. We haven't held a ceremony yet. Please keep it a secret. Li and the others nodded in agreement. After chatting for 6 or 7 minutes, Li laughed. Mingyao, we want to interrupt your romantic time with your husband any longer. Enjoy your time together. Bye. They departed, and Su Mingyao walked over to Lin Shun. She said, somewhat annoyed, did you have to hold my hand? What if they saw? Lin Shun chuckled. Mingyao, what are you afraid of? We are legally married. We are not having an affair. Su Mingyao replied, I want them to keep it a secret, but it's unrealistic to expect them to do so for long. Lin Shun countered, if you're worried they spill the beans, then why did you introduce me as your husband? You could have just said I'm your boyfriend. Su Mingyao was taken aback. Having registered their marriage, she had not considered that possibility. Lin Shun grinned. Mingyao. Books say that a woman in love tends to lose her intellect. Yet, you're a CEO. Your intelligence should be quite high. Could it be? Su Mingyao's face flushed. She quickly denied, stop talking nonsense. Who is in love with you? I don't want to walk anymore. Let us take a taxi home. Lin Shun nodded. Ah, home is a good word. Thumbs up for that. Su Mingyao shot him a glare, to your home. Upon returning home, Shen Qing exclaimed, Mingyao. Come see. This is a painting by Qianqian. She is barely over 2 years old. I feel I can't compete with her. I think we should find her a painting teacher. She definitely has a talent for it. The future Da Vinci could be her. Lin Xiaoqian shook her head, and Qing. I don't need a painting teacher. My dad is the best. Su Mingyao looked at Lin Xiaoqian's artwork. It was indeed quite impressive. Not at all like the work of a child just over 2 years old. Qianqian, keep painting. Mingyao, Lin Shun, come here for a moment, Qin called. Leading them to the study. Lin Qin remarked on your exceptional artistic talent. You questioned your professionalism, suggesting that teaching Qin might squander her innate gifts. Although Meng Yao may have hesitated to voice her thoughts, I feel compelled to interject for the sake of Qian's future, asserted Qin. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Shun possessed an undisclosed level of artistic skill. Su Mingyao countered, Qin, Lin Shun's prowess in painting is remarkable. Qin furrowed her brow, responding. If Qian's talent were mediocre, casual learning would suffice, but her abilities are truly extraordinary. I have never encountered anyone with such a natural gift for painting. Yet you have, Su Mingyao replied softly. My artistic talent is lacking. Qian has inherited it from Lin Shun. Qin was taken aback. Su Mingyao continued. I consulted with Master Zhao Yanming, a renowned authority on painting in the Magic City, and he offered 80,000 for one of Lin Shun's works, which Lin Shun declined. Qin's mouth fell agape in disbelief. Lin Shun excels in culinary arts, is skilled at basketball, and is also extraordinarily talented in painting? Mingyao. Here's the painting you requested, Lin Shun said as he retrieved a tube from the cabinet. May I have a look? Qin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Lin Shun nodded. Just keep it to yourself for now. I prefer to remain inconspicuous while guiding Qian. Su Mingyao unveiled the painting, revealing its beauty far surpassing what appeared in the photographs. Unlike Western abstract art, which often eludes the appreciation of the untrained eye, Chinese painting possesses an intrinsic beauty that even the layperson can admire. You two have kept this under wraps exceptionally well, Qin remarked, her voice tinged with relief. I was concerned Qian might be hindered, but it seems her prowess is a reflection of Lin Shun's influence. Su Mingyao replied. It wasn't my intention to conceal it. Lin Shun requested discretion, and I have not known for long. I shall take a moment to admire it further, Qin said. Her focus fixed on the artwork. Lin Shun added, please take your time. I must prepare medicine for Qian, as she requires her medication and a medicinal bath tonight. With that, he stepped outside, and Qin closed the study door behind him. Mingyao, you must act swiftly to secure Lin Shun. With such culinary skills, athleticism, and artistic talent, he is undoubtedly a paragon of a good man. You will surely regret missing this opportunity, Qin whispered. Su Mingyao replied. I am not without merit myself. Qin pressed on. You two are indeed a perfect match. Together, you could provide Qian with a complete home, which is invaluable. If Lin Shun were to become more public, who knows if others might vie for his attention. Though you're legally wed, divorces are all too common these days. Su Mingyao scrutinized Qin. You seem more anxious than I am. Qin retorted, my concern is not for personal gain. It is for your well-being and Qian's. Oh, Su Mingyao responded with a knowing expression. Qin concluded, the emperor is not anxious. Yet the empress dowager is in distress. Continue, please, Su Mingyao laughed lightly. Qin added, the emperor is not anxious, yet the empress dowager is in distress. Su Mingyao softly remarked, in truth, I know that Lin Shun is a wonderful person, yet I fear intimate contact. If he cannot wait for me and chooses to leave with someone else, I am powerless to stop it. Qing, my condition should be gradually improving. Just now. He held my hand. Although I instinctively wanted to pull away, I found myself unable to do so. Qin's eyes brightened. At least there is progress. This is quite different from the times you and Qian deliberately flaunted your affection. You should sleep here tonight. I will take my leave, she suggested. Su Mingyao quickly replied. I will walk with you. I still need to find someone to have this painting framed properly. Before long, Su Mingyao and her companions bid farewell to Lin Xiaoqian. Daddy. I don't want a painting teacher. I only want you, Lin Xiaoqian declared, wrapping her arms around Lin Chen's leg in the kitchen. Lin Chen knelt down and kissed Lin Xiaoqian, smiling, Xiaoqian, we won't look for another painting teacher. Aunt Qing doesn't know how talented your father is at painting. She only wanted to find you a good teacher because she cares. Lin Xiaoqian patted her chest, exclaiming, you scared me to death. Lin Chen chuckled. Where did you learn that, Xiaoqian? From Aunt Qing. She replied. Daddy, Aunt Qing is wrong. She is not a baby, Lin Xiaoqian said, her voice sweet and innocent. Lin Chen gently pinched her little nose. What she said is incorrect. Xiaoqian, you are the baby, right? Lin Xiaoqian nodded earnestly. Chapter 75, Improvement in Painting Skills. Lin Chen smiled. So, is the baby being good? Daddy, I am good. I am the best baby ever, he. Lin Chen replied. Then Xiaoqian. You must remember to take your medicine. Lin Xiaoqian's smile faltered. Daddy, sometimes I am a good baby, and sometimes I am not. Lin Chen chuckled. So right now. You're not a good baby? Yes. Lin Chen said, Xiaoqian, you will take your medicine one last time, then have a nice bath. Tomorrow you will be well. And we can go play with Nan and Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi was a new friend of Lin Xiaoqian's, whom she met while playing with Su Mingyao downstairs. Lin Xiaoqian hesitated. She too wanted to play outside with her friends. Daddy, I want to eat 2 candies, she said, counting on her fingers. All right then, Lin Chen said, kissing her affectionately. At 10:30 in the evening, Su Mingyao shut down her computer. She had brought some work home and had just finished it. She needed to prepare for a birthday party the day after tomorrow, so she had to complete any tasks ahead of schedule. Miss Su, can your painting be framed nicely? I can do it at a lower cost. Framing at cost price is no issue. She read a message from the framing master she had contacted. Su Mingyao had specific requirements for the framing craftsmanship, but she requested the use of very ordinary materials. Mr. Pei, I'm not short on money. This is a gift for someone else. Expensive materials wouldn't be appropriate, Su Mingyao replied to the message. The other party had yet to slumber when she swiftly received a message. President Su, in comparison to your painting, even the most expensive framing would hardly enhance its value. Su Mingyao remained silent for a few seconds before responding. The painting was created by my husband. What is wrong with gifting a piece crafted by one's own spouse? Purchasing another's artwork, even if priced at 10,000, could be deemed costly. However, a creation by her husband bears no inherent expense, even if someone were to report it. An investigation by the disciplinary committee would pose no issue. The person on the other end, Pei Gongyi, was visibly astonished. The painting was indeed the work of Su Mingyao's husband, a prodigious talent. Pei Gongyi mused internally. Su Mingyao is quite young, and her husband must also be relatively youthful. President Su, I understand. I will utilize ordinary materials to frame it to the best of my ability, Pei Gongyi replied. Thank you. Pei Gongyi rose from his slumber and unfurled the painting by Lin Chen. As a master framer, he had dedicated his life to the art of mounting calligraphy and paintings. Hence his discerning eye. In his estimation, this artwork was worthy of being compared to the finest masterpieces. What a waste of talent, he murmured. Some seek to adorn their worthless trinkets with gilded edges. Yet here lies a gem that deserves nothing less than the finest presentation. He resolved to commence immediately. He aimed to use the most rudimentary materials while striving for the best possible outcome, a task that would require considerable time. The following day, Lin Chen was instructing Lin Xiaoqian in the art of painting. Host, your artistic skills have reached a legendary level. The system's voice resonated in Lin Chen's mind. Soon, a torrent of information flooded his consciousness. Lin Chen's body began to undergo subtle transformations, the most significant being his hands. The demands of elite artistry had refined him to a steadiness surpassing that of a surgeon. Daddy, I don't want this one anymore. This painting is unsatisfactory, Lin Xiaoqian remarked. Momentarily taken aback. With Lin Chen's elevation to legendary status, her own talent had also surged. Lin Xiaoqian possessed a commendable aptitude for painting, originally estimated at 30 points. With the enhancement, it had doubled to 60 points. Now, her artistic talent could potentially elevate to a staggering 2-fold increase. Lin Xiaoqian's painting prowess likely exceeded 90 points, a hallmark of a world-class genius. As her innate abilities blossomed, she recognized flaws in her recent work, inspiring a more refined vision. Xiaoqian, why not create a new piece? Lin Chen suggested with a smile. Nodding in agreement, Lin Xiaoqian promptly set to work. Lin Chen observed in silence. Noting her heightened focus, even the most gifted talents exhibit unwavering concentration. Half an hour later, with only slight guidance from Lin Chen, Lin Xiaoqian completed a rather impressive piece. In contrast to her previous attempt, this painting was superior, infused with greater creativity and elegance. It belonged to an entirely different echelon. Effort pales in comparison to innate talent. Lin Chen pondered. Lin Xiaoqian has a passion for painting, and her teacher is dedicated to guiding her. There has been noticeable progress, though the rate of improvement has not been particularly rapid. However, she has recently experienced a remarkable leap in her abilities. This newfound advancement is undoubtedly connected to her previous learning experiences. Initially, some of the concepts taught were beyond her comprehension, but now, her enhanced talent has sparked a sudden enlightenment. Daddy, do you think my painting is beautiful? Lin Xiaoqian asked eagerly. Lin Chen nodded. Xiaoqian, your artwork is truly exquisite. With perseverance, you will continue to improve. Daddy, painting is so much fun. Can I create another piece? Lin Xiaoqian inquired with anticipation. Lin Chen shook his head. Not this time. We need to engage in outdoor activities. You are still young, and insufficient outdoor exercise may deplete your reserve for long-distance vision. What is long-distance vision reserve? Lin Xiaoqian asked, puzzled. You will understand when you are older. Now, go fetch the basketball. Let us head outside. Perhaps Wan and the others are down there. Okay. Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed as she picked up the basketball. Lin Chen remarked, Xiaoqian, why do you always choose basketball? Because, Daddy, you are so handsome when you play basketball. I can cheer for you with Mommy. Lin Xiaoqian replied, her eyes sparkling with excitement. When will you play basketball again, Daddy? She asked, looking at Lin Chen with hope. Lin Chen gazed at Lin Xiaoqian, knowing that cheering for him during a game with her mother was one of her greatest joys. There will be opportunities, Xiaoqian. For now, let us practice together. After a meeting, Su Mingyao picked up her phone and noticed several messages from Lin Chen, all containing daily photos of Lin Xiaoqian. Why are there so many messages in the class group? She wondered, a sense of foreboding creeping in. She had just discovered that Su Mingyao had secretly registered her marriage. The campus belle is married. My youth is gone. When will the celebration be? The group was buzzing with hundreds of messages discussing her situation. Mingyao, I'm sorry. I couldn't help but mention it to Zhang Yin. I asked her to keep it a secret, but it seems Lu Siki had already privately informed her. Su Mingyao explained. Su Mingyao thought, of course, she would leak it, but I didn't expect it to spread so quickly. Well, it's known now. She sent a message to Lu Siki, realizing that the news was already out. Lin Chen, I asked Li Li and the others to keep it under wraps. But Lu Siki told a friend, and now it's circulating in the group. She messaged Lin Chen. That's all right. I plan to hang myself from this crooked tree. So it doesn't affect me, Lin Chen replied. You are the crooked tree, Su Mingyao retorted. Is that so? Then we make a perfect match, she said. A slight smile creeping onto her lips. Chapter 76, Has my daughter registered her marriage? In America, as dawn broke, Yang Qingwei awoke. Having maintained her habit of rising early after going to bed early each day, at this moment, Su Guofeng has yet to arrive at the hospital. He may not have even risen from his slumber. Qingwei, has Mingyao gotten married? Mr. Yang inquired. I heard that Mingyao is married. Congratulations. Upon opening her phone, Yang Qingwei discovered two messages. One was from Aunt Liang, and the other from a classmate's mother of Su Mingyao. Yang Qingwei was momentarily taken aback. Her daughter is married? How could she, as a mother, be unaware of this? Could it be that they had seen the video of Lin Chen playing basketball? In that video, Su Mingyao had referred to Lin Chen as her husband, but that was merely to tease Lin Xiaoqian. Mr. Shui, where did you hear that Mingyao is married? Yang Qingwei sent a message to the mother of Su Mingyao's classmate. The recipient was the mother of Mingyao's roommate from university. A family that owns a company and is quite well off. They had previously exchanged WeChat contacts and collaborated on a project. Mr. Yang, it was my daughter who mentioned it. The class group has been discussing it, and Mingyao herself said so, came the swift reply. It was morning for Yang Qingwei, while it was still dark in Huagua. Surprise flickered in her eyes. Ding ding. Yang Qingwei initiated a video call to Su Mingyao. Mom, is there something wrong? I haven't finished work yet, Su Mingyao responded, puzzled. As Yang Qingwei typically called around 8 or 9 in the evening, by which time Mingyao would usually be home. At this hour, she was either still at work or had finished, but was inconveniently situated in her car. Mingyao, are you in the office? I heard from Huang Jiayun's mother that you said you got married. How could I, as your mother, not know about this? Yang Qingwei remarked. A hint of irritation in her tone. Su Mingyao replied helplessly. Yesterday, I went out for a stroll with Lin Chen. He held my hand, and two classmates happened to see us. When I introduced him, I referred to him as my husband and asked them to keep it a secret. But Yang Qingwei interjected, you went for a walk with Lin Chen and Xiaoqian? Su Mingyao's face flushed slightly. No, yesterday Qingqing came over for a meal. And she brought Xiaoqian along. She urged me to go for a walk with Lin Chen. Yang Qingyue's eyes brightened. It seems there has been progress between her daughter and Lin Chen. Why did you introduce Lin Chen as your husband when Xiaoqian wasn't present? Doesn't that seem a bit off? You could have called him your boyfriend instead. Su Mingyao replied. Mom, Lin Chen and I have obtained our marriage certificate. Yang Qingwei was taken aback. When did this happen? Su Mingyao explained. It has been a while. We first had a property notarization done and then got the certificate. Regardless of whether we are married or not, our assets remain our own. Yang Qingwei stared blankly at Su Mingyao. Mom, I have no plans to get married in the near future. Lin Chen has no such intentions either. So we thought it might be better for Xiaoqian if we just got the certificate. Yang Qingwei questioned. Was it you who suggested this or Lin Chen? I brought it up, Su Mingyao responded. Yang Qingwei shook her head. It must have been Lin Chen who suggested it. With your temperament, would you really propose getting a certificate with him? Dream Yao, it seems you have been persuaded by Lin Chen to obtain a marriage certificate. Su Dream Yao. Both Xinqing and my mother discerned it at first glance. How could I have been so foolish as to be swayed by Lin Shun? Lin Shun must have thought it wise to first establish a relationship and then gradually nurture feelings. That indeed sounds quite favorable. Su Dream Yao. Mother, how is that favorable? I have been deceived. You must sternly admonish Lin Shun when the time comes. Do not be like Xinqing, who, after having a meal prepared by him, sides with him. Yang Qingwe. If you have been duped by a scoundrel, your father and I will seek justice for you. But if you have been misled by Lin Shun, then so be it. That might not be so bad after all. Su Dream Yao. Lin Shun's parents are unaware as well? Su Dream Yao nodded. Yes. We agreed that this matter concerns only the two of us and does not involve our families. Please do not speak of it. Yang Qingwei. No wonder you call him husband while playing basketball and introduce him as such to others. He truly is your husband now. Quite delightful. Su Dream Yao blushed. Mother. I must go now. I have matters to attend to. Please do not speak recklessly to Lin Shun. With that, Su Dream Yao hastily ended the video call. Feeling her heart race considerably. An hour later, Su Guofeng arrived at the hospital. Dear, what's wrong? Did the doctor share some good news? Su Guofeng inquired. Yang Qingyue's expression revealed a hint of joy. Weren't we concerned that Lin Shun and Dream Yao might not be together? We need not worry about that any longer. Su Guofeng was astonished. They are together? Given Dream Yao's condition, it seems improbable that this could happen so swiftly. Yang Qinghua shook her head. They have long since obtained their certificate. Su Guofeng exclaimed. Goodness, my daughter has married, and he remains oblivious. What is the situation? Yang Qinghua explained some details to Su Guofeng. Su Guofeng remarked, although I have only just learned of this, it brings a tinge of melancholy. Yet their marriage is indeed a positive development. The likelihood of them being together has significantly increased. Indeed, Yang Qinghua nodded. Darling, although they have received their marriage certificate and the chances of them being together have risen, whether they can truly be together will still depend on the depth of their feelings at that time. Yes, Su Guofeng agreed. Let us not fret. They are capable of managing things well. They are now parents, no longer children. Yang Qinghua laughed. With the marriage certificate obtained, a child on the way, and their hands intertwined, can a cooked duck possibly fly away? I only wish to recover quickly and return home. Once home, I will let Dream Yao stay with Lin Shun. They have obtained their certificate. Why should she remain at her family home? The following afternoon, Lin Shun drove to Su Dream Yao's company. Aunt Liang's birthday banquet was in the evening, and since today was neither Saturday nor Sunday, her husband needed to work. The other guests were either at work or at school. The banquet would primarily take place at noon, but in these modern times, many do not adhere to strict customs. And numerous evening gatherings were also quite common. Once the evening's affairs were concluded, they could indulge in a more leisurely meal. Mama! Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Su Mingyao approach. Su Mingyao drew closer. Mingyao, shall we switch to another car? Lin Chen inquired, gesturing to their ordinary family vehicle. Su Mingyao shook her head. No need. Given Aunt Liang's situation, arriving in an extravagant car would be inappropriate. Besides, we do not need a vehicle to flaunt our status. As she spoke, she opened the rear door. Mama, you sit in the front. I prefer you and Daddy together, Lin Xiaoqian teased. Su Mingyao kissed Lin Xiaoqian. All right. I'll sit up front. I'll need to guide your father later. Soon, Su Mingyao settled into the passenger seat. Lin Shun, before heading to Uncle Zhao and Aunt Liang's, we must first collect the painting. It has been framed, Su Mingyao remarked. Mama, you must call him hubby. Lin Xiaoqian chimed from her safety seat. Su Mingyao glanced at Lin Xiaoqian. You have so many demands for such a little one. Where do you get all these requests? Hubby, let us go. Su Mingyao acquiesced to Lin Xiaoqian's wishes. Chapter 77. A clever way to avoid alcohol. Yay, Daddy, we're off. Lin Xiaoqian gleefully exclaimed from the back seat. Su Mingyao turned to look at Lin Xiaoqian, speculating that she sensed something amiss between her and Lin Chen. Typically, children prefer their mothers to sit in the back with them, yet Lin Xiaoqian wished for her and Lin Chen to be up front. Darling, since it's Aunt Liang's birthday, will there be many guests? Is there anything we should be mindful of? Lin Chen asked. Su Mingyao replied. There shouldn't be too many guests. Large gatherings are currently frowned upon. Uncle Zhao is unlikely to make such a mistake. The guests will either be relatives or of considerable standing, and it's best not to take photos during the banquet. If photos are taken, ensure others are not included. Lin Chen nodded. After a moment's thought, Su Mingyao continued, let us not be too ostentatious, yet not overly modest either. There will surely be drinking. If you can't hold your liquor, it's best not to partake at all. If you can drink, Do not lie about your capacity, otherwise you will find yourself in an awkward position when others discover you can handle your drink. Lin Shan chuckled softly. Previously, his tolerance for alcohol was merely average, but now, with improved health, he was confident it had significantly increased. A moderate amount should pose no issue. Some may wish to toast. I will accompany you, Su Mingyao added. Lin Shan nodded in agreement. Papa, please don't get drunk. If you do, it will be very uncomfortable, Lin Xiaoqian cautioned. Su Mingyao interjected, Qianqian, do you only care about your father and not your mother? That would make Mama sad. Lin Xiaoqian, puzzled, replied, Mama, I've mentioned this before. Haven't you forgotten? You mustn't get drunk either. You used to feel so terrible when you were. Lin Shan glanced at Su Mingyao, reflecting on her previous experiences with intoxication. Su Mingyao shook her head, stating that she had not indulged excessively in alcohol, and that Liang Yi always accompanied her during social engagements. However, there were times when consuming a bit of alcohol was unavoidable. Although the Su family possessed considerable wealth, there were still many who surpassed them nationally. Along with numerous influential figures, the top-tier magnates might drink at their whim or abstain as they pleased. Yet it was evident that the Su family had not yet reached such heights. Lin Shan smiled and remarked, if you wish to refrain from drinking in the future, I can offer you a splendid strategy. You can inform others that you are preparing for pregnancy and focusing on your health, thereby paving the way for a second child. Su Mingyao appeared speechless, pondering what ingenious method Lin Shan could possibly unveil. Lin Shan continued, isn't this a clever approach? By employing this tactic, no one will dare to urge you to drink. I appreciate your suggestion, Su Mingyao retorted with a hint of irritation. Lin Xiaoqian chimed in, Mom, what is a second child? Is it a little brother or sister? I want a sibling. Chi has a little brother. Su Mingyao replied, Xiaoqian, don't pay attention to what your father says. We are exceedingly satisfied with you. You are the best, worth several others. But, Mom, I want a brother or sister. If I have a sister, I will share my dolls with her and take her painting. If it's a brother, I will play ball with him. Lin Xiaoqian expressed with hopeful enthusiasm. Lin Shan glanced at Su Mingyao, who blushed slightly. The doctor had indicated that her chances of conceiving again were quite low. Yet low probability did not equate to impossibility. Xiaoqian, we can discuss this later. Your mother is quite busy at the moment, Lin Shan said with a smile. Lin Xiaoqian giggled, Mom and Dad, once you are less busy, please give me a brother or sister. Su Mingyao was left speechless. Did they think this was something that could simply be arranged? Lin Shan, turn left up ahead. Xiaoqian, please refrain from speaking so as not to distract your father while he drives, Su Mingyao instructed. She was eager to shift away from this topic. Half an hour later, Lin Shan drove into an older residential complex. This neighborhood was well located, once a luxurious enclave, though the buildings had aged over 20 years. In many aspects had fallen behind the times. Lin Shan, old Pei wishes to meet you. He has dedicated his life to the framing industry and is a master in this field. You may find yourself working with him in the future. Shall we go and introduce ourselves? Su Mingyao proposed. Lin Shan nodded, all right. He held Lin Xiaoqian in his arms while Su Mingyao carried a bag of gifts, and the three of them took the elevator upstairs. Ding dong. Su Mingyao pressed the doorbell, and the door opened promptly, revealing Pei Gongyi, who appeared to be in his 70s. Old Pei, greetings, Su Mingyao and Lin Shan said in unison. Grandpa Pei, I am Xiaoqian. The little girl introduced herself. Lin Xiaoqian spoke in a sweet, childlike voice. Pei Gongyi quickly greeted, Mr. Su, Master Lin, Qianqian, please come in. I was just wondering when you would arrive, and here you are. Lin Shan promptly replied, Mr. Pei. Please refrain from calling me Master Lin. Simply call me Xiao Lin. I am no master. Pei Gongyi chuckled, in the realm of painting, with your level of skill. If you cannot be regarded as a master, then who can? Although I am aging, I am not yet senile. If I call you Xiao Lin, others may accuse me of exploiting my age. You can certainly bear the title of master. Lin Shan helplessly glanced at Su Mingyao. Pei Gongyi continued, Mr. Su, please do not dissuade me. I respect his skills, which have nothing to do with age. Please take a seat. I will fetch the painting from my study. Before long, Pei Gongyi returned with the artwork. He carefully unrolled it from the tube, saying, Mr. Su, Master Lin, using ordinary materials, this is the best I could achieve. I feel somewhat ashamed of this piece. Lin Shan gazed at the painting he had created. Framed, it appeared even more splendid. Although the materials used by Pei Gongyi were commonplace, his craftsmanship spoke volumes. Even ordinary materials were exquisitely presented. Daddy, it's beautiful, exclaimed Lin Xiaoqian. When will you teach me to paint flowers? I also want to paint little birds. She stared at the painting with wide eyes. Pei Gongyi was astonished. Isn't Qianqian just over 2 years old? Has she already begun learning to paint? Yes, Grandpa Pei, replied Lin Xiaoqian earnestly. I love painting. Lin Chen smiled. Little Qian has quite the talent. Mr. Pei, perhaps I will need to trouble you more in the future. Pei Gongyi laughed. It is an honor to be appreciated by you, young ones. You are all taking care of my business. If it's all right, I will pack it away, Pei Gongyi continued. Su Mingyao nodded, of course. Pei Gongyi carefully placed the painting back into the tube. Grandpa Pei, we need to attend a banquet. We will visit another day. Su Mingyao stated. Lin Chen added, Mingyao, please wait outside for me. I need to speak with Grandpa Pei for just a few minutes. Su Mingyao appeared puzzled but still carried Lin Xiaoqian outside. Grandpa Pei, I have a basic understanding of traditional Chinese medicine. May I take your pulse? Lin Chen proposed. Pei Gongyi, confused, asked, Master Lin, am I unwell? No, Grandpa, I just want to confirm your condition. My skills may not be sufficient to judge accurately, Lin Chen replied. Pei Gongyi nodded and sat down, extending his hand. Lin Chen placed his fingers on Pei Gongyi's pulse point. After half a minute, he withdrew his hand. Grandpa, if you have time, please visit the hospital for a checkup, particularly focusing on your heart. Chapter 78. Mingyao, is this idolatry? Pei Gongyi pressed his hand against his chest. I occasionally feel a bit of tightness in my chest. Is this a serious issue? Lin Chen reassured him it should not be a significant problem. Master Lin, thank you. Pei Gongyi expressed his gratitude. Lin Chen stood up and said, Old Pei, please make sure to check on things. Mingyao and the others are still waiting for me. So I must take my leave. Soon, Lin Chen departed. Once in the car, Su Mingyao inquired curiously, Darling, what did you discuss with Old Pei privately? If it's a secret and not convenient to share, that's all right. Lin Chen started the car and continued on their journey. I discovered that Old Pei has some heart issues. Some people fall ill and prefer that others remain unaware, which is why I asked you to leave first. However, Old Pei does not seem to harbor any reservations about this. Su Mingyao expressed her surprise. Old Pei looks quite well. Lin Chen replied with a smile. Can you really tell? His breathing and complexion were somewhat unusual. I even took his pulse earlier. He suffers from coronary heart disease, and it's quite severe. Su Mingyao gazed at Lin Chen in astonishment. What about my mother's condition? Did you and Qianqian check on her pulse when you went to the United States? Lin Chen shook his head. I don't know. At that time, I could only treat little Qianqian's cold. Even now, my medical skills cannot compare to those of the top hospitals in the United States. Mingyao, this is simply idol worship. Su Mingyao rolled her eyes at Lin Chen. Who worships you? I do, exclaimed Lin Xiaoqian from the safety seat in the back. Dad is the best, hee hee. Lin Chen smiled gently. Mingyao, you see. Even if you don't idolize me, I still have a loyal little fan. Su Mingyao asked, Xiaoqian, do you know what idol worship means? I do. It's in the storybooks. Lin Chen smiled slightly. The stories he wrote were engaging and educational for children. Xiaoqian, can you tell us a story now? Lin Xiaoqian pondered for a moment and began her tale. Su Mingyao listened quietly, astonished at how much smarter Lin Xiaoqian seemed after such a short time with Lin Chen. Little did she know that Lin Chen's skills had enhanced Lin Xiaoqian's innate abilities, raising her intelligence as well. Lin Chen's fairy tale creations were legendary, under his guidance. Lin Xiaoqian's storytelling ability was naturally impressive. Mom, I'm done. Was it good? Lin Xiaoqian giggled. Su Mingyao clapped her hands. It was wonderful. Lin Xiaoqian continued, Mom, now you sing a song. I love to hear you sing. Dad, have you ever heard her? I haven't, Lin Chen replied. Su Mingyao felt a bit embarrassed. Singing for Lin Xiaoqian was no problem, but with Lin Chen present, she found it difficult to sing. Mom, hurry up. After you sing, let Dad sing, hee hee. Hearing Lin Xiaoqian say this eased Su Mingyao's tension. She softly began to hum a tune. Su Mingyao was beautiful, with a lovely voice, and her singing was sweet. Lin Chen found it immensely enjoyable. Dad, it's your turn now. Mom, Dad is also really good at singing, Lin Xiaoqian chimed in innocently. Su Mingyao was taken aback. Lin Chen could sing well too. Lin Chen smiled and said, let me sing a fairy tale. It had been so long since he last heard you tell him your favorite story. The time he spent teaching Lin Xiaoqian to sing paled in comparison to the hours devoted to painting, yet it had already accumulated to nearly 10 hours. 10 hours of experience was tantamount to reaching a master level. How many singers in the entertainment industry possess such a mastery of singing? Lin Chen's current vocal prowess was extraordinarily high. Su Mingyao listened, entranced. I wish to transform into the angel you adore from a fairy tale, spreading my arms to become wings that protect you. As Lin Chen sang these words, Su Mingyao felt a tremor in her heart. His voice seemed to resonate with her very soul. Clap, clap. After Lin Chen finished singing, Lin Xiaoqian clapped her little hands. Mom, you should applaud too. Dad sings really well, doesn't he? Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed with joy. Su Mingyao gently applauded and turned to Lin Chen, realizing that the longer she spent with him, the more she appreciated his virtues. Lin Chen, with your level of skill, you could release an album, she remarked. Lin Chen shook his head. I have no interest in entering the entertainment industry. If I wish to be famous, I would rather pursue calligraphy or painting. Playing basketball is far more appealing than entering the entertainment circle. Dad, I want you to sing more, Lin Xiaoqian insisted. As time passed, Lin Chen sang 2 more songs. Host, your singing level has reached the master level, a voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. A wealth of information flooded into his consciousness, rapidly enhancing his vocal techniques. And even his voice underwent a subtle transformation. Su Mingyao was slightly taken aback. The last few lines he sang seemed to carry a different quality, sounding even more melodious. We're almost there, just a bit further on the right, she said, not pausing to ponder further. Understood, Lin Chen nodded. Before long, he parked in front of a modest restaurant. Although Su Mingyao's uncle Zhao was quite wealthy, his social standing dictated that hosting a banquet at a luxurious venue could lead to undesirable gossip. A regular restaurant was far more suitable, ensuring the quality of the food would not be compromised. They had reserved the restaurant for the evening, and the chef was not one of the original staff. Welcome, welcome. Mr. Li, please, come inside, a voice called out. Director Liu, please, let us enjoy a drink together later. At the entrance, Su Mingyao's uncle Zhao and Aunt Liang were there to greet the guests. Lin Chen, that is Uncle Zhao at the door, Su Mingyao said. As she and Lin Chen stepped out of the car, Lin Chen lifted Lin Xiaoqian down, while Su Mingyao retrieved a painting tube from the trunk. Uncle Zhao, they approached. And Su Mingyao greeted him with a smile. Zhao Jing shouted his gaze upon Lin Chen. Mingyao, I heard from Aunt Liang that you got married. It seems the news is indeed true. Young Lin, you are quite fortunate. She, do you not recognize Grandpa Zhao anymore? Come here for a hug. Let us see if you've gained weight, Zhao Jingshou said. Lin Xiaoxi sweetly called out, Grandpa Zhao. Zhao Jingshou lifted Lin Xiaoxi from Lin Chen's arms, exclaiming, It's been a while since I last saw you, Shi. You've grown up. At this rate, Grandpa Zhao won't be able to carry you much longer. Lin Xiaoxi replied, That's because I eat well. Is that so? Then you truly are a good child, Zhao Jingshou smiled. Mingyao, why don't you take Shi inside? Xiaolin, would you assist me in welcoming our guests? Su Mingyao glanced at Lin Chen, sensing that Zhao Jingshou had something to discuss with him. Dear, Shi and I will head in first, Su Mingyao said as she took Lin Xiaoxi into her arms. Lin Chen nodded with a smile. Once they entered, Zhao Jingshou offered Lin Chen a cigarette, which Lin Chen declined, saying, Uncle Zhao, I don't smoke, especially not with little Shi here. Zhao Jingshou, looking somewhat apologetic, said, Xiaolin, there is something I need to apologize to you about. Lin Chen looked at him with curiosity. Zhao Jingshou continued awkwardly. 2 months ago, someone asked me to help introduce his son to Mingyao. I thought Mingyao didn't have anyone around, and it might help her come out of her shell. I didn't expect you two to be married. Lin Chen inquired, Is the other party coming today as well? I invited them, unaware of your situation. I will explain things to them shortly. Just then, an old model Audi pulled up. Zhao Jingshou remarked, Speak of the devil. Here they are. As the Audi parked, Zhao Jingshou said, Xiaolin, the person I wanted to introduce to Meng Yao is Zheng Su. His father, Zheng Qingyun, is also a businessman with assets worth billions. Zheng Su's maternal family is a political dynasty. His grandfather holds a position even higher than mine. Lin Chen was astonished. Billions in assets and a powerful maternal lineage indeed made for a formidable background. Without the system and the abilities it granted him, he would seem no different from an ant in comparison to such a family. However, encountering such individuals was indeed a rare occurrence. President Zhang Xiaosu. Zhao Jingshou greeted as the 2 individuals from the Audi stepped out. Lin Chen took a couple of steps forward as well. Brother Zhao, Uncle Zhao. Zheng Qingyun and Zheng Su greeted, one with warmth and the other with respect. Zhao Jingshou shook hands with Zheng Qingyun, saying, President Zheng, this young man beside me is Lin Chen, who is married to Meng Yao. I must apologize for this situation. I only just learned about it. Zheng Qingyun and Zheng Su's expressions shifted. Their primary purpose for coming was to meet Su Meng Yao, and they were not locals of Magic City. With most of their business situated elsewhere, President Zhang, Lin Chen greeted with a smile. Zhang Qingyu nodded, apologetically stating, Xiao Lin, we owe you an apology as well. It was our oversight for not understanding the situation beforehand. Zhang Su coughed lightly and said, Lin Shan, I apologize. I truly had no idea that President Su was already married. Lin Shan smiled and replied, It's nothing. Meng Yao and I obtained our marriage certificate privately. So it's quite normal for others to be unaware. Zhao Jingshou added, President Zhang, this matter is my fault. I should have been more informed. And it led to you both making this trip. Zhang Qingyan smiled and said, It's my sister-in-law's birthday. We were meant to come regardless. There's no need for concern. Zhao Jingshou nodded slightly. President Zhang, please, you may enter first. I will toast you a few extra times later as an apology. Zhang Qingyan replied, Zhao. You go ahead with your duties. Little Lin, this situation is our oversight, and I will have Xiao Su toast you a few more times. Please don't take offense. Soon, Zhang Qingyun and his companions entered. Zhao Jingshou took a few steps outside, with Lin Shan following. Zhao Jingshou inquired, Little Lin, what are your impressions? Lin Shan responded, It's quite different from what I had imagined. In dramas or novels, in such situations, they would be angry and pressure me to leave Meng Yao. Zhao Jingshou chuckled. Those at Zhang Qingyun's level are generally astute individuals. Such reactions are rare. Today is my wife's birthday. They wouldn't act in such a manner. Do you have any other thoughts? Lin Shan pondered for a moment before stating, They are very courteous, yet I sense this politeness is merely superficial. The Su family may encounter troubles ahead. Zhao Jingshou looked at Lin Shan in surprise. You speak of the Su family having troubles instead of your own. That's quite intriguing. Please, elaborate further. Lin Shan shook his head. Uncle Zhao, I can't analyze much beyond this. My understanding is rather ordinary. Zhao Jingshou gazed deeply at Lin Shan, a smile emerging on his face. Little Lin, that's commendable. It seems you recognize that superficial relationships can lead to complications. I hope you and Meng Yao can achieve a happy outcome. Uncle Zhao, I shall head in now, Lin Shan said. Zhao Jingshou nodded, and Lin Shan entered the restaurant. A look of concern crept into Zhao Jingshou's eyes. The Su family indeed faces challenges. He had already caught wind of certain rumors. Yet, such matters were difficult to alter. With assets exceeding 30 billion, the Su family's company is thriving, and their wealth continues to grow. Many eyes are eager for a share. Initially, he had considered introducing Su Meng Yao to Zhang Su, hoping that if they succeeded, the pressure on the Su family would lessen. Even if the Zhang family were to eventually absorb part of their assets, the Su family's wealth would not be quickly depleted. Their 30 billion in assets should safeguard at least half. However, Su Mingyao is already married. Alas, if only the old leader could have lived a few more years. Zhao Jingshou sighed inwardly. If Yang Qingyue's father had lived a little longer, the Su family's foundation would be more stable. As it stands, their foundation is precarious. Some of the goodwill from Yang Qingyue's father still lingers, providing temporary stability, but such goodwill is finite. How could outsiders indefinitely assist the Su family without conditions? If they begin to set terms, what distinguishes them from ravenous wolves? Originally, it seemed they could maintain stability for another couple of years without issues. The situation with the Zhang family leaves one wondering whether it might accelerate the deterioration of circumstances. Zhao Jingshou felt a sense of helplessness within. Inside the restaurant, Lin Shan approached Su Mingyao. Dad, he called sweetly as he drew near to Lin Xiaoqian. Hey, Lin Shan smiled, extending his hand as Su Mingyao naturally transferred Lin Xiaoqian into his arms. Aunt Liang, this is my husband, Lin Shan. Darling, don't mistake her for my sister. Su Mingyao smiled. Aunt Liang, Lin Shan greeted. Su Mingyao's Aunt Liang is Liang Chunhua. She laughed. Little Lin, you are truly fortunate to have Meng Yao as your wife and such a well-behaved daughter like Xiaoqian. Lin Shan glanced at Su Mingyao, reflecting. Perhaps it was fate that brought Meng Yao and me together. Xiaoqian is the most wonderful gift bestowed upon us by heaven. Su Mingyao's cheeks flushed slightly as Liang Chunhua observed this interaction. It seemed that Su Mingyao had already envisioned Lin Shan in her heart. Under such circumstances, there was no need for her and her husband to persuade Su Mingyao to divorce and choose another. Mingyao, little Lin, I wish you both the best. Thank you for the gift, Liang Chunhua said with a smile. Su Mingyao had already presented the gift to her. The painting tube lay nearby, still unopened. Thank you, Aunt Liang, she replied as Liang Chunhua turned her gaze elsewhere. Little Lin, I must excuse myself for a moment. Mingyao, please take care of little Lin. All right. Su Mingyao nodded. Liang Chunhua walked towards a newly arrived guest. Su Mingyao leaned closer and whispered, Lin Shan, what did Uncle Zhao say to you? Lin Shan chuckled. Uncle Zhao asked when we would hold the wedding banquet. as he can hardly wait to celebrate with us. Just then, Zheng Qingshan and Zheng Su approached. Zheng Qingshan, with an apologetic tone, said, "Ms. Su, we owe you an apology. We have already spoken to Lin Chen, but it remains necessary to address this with you. Initially, we were unaware of your marriage, hence we asked Brother Zhao to introduce us today." Zheng Su added, "I insisted my father bring me along. I never anticipated it might lead to an awkward situation. I hope you won't take offense." Su Mingyao smiled. "It's all right. The misunderstanding is cleared. It's only natural you were unaware, given we haven't made it public." After exchanging a few more words, Zheng Qingshan and his son departed. Su Mingyao furrowed her brow discreetly. While the Zheng father and son displayed commendable demeanor, she sensed that the matter was far from simple. It might pose adverse repercussions for the Su family. "Xiaoqian, there's a young lady over there. Would you like to go play with her? Your mom and dad will be watching you," Lin Chen inquired, kissing Lin Xiaoqian gently. Lin Xiaoqian nodded. Lin Chen set her down, and she trotted off, quickly joining another little girl in play. "Lin Chen, they didn't trouble you too much, did they?" Su Mingyao asked softly. Lin Chen whispered, "Mingyao? I suggest you refer to me as husband. It may not reflect well if others hear you call me Lin Chen." Su Mingyao replied, Chapter 80, The Contest at the Banquet. Lin Chen remarked, "Mr. Zheng and his associates are quite courteous. I expected them to put on airs and confront me, but they have surprised me." Su Mingyao responded, "The upper echelon differs significantly from the lower. While they may appear jovial on the surface, they often wield daggers behind your back. Today, they may toast and call you brother, but tomorrow, they might seize an opportunity to leave you in dire straits." Lin Chen nodded slightly. Zhao Tianyou's cunning pales in comparison to Zhang Su's. Su Mingyao continued, "This is normal. The Zhao family rose alongside our Su family, and their foundation is shaky. They have only truly prospered for about 2 decades. The Zheng family was affluent even in their grandfather's generation. Their education differs greatly from ours." Lin Chen nodded again, his intuition suggesting further actions from them were imminent. Su Mingyao agreed. "Indeed, the likelihood is high. Our Su family is considered nouveau riche. We earn more than they do, and such established families often harbor resentment. My grandfather passed away early, leaving our family with insufficient heritage. True heritage extends beyond mere wealth. It encompasses a web of relationships that takes time to cultivate. Established families may not be extraordinarily wealthy, but they often have ties through marriage with numerous other families. Perhaps a member of theirs has ascended to power, or one has become a teacher, nurturing many successful students. The legacy of my grandfather has allowed the Su family to thrive and continue receiving protection. One can only imagine the formidable foundation of those established families." Su Mingyao added, "I presume you are not well versed in these matters. Your parents will return next month. Let your father handle the headaches. His experience in conflict is undoubtedly superior to yours." Lin Chen responded, "Indeed." Su Mingyao nodded, "My father is certainly more capable than I. I manage the company well enough when the winds are favorable. Let us not dwell on this. For the time being, they are unlikely to act. Our Su family is not easily provoked. Whoever takes the lead will inevitably pay a considerable price." Lin Chen smiled lightly, "Do not worry too much. Even if we face losses, you and Xiaoqian will still want for nothing. I can provide for you both." Su Mingyao's cheeks flushed slightly. "I do not wish to be dependent on you." Time passed, and in half an hour, the expected guest had largely arrived. The crowd was not particularly large, numbering around 100, with a total of 10 tables, 2 of which were large enough to seat about 20 people each. One large table hosted figures from the political realm, while the other was occupied by prominent business leaders. Lin Chen and his companions sat at the latter. With several hundred billion in assets, the Su family was not to be underestimated, and Zhao Jingshou was merely a district chief. How many business magnates would attend his wife's birthday celebration? "Dear friends and family, today we celebrate my wife's 50th birthday. Thank you all for your presence. May you dine and drink well. I propose a toast in her honor." Zhao Jingshou rose from his seat, a wine glass in hand, declaring his intentions. With a decisive gulp, he emptied the contents of his cup. Cheers erupted from the crowd, some applauding enthusiastically. Although Zhao Jingshou's official rank was not particularly elevated, the position of district chief in the bustling metropolis was certainly not insignificant, bestowing upon him considerable power. The banquet soon commenced, enveloped in a lively atmosphere. "Daddy, I want to eat that one, and that piece of meat too," Lin Xiaoqian expressed from her seat, positioned to the left of Lin Chen, while Su Mingyao occupied the right. Although Su Mingyao had contemplated seating Lin Xiaoqian between them, she ultimately chose to sit beside Lin Chen. subtly signaling their close relationship to others, thereby discouraging any ill-intentioned provocations against him. The Zheng family, a venerable lineage, was represented by Zheng Qingshan and his son, both possessing a profound depth of character. However, at their table were individuals of lesser means, whose sophistication may not have been as pronounced. A few drinks might loosen their tongues, leading to indiscreet remarks. "Daddy, let me help you with that," Lin Chen said kindly, as he served Lin Xiaoqian some dishes. Upon tasting the food, Lin Xiaoqian scrunched her mouth in distaste. "Daddy, I have a secret to tell you," she whispered to Lin Chen, leaning closer. He heard her softly declare, "The food here isn't very good. Yours is the best." "Xiaoqian, you mustn't be picky," Lin Chen replied. "Otherwise, your mother will have to cook for you." Promptly, Lin Xiaoqian stuffed a large spoonful of rice into her mouth, well aware of her mother's culinary shortcomings compared to this restaurant's offerings. "Mr. Su, I didn't expect you to be married. Allow me to toast to your union." Someone from their table initiated the toasting. Zheng Qingshan and his son were not present at this table. The Zheng family, though a commercial dynasty, had connections to influential circles through Zheng Su's maternal lineage, and they occupied another larger table. "Mr. Li, you flatter me. You are the senior here. We should be toasting you," Su Mengyao responded with a smile. While she sipped red wine, Lin Chen naturally opted for white. As 20 minutes passed, Lin Chen had consumed a fair amount, and most at their table had similarly partaken. Zheng Qingshan approached with a wine glass and a decanter in hand. "Xiaolin, we were at fault in that matter. I shall drink a cup as penance. Please, do not take it to heart." With that, he downed his drink. And Lin Chen reciprocated. "Mr. Su, Xiaolin, may your love be ever sweet," Zheng Qingshan added, refilling his glass with a smile. What could they do but drink to that? Another cup was consumed. The wine glasses at their table were modest in size, yet filled to 7 or 8 tenths, containing approximately 5 ounces. After 2 glasses, they had downed a substantial amount of white wine. "Mr. Li, long time no see," Zheng Qingshan remarked, having finished his drink with Lin Chen before moving on to engage with others. Observing his demeanor, there appeared to be no issues. He was undoubtedly a seasoned warrior, tempered by the trials of alcohol. "Lin Chen, how are you faring? You typically abstain from liquor. If you cannot manage it, do not force yourself." Su Mengyao whispered as she leaned closer to Lin Chen, having already consumed a couple of dregs, and now hastily downing another measure. "Those with lesser tolerance might find themselves unwell. Rest assured, my tolerance is adequate," Lin Chen replied softly. Previously, he could manage only half a janth. After 3 or 4 taels, he would certainly feel lightheaded. However, he now felt nothing amiss, as his constitution had significantly improved. His physique had surpassed 180 points, exceeding that of elite boxers, while his combat prowess might not match theirs. His formidable constitution ensured he could handle alcohol with ease. "Lin Chen, without further ado, let me toast to you." Zheng Su approached Lin Chen to share a drink. Though they maintained a facade of decorum, they were willing to indulge in Lin Chen's potential inebriation for their own amusement. "Lin Chen, Su Zong, congratulations to you both." The second cup soon followed. "Allow me to punish myself with another drink." After finishing the second cup, Zheng Su poured a third, before Lin Chen could respond. He downed it in one gulp. Lin Chen followed suit. It was no trivial matter to allow Zhang Su to endure such a self-imposed penalty alone. "My tolerance is lacking. I shall retreat to have some food and return to toast you shortly," Zheng Su declared, stepping back. Su Mengyao cast a concerned glance at Lin Chen, who had already consumed an additional 1.5 taels of liquor in a brief span. "Darling, how are you holding up? We ought to toast to others as well," Su Mengyao inquired. Lin Chen smiled faintly. "Wife, I am perfectly fine." Chapter 81. Tonight, we stay at Su Mingyao's home. Qian. "Mommy and Daddy are going to toast some drinks. Be a good girl and have your meal. We will return shortly," Lin Chen said to Lin Xiaoqian. Lin Xiaoqian nodded. After entrusting a nearby individual to keep an eye on her, Lin Chen and Su Mengyao began to raise their glasses in salutation. Lin Chen found alcohol rather unpalatable. Nonetheless, such beverages were a staple at adult gatherings, for without them, meals would swiftly conclude. Business discussions? Building relationships? Often, just as the conversation began, the meal would be finished. "Uncle Zhao, Aunt Liang, I raise this glass to you, wishing you health and all the best," Su Mengyao smiled. As the hosts of the occasion, Zhao and Liang were to be honored first. "Mengyao, Xiaolin, thank you," Zhao Jingshou replied with a smile. Liang Chunhua added, "Xiaolin, do not forget us when it comes to the wedding banquet." Lin Chen smiled back. "Aunt Liang, rest assured, Mengyao and I will certainly invite you for our future celebrations." As time passed, Lin Shan consumed considerable amounts of alcohol, while Su Mingyao fared much better. She sipped red wine, merely taking a small taste each time. After Lin Shan and his companions finished their toasts, he had consumed nearly 8 or 9 taels of liquor, yet he only felt a mild intoxication, far from being drunk. Lin Shan estimated that his current alcohol tolerance might be around 2 or 3 gin. Shaolin, you have quite the drinking capacity, remarked Su, as he raised his glass once more. Allow me to toast to you all. Our two families may find opportunities for collaboration in various fields. Zhang Qingshan approached again. He was also a good drinker, but like Lin Shan, he had indulged considerably and was beginning to feel the effects of the alcohol. You are too kind, Mr. Zhang. Lin Shan replied, and they shared another drink. Afterward, Zhang Qingshan found yet another reason to drink with Lin Shan. Before long, Zhang Su arrived. After sharing a drink with him, Su Mingyao leaned closer to Lin Shan and whispered, Lin Shan, you should stop drinking. The Zhang father and son want to see you intoxicated, hoping you will embarrass yourself. You've already consumed over a gin. Lin Shan turned his head, and Su Mingyao paused, their eyes locking within a mere 10 centimeters apart, both acutely aware of each other's breath. Please, don't drink anymore, she urged, slightly pulling away. I want them to drink more. Once they are inebriated, even if they don't voice it, their expressions will reveal their true intentions, whether they are friend or foe, Lin Shan replied softly. Having said this, he lifted his glass and took the decanter, rising to his feet. It would be impolite not to reciprocate, he thought. Since Zhang Qingshan and the others wished for him to drink to excess, he would grant them the opportunity. They only needed to possess the skill to handle it. Their depths of character were profound, and such a gathering provided a rare chance to glimpse their true thoughts. Mr. Zhang, I owe you an apology. Initially, I had some misunderstandings about you. Lin Shan deliberately allowed his speech to become somewhat vague. He found reasons to share 3 more drinks with Zhang Qingshan. After 3 consecutive cups, even if each was merely 5 qian, Zhang Qingshan felt a bit lightheaded. If he drank slowly, he could manage, but quick consumption was becoming difficult to endure. Although he wore a smile, Lin Shan noted a certain coldness in Zhang Qingshan's gaze. The Zhang family harbors ill intentions, Lin Shan mused inwardly. Mr. Zhang, I can only drink this much for now. In the future, I hope for more opportunities to share drinks with you. No problem, Zhang Qingshan replied with a smile. Yet his eyes remained icy. While others might not discern the tension, Lin Shan and Zhang Qingshan exchanged glances that were clear and piercing. The intensity of Zhang Qingshan's stare felt like a knife. The Su family possessed hundreds of billions in wealth, while the Zhang family had only tens of billions. The latter sought to swallow the former, but now, with Su Mingyao and Lin Shan's marriage certificate, their plans had been thwarted. Dad, please stop drinking. I'm very worried about you, Lin Xiaoqian said as she hugged Lin Shan's arm upon his return. All right, Daddy won't drink anymore, he assured her. Xiaoqian, you've done very well. You haven't caused any fuss and have finished your meal obediently, Lin Shan smiled. He received the results and deemed it unnecessary to drink further. Zhang Qingshan and the others likely would not dare to return. Though both he and his son were adept at drinking, they were nearing their limits. Half an hour later, the dinner concluded, and guests began to depart, including Lin Shan and his companions. Su Mingyao called Liang Yi over, who was to drive. President, are we heading to Ziyuan community? Liang Yi inquired. Su Mingyao turned to Lin Shan. Lin Shan, shall we go to my place? You have consumed considerable alcohol, and it would be unwise for you to care for Qianqian tonight. I too have had my share. Very well, Lin Shan replied with a smile, as he had yet to explore Su Mingyao's villa. Daddy, let me take you to my room. I have a slide in my room, Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. All right, Xiaoqian, you can give me a tour later, he responded. Su Mingyao looked at Lin Shan with a hint of concern. Lin Shan, you must have consumed nearly 1.5 pounds of alcohol. Are you all right? Lin Shan shook his head. I'm fine. In Zhang Qingshan's old Model 6. The two fathers sat in the back while their driver navigated. Dad, Lin Shan likely has a better tolerance than we do. Even after drinking with him, he doesn't seem fully intoxicated, Zhang Su remarked, rubbing his temples, feeling lightheaded. Zhang Qingshan replied, Son, it seems you and Su Mingyao are not meant to be. I understand. Zhang Su nodded. Lin Shan is not as simple as he appears. It's unfortunate that we could not uncover his true nature. Zhang Qingshan had sensed Lin Shan's extraordinary disposition from their first encounter. Most individuals would display signs of restraint in such circumstances, and even a fortunate marriage to Su Mingyao would not alter that. However, Lin Shan exhibited no such timidity. Dad, We will have someone investigate in due time. Zheng Su said, feeling increasingly dizzy. I need to rest my eyes for a moment. Zheng Qingshan closed his eyes, knowing his tolerance was better. Yet he too felt the effects. 40 minutes later, Liang Yi arrived at Su Mingyao's grand villa, spanning over 1,000 square meters. Such a property in Shanghai would undoubtedly be valued at over 100 million. However, considering Su Mingyao's family previously engaged in real estate, their expenditures likely did not reach such heights. Sister Ping, please gather everyone. Su Mingyao called for her 4 housekeepers. The villa was so expansive that a few housekeepers could hardly manage it all. This is Lin Shun, my husband and Qianqian's father. You may address him as Mr. Lin. She introduced. Hello, Mr. Lin. The 4 housekeepers responded in unison. Lin Shun nodded. Hello. Lin Xiaoqian eagerly exclaimed, Daddy, put me down. I want to take you upstairs. My room is beautiful. Lin Shun obliged, setting her down, and soon they took the elevator to the upper floor. Lin Xiaoqian glanced at her room, and then at Su Mingyao's room, which was directly across from hers. Daddy, come in. She beckoned. Lin Xiaoqian entered Su Mingyao's room, followed closely by Lin Shun, who felt a tinge of confusion. This did not appear to be a child's room. Dad, you will sleep in this room tonight. Lin Xiaoqian giggled. Chapter 82. You didn't sleep together? Lin Chen's gaze swept across the room. Is this your mother's room? Lin Xiaoqian nodded her little head. Yes. Tonight. I will sleep with Aunt Qingqing, and you will sleep with Mom. At that moment, Su Mingyao arrived at the door, having overheard Lin Xiaoqian's words. Xiaoqian, weren't you supposed to show Dad your room? Su Mingyao called out. Mom, it's dark outside, and Dad needs to rest soon. I want to show him where he will sleep, Lin Xiaoqian replied. What a little darling you are, Su Mingyao remarked. But this little darling belongs to Lin Shun. Lin Shun was dressed warmly, yet it was oversized for Su Mingyao, allowing the draft to seep through. Xiaoqian, let us go to your room and show your dad what your slide looks like, Lin Shun suggested with a smile. Okay, Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed, leading Lin Shun to the opposite room. Her room was quite spacious and indeed featured a slide, complete with a small house atop it. Dad, look. Lin Xiaoqian climbed the padded stairs, passed through the little house, and slid down. Dad, isn't it fun? She asked sweetly. Lin Shun crouched down and gently patted Lin Xiaoqian's head. It's fun, but Xiaoqian, you must be careful while playing. Dad, I'll take you to another place. Lin Xiaoqian guided Lin Shun to her playroom, which was large and filled with an array of toys. Dad, there are so many toys here. But it's not fun to play alone. Lin Shun sighed inwardly, realizing that if Su Mingyao were not home, the nanny would likely not allow other children over to play. In their villa community, every child was precious, and the risk of accidents was too great to bear. With Su Mingyao around, she likely took Lin Xiaoqian outdoors for activities more often. After a while, Lin Xiaoqian dashed outside. Dad, hurry up. We're going to another place. Soon. They arrived on the 3rd floor, which housed a fairly large music room filled with a guzheng, an eru, and a grand piano. Dad, this one is Mom's. Grandma plays this, and the smallest one belongs to Grandpa. This one is mine, Lin Xiaoqian said, pulling out a small drum from the corner. Lin Chun was astonished. It seemed the Su family possessed some artistic flair. He knew Su Mingyao played the piano and guzheng, and her mother was even better at the guzheng, while her father played the eru. Boom boom. Lin Xiaoqian randomly struck the drum a couple of times. Lin Chun chuckled at Lin Xiaoqian, imagining that when Su Mingyao and her family entertained themselves, she likely just caused mischief nearby. Dad, how do you play this? Mom says I'm too little. Having reached this age, Lin Xiaoqian approached the piano. Lin Chun lifted the piano lid, although he could not play. He had perused some basic knowledge online to teach Lin Xiaoqian in the future. He possessed a rudimentary understanding of the instrument. Xiaoqian. Each key on the piano produces a distinct sound. Lin Chun began to teach leisurely. He had to proceed slowly, lest the contents of his stomach be exhausted within 5 minutes. Soon, 5 minutes had elapsed. Host, by teaching Lin Xiaoqian to play the piano, you will acquire piano skills. 10 hours will elevate you to the master level, and 20 hours to the grandmaster level. The system's voice resonated in Lin Chen's mind. Concurrently, a plethora of information surged into his consciousness. A faint smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. It has arrived, at long last. If it had not come soon, the scant piano knowledge within him would have been depleted. Daddy, what is this? Lin Xiaoqian inquired. Shortly after Lin Chen gained the skill, she darted to the side. Had she been a moment swifter, Lin Chen's skill would not have awakened before the 5 minutes elapsed. The beginning is always the hardest. Once awakened, progress can gradually ensue. This is an eru, Lin Chen replied with a smile. Lin Xiaoqian tilted her head. Daddy, It's so strange. It has only one string. Yet it can produce so many sounds. Do you like this, Xiaoqian? Lin Shan asked. Lin Xiaoqian shook her head vigorously. I don't like it. The grandpas in the park enjoy it. I am still a little baby. Lin Shan felt a tinge of regret. He held a certain fascination for the eru. Yet as Lin Xiaoqian did not favor it, he could not compel her to learn. Otherwise, he would not acquire the skill. Many things should be allowed to unfold naturally. He could gain the ability to craft paper airplanes, which was quite impressive, but Lin Xiaoqian had recently shown little interest in that either. And he would not force her to learn. Her healthy and happy growth was paramount. Knock, knock. Su Mingyao entered after a gentle rap on the door. Xiaoqian, you can share with Daddy tomorrow. It's rather late now, and you need to wash up and sleep, Su Mingyao said. Lin Xiaoqian replied, Mommy, can I stay with Daddy tomorrow? I want to play with Yuan and the others. Su Mingyao knelt and kissed Lin Xiaoqian. This is your home. If you don't wish to go back, you may certainly stay here. Lin Xiaoqian blinked. Mommy, it's just me and Daddy. Su Mingyao playfully tapped Lin Xiaoqian's forehead. You little rascal, so small yet so clever. Go ahead and take the elevator down by yourself. Mommy and Daddy need to have a chat. With a giggle, Lin Xiaoqian joyfully exited. Su Mingyao's cheeks flushed slightly as she said, Lin Shun, why don't you and Xiaoqian stay here today and tomorrow? Xiaoqian probably wants to introduce you to her little friends. She has always envied them for having their fathers. As she spoke, a nostalgic glimmer shone in Su Mingyao's eyes. Once, when I tucked her in at night, she called for her father in her dreams. Listening to that truly stirred my heart. Lin Shan gazed at Su Mingyao, who seemed to have summoned considerable resolve to bring Lin Xiaoqian to seek him out. Mingyao, do not be disheartened. From now on, Xiaoqian will have a father, and you shall have a husband, Lin Shan remarked with a cheerful smile. Su Mingyao playfully retorted. As long as Mingyao has a father, that suffices. As for me, I am quite content on my own. I will fetch a set of my father's new pajamas for you. Once you have changed out of your clothes, they will be washed and dried by nightfall. Ready for you to wear tomorrow, she added. Lin Shan nodded in agreement. But there remains a crucial question. Where shall I sleep? Su Mingyao responded with mock annoyance. You will occupy the guest room. Are you truly considering sleeping in my room, as Xiaoqian suggested? Lin Shan chuckled. I find that arrangement rather appealing. It would also help save on the air conditioning bill. Su Mingyao, still exasperated, urged, hurry and take a shower. You've had quite a bit to drink. After your shower, you should go straight to bed. Half an hour later, Lin Shun had finished his shower and lay down on the guest room bed. Suddenly, the door creaked open slightly, and Lin Xiaoqian peeked her little head in. Daddy, why are you here? I didn't see you in Mommy's room. Lin Shan replied, Xiaoqian, weren't you supposed to be sleeping in your bed? Daddy, I can't fall asleep. I want to hear a story, and Qingqing's stories aren't very interesting, she said as she climbed onto Lin Shan's bed. Daddy, I have a question. Lin Xiaoqian looked a bit anxious. What is it? Lin Shan inquired, giving her a gentle kiss. Daddy, are you and Mommy divorced? Lin Shan was taken aback. Xiaoqian, why do you ask such a thing? We are doing just fine. But you and Mommy aren't sleeping together. Grandpa and Grandma sleep together, Lin Xiaoqian pointed out. Doesn't Mommy call me her husband? You know that, right? Lin Xiaoqian nodded. Yes, but you aren't sleeping together. At that moment, Su Mingyao knocked and entered the room. Xiaoqian, why aren't you asleep? Your father has had quite a bit to drink and cannot take care of you tonight, she inquired. Lin Shan interjected. Wife, please fetch our marriage certificate. Su Mingyao paused. Why? Lin Shan pinched Lin Xiaoqian's cheek gently. Xiaoqian claimed we aren't sleeping together and asked if we are divorced. For such a young child, she certainly contemplates a great deal. Su Mingyao glanced at Lin Xiaoqian, realizing that since Lin Shan's return, their daughter seemed remarkably astute. Xiaoqian, do not disturb your father any longer. Come with me, and then you can go to sleep, Su Mingyao said with a hint of exasperation. Lin Xiaoqian quickly climbed down from the bed. Su Mingyao led her to her bedroom, which housed a safe containing various pieces of jewelry and essential documents. Among them was the marriage certificate, which she retrieved from within. Qianqian, this is your father and mother's marriage certificate. Look, here are their photographs. If your father and mother were to divorce, this certificate would no longer exist, Su Mingyao explained. Lin Xiaoqian scrutinized it closely, and after a few seconds, she murmured, Mom, I don't know these characters. Is this the marriage certificate? Su Mingyao replied, let me check the first two characters for you. She used her phone to look up the word marriage, and then selected the voice option to read it aloud. Is this really the marriage certificate? Why don't you trust your father and mother, you little rascal? She chided playfully. Lin Xiaoqian asked, Mom, why don't you and Dad sleep together? Grandpa and Grandma do. Su Mingyao responded. For various reasons. Your father and I haven't lived together before. We need time to adjust. Both your father and I love you dearly, and we will not divorce. Lin Xiaoqun's eyes brightened. Really, Mom? Of course, Su Mingyao affirmed. Then let us make a promise. They pinky swore together. Mom, you mustn't change. If you do, you'll turn into a puppy. Su Mingyao replied. All right, if I change, I'll become a puppy. Now hurry off to Aunt Qingqing's and sleep. You mustn't come out again. Your father and I need to rest well. Okay. Lin Xiaoqun cheerfully returned to her room. Su Mingyao pondered for a moment before heading to Lin Chen's side. I just showed Qianqian the marriage certificate. What is going on with her? She inquired. Lin Chen responded. She fears we might separate again, lacking a sense of security. This is a normal reaction. Shower her with love, and her insecurities will gradually dissipate. Su Mingyao nodded gently. All right, you should get some rest. Wait, there's one more thing, Lin Chen said. What is it? Su Mingyao asked. Good night, my wife, Lin Chen said with a smile. Su Mingyao felt her cheeks flush. After hesitating for 2 or 3 seconds, she softly replied, Good night, my husband. Upon finishing, she quickly retreated. She pressed her hand to her chest, her heart racing. You rascal, Su Mingyao thought to herself. She hurried back to her room and lay down on her bed, covering her entire head with the blanket. Ding ding. Soon after, Su Mingyao's phone rang. It was a video call from her mother. It was evening on her end, while it was around 8 or 9 in the morning for her parents in America. Mom. Dad, Su Mingyao said as she answered the call. Her parents were together at that moment. Yang Qingwei asked, Mingyao, how was Aunt Liang's birthday banquet today? Did anything unusual happen at the banquet? Su Mingyao's brows furrowed slightly. There was something. 2 months prior, the Zheng family had expressed a desire for Uncle Zhao to facilitate an introduction between myself and Zheng Su. Uncle Zhao initially intended to make the introduction during the birthday banquet. However, after my marriage to Lin Shun, he opted against it. Su Guofeng, puzzled, inquired whether the Zheng family was up to something. Su Mingyao remarked that they appeared quite courteous, frequently offering apologies, even during the drinking. Lin Shun noted that their gazes were not aligned. When sober, their eyes were clear, but under the influence, their composure diminished. Su Guofeng commented that Mingyao should take Qianqian with her, as it was evident that Zheng Qingshan and his family were contemplating a marriage alliance. Their intentions being apparent to all. Yang Qingwei retorted, somewhat irked, that it was absurd to think that Mingyao, accompanied by Qianqian, would be left without suitors. Su Guofeng cleared his throat, clarifying that he did not mean that. Rather, Zheng Su would have more options. Yang Qingwei questioned whether Zheng Su's grandfather was at a critical juncture, pondering whether a potential engagement between Mingyao and Zheng Su would be advantageous or detrimental for him. Su Guofeng shook his head, admitting he was unaware of the grandfather's situation. He speculated that if they were to become engaged, there might be some who would quietly smirk. But it would undoubtedly lend support. Su Mingyao rolled her eyes, silently dismissing the notion of an engagement. Su Guofeng reassured her that their discussion was merely analytical. Should they be at a crucial stage, an engagement might propel matters forward. Our family possesses considerable wealth, and her grandfather still holds some influence. Yang Qingwei scoffed, asserting that if that were the case, the Zheng family would reap all the benefits, while her father's remaining connections would serve as their bridal attire. It was noted that Yang Qingyue's father held a position superior to that of Zheng Su's grandfather. Su Guofeng cautioned Mingyao that this was merely speculation and advised her not to share their private analysis. She nodded in agreement. Yang Qingwei, expressing concern, suggested that if the Zheng family were indeed calculating in such a manner and the situation soured, the likelihood of repercussions against them would be significant. Su Guofeng acknowledged this, yet reassured her not to overly worry. While the Zheng family had better connections in the political realm, the assets of the Su family were several times greater than theirs, providing us with a substantial advantage. At this juncture, Su Guofeng paused, advising Mingyao to refrain from expanding the business further and to enhance risk management. Mingyao concurred, recognizing the unfavorable conditions for expansion. Yang Qingwei then inquired about Qianqian, expressing concern over Lin Chen's inebriation and whether Qianqian had returned with him. Mingyao clarified that Qianqian was asleep with Qingqing. When asked if Lin Shun was at their home, Mingyao hesitated before softly affirming it. Yang Qingwei nodded, considering it wise, as he had consumed a considerable amount of alcohol, and it would be unwise to let him return alone. Su Guofeng suggested that since Lin Shun was at their residence, they should allow him to stay with Qianqian for a few more days, as she likely missed her little friends. Meng Yao nodded in agreement. Su Guofeng chuckled. Lin Chen enjoys his wine. There are exquisite bottles in the cellar. Please fetch him a few, particularly from the first wine cabinet, as it contains the finest selections. Yang Qingwei glanced at Su Guofeng. Old Su, when my father visited previously, you never offered him the wine from the first cabinet. You seem quite generous now. Su Guofeng replied, Your father is a revolutionary soldier. I must not corrupt him. Chapter 84. Is this painting created by Lin Chen? The Zhao family had seen off all their guests. Some relatives had accompanied them home, where they indulged in cake and engaged in lively conversation. Darling, why don't you unwrap the gifts? I'll record it. If anything is too extravagant, we shall return it. Zhao Jingshou activated the video function on his phone, taking precautions. He had to be wary. Should anyone capture footage of valuable gifts and later report him, no amount of denial would cleanse his reputation. Of course, the likelihood of such an event occurring was slim. All right, Liang Chenhua nodded. She began to unwrap the gifts one by one. Given Zhao Jingshou's position, the guests would certainly present gifts of respectable quality, but they remained within reasonable limits. The most expensive offerings would hardly exceed 10,000. The Zhao family was affluent, and receiving such gifts was deemed quite appropriate, as they typically gifted at a similar standard. Darling, this one must be from Meng Yao, correct? Zhao Jingshou inquired. Liang Chenhua was preparing to open a cylindrical package. Yes, I remember it was from Meng Yao. She slowly poured out the contents, and Zhao Jingshou assisted in unfurling the painting. Interesting, Zhao Jingshou stared at the unveiled artwork, momentarily taken aback. Having encountered numerous paintings and calligraphy, his aesthetic sensibility was quite refined, and he immediately recognized the significant value of this piece. This painting is remarkable, he remarked. The auspicious double longevity painting, Meng Yao has indeed put thought into this. Yang Chuanhua's eyes sparkled with delight. Though her taste was not as discerning, the painting resonated with her positively. Zhao Jingshou inhaled deeply. Indeed, it is thoughtful. However, the concern lies in the fact that this painting is far too valuable. After scrutinizing it closely for a while, he declared, Darling, we cannot accept this. I believe it could fetch at least several 100,000. Yang Chenhua was momentarily stunned. So much? Zhao Jingshou nodded. It can only be more, never less. But I feel we should accept it, Liang Chenhua replied, frowning. Dear, do not be foolish. Even if it is a gift from Meng Yao, we cannot accept it. Meng Yao is unlikely to spread rumors that could harm us, but there is no wall that does not let the wind through. What if word gets out? Liang Chenhua pointed to the lower right corner. Look there. Zhao Jingshou leaned in for a closer inspection. Is this painting by Lin Chen? His eyes widened with disbelief. Liang Chenhua responded, It should be. There are no other signatures, and this piece appears to be quite new. Meng Yao possesses a remarkable sense of propriety. She would never present us with a painting worth millions, putting us in a difficult position. Zhao Jingshou marveled. If it were a painting by Lin Chen, then Meng Yao and he would indeed be a match made in heaven, a harmonious blend of talent and beauty. Is it permissible to accept? I find this painting quite appealing. Liang Hua inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Jingshou replied, Lin Chen is Meng Yao's husband. He did not incur any expense in creating this piece. The framing materials are rather ordinary. If you genuinely like it, then by all means, accept it. However, we must first ascertain whether it was indeed painted by Lin Chen. Liang Hua produced her mobile phone, stating, It is not too late. Meng Yao should still be awake. I will give her a call. Shortly thereafter, Liang Hua successfully reached Meng Yao, who was indeed still awake, tossing and turning in bed, unable to find sleep. Aunt Liang. Meng Yao called out. Meng Yao, we just unveiled the painting you sent. It bears Lin Chen's signature. Was it painted by him? Liang Chenhua asked. Yes. I wasn't sure what to gift, and since Lin Chen's work is quite good, I asked him to create a piece, Meng Yao responded. Is there a problem? With a smile, Liang Chenhua replied. If it is indeed painted by Lin Chen, then there is no issue. Meng Yao, when you have time, please bring Lin Chen over for a meal. I would like to express my gratitude to him. All right. Meng Yao agreed, and soon after, Liang Chenhua ended the call. Zhao Jingshou reflected on Lin Chen's demeanor. He exhibited neither arrogance nor servility. It appears he possesses considerable depth. My dear, while you unbox other items, I shall take a moment to admire this painting, he said. The following morning, Lin Chen and his family awoke to find the nanny had prepared breakfast. Lin Xiaoqian pouted. Having grown accustomed to Lin Chen's culinary skills, she found yesterday's banquet less than satisfactory and deemed the nanny's breakfast even more unpalatable. Although they dined at a modest restaurant, The chef was a renowned hotel master, so the quality was still commendable. Xiaoqian, you must not be picky, Meng Yao admonished gently. Lin Xiaoqian's eyes brightened as she asked, Mom, Aunt Qingqing and the others work so hard every day. Isn't it tiring for them? What are you trying to say? Meng Yao inquired, glancing at Lin Shun. Dad, could we allow Aunt Qingqing and the others to take a break? Would that be all right? Lin Xiaoqian suggested. Lin Shun playfully pinched Lin Xiaoqian's nose, saying, Little Xiaoqian, while I understand your ulterior motives, it is commendable that you can empathize with the hard work of others. I think it is a good idea. What do you think? My dear? Meng Yao, with a hint of exasperation, replied, You two have conspired together. How could I possibly oppose you? After all, the house won't get too dirty in just 2 days. Let us grant them a 2-day respite. Soon, Meng Yao communicated this to the 4 nannies, who departed joyfully, reveling in their paid leave. Xiaoqian, I will prepare lunch, Lin Shun announced. But breakfast is already ready. Can we afford to waste food? He questioned. Lin Xiaoqian shook her head in disagreement. Then let us eat quickly. Afterward, we can go out for a stroll. Perhaps we shall encounter your good friends, he suggested. Yes. Lin Xiaoqian nodded enthusiastically. As she savored her meal, she remarked, Dad, I wish to play with Tian Tian, Yi, Pippi, and Yuan Yuan. Lin Shun glanced at Su Mingyao, who explained. They are all children from our community. Tian Tian, Yi, and Yuan Yuan are little girls, slightly older than Chan Qian, while Pippi is a young boy. Their families are quite well off. Lin Shun nodded, acknowledging that it was unlikely for anyone residing here to be of lesser means. This neighborhood is an exclusive villa community, with even the smallest residences measuring at least 400 to 500 square meters, and the price of any villa here exceeds 50 million. Although he had earned some money, it paled in comparison to the wealth of the affluent residents here. After finishing breakfast, Lin Shun and the others quickly ventured outside. As he turned around, Chan Qian spotted a playmate who was a bit older than her. Chan Qian. The little girl beamed upon seeing Lin Xiaoqian. This is my dad. I have a dad, and he is a superhero, she chattered excitedly. The little girl was accompanied by her mother and looked towards Su Mingyao, saying, Su. Chan Qian has become much more cheerful and articulate than before. Even the older kids can't compare. Su Mingyao smiled, attributing this progress to her husband. This is my husband. Lin Shun. Sister Song, her family is in the clothing business and has quite a successful operation. Sister Song, named Song Cici, appeared surprised by how naturally Su Mingyao referred to Lin Shun as her husband. She was aware that Su Mingyao had not hosted a wedding, and whether they were legally married was beyond her knowledge. Hello, Lin Gu, Song Cici greeted with a smile. Lin Shun nodded in response, hello. Su Mingyao turned to Lin Shun, darling, I have matters to attend to at the company, so you will take care of Chan Qian alone. Chan Qian, be sure to listen to your dad. Lin Qian looked at Su Mingyao. Mommy, give daddy a kiss. Su Mingyao squatted down and kissed Lin Qian. Mommy, you should also kiss daddy. Lin Qian chimed innocently. Su Mingyao teased, don't say such things, darling. Adults cannot display affection casually in public. She pinched Lin Qian's cheek gently. Play well with and the others. You'll see daddy again soon, but it may be a while before you meet them again. Sister Song. I must take my leave now. Song Cici nodded in understanding. She felt a pang of confusion. It seemed Su Mingyao and Lin Shun had a decent relationship. Yet Lin Qian resided elsewhere with Lin Shun while Su Mingyao remained here. If their relationship was so strong, why were they living apart? The distance between Lin Shen's home and Su Mingyao's company made little sense, as she had the financial means to easily acquire a property nearby. Soon, Su Mingyao departed, and Qian continued to play with Lin Gu. How did you teach Qian? She has changed so much compared to before. I would love to learn from you. 2 little ones were playing when Song Cici inquired earnestly. Lin Shun asked, what was Qian like before? Song Cici contemplated and replied, Qian is an intelligent child, but she was quite introverted in the past. Even while playing with familiar children, she rarely took the initiative. Her speech was not as fluent as it is now. Is a few months older, and she spoke more readily before. Now, Qian behaves like a little adult, while seems to lag behind her. Do you have any unique secrets? Lin Shun pondered internally, knowing he possessed a system that could elevate Lin Qian. Any skill he mastered at the Grandmaster or Legendary level could undoubtedly provide Lin Qian with some enhancement. It was not so much a unique secret. Most of the time, Qian was cared for by a nanny who, for safety reasons, might have limited her. When I take care of Qian, I encourage her to try boldly. Song Cici nodded, It seems that Qian is indeed intelligent. It's just that her potential was not fully explored before. Lin Chen smiled. Every child is a treasure. We, as parents, must learn how to discover it. A child's poor academic performance does not equate to a lack of intelligence. In nature, various animals possess their own strengths, and it is erroneous to regard speed as the sole standard. Song Cici gently nodded. Lin Gu, what industry are you in? Perhaps we might have opportunities for collaboration in the future. Lin Shun considered for a moment. His current income primarily came from fairy tale writing. He also practiced calligraphy and painting, so he could be considered part of the arts. I suppose I belong to the artistic field, he chuckled. Daddy, can you teach me and E to play ball? Lin Qian ran over, her voice sweet and innocent. Of course. But what shall we do since we don't have a ball? Lin Chen crouched down to inquire. Lin Qian thought for a moment. We can go back and get one. Song Cici asked. Qian, what kind of ball do you want to play with? Auntie can call someone to bring it over. Basketball. Daddy is the best at basketball. Lin Qian said with a hint of pride. All her little friends had daddies. And she was the only one who didn't before. She wanted her friends to know she had a daddy now, and that her daddy was the best. Song Cici quickly made a phone call. Shortly after, someone delivered a basketball. Lin Chen began teaching the two little ones how to play basketball, and gradually, the two turned into 3, then 4, as Lin Qian's little friends came out to join. Lin Chen earnestly engaged with the children, thoroughly enjoying himself, gaining substantial experience with every passing second. His basketball skills were now at the grandmaster level, and combined with his formidable physique, he ranked among the world's elite. Though technically he had yet to reach the absolute pinnacle, it seemed Lin Chen was even stronger than a basketball coach. He was very serious about teaching the children. Unfortunately, he was Mr. Su's husband. We couldn't afford such a coach. The mothers of the 3 children gathered together to discuss. Dad, I am feeling a bit tired. Could you tell us a story? Lin Xiaoqian tilted her head and asked after an hour had passed. Of course. Please, take a seat over there. Lin Chen replied with a smile. Soon, he began to narrate a story with vivid expressions, drawing entirely from the well of his imagination. He did not require a book. With his legendary storytelling prowess, he captivated Lin Xiaoqian and her companions, who listened with rapt attention. Song Cici and the others watched from a distance, utterly amazed. Dad, I want to hear another story, Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed. Uncle, I wish to hear one more too. They chimed in after the story concluded. With a smile, Lin Chen commenced another tale. I believe I now understand why Xiaoqian has changed so much. Lin Chen's quality of companionship is truly exceptional, he thought. Before they knew it, evening had arrived. Su Mengyao returned home much earlier than usual. As she opened the door, a delightful aroma wafted through the air, warming her heart. Mom, Lin Xiaoqian joyfully rushed over. Xiaoqian, did you have fun today? Su Mengyao asked as she lifted Lin Xiaoqian into her arms and kissed her. Mom, I had the best day. Yi and the others know I have a dad now, and he is the most amazing, Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed. What did your dad do with you? Su Mengyao inquired, to which Lin Xiaoqian responded, counting on her fingers. We played basketball, he told us stories, taught us songs, and even showed us how to draw. I drew the best, Lin Chen emerged from the kitchen, chuckling. Today, Xiaoqian just wanted to show off in front of her friends. She nearly exhausted all my tricks. Su Mengyao remarked. She used to envy others for having a dad. Xiaoqian, you don't envy Yi and the others anymore, do you? Lin Xiaoqian shook her head vigorously. Not anymore, because I have the best dad in the world. Mom, are you working tomorrow? She asked eagerly. I don't have to work tomorrow. Why do you ask? Su Mengyao replied. Lin Xiaoqian's eyes sparkled. Mom, can I invite Yi and the others over for dinner tomorrow? Su Mengyao responded. That depends on your dad, since he will be cooking. It might be a bit burdensome if you invite your friends over. I already asked Dad, and he said it's fine, Lin Xiaoqian asserted. If your father agrees, then it's certainly permitted, Su Mengyao said, turning to Lin Chen. What do you think? Should we invite only Xiaoqian's friends, or their mothers too? It might become a bit crowded with the adults. Lin Chen replied, you might as well invite the adults as well. Today Xiaoqian showed off her dad. Tomorrow you can showcase your husband. Su Mengyao blushed slightly and playfully retorted, what is there to show off? Mom, Dad is the most amazing, Lin Xiaoqian declared. Lin Chen smiled. You all should hurry and wash your hands. It's time for dinner. Su Mengyao then asked, Lin Chen, do you drink? Last night, my father called, asking me to bring you 2 bottles of the finest wine. Lin Chen chuckled and replied, I usually don't drink, but given my father-in-law's thoughtful gesture, I shall certainly indulge. Humph. Su Mengyao let out a soft snort. Her father was not yet Lin Chen's father-in-law. They had not yet held their wedding ceremony. Chapter 86. Legendary Culinary Skills. Su Mingyao soon arrived at the wine cellar. This cellar houses 8 temperature-controlled wine cabinets, each brimming with exquisite wines, with every bottle exceeding 10,000. Ordinary Matai and the like are not stored here. Su Mingyao opened the first wine cabinet. The wines within are the finest and most expensive, all classified as rare treasures, with none priced below 100,000. Some of these wines are so rare that even Su Guofeng hesitates to indulge. Unfamiliar with wines, Su Mingyao randomly selected a bottle. Lin Chen, I can only offer you 1 bottle. Although you can drink, do not overindulge, as excess can harm your health. Tomorrow, when you and Qian return, I shall bring you a few more bottles. Lin Chen laughed lightly. I shall sip a little. My primary interest lies in discovering the taste of my father-in-law's wine. Su Mingyao replied, there is no need to bring more wine tomorrow. I seldom drink, and it would be inconvenient to have wine with Qian in tow. Su Mingyao added, occasionally, I will visit, and when I do, I can bring Qian along, allowing you to enjoy a glass when you wish. Raising a child can be quite exhausting. A glass of wine might help you unwind. Lin Chen responded, I do not find taking care of little Qian tiring. Teaching her new things provides a sense of growth that is utterly captivating. I relish this process. For instance, learning a foreign language was arduous before. Now, after 3 hours of teaching Lin Qian English, she can master a new language with ease, which is incredibly rewarding. I have now become proficient in over a dozen languages. Hee, Daddy, I am a good little girl, right? Lin Qian gleefully chimed in upon hearing Lin Chen's words. Indeed, our little Qian is the best, Lin Chen said, kissing Lin Qian with a smile. Su Mingyao opened the wine and brought out 2 glasses, one large and one small. Lin Chen, I will join you for a drink. She filled both glasses to the brim. As the wine poured forth, its fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Lin Chen's eyes widened in surprise. Though he was not an aficionado of wine, the exquisite scent stirred a desire to taste. This wine must be extraordinary. Lin Chen, thank you for taking such good care of Qian, Su Mingyao said, raising her glass. Lin Chen turned to Lin Qian. Little Qian, is your mother mistaken? Lin Qian nodded her little head. Mama, you must call him husband. Su Mingyao glanced at Lin Qian, noting that her short-sleeved top was quite revealing. Husband, thank you. She called out without hesitation. Having done so numerous times, she had grown somewhat accustomed to it. Lin Chen raised his glass and said, My dear, while the title holds significance, what truly matters is that we are family. Your gratitude for my care of Xiaoqian seems somewhat misplaced. Isn't that so, Xiaoqian? Lin Xiaoqian nodded vigorously, affirming, Indeed. Su Mingyao interjected, Well, as long as you understand my sentiment. I must admit, my previous attempts at caring for Qian were not as proficient as yours. Lin Chen clinked glasses with Su Mingyao and remarked, A small sip suffices. Let us refrain from toasting while at home. Both took a modest sip. Su Mingyao, while sampling the dishes, revealed her astonishment. Lin Chen, today's meal tastes remarkably more exquisite than before. Is it merely my imagination, or could it be that superior kitchenware enhances the flavor of the dishes? Lin Chen chuckled softly. You can discern the difference? Su Mingyao nodded affirmatively. Absolutely. Today's fare displays a significant improvement over prior meals. Lin Xiaoqian chimed in. Father, it is indeed tastier, even more so than lunch. A gentle smile graced Lin Chen's face as he tidied the kitchen at noon. His culinary skills had ascended to a legendary level. The transformation from a top-tier master chef to a legendary one signified a qualitative change, undoubtedly enhancing the flavor. Mingyao, the quality of the cookware plays a substantial role in the taste. You're overthinking it. It is my culinary prowess that has experienced a breakthrough. Lin Chen replied with a smile. Throughout history, the finest chefs have only reached the pinnacle of master chef status, representing the limits of human capability. With the aid of the system, he had now surpassed those boundaries. Su Mingyao found herself at a loss for words, astonished by Lin Chen's rapid and remarkable culinary evolution. Let us sample other dishes, Lin Chen suggested with a smile. Upon tasting the other dishes, Su Mingyao noted, Why is it that you can create such delightful meals from the same ingredients, while my attempts yield less than satisfactory results? Lin Xiaoqian interjected, But Mama, your cooking is still edible. Su Mingyao retorted, Xiaoqian, thank you for your consolation. There's no need for thanks, Mama, Lin Xiaoqian replied innocently. Su Mingyao mused. Perhaps this exemplifies the disparity between a top student and a struggling one. Explaining this to you, my elementary school underachiever, might prove futile. Just then, Su Mingyao's phone chimed, signaling a video call. She hesitated briefly before accepting, knowing her parents were aware of Lin Chen's presence there. "Grandma," Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed sweetly upon seeing Yang Qingwei. "What are you up to, Qian?" asked Yang Qingwei. "I'm having dinner, Grandma. It's made by Daddy, and his cooking is delicious," Lin Xiaoqian replied. Yang Qingwei swallowed hard, yearning for Lin Chen's culinary creations once more. Su Guofeng made every effort to find prestigious chefs to prepare meals for her. Yet none could compare to the culinary creations of Lin Chen. "Mengyao, where is Lin Chen?" inquired Yang Qingwei. Su Mengyao turned her phone's camera towards Lin Chen, who greeted. "Aunt Yang, I hope you are feeling better." "Much improved," she replied. "Oh, Mengyao seems quite fond of you. She even brought out the finest bottle of wine her father had for you to enjoy," Yang Qingwei chuckled. Su Mengyao interjected, "Mom, I just grabbed the outermost bottle." Yang Qingwei laughed. "That bottle was one your father hesitated to drink last time, but he was willing to part with it for you, Lin Chen." Su Mengyao playfully retorted. "Mom, what are you saying? Why did you call so early? Is there something on your mind?" Yang Qingwei responded, "Lin Chen, isn't your mother's birthday approaching? I plan to buy her a gift. If you return home, please take it with you. If not, I will send it directly to your house." Lin Chen replied, "My mother's birthday is the week after next. The house is under construction, so I don't plan to return just yet. If I go back, I will have to bring Lin Xiaoqian, and the situation at home is rather chaotic, making it inconvenient." Yang Qingwei nodded. "Then I will send it to your hometown. What is your mother's phone number? Please send it to me, as I will need it for the shipping details. Mengyao, you should also prepare a birthday gift." Lin Xiaoqian raised her small hand, saying, "Grandma, I want to prepare a birthday gift for Grandma too." Yang Qingwei beamed. "All right, and how about you, Qian?" Su Mingyao's cheeks flushed slightly. "Are our parents about to meet?" Chapter 87. "Lin Chen, why don't you hug me and give it a try?" That evening, Lin Chen narrated a story to Lin Xiaoqian, who drifted off to sleep with a sweet smile gracing her face. She was nestled in Su Mingyao's room. Lin Chen sent a message to Su Mingyao, who soon arrived, freshly bathed and donned in her sleepwear. The weather was warm, and her attire was quite breezy. "Lin Chen, why are you staring?" Su Mingyao playfully pouted, her face tinged with red. Lin Chen smiled. "I'm merely admiring my wife. Is that a crime?" "Mingyao, you can sleep with Qian while I take a shower." "Wait a moment." Su Mingyao hesitated. Lin Chen grinned. "Are you expecting a hug and a kiss?" Su Mingyao shot him a playful glare. "You only think of delightful things. My parents are already aware that we have registered our marriage, but yours still do not know. You should find an opportunity to tell them." Su Mingyao's face reddened. Lin Chen, with a knowing smile, remarked, "Mingyao, isn't this a matter between the two of us? Now it seems we are entangled in two families." Su Mingyao replied, "It is indeed our affair, but it feels unfair that my parents know while yours do not. My mother adored the painting you gifted her, and she will consider a gift for your mother's birthday." Lin Chen gazed at Su Mingyao with a cheerful smile. "Is it really just like this?" Su Mingyao's eyes flickered slightly. "Of course, what else could it be? Don't overthink it. Just be honest with your parents. We have registered our marriage, but for now, we are merely ordinary friends." Lin Chen's expression darkened. "Just ordinary friends? I thought we were good friends." "It seems I may have been overly sentimental." Su Mingyao felt a pang in her heart. "Good friends will suffice," I misspoke. "Regardless, we are still just friends. Please refrain from saying anything that might lead to misunderstandings with your parents." "Rest assured, there will be no misunderstandings," Lin Chen reassured her. Su Mingyao sighed in relief. Lin Chen chuckled. "My parents will undoubtedly see you as their daughter-in-law. That will leave no room for confusion. Go take a shower. I'm tired of this conversation." Su Mingyao replied. Time swiftly passed, and the next day arrived. In the morning, Su Mingyao took Lin Xiaoqian and Lin Chen to the supermarket, as they needed to prepare more ingredients for the guests arriving at noon. "Mr. Su, Lin Gu is truly devoted to taking care of Xiaoqian. If he weren't your husband, I would gladly pay him to help look after the children. He plays basketball well, and the stories he tells are adored by the kids," remarked one of the mothers. "Mingyao, even if Lin Chen earns a little less, such a man is quite admirable. After all, you are the one who makes money, and your wealth is practically inexhaustible." The other mothers chimed in. Lin Xiaoqian was playing with Tian, Yi, and Yuan, while Pai had been taken away by his parents due to their commitments. Within the same community, there existed various small circles, and the group of mothers, including Su Mingyao, formed one such circle. "Lin Chen earns a decent amount himself," Su Mingyao defended, not wanting them to misunderstand that Lin Chen was spending her money. As noon approached, the group headed towards Su Mingyao's villa. Tian, Yuan, my dad's cooking is the best in the world. Lin Xiaoqian declared with a hint of pride. Is that true? Are you boasting, Xiaoqian? Her three little friends questioned skeptically. Before long, they arrived at their destination. Upon opening the door, the enticing aroma wafted through the air, causing them to swallow involuntarily. It smells amazing. Dad, we're back. Lin Xiaoqian joyfully dashed towards the kitchen. Lin Chen smiled and said, Xiaoqian, please take your friends to wash their hands. We will be eating soon. All the mothers followed suit to wash their hands. Lin Chen quickly brought out dish after dish. With many guests, he prepared more than usual, 10 dishes in total, symbolizing perfection. Lin Chen, the dishes you've prepared are even more exquisite than those crafted by 5-star chefs at restaurants. They resemble works of art. The three adults marveled in amazement. Su Mengyao, however, was not surprised, as Lin Chen's usual cooking, though less frequent, was always remarkably refined. Lin Chen smiled and said, Everyone, please eat while it's hot. Don't be shy. Su Mengyao added, Please, take a seat. Su Mengyao's home featured a large round table, accommodating Lin Chen and their 9 guests without any issue. Soon, everyone began to enjoy the meal. The mothers of Yi soon found their eyes widening in amazement. The dishes prepared by Lin Chen were not only visually appealing, but also delightfully exquisite in flavor. Having enjoyed countless delicacies, they had never tasted anything as delicious as this. Qian, you weren't exaggerating, remarked Lin Uncle. These dishes are truly delectable. Lin Xiaoqian's 3 little friends chimed in with their opinions, and a sweet smile graced Lin Xiaoqian's face. She had few friends, and receiving their admiration brought her immense joy. How is it? Su Mengyao inquired with a smile. The 3 mothers of Yi were effusive in their praise, eagerly sampling the other dishes, each one more delicious than the last. By the end of the meal, they were all quite full, including Lin Xiaoqian's 3 friends. Although they were typically picky eaters and dined slowly, today they were uncharacteristically enthusiastic and finished their meals quickly. Lin Gu, your culinary skills are extraordinary, exclaimed one of the children. Lin Gu, you must have won Mengyao over with your cooking, right? The 4 little ones went off to play while the mothers spoke among themselves. Lin Chen turned to Su Mengyao with a smile. That's a question for Mengyao. Su Mengyao's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied, I wasn't conquered by you. I just found myself with you without fully realizing it. Her words rang true. But to the ears of Yi's mother, it sounded like sweet nothings. Mengyao, I've eaten my fill, yet you still feed me dog food. Have some pity on this single dog, would you? Said Yuan's mother, who had already divorced her husband. Yi's mother chimed in, Lin Gu, have you and Mengyao not had a wedding yet? If you do, don't forget to invite us. Of course, Lin Chen replied with a smile. Before long, the guests departed, as Yi and the others were ready for their afternoon nap, and Lin Xiaoqian needed one too. After Su Mengyao had lulled Lin Xiaoqian to sleep, Lin Chen finished washing the dishes. Su Mengyao said, You really didn't have to wash the dishes. Qing and the others will be back later to handle it. Lin Chen chuckled, I have nothing else to do, so why not? My dear, how about it? Did I make you proud today? A kiss, perhaps? A hug will do as well. Summoning her courage, Su Mengyao replied, Lin Chen, you can forget about kissing me for now. Why don't you try hugging me instead? After saying this, she closed her eyes. Deep down, she recognized Lin Chen's goodness. Yet she was uncertain if she was ready for such intimacy. Lin Chen's eyes lit up as he took a couple of steps closer. Su Mengyao sensed his approach, her body trembling slightly, and her complexion turned a bit pale. Lin Chen gently brushed aside the hair from her forehead. Mengyao, let us wait a bit longer. You're not quite ready. Su Mengyao opened her eyes and spoke with a hint of bitterness. Lin Chen, I'm sorry. I'm uncertain about what is happening. I find myself unable to control my emotions. Chapter 88. Acquiring Western Medical Skills. Lin Chen reassured, My dear, please relax. It is quite common for many veterans to experience post-traumatic stress disorder. The struggle with psychological issues is entirely normal. If it were easy to manage, you would have done so by now. At this point, a smile graced Lin Chen's face. Although I could not hold you in my arms, I have received your sentiments. Su Mengyao lowered her gaze, softly stating, Once my parents return, I will move in with you. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with surprise. Mengyao, what did you just say? I did not catch that. Su Mengyao stamped her foot shyly, saying, If you did not hear, then forget it. I did not say anything. Lin Chen responded, I vaguely heard you mention moving in with me. That is not the case. I am going to accompany Qian for her nap, Su Mengyao said, quickly making her way toward the staircase. Mengyao, why don't you take the elevator? Lin Chen called out. Su Mengyao replied, The elevator is closer to you, and I just want to leave quickly. A smile lingered on Lin Chen's face. Although he had not embraced Su Mingyao, their relationship had undeniably progressed. Just moments ago, she had initiated a request for him to hold her. However, her psychological barriers had yet to be surmounted. For an ordinary person, taking such an initiative might be simple. But for Su Mingyao, who grapples with psychological challenges, it was no easy feat. He had initially thought that it would require coaxing from her parents for her to consider living with him, yet here she was, expressing the desire on her own. Quite remarkable, he mused. The mutual affection was far more promising than mere enthusiasm. In the room, Su Mingyao covered her face. She had not anticipated that she would suggest Lin Chen hold her and express her intention to move in. Su Mingyao, were you too indiscreet just now? What does Lin Chen think of you now? She pondered, feeling her cheeks flush. 2 hours later, Lin Xiaoqian awoke. Xiaoqian, it's time for us to return. How about we come back to visit your little friends in a while? Lin Chen said. Lin Xiaoqian nodded. She did not seem overly reluctant, in her heart. The significance of Lin Chen as her father far outweighed that of her playmates. Su Mingyao handed Lin Chen a bag, saying, Lin Chen, inside is Xiaoqian's vaccination record. She needs to receive her vaccine, so please take her when the time comes. Lin Xiaoqian looked at Lin Chen with pleading eyes. Daddy, getting a shot is so painful. I don't want to. Can I just take medicine instead of getting a shot? Lin Chen shook his head. Xiaoqian, that is not possible. Vaccinations are not for treating illness, but rather for preventing it. I can cure your ailments, but I cannot prevent diseases. Daddy, I will cry, Lin Xiaoqian replied fearfully. Su Mingyao added, in previous vaccinations, Xiaoqian cried so loudly that I was a bit apprehensive about taking her again. Lin Chen nodded. I will take her. Xiaoqian, say goodbye to your mother. She has some things to attend to. Goodbye, Mommy. Both my father and I cherish you dearly. Su Mingyao lifted Lin Xiaoqian, saying, Mom will take you to the car. Soon, Lin Chen drove away, and Su Mingyao stood gazing in the direction of the departing vehicle, lingering outside for quite some time. Suddenly, Yuan's mother appeared. Su Mingyao snapped back to reality. Yuan's mother said, Mingyao, Yuan and her friends are out to play. I came to call Xiaoqian, but it seems I arrived too late. She is left with her father. Someone is about to become a stone waiting for her husband. Su Mingyao replied, What exactly is going on between you and Lin Chen? Your relationship seems rather special. Yuan's mother inquired. Their rapport was quite good, though it did not quite match the closeness between Shenqing and Su Mingyao. Nonetheless, the bond they shared as neighbors was commendable. Su Mingyao explained, We unexpectedly had Xiaoqian. We weren't together before, but now we are officially registered. Yuan's mother nodded. I understand. First, get in the car. And we can discuss the details later, perhaps even a wedding in the future. Mingyao, you must seize this opportunity. I can see Lin Chen treats both you and Xiaoqian very well. Love is what truly matters. Wealth is not as significant. My ex-husband was quite affluent. Yet he still ran off with a femme fatale. Su Mingyao nodded slightly in agreement. Yuan's mother continued, It would be best for you two to live together. Otherwise, I fear a vixen might take advantage of the situation. It is difficult for men to pursue women, but the reverse is considerably easier, especially for beautiful women. Qingqing, I've just done something foolish, Su Mingyao messaged Shenqing. Shenqing replied, What foolishness did you commit? Share it with me, it will brighten my day. Su Mingyao responded, Lin Chen is very kind to both me and Xiaoqian. In a moment of impulse, I agreed to let him hold me. Shenqing sent a voice message, saying, Mingyao, are you messaging me to flaunt your affection? You've inflicted 3,000 points of emotional damage upon me. It requires 3 sumptuous meals to recover, specifically a grand feast prepared by Lin Chen. Anything less is unacceptable. Su Mingyao clarified, Lin Chen did not hold me. When he was about to, my body trembled uncontrollably. He suggested we could try again later. I mentioned that I would stay at his place when my parents return. Shenqing's eyes brightened. That's wonderful. Does your home still need a housekeeper? I would be more than capable. Su Mingyao replied, No, we don't need one. Thank you. Shenqing asked, When will your parents return? I miss them quite a bit. Su Mingyao replied with a hint of annoyance. I think you're just eager for me to hurry over so you can conveniently mooch a meal. Hey, Qingqing, do you think Lin Chen might perceive me as frivolous or too unreserved if I say such things? Shenqing advised, just follow your heart. Your relationship is not like that of ordinary couples. You are officially recognized as partners with a child. Essentially, you are in a marital relationship now. My only concern is that you may be overly reserved and miss your chance with Lin Chen. What happened when Lin Chen visited you? Su Mingyao briefly recounted the events of the past couple of days. Shen Qing smiled and remarked, Lin Shun is quite clever. I fear that after just one meal, he will have several advocates speaking on his behalf. Su Mingyao responded, Yuan's mother is already advocating for Lin Shun. I mustn't linger. I have work to attend to. Half an hour later, Lin Shun arrived at a community hospital. Daddy, I'm scared, Lin Xiaoqian said, tears welling in her eyes before they even entered. She was indeed intelligent, yet she was still just over 2 years old. Many children of her age fear injections. Little Qian, let's postpone the injection for now. I'll take you to buy some doctor toys so we can familiarize ourselves with what a doctor does, all right? Lin Shun gently kissed Lin Xiaoqian. He refused to force her into an injection, as such an experience would only foster a greater aversion to it in the future. Okay. Lin Xiaoqian's eyes brightened. After acquiring the doctor toys for Lin Xiaoqian, they returned home, where Lin Shun began to play with her. Host, by engaging Lin Xiaoqian with the doctor toys. You have acquired Western medical skills. After 20 hours, you will reach a master level, and after 40 hours, a grandmaster. The voice of the system echoed in Lin Shen's mind, leaving him astonished. The ancient medical skills required 30 and 60 hours, respectively, indicating that Western medical skills demanded less time.